Chapter 1. The Apocalypse Begins. System Binding. The incessant chime of incoming messages fills the air. On a ballet bunny-eared bed measuring 5.76 meters square, a large hand, veins prominently displayed, reaches out from beneath a blanket adorned with a delightful Hello Kitty pattern. Yalong picks up his phone and opens the messaging app. In Building 3, Room 1006, B. Jean writes, "Yalong, please save us. My mother and I can't hold on any longer. Where are you? I've sent you the photos. Image. Ding. Name, B. Jean. Age, 18. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 102. Jean. Inner value, 100. Blank sheet. Comprehensive value, 90. Model physique. Quick." Yalong's expression remains unchanged as he calmly replies, "Only you can come here, otherwise get lost." He then opens another message. In Building 1, Room 1318, Xiongting writes, "Yalong, help me. Which building and room are you in? I'll come find you right away. I'll do anything you want. I'm starving, please." A faint smirk curls at the corners of Yalong's mouth as he types a reply. "I'll say this one last time. Send me an unfiltered, full-body photo. If you don't, get lost. Moreover, I preferred the rebellious you from before. Please revert to that." He then quotes a previous chat log and sends it. "You filthy security guard. Don't think that just because you have a little bread and water you can do as you please. You're nothing but bottom-tier trash, daring to post such disgusting announcements. You are described inadequately as a mediocre man, a sleazy man. How is it that such societal refuse hasn't been devoured by the monsters below? The government will come to save us, and when that time comes, you, who take advantage of chaos to insult women, will be the first to be dealt with." This was what Yalong was called out for on the first day of the apocalypse, after he altered the announcement in the villa's Golden Island owner group to welcome beautiful ladies to come here for a chat, eat and drink to your heart's content. Message me if interested, along with several images of bread and bottled water. In truth, Xiongting was not alone in her outrage. The owner group was filled with curses. However, as a member of the group, Xiongting had Yalong's direct contact, allowing her to vent her fury most vehemently. Within moments, Room 1318, Xiongting messages, "Yalong, long ago I was wrong to curse you. I can't hold on any longer. I haven't eaten in 2 days. Please save me. As long as you give me something to eat, you can hit or scold me. I don't care." Seeing that Xiongting merely expressed her misery without sending the full-body photo, Yalong chose to ignore her. This was still not desperate enough, but Yalong was not anxious. It was now the 4th day of the apocalypse, with bizarre flora and fauna rampant below the 10th floor, and even the floors above were not safe. Everyone could only lock their doors, waiting for the so-called rescue. But would there truly be a rescue? Official advisories urge people to stay indoors to avoid attacks from unknown creatures, with notifications arriving one after another. Yet, not a single message regarding organized rescue had been seen. This was indeed the apocalypse, the true apocalypse. The sun hung high, casting an eerie red hue across the sky. The toxic green tide surged over the land, with thick vines crawling over some low buildings, their dark green stems bulging with enormous tumors. From the depths of the vegetative abyss, faint roars and deep growls could be heard, as though some colossal beast wandered within. Coupled with the inexplicable depletion of water sources, unsealed food rapidly rotted and spoiled. Everyone was locked in their homes, struggling to survive. Strangely, both electricity and the internet remained unaffected. Naturally, food and water became the most precious and scarce resources. Yet, Yalong was not lacking in these. This was because amidst the cataclysmic upheaval, he learned from his ancestors, gazing at the moon, and sought to conquer all. Subsequently, he inexplicably bound himself to a system which, although its name was frivolous, proved to be remarkably effective. Besides providing 3 loaves of bread and a 5-liter bottle of purified water daily, it also offered a variety of exquisite delicacies and even enhanced his physical constitution. At the time, Yalong was quite curious and innocently asked if it meant cooking. The system replied succinctly with one phrase, "Fool." At that moment, Yalong understood and felt ashamed of his foolish inquiry. Given the circumstances, it is merely a matter of time before she lowers her head. Continue to disseminate information. In Unit 1504, Yaoshi stated, "Yalong, I will pay for it 5,000 yuan for a barrel of water. As long as you deliver it to me, the 5,000 yuan will be yours. Think carefully. This is even more than your monthly salary as a security guard. There is one more person who is utterly clueless. Actually want to spend money on water, risking life and limb to carry it to your home. What is this? On the eve of the apocalypse, a phone call comes in and you expect the delivery to be brought to you, along with taking the trash away. Yelong directly deleted the friend request. Although he had met Yaoshi before, and she was quite beautiful, a true outdoor beauty streamer. What of it? Such a confused woman deserves to be left hanging. Yaoshi was mistaken. Yelong's salary as a security guard was significantly higher than 5,000, reaching a substantial 7,000. Yelong was an athlete, a national martial arts champion, filled with ambition before leaving school. Until one day during a campus recruitment. What? I am a national martial arts champion, a first-level athlete, and you offer me only 2,000 a month? Not even a dog would tolerate such an insult. Yelong brandished his medal and certificate in indignation. However, upon witnessing the amused gaze of the recruitment manager, he could no longer contain himself, gripping the edge of the table in fury. No raise, is it? If there's no raise, then. Welcome back, homeowner. We are here to ensure your safety. Indeed, after leaving the campus, Yelong became a security guard, dedicated to protecting peace and caring for homeowner Xiaodong. He had directly avoided several decades of detours, securing this position thanks to his outstanding external attributes and a second-level fire safety certification. Yet, it must be said, being a security guard is truly delightful, especially in such a high-end community. Aside from monitoring surveillance and inspecting fire safety points, most of the time is spent sitting and playing games. Unfortunately, this blessing was no longer within his reach. Yelong rose from his bed, donned his security uniform, and traversed the opulently decorated living room to the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. He gazed upon the hellish scene outside, which bore no semblance of change from the day before. With a sigh, Yelong returned to the sofa. This spacious flat on the 17th floor was not Yelong's home, but belonged to the homeowner Wudon. Do not be mistaken, Wudon had merely gotten used to placing the key beneath the doormat, and Yelong, as the security guard, happened to know this little secret. Therefore, when the apocalypse arrived, it was only natural for Yelong to occupy this apartment. He retrieved 3 loaves of bread and a 5-liter barrel of purified water from the system space for the day. Placing them alongside the 4 loaves of bread and 2 barrels of water on the coffee table, he snapped a photo and sent it to the homeowner group in Meishu Jindao. Instantly, the previously tranquil group erupted with activity. In Unit 1104, Li Mingshan wrote, Yelong, brother, I haven't eaten for 3 days. I beg you to show some mercy and send me some bread and water. In Unit 1201, Fei Xianglan Tian added, Yelong, I am willing to pay 10,000 yuan for a barrel of water. In Unit 1402, Zhang Xiang pleaded, Brother, I have elderly and children at home. We really can't hold on any longer. Please help. Yelong coldly observed these messages without replying. There was no need to respond. He was not some altruistic benefactor eager to sacrifice himself for others. It was enough that he refrained from uttering the phrase, I don't eat beef. Yelong scanned the group messages with a detached gaze, feeling not a single ripple of emotion until he spotted a message from the committee chair, Jiang. Chapter 2. By Jean and Her Mother by Xiao. Playing with Reality, the chairperson of the Owner-S Committee for Building 1, Unit 1105, Jiang Fangzhou, Yilang. I apologize for my harsh tone a few days ago. I'm desperate. I only need a bucket of water. I beg you. Yilang need it. Recalling how Jiang had previously demanded supplies with such righteous fervor. Just a few days had passed, and he was already on the brink of collapse. In Building 2, Unit 1002, the youth Dawa remarked, Yilang, does it have to be a beauty? Would a pretty boy who can burp suffice? I'm about to reach my limit too. Yilang's lips twitched as he swiftly scrolled past. Where did this effeminate fellow come from? He really wanted to punch him just to see whether he cried like a baby or roared like a beast. In Building 2, Unit 1515, Fan Jingjing shouted, Yuval security guard, beast. In the face of disaster, not only do you refuse to provide food and water to women, but you also use supplies as a means to insult them. You are no better than an animal. You will face retribution. Yilang barely managed to endure the force of this punch, which had been honed over 20 years. After scrolling for a while, he found nothing but pleas for resources and accusations of objectifying women. Yilang put down his phone, picked up a piece of bread, and chewed slowly, his gaze icy. In truth, his food supply was limited. The system provided only 3 pieces of bread and a bucket of water each day. Yet, to accommodate more eligible beauties, he restricted himself to just 2 pieces of bread daily, saving the surplus. This was all in pursuit of a particular effect. As long as beauties sought him out, he could indulge in exquisite delicacies. What precisely this delicacy entailed remained a mystery, with the system only hinting that he would understand upon successfully taking in a beauty. What could it be? What was so exceptional? At that moment, in Building 3, Unit 1006, Bai Jin and her mother Bai Xiao were glaring at the phone screen, their expressions filled with indignation. With a loud slam, Bai Jin slammed her phone onto the table, her chest heaving uncontrollably, albeit not excessively. That wretched security guard, trash. Lechia Osman. I've already agreed to his terms and even sent him my photos, yet he still refuses. She cursed hoarsely, frustration evident in her voice. Beside her, Bai Zhao's face briefly flickered with despair, quickly masked by an attempt at composure. She swallowed hard, her throat parched as if aflame. Xiao Jin, don't be upset. Let us think of another way. I never approved of this plan. If it comes to this, let it be. Bai Jin's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she clenched her jaw. Mom, you can't give up. We'll face life or death together. I can't leave you behind. Bai Xiao felt a pang in her heart, tightly grasping her daughter's hand, her voice trembling. Xiao Jin, I know you don't want to part with me, but there's no but, Mom. I'll try harder. If necessary, I'll send a few more revealing photos. Bai Jin interrupted before her mother could finish, her next words unthinkable for a young lady to utter. Bai Xiao's eyes brimmed with tears, a mix of pain and helplessness washing over her as she gently caressed her daughter's cheek. Xiao Jin, don't put yourself in a compromising position. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed from the living room's floor-to-ceiling window, a fracture swiftly spreading across the glass. Fortunately, it did not shatter completely. The mother and daughter exchanged terrified glances, their hearts racing. The crack in the glass reflected their pale faces. Bai Jin gripped her mother's hand tightly with one hand while clutching a sharp kitchen knife in the other, her gaze fixed fearfully outside. Vines of a deep green hue had already crept up the window frame, slowly writhing as if alive, peering into their home. The tendrils of the vines swayed gently, seemingly searching for an entry point. A low, buzzing sound could be faintly heard, reminiscent of mosquitoes, but far louder and more ominous, sending chills down their spines. Bai Jin bit her lip, disregarding her mother's protests, and resolutely approached the full-length mirror. She yanked off her knitted jacket, revealing a snug black camisole that accentuated her figure. Her fair shoulders, exquisite collarbone, and swan-like neck appeared particularly alluring in the dim light. Taking a deep breath, Bai Jin's eyes flashed with determination as she quickly snapped several photos. However, feeling it insufficient, she gritted her teeth and let one strap fall, adopting a pitiful expression to take a few more shots. She included a message and sent it to that wretched security guard. At that moment, Yilang was engrossed in a live broadcast titled Playing with Reality. The screen displayed a young, portly man on a rooftop balcony, holding a selfie stick with an expression of ecstatic madness. Hello, dear viewers. I'm the host, Jean Dedan. Welcome to the final episode of the Playing with Reality series, now commencing. I am currently on the rooftop balcony, and you can see that eerie vines have completely covered the exterior walls surrounding my home. Haha! The chat exploded with comments. Ben Shanshishu, Dedan. Although we are the most daring streamers on the internet, don't joke with your life. Get back inside. Johnny 1. The host is amazing. User 597546966. What the heck? There are hundreds of people in this stream, and you're doing this? Kuanai Juwa. Screen record, screen record. The moderator will ban him soon. Peak Clown. Kuanai Juwa. My friend, do we even need a moderator? The host is about to log off for real. I'm sending a ULA LV47 to the host as a gift, along with 2 carnival events. HUA LV12 sends 9 little hearts to the host. Haha. Thank you all for the gifts. Jean Dedan seemed unfazed by the encroaching vines and the faint growls and hums from beneath the green tide. He leaned back against the balcony edge, gripping the selfie stick tightly, a smug grin on his face. Let me show you all what true courage looks like. Do you see the vines below? Are those tendrils big? Sharp? Haha, look, they're waving at me. The viewers were taken aback. This was too real, too terrifying. The chat fell eerily silent, replaced by a flurry of gift effects flooding the screen. From hearts worth 10 cents to a carnival event worth $3,000. They sparkled across the display. It seemed that words could not convey the shock at the host's actions. They could only send more gifts to ensure the host could fare better below. Amidst the tidal wave of gift effects, Jean de Dan's smile grew ever more manic. But the next moment, a sickening thud pierced the air, followed by a chilling scream. Jean de Dan's body jolted, his hand holding the selfie stick trembling involuntarily as the live stream camera shook violently. Yet, true to his reputation as the most daring host online, even as the sharp vines writhed violently against his chest, his grin remained intact. Dear viewers, I think I need to log off now, ugh. This time, he truly logged off. Haha, please shout out our live stream's catchphrase one last time. As the last word was painfully uttered, Jean de Dan collapsed into a pool of blood on the balcony, entwined with the thrashing vines. The live stream descended into utter silence. In the next instant, playing with reality, playing with reality, playing with reality. The 10th floor has fallen. The path forward for mother and daughter has widened. The live stream chat surged back to life. A torrent of playing with reality and scattered rest in peace messages intermingling with a plethora of gift effects flashing across the screen. From hearts worth 10 cents to carnival events worth $3,000, they illuminated the display. Gradually, the carnival effects became a continuous stream, as if the viewers had realized that money was now merely worthless paper. They chose to indulge in this moment, lavishly spending in celebration of the exhilarating broadcast, marking it with the wildest punctuation. Golden confetti burst forth in the live stream. Extravagant fireworks soared into the sky, and the entire screen was enveloped in a dazzling glow. It seemed as though it had transformed into a solemn memorial. Yet the vibrant music of the carnival infused the entire live stream with an eerie sense of joy and festivity. Yilang also contributed to the barrage of comments, exchanging his remaining 99 diamonds for a pair of sunglasses to send out, thus bidding farewell to the bold Jean de Dan. The live stream had yet to conclude, and the camera displayed Jean de Dan's corpulent body lying in a pool of blood, visibly withering at an alarming rate. In the next moment, a deafening drone filled the air as a dark mist surged from the green tide, racing towards Jean de Dan's corpse. The stream's visuals instantaneously morphed into darkness, with only the unsettling hum and the dull sound of mandibles piercing flesh echoing in the void. At that moment, the online viewer count exceeded 100,000, yet silence reigned. It was as if the audience before the screen held their breath, fearful that the ominous black mist would creep along the network cable and envelop them. Time passed unmeasured until HUA. Is that a mosquito? The first comment ignited a frenzy akin to cold water splashed into hot oil, causing the chat to erupt. Impossible. Mosquitoes aren't the size of a football. It is a mosquito. I saw it clearly. Its proboscis is as long as chopsticks. Stop joking. How much blood would it need to consume? How much? It could drain a person dry. I've seen such mosquitoes before. Just the other day, my girlfriend was bitten on her abdomen and fainted on the spot. When she woke up, the wound had swollen to the size of a bun. User 5975469666. 1 Ula. Doesn't that mean your girlfriend has 3 buns now? Ha! 1 Ula. User 5975469666. She died. The wound became necrotic. User 5975469666. 1 Ula. I'm sorry, I'm not talking anymore. I'm going to jump off a building. Haha, the brother upstairs would probably want to slap himself tonight. I really deserve it. Haha, brother 966. Go downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes. Don't take the stairs, and don't use the elevator. The atmosphere in the live stream did not grow heavy due to the bizarre swarm of mosquitoes. Instead, it sparked a wave of dark humor. As no one knew how long they might live, why not revel in the online chaos? After all, this could be regarded as a means of venting their innermost fears and despair. Before long, with a buzzing sound, the black mist dissipated, and the live stream regained its brightness. However, Where was Zhang de Dan's rotund form? The screen displayed only a desiccated skeleton draped in tattered, translucent skin, and even the bloodstains on the ground had vanished. Yilang quietly exited the stream, rubbing the goosebumps on his arms, taking a sharp breath. Ding! What the hell? Yilang was startled by the sudden notification sound. He raised his phone to see Building 3, Room 1006 by Jean. Images, 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 Yilang. I am willing to do anything, as long as you promise to take me and my mother in. I beg you. Yilang's eyes brightened as he beheld by Jean in the photographs, her hair cascading over her shoulders, clad only in a black camisole. One strap slipping down her arm, with one hand seemingly resting on the lace edge of the strap. She wore a pair of light-washed blue shorts, her legs as white as jade, appearing particularly striking in the dim light. Her gaze was filled with pleading and helplessness, resembling a little wildcat, igniting a fire within Yilang. This time, he felt the sincerity of Baijin. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, even a hint of compassion could prove fatal. While he welcomed Baijin's arrival, which met the system's requirements, her mother would only increase risks and bring trouble. Yilang continued to type with a cold demeanor. Delete me from your friends list. At that moment, the strap slipped down, revealing a glimpse of springtime, and Baijin was fixated on the screen. Beside her, Bai Xiao wore a complex expression, lightly biting her lip. She did not look at the screen, but instead compassionately adjusted her daughter's strap, covering that glimpse of spring. Her heart filled with endless helplessness and sorrow. Ding! The sound of the WeChat notification was jarringly loud in the quiet, dim room. Both mother and daughter trembled in shock. Perhaps it was a trick of the light, but even the vines outside seemed to quiver slightly with the sound, the glass they clung to emitting a faint creak. The two held their breath, gazing at the screen. In the next moment, despair etched across their faces. A flash of determination crossed by Zhao's eyes as she seized a kitchen knife and pressed it against her neck. She widened her beautiful eyes and screamed at her terrified daughter Baijin. "Xiao Jin, you must leave now. If you don't, I will show you what death looks like. Mom, don't do this. How can I live without you?" Baijin's tears streamed down her face as she struggled to reach her mother. Yet, seeing Bai Zhao's resolute gaze and the sharp tip of the knife against her neck, she dared not move, standing helplessly in place, her vision blurred by tears, filled with endless despair and helplessness. At that moment, the continuous cracking sound of the glass set their nerves on edge. Bi Xiao stilled herself, the knife's tip suddenly pressing deeper, a trickle of crimson seeping from her delicate neck. Being shouted fiercely, "Mom." No, Bai Xiao, too, was engulfed in fear. Who could face death with calm? As the icy knife grazed her tender skin, she felt fear, yet she dared not show an ounce of hesitation. Her daughter still had a chance to survive. Even if it meant sacrificing herself, she would fight for her daughter's slim opportunity to live. Even if life became arduous and humiliating, at least they would still be alive. With that thought, a fierce determination flickered in Bai Zhao's eyes. This beautiful woman resolved to sacrifice herself for her child. She tightened her grip on the kitchen knife, preparing to act. Suddenly, Bai Jin's eyes widened, filled with light. "Mom, I have a solution. We can both live." Bai Zhao's hand trembled, yet she did not lower the knife, still aimed at her throat. Her expression a mixture of doubt and hope. Bai Jin hurriedly retrieved her phone, opened the camera. "Oh dear, Mom, we both have been foolish. That Yilang said he wanted a beautiful woman, and you fit the bill. How could I forget? Quickly put the knife down, please." Bi Xiao froze, her lips parting slightly, the knife clattering to the floor. Crack! Bai Jin hurriedly took a photograph and swiftly sent it to Yilang, watching her mother in a daze. She blushed as reality dawned upon her. She chuckled softly, ready to speak, but in the next moment, a resounding crash echoed as the floor-to-ceiling window shattered. Chapter 4. Bai Jin and Bai Xiao enter the Wolf's Den favorability module. Who cares? Ding. Name, Bai Xiao. Age, 36. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 120 gene. Inner value, 99. Widow. Comprehensive, 92. Chao Zhe, you're still pretending. Fast, instantly, Yilang, reclining on the sofa, straightened up. He saw in a photograph that Bai Xiao wore a camouflage-patterned camisole dress, the skirt puffy and airy, adorned with several shiny chains at her waist, accentuating her figure while exuding femininity. For some reason, her lips were slightly parted, appearing somewhat dazed, and a faint trickle of blood ran down her fair neck. The blood, unfortunately, followed the elegant curve of her neck, flowing over her collarbone and into the shallow crescent of her cleavage. The combination of maturity, sensuality, voluptuousness, and fragility quickened Yi Lang's heartbeat involuntarily. He shifted in his seat, typing rapidly, Building 3, room 1706, come up in the elevator. I'll swipe my card. On the other side, the last curtain was pushed out by a mosquito the size of a football. First one, then countless others, bulging the curtain into a giant dome. The densely packed swarm of mosquitoes emitted a chilling hum. Bai Jin rushed forward, grasping the kitchen knife, pulling Bai Zhao's hand as they dashed towards the door. With a sharp crack, the curtain rod broke, and a swarm of mosquitoes surged into the room like a dark cloud. Just in the nick of time, the door swung shut with a loud bang, and the mother and daughter leaned against it, panting heavily. How fortunate they were! A glance exchanged between them revealed mutual relief and lingering fear. However, as they surveyed the dimly lit corridor, the ceiling light flickered intermittently, accompanied by a buzzing sound of electrical current. The two quickly stowed away their smiles of survival, gripping each other's hands tightly as they hurried toward the elevator. Yi Lang stood at the elevator entrance on the 17th floor, holding an elevator card, his brow furrowed in deep thought. In Mei Shu Jin Dao, each floor is independent, and residents can only access their designated levels with their cards. However, Yi Lang's card was an exception. It allowed him not only to reach any floor, but also to unlock emergency passages through the external electronic access system, lifting restrictions from any individual floor. It was 2028, and such wonders were indeed possible. At that moment, he had already granted access to the 10th floor. Yet he wondered why Bai Jin and Bai Xiao had not yet arrived. The numbers on the display hadn't even changed. This was unusual. The elevators in Mei Shu Jin Dao were remarkably swift, and by all accounts, they should have arrived by now. Yi Lang took out his phone and opened the surveillance system software. The third elevator was empty. The camera in the corridor appeared to be obstructed by some debris, rendering it unclear. Suddenly, the elevator numbers began to flicker. 7, 8, 9, 10. It paused on the 10th floor for a moment, and Yi Lang quickly focused on his phone screen, finally seeing the elevator doors slowly open, revealing the figures of Bai Jin and Bai Xiao. They rushed into the elevator in a panic, desperately pressing the close button. Just as the doors were about to seal shut, a loud bang echoed. The image on Yi Lang's phone jolted. His expression darkened. What kind of monster was this? In the footage, the mother and daughter huddled together in terror, as if they had just endured something horrifying. Fortunately, the elevator continued its ascent. 11, 12, 13. Suddenly, a glimmer of determination flashed in Yi Lang's eyes. In the surveillance footage, Bai Jin was seen shoving a knife into the leg of her denim shorts. A smirk crept across his face. Soon, the two would face dire consequences. The elevator continued upward. 15, 16, 17. Ding! Before the elevator doors fully opened, Yi Lang's previously cold demeanor transformed into one of sheer terror. Quick, follow me. There's a monster in the corridor. Bai Jin and Bai Xiao were still processing the situation when Yi Lang seized Bai Jin's wrist, pulling both of them towards room 1706. The two women were evidently still shaken, and now heightened tension filled the air. Upon hearing the shout from the man clad in a security uniform, they had no choice but to follow him in fear. With a heavy thud, the door slammed shut behind them. Ding! Detected a suitable female. Activating affinity module. Bai Jin's affinity. -17 discussed. Please note host. Mum. Yuval security guard, what are you doing? I'll fight you. The system's voice had barely registered in Yi Lang's mind when he swiftly executed a shoulder throw, sending the still dazed Bai Xiao crashing to the ground. Bai Xiao gasped in pain, her breath quickening from the suddenness of the assault. Bai Jin screamed, reaching for her shorts, but she hadn't even touched them before Yi Lang spun around and delivered a powerful punch to her liver. Her eyes widened in shock, and her body curled in agony as she clutched her abdomen, gasping for air. Without pausing, Yi Lang seized Bai Jin's hands and produced a pair of pink, fuzzy handcuffs. quickly fastening them around her wrists. Bai Jin's face reflected sheer terror, but the impact of the punch had rendered her too weak to voice her distress. Yi Lang remained expressionless as he lifted her handcuffed wrists and hung them on a hook by the door. Bai Xiao lay on the ground, helplessly witnessing her daughter being assaulted, handcuffed, and hung up. She felt as if her body was collapsing, numb by pain. Trembling, she extended her right hand, uncertain whether to reach for her daughter or to strangle this monster. Yi Lang's gaze swept over Bai Xiao, disregarding her struggles, as he extracted the sharp kitchen knife from the right leg of Bai Jin's shorts. Finally, he spoke for the first time. I offered you refuge out of kindness. If you agree, come. If not, be gone. Yet you wish to kill me and seize my provisions? Is there no law? Is there no justice? With a roar, he brandished the knife, and, as the blade glinted, Bai Xiao instinctively cried out no. Struggling to prop herself up, she called out, her maternal instincts kicking in. However, the anticipated scene of horror did not unfold. Instead, Yi Lang drove the knife, blade facing upwards through the space between Bai Jin's legs, embedding it into the door. Mom, what is happening? Are you all right? Don't be scared. What is down there? Hearing her mother's anguished scream, Bai Jin turned, convinced that Yi Lang had inflicted harm upon her mother. Yet, as she turned, the movement tugged at her wrists, causing a searing pain. This was compounded by the fact that, despite her height of 172 centimeters, the door of Mei Shu Jin Dao towered over 2 meters, suspended in the air. Her feet barely grazed the ground. With her head turning, she felt the cold, hard surface against her inner thighs. A chilling sensation as if a blade were pressed against her. The reality was grim. Seeing that Bai Jin had no hope of escape, Yi Lang finally exhaled a breath of relief, allowing himself a moment to contemplate the system prompt that had recently flashed through his mind. What was that? An affinity module? Was it truly a system for sycophants? Chapter 5. A thorough search. Ding ding ding. Bai Jin's affinity. -17 dislike. Please note host. It seemed the system was taken aback by Yi Lang's actions, leading to a disjointed response. Yi Lang frowned, perplexed as to why the system would include an affinity module, and continued to read. Bai Jin's affinity. -36, disgust. This must have been recorded during the shoulder throw. Bai Jin's affinity. -58, aversion. This must reflect her current state. Bai Jin finally grasped the reality of what was embedded in the door. This vile security guard. Was he even human? Was he a beast? Could a person act in such a manner? She was still a young woman, feeling the icy dread creeping in. Ding ding ding. Her affinity plunged to -61, hatred, and it continued to drop. Yi Lang's lips twitched. Should he kill her outright or wait until he was done? He then turned his attention to Bai Zhao's affinity, discovering the first entry was -7, dislike, which was 10 points higher than her daughter's. It dawned on him that, compared to the humiliation of her daughter, at least keeping her alive might have garnered some slight favor. The next entry plummeted to -30, disgust. There was no doubt. This shoulder throw was likely the first of its kind in over 30 years for Bai Xiao. The psychological impact would surely be significant. 2 more prompts searched, igniting Yi Lang's murderous intent. One indicated her affinity had dropped to -62, hatred, likely due to the brutal punch delivered to Bai Jin. The final entry read, Bai Zhao's affinity, -100, desire to kill. System warning, affinity has reached an ice-cold threshold. The target harbors a strong inclination to harm the host. Yi Lang's gaze turned icy, lamenting the lost potential. While they were a striking pair of mother and daughter, and Bai Xiao was indeed a good mother, their fate was sealed. This affinity system seemed to hold some significance, at least in understanding the psyche of women. Yi Lang was just about to rise and take action when a sudden notification made him hesitate. Bai Zhao's favorability, -23, disgust. This indicated that he had not harmed Bai Jin, and yet her favorability had increased by 77 points. It seemed that the operational space for Bai Zhao's favorability was quite substantial. Yi Lang cast a mischievous glance at Bai Jin, who was being restrained. Ding ding ding. The favorability had risen to -20, still climbing. This mother-daughter duo was rather intriguing. Yi Lang decided to keep them around for now. Bai Xiao, struggling to prop herself up, silently exhaled in relief. Thankfully, It was only to confine her daughter, but could this obnoxious security guard be considered a normal person? Could a normal person commit such acts? Although he could save both her daughter and himself, would following him lead to a better outcome? After such a fall, her entire body felt as if it would fall apart. Could he truly do such things to her daughter? He must be a pervert, right? Ignoring the trembling by Xiao, who was staring at him, Yilang suddenly stood up and approached her. Ding! What was he planning to do? A sense of terror gripped by Xiao. Yilang disregarded her fearful gaze and the favorability notifications in his mind. Yilang, what are you doing? Don't! Hearing her mother's anguished cry, Bai Jin refrained from making any sudden movements. It was no joke. A small knife was at her rear, and she was fully aware of the situation. In a frantic tone, she called out, Mom, what's wrong? Ding! Yilang, what are you doing? Don't touch my mom. Yilang was searching Bai Xiao's body to see if she had concealed any weapons. The echoes of screams and the system notifications in his mind began to irritate him. He applied a slight pressure with his hand while glaring at the panicked Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao winced in pain and, seeing Yilang's glare, understood. She shouted at her daughter, It's fine. Yilang is just checking me for weapons. Don't worry. Bai Jin's cries ceased, and the notifications in her mind also halted. Yilang snorted coldly and continued his search. Bai Xiao endured the pain, her expression complex. He first removed Bai Xiao's wedge heels. What a hassle. He had to untie the straps. Yilang meticulously examined her feet, even prying apart her toes for a closer look. Bai Xiao pressed her hands tightly over her mouth, desperately stifling any sounds. She feared that if she made a noise, her daughter might lose control and truly become a woman. Favorability. It had just been -18, and now it had risen by 2 points? What was wrong with her feet? Yilang continued his actions, not being gentle, for this was not the time to take unnecessary risks. Next came her calves. He roughly squeezed the smooth, elastic skin before moving upward. Fortunately, Bai Xiao was wearing a skirt today, which made things easier. Bai Xiao gritted her teeth, striving to control her emotions, reassuring her daughter that everything was all right. Ding! Oh, the little girl is not foolish. She has guessed something. Yilang softened his demeanor, becoming a bit more meticulous. Ding, ding, ding. Bai Xiao's favorability continued to rise as he searched her inside and out. Finally, he even checked her hair strands thoroughly before he felt at ease. Exhausted, Yilang sat rigidly on the floor, taking a breath. He looked at Bai Xiao, whose hands were still pressed tightly over her mouth, tears already welling in her eyes. Blood from her left hand had dripped onto her mouth corner, creating a strikingly tragic scene. Both she and Yilang felt drained and struggled to endure. At least it was over. Finally, it was over. Yilang reviewed the system notifications in his mind. Wow, there were as many as 10 notifications indicating an increase in Bai Xiao's favorability. This married woman had issues. Currently, Bai Xiao's favorability, 0, bystander. Observing the 2 notifications that had increased by 3 points, Yilang shook his hand with an expression of greater intrigue. Clearly, there was something amiss. Suddenly, Yilang grinned widely. A bystander? That would soon change. Yilang made his way to the table and picked up a bucket of water. He opened the cap and drank several gulps. The water spilling from the corner of his mouth made Bai Xiao unconsciously swallow. Instantly, her throat felt as if it were being scorched by flames. Yet, she dared not speak, merely widening her beautiful eyes in watchful silence. She observed this tall man in a security uniform, watching him drink with wild abandon, wiping his mouth with fervor as he approached her with the water. Bai Xiao's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Yilang noticed the rapid rise in favorability in his mind, and a smile crept onto his lips as he tilted his head and opened his mouth. He commanded, "Open wide." Bai Xiao obediently opened her mouth, her eyes filled with anticipation. In the next moment, water cascaded down, and she finally felt the long-awaited moisture. Bai Xiao shut her eyes tightly, allowing the water to glide over her parched lips and flow down her thirsty throat. Each drop felt like a sweet rain, alleviating the burning pain. She greedily swallowed, even choking, but still managed to suppress her cough and continue drinking. Tears mingled with water droplets, cascading down her cheeks and soaking her clothing. Yilang watched this extraordinary scene with a profound gaze, lost in thought. It was only when Bai Xiao's stomach slightly protruded that he gradually withdrew the bucket. He set it down and gently asked, "Are you done?" Bai Xiao, looking satisfied, nodded slightly, tears staining her cheeks, and softly replied, "I'm fine, thank you." Ding. Yi Lang smiled faintly, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Had she reached a state of fondness? He chuckled softly. In the midst of Bai Zhao's confused and alarmed gaze, Yi Lang turned and walked to the bedside table. Opening the drawer. Chapter 6. Get out of the way. You're as thin as a stick. Your mom is here. Yi Lang, don't. It's unnecessary. I didn't intend to. With a swift motion, Yi Lang fell silent, wrapping Bai Zhao's wrist tightly with adhesive tape, his actions decisive and efficient. Bi Xiao struggled, her voice tinged with tears. Yi Lang, you really don't have to do this. The sensation of being bound at the wrist stirred a feeling of unease within her. Ding. Yi Lang paid no mind and, as a precaution, continued to bind her ankles. At that moment, Bai Jin, who was hanging, began to tremble slightly due to her toes being stretched for too long. Her complexion turned pale, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. She seemed to have heard movements behind her, speaking urgently, "Mom, I'm fine." "Yes, fine." Bai Xiao and Yi Lang spoke almost simultaneously. Bai Jin was momentarily taken aback, lost in thought, and surprisingly closed her mouth. However, her flushed ears betrayed the turmoil within her. Bai Xiao and Yi Lang exchanged glances. She saw the approval in Yi Lang's eyes and felt a rush of embarrassment, lowering her head. Yet, Yi Lang lifted her chin, and as he noticed the glaring wound on her long, fair neck, the coagulated blood was still a shocking sight. Bai Xiao felt her heart race at the sight of his resolute and handsome face, and her heartbeat quickened. She took a deep breath, striving to calm her emotions, showing not a hint of her inner turmoil. Just as she was about to say something, the tape ripped around her slender neck. Ding ding. The system notifications chimed, indicating how intense Bai Zhao's emotional fluctuations were. Was this insufferable security guard insane? Yi Lang was certainly not insane. He had his own objectives. Observing the adhesive tape binding Bai Zhao's wrists, ankles, and neck, he revealed a satisfied smile. Yet the incessant dinging in his mind was quite bothersome. Yi Lang directly queried the system. "How can I silence the favorability notifications? They are incessant." The system remained silent for 2 seconds. If it had a life, it would surely curse. Incessant? Who caused it to ring endlessly? Your provocative actions were causing the fluctuations. How could they remain stable? Unfortunately, the system did not respond, but continued to answer mechanically. The host can silence the notifications by merely thinking it. The same applies for reopening them. The system reminds the host that the favorability of the task target is crucial. Please review it carefully. Yi Lang felt an immediate sense of relief after silencing the annoying sound of the affinity prompts. He chose to disregard the utterly immobilized Bai Xiao and straightened up to approach Bai Jin. "Yi Lang, what are you doing?" "Stop." Bi Xiao, witnessing Yi Lang's fierce glare as he turned abruptly, found herself unable to voice her concerns. Indeed, it was time to confront reality. Had she not already envisaged this predicament in her mind? Her own daughter. Oh, such is fate. Yet, as a mother, she found it challenging to speak up, her tone trembling. "At the very least, allow me to leave." Under the piercing gaze that felt almost tangible, Bai Xiao shivered and quickly amended her request. No. I meant, at least let Xiao Jin have some water, and then you can." Yi Lang was momentarily touched by Zhao's maternal instinct. He turned around, poured a glass of water, and continued toward Bai Jin. By this point, Bai Jin's legs were already trembling uncontrollably. Exhaustion had set in, and her feet, having been held rigid for too long, were beginning to cramp. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and persevered. The chilling glint in Yi Lang's eyes filled her with dread and shame. She refused to succumb to this humiliation as a woman. In that moment, Bai Jin found herself wishing fervently for the arrival of that wretched security guard. Surely anyone would be preferable to that kitchen knife. With a swift motion, Yi Lang yanked the sharp knife lodged between Bai Jin's legs from the door. Instantly, her body went limp and her wrist throbbed painfully. Yet, what was the pain in her wrist and arm compared to the current ordeal? "Look up." The authoritative command compelled Bai Jin, who was acutely aware of Yi Lang's volatile nature. to comply obediently. In the next instant, a stream of water flowed into her mouth and down her throat. Being, her eyes wide like her mother's, greedily gulped and swallowed. Even as the excess water trickled down her collar and splashed on her feet, she paid it no mind. It was only when the entire glass of water had been emptied into her that the sound of her swallowing ceased. Unable to contain herself, Bai Jin released a contented sigh, just as she was about to speak. "Oh, what are you doing? Don't touch me, you filthy guard." "No." Yelang, his expression darkening, smacked Bai Jin on the backside. "Is it really necessary for you to scream so pitifully just because I'm removing your shoes?" At that moment, Bai Xiao, lying on the floor, found it hard to watch. Her daughter's reaction was indeed exaggerated. Reflecting on this, Bai Xiao felt her face flush. However, Yilang's searching hands would not cease due to Bai Jin's outcry. Just like her mother, he meticulously searched her before finally feeling at ease. Subsequently, Bai Jin was restrained and secured to the shoe cabinet behind the door. With clenched silver teeth and a flush of humiliation, Bai Jin glared at Yilang. He remained unfazed. A few glares posed no threat compared to the potential dangers lurking. Although no one could conceal a blade there, one could never be too cautious. Yilang picked up a bottle of water and meticulously washed his hands. He then tore off the adhesive tape from Bai Xiao, pulled over a chair, and began to toy with a sharp kitchen knife beside Bai Jin. "Since you have consented to my sheltering you, I have provided you with water as promised. Therefore, the next steps need not be elaborated upon." At this moment, Bai Xiao struggled to sit up, her heart heavy with sorrow and helplessness as she gazed at her daughter. Tears streamed down her face, filled with anguish for the torment Bai Jin was about to endure. Yet Bai Jin suddenly lifted her head, gazing defiantly at Yilang. Despite her flushed cheeks and lingering fear, she shouted with unwavering strength, "Come on, I am not a person who goes back on my word. Be swift about it. I'll go with you to the room. I, Bai Jin, am not afraid of you. While you may possess my body, you get out of the way. You're as thin as a blade of grass. Shut your mouth." Yilang could no longer tolerate her incessant chatter and shouted back at Bai Jin. He then turned to Bai Xiao and commanded, "You, take the water and go wash up in the bathroom." Upon hearing this, a thunderclap seemed to strike Bai Jin's mind. Her beautiful eyes widened, mouth agape in disbelief as she stared at Yilang, frozen in place. Bai Xiao, equally incredulous, stared at Yilang as if to say, "You would rather have the young than the old?" Yet remembering her daily upkeep and care, she realized her body still retained a youthful firmness. Bi Xiao understood. This man was no ordinary rogue. Her face flushed crimson. She grasped the water and entered the bathroom. In that moment, Bai Jin finally snapped back to reality. "No, you. Come at me instead. I'll take you on." A sharp slap resounded as Yilang struck Bai Jin across the face with tremendous force, causing her body to sway, blood instantly trickling from the corner of her mouth. Yilang's eyes were cold, devoid of any compassion. Bai Jin covered her cheek, gritting her teeth, her gaze still fierce. Another slap followed, even more forceful, knocking Bai Jin to the side. In the bathroom, Bai Xiao, who was washing herself with water, flinched, though she did not halt her actions. It was better for her than for Xiao Jin. Observing the blood on Bai Jin's delicate face and the fresh wound at her mouth, Yilang spoke icily. "This is your final warning. If you still fail to grasp the situation, I will throw you out." Bai Jin fell silent, her head bowed in contemplation until Bai Xiao emerged, water in hand. Attired in an ill-fitting silk nightgown, covering her chest, Bai Jin then looked up and offered her mother a forced, complex smile. Yilang regarded her with interest before addressing the bashful Bai Xiao. "What was pursuing you both when you entered the elevator?" Bai Xiao's face paled, her shyness forgotten as she spoke with a mix of terror and uncertainty. It seemed to be an alligator. No, rather a gecko that resembled an alligator. Quite large and incredibly fast. Had we not run with all our might, it would have caught us long ago. Yilang's heart sank. It appeared that the 10th floor had indeed fallen, and other floors were not safe either. Fortunately, the fire escape door to the 17th floor was sealed shut. However, enhancing their strength could not be delayed any longer. Yilang glanced at Bai Jin. It was time to retrace the path they had taken. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task for the first time. Completion rate, 9 low. Increase 2 points of physical strength, affinity level. 27 unlocked strength growth module host. Yilang physical strength 8. Average for adult males is 5. Mental strength 1. Please allocate points cautiously. The system's basic food and water supply has doubled. Currently 6 pieces of bread and 2 buckets of water daily. Delicious food has been distributed. Automatically stored in the system space. System notification. Although the completion rate and affinity level do not meet the minimum requirements, a special reward of 1 body part enhancement has been granted due to the host's first successful task. Yilang looked at the 2 fingers on his right hand and internally scoffed. Is this the part you're enhancing? He continued to browse through the information, momentarily overwhelmed by the sheer volume of details. Particularly with the incessant notifications earlier, he was bombarded with alerts from both Bai Xiao and Bai Jin. Though most pertained to Bai Jin, the entertainment value was off the charts. Ignoring the affinity prompts concerning the mother-daughter duo, Yilang focused instead on the system's updates. 9. Low. His eyes widened in disbelief. What travesty! He withdrew his hand and, at that moment, had no desire to appreciate the breathtaking spring scenery. He threw on a pair of pants, left the bed, and walked out, ignoring Bai Jin's murderous glare as he strode toward the sofa. After sitting down, he gulped down several mouthfuls of water before solemnly inquiring of the system. System, how could it only be 9? Are you mistaken? The system replied coldly. This system does not make errors. Please enhance your quality. Yilang felt exasperated. Was it truly that difficult? How was the calculation of 2 points of physical strength determined? The system chimed, indicating the initial interaction with the task objective had been completed, resulting in a maximum increase in physical constitution. For subsequent interactions, the increase would be limited. Yilang's expression immediately fell. System, in this apocalyptic scenario, why must there be a frivolous affection meter? Does it not reduce me to a sycophant? Perhaps it ought to be replaced with loyalty or servitude values, which would be far more appropriate. The system remained silent, offering no reply. Yilang's eyelids twitched involuntarily as he glanced at Bai Jin. In that moment, Bai Jin, witnessing Yilang's upper body, which bore evident signs of rigorous training, momentarily displayed a flicker of panic in her otherwise hateful eyes. Yet, she quickly masked it with defiance, glaring back and gritting her teeth. What are you looking at? Do not presume I fear you. If you dare to touch me, I shall bite off that vile thing of yours. Go ahead, try it. Yilang was instantly engulfed in a tempest of fury. He stood upright, closing the distance towards Bai Jin with alarming speed, unfazed by the incessant alerts ringing in his mind. Bai Jin curled up, her fists clenched tightly, her body trembling like a leaf. Yet she steadfastly maintained her glare at Yilang. Grabbing a pink belt, he approached Bai Jin, but halted at the last moment. Yilang, brother, good brother. Spare Xiao Jin, she is still young. You possess the strength to confront me, so please, forgive her this once. Upon witnessing Bai Xiao kneeling on the ground, clutching his pants with a frantic grip, her nightgown hastily thrown on, she covered her chest with her right hand. Yilang's wrathful demeanor softened slightly as he observed the desperate plea from Bai Xiao. Ultimately, he chose to sit down. Yilang's voice emerged. As cold as the ice of the bleakest winter, Bai Jin, I do not lack for women. I possess the means to ensure a prosperous life for both you and your daughter, but I can also bring about your demise. Whether through thirst, hunger, falls, or being gnawed to death, all lies within my power. What gave you the audacity to act so brazenly before me twice? Or do you truly fear not death? Upon hearing such ominous fates, Bai Jin's fear finally surfaced. Her complexion turned ashen. Her lips quivered as she struggled to articulate a response. Bai Xiao, even more affected, trembled with every mention of death. In a moment of despair, she released her grip on her nightgown and, tears streaking her face, pleaded with Yilang, good brother. I beg you, do not harm her. She is my only daughter. Yilang regarded Bai Xiao with a cold, unblinking stare, remaining silent. I will obey. I will heed your commands. Bai Jin will comply. I will teach her, and she listens well. She will be obedient. As Bai Xiao spoke, she suddenly turned to Bai Jin and shouted, Xiao Jin apologized to Yilang immediately. Seeing her mother, stripped bare of dignity, beseeching for her, Bai Jin's heart ached. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she stammered, "I'm sorry, Yilang. I will listen." Louder. Both Yilang and Bai Xiao barked in unison, being inhaled deeply. Her voice trembling yet striving to amplify. "I'm sorry, Yilang. I will listen." Yilang ceased to torment being, letting out a cold snort before addressing Bai Xiao. "Go to the wardrobe and put on something that pleases me." Chapitre 8. Pinacle. Exquisite cuisine. A grand watermelon? Ignoring the pale visage of Bai Xiao, who trembled as she rose and staggered towards the wardrobe, Yilang continued to peruse the system notifications in his mind. The foremost alert read, "System notification. If the affection level is negative, no enhancement in physical constitution will be granted." Yilang's expression twitched in distaste, pondering why physical enhancement was tied to affection. Was there a hidden secret? He then inquired, "Will the foundational configuration also double?" The system paused for a moment before responding. "Yes." Yilang smiled, feeling relieved. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. If foundational resources doubled, then one loaf of bread, approximately 1 cubic decimeter in volume, combined with 3 loaves and 5 cubic decimeters of water would amount to 0.008 cubic meters. A single doubling would yield 0.016 cubic meters, and 2 doublings would result in 0.032 cubic meters. Given Earth's volume is approximately 1.08321 billion cubic kilometers, by this ratio, it would only take 10 for 116. 625 doublings for him to fill the entire Earth. To burst the universe would require merely 3,231,045 doublings. A frenzied glint flickered in Yilang's eyes as he smirked coldly. If that is the case, then what a joke. Yilang concluded his impractical reverie and continued scrolling through the notifications. Abruptly, the whimsical thoughts dissipated, replaced by a surge of frustration. "System, could you please clarify what spiritual strength means? Am I a fool? Please refrain from disparaging yourself. The average spiritual strength for an adult human on Earth is 1. You are merely slightly below that." Yilang's expression did not improve with the system's response. He continued to grind his teeth. "This is discrimination. Discrimination against us athletes. Well then, even if it is 1, it should have a specific value. So, tell me, 0.1. Fine, I am indeed a fool." Yilang let out a long sigh, his exasperation spilling over. "As a reminder, please do not insult yourself. Moreover, spiritual strength is unrelated to intelligence. It is a distinct form of power. In comparison, physical strength holds equal merit. Furthermore, upon interacting with a task objective at 100 affection points, you will receive free attribute points, which you may allocate to enhance either spiritual strength or physical constitution." Yilang's eyes brightened, a smile finally breaking through. While achieving 100 affection points before the apocalypse might be challenging, now, in this dire time, it merely required a few tactics, something he was well versed in. Thankfully, there were indeed free attribute points. In that case, it would be imperative to engage with the task objective. However, what did the cautious allocation of spiritual strength entail? What would happen if I increased it? Would I become insane? Yilang curiously inquired of the system, which remained silent. Bai Jin, meanwhile, gazed at Yilang, clad only in a pair of boxers, her expression one of sheer terror. What was he doing? How frightening! His face was shifting between red and yellow. Was he cosplaying a traffic light? How bizarre! Yilang remained oblivious to Bai Jin's implicit judgments. "System, why is there only the physical constitution listed? Shouldn't there be strength and speed as well?" Physical constitution is a comprehensive representation, encompassing strength, speed, and more. Enhancing physical constitution will augment all capabilities. The system's explanation was succinct, and Yilang chose not to press further. He flexed his right index and middle fingers, feeling them become extraordinarily agile and powerful, effortlessly responsive. With excitement, he asked System, "To what extent have my fingers developed? Can they pierce through steel plates?" Please do not indulge in fanciful thinking. Only upon achieving 100 affection points with the task objective will you be rewarded with enhancements to your bodily parts, magnified to 10 times that of an ordinary person. At this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Yilang's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. Tenfold is still tenfold. I shall become the most formidable finger on the entire planet. Ha ha. A gentle reminder. Your assertion lacks accuracy. The system has detected individuals among Earth's ordinary populace whose fingers are no less impressive than yours. Yelang Posit. A vision of a well-known Japanese teacher renowned for his fingers flashing through his mind. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Yi Lang began to feel exhilarated. Pinaka cuisine. He was eager to discover the nature of this exquisite delicacy. System, have I met the requirements for pinnacle cuisine? Quickly, show me what this pinnacle cuisine truly is. Ding. Pinnacle cuisine has been placed into the system space. Please check it yourself. Before Yi Lang could examine it, Bai Xiao emerged shyly from the wardrobe. Instantly, Yi Lang's attention was captivated, and he stood upright. There stood the exquisite young woman, clad in a simple white long-sleeve shirt paired with a green and white checkered bow, complemented by a pleated skirt of the same color. She was unmistakably dressed in a JK outfit, adorned with a black cat ear headband. She gently held the hem of her pleated skirt as she approached Yi Lang, step by step. With a bashful expression, she dared not look at Yelong, nor at her daughter beside her. Bi Xiao was overwhelmed with shame and indignation. Whose home was this anyway? What were those clothes in the dressing room? After much effort, she finally found a somewhat decent outfit, but the way Yelong gazed at her made her uncertain once again. Yelong was taken aback by her innocent yet alluring demeanor. Bijin, witnessing the ridiculous behavior of the odious security guard, turned her head in disdain. Upon seeing her mother in that somewhat tight JK outfit, her resentment towards Yelong deepened. Along with a flicker of reproach towards her mother for complying with this detestable security guard's whims and dressing so innocently. Yelong, however, was not preoccupied with assessing any culinary delights. With a strange cry, he dashed to Bi Xiao's side, hoisting the bashful Bi Xiao and sprinting towards the bedroom. Bijin, shackled, couldn't help but roll her eyes. She was in great distress, not only for her mother, but also because she had consumed too much water earlier, and being handcuffed was not conducive to her predicament. Could this insufferable security guard not hasten his pace? Unfortunately, he did not. Yi Lang, with his robust physique clad in nothing but a pair of shorts, settled onto the sofa with the somewhat feeble Bi Xiao. Moreover, he shifted slightly to reveal the stylish coffee table, intending to show off. With a flick of his right hand, a spectacular scene unfolded as 3 half-meter-long watermelons appeared on the table. Why are there watermelons? Bijin exclaimed, startled and terrified. Yi Lang, momentias dun, hastily inquired of the system. Is this peak cuisine really just watermelon? Though delicious, how can it be considered the pinnacle? The system responded, ding. Peak cuisine refers to the food that one desires most desperately in a state of peak condition, rather than what the host perceives as peak. In fact, the host merely serves the role of chef. Yelong understood, feeling exasperated. After all that effort, he was just a chef? Why couldn't it be his favorite? This system was rather servile. No, he must resist assimilation and approach it differently. Looking at Bi Xiao, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation and lips slightly parted, he remarked, after so many days of apocalypse, you don't crave sumptuous meats, but watermelon? Bi Xiao was taken aback, unsure of Yelong's meaning, and puzzled by how he knew her intense longing for watermelon, which he had seemingly conjured out of thin air. As her gaze fell upon the succulent watermelon, her spirits lifted slightly, and she softly replied, I've loved the watermelons from my hometown since childhood. Unfortunately, they are too fragile to transport, even with layers of foam. Some crack as soon as they are picked. I used to accompany my father to the fields, savoring those cracked melons, and they were incredibly sweet. During these apocalyptic days, I haven't eaten much, and there's no water, feeling both thirsty and hungry. I thought, if only I could have some watermelon, I would die content. Yelong comprehended that this was a nostalgic craving, enhanced by the fact that watermelon served both as food and drink, explaining her fervent desire for it. Are you Superman? No, are you a deity? How can you conjure watermelons? Observing Bi Xiao's anxious yet adoring expression and Bijin's incredulous, trembling form, Yelong's vanity reached an exhilarating high. He smiled nonchalantly. I possess superpowers. You may order whatever you wish in the future. Really? Then I want steak. Bi Xiao exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with hope, though still somewhat incredulous. Yet, with the apocalypse upon them, what was there to doubt? Yalong felt a bit awkward. Not right now. You must wait a moment. Bixiao, confused, asked if it's fine, then why wait? Chapter 9. Official Notification. Codename Red Sunday. Why is there no rescue? Yalong became displeased. Listen, what do people say? He stood up, grasping the bewildered Bixiao, ready to risk his life for the sake of the lady. However, at that moment, Bijin interjected. Yalong, I can't hold it anymore. Please, let me go to the bathroom. Bixiao gasped, rising to her feet, but her legs were weak, and she stumbled into Yalong's quick embrace. She anxiously implored. Yalong, dear brother, hurry, Bijin can't hold it anymore. Please let her go. The previously calm, Yalong's expression turned icy. Let her go. Impossible. Have you not seen Bijin's affection rating? He briefly glanced at his mental tally of affection levels. It had plummeted to -91, indicating sheer loathing. Were it not for her being pivotal in enhancing Bixiao's affection, he would have long since dealt with her. Yet, a few intriguing notes caught his attention. 2 hours prior, the affection rating had dropped by 5 points, right when he entered the room. An hour and a half ago, it fell another 5 points, presumably when the system dispensed peak cuisine. Another 2 drops of 3 points each had occurred half an hour and 10 minutes ago, correlating with the delivery of 2 large watermelons. Next time, he would need to ensure Bixiao kept her voice down. It wouldn't do for the little girl to hear. Yalong coldly denied Bixiao's plea, but walked over to Bijin and unlocked one of her handcuffs, allowing it to rest on his wrist. As for Bixiao, with an affection rating of 75, infatuated, there was little to worry about. He roughly seized Bijin's hand, dragging her towards the restroom. Bijin blushed, saying, Yalong, if you don't let me go, I can't relieve myself. Yalong remained silent, fixing her with a cold stare. Bijin, mortified, retorted, You can't expect me to pull down my pants like this. Yalong chuckled, his tone teasing, You shouldn't need to pull down your pants right now. Ding. Bijin. Affection level, -93. As the sound of running water echoed, Yalong, under Bijin's mortified gaze, cleaned the toilet with pure water. He then brought her back to the sofa, securing her hand again. Grabbing a sharp kitchen knife, he plunged it into a watermelon. With a crack, the watermelon split open. Without hesitation, he took a piece and began to devour it. Under Yalong's encouraging glance, Bixiao hastily followed suit. Bijin, her mouth watering, swallowed several times. Yet, without Yalong's permission, Bixiao dared not offer her a bite. Eventually sated, Bixiao confirmed that the watermelons from her hometown were indeed delicious. Worthy of the title of peak cuisine, Yalong patted his belly, gazing at Bixiao, who was watching him intently. With a playful grin, he asked, Would you like some watermelon, little girl? Seeing her nod fervently and Bijin listen intently, he picked up a slice and brought it to Bijin's lips, teasingly saying, Open up. After personally feeding Bijin watermelon, Yalong wiped his hands, then reclined on the sofa, resting his feet on her long, smooth legs. Bixiao, please tidy up. Instantly, Bixiao's face flushed crimson. She now realized she was calling her Annie after just addressing Bijin as Grandpa. What a ridiculous hierarchy. Not daring to ponder further, she rose with difficulty, beginning to clean up obediently while Yalong perused his phone. It was now the 4th day of the apocalypse. Yet miraculously, the internet and electricity had not faltered, exuding an absurd sense of normalcy. There was still no official rescue information on the microblog, but a pinned notification had sparked widespread discussion. The official announcement read, Please do not go outside. Please do not go outside. Please do not go outside. On June 1st, 2028, an unknown global upheaval occurred, posing a significant threat to human safety and living conditions. This worldwide disaster has been codenamed Red Sunday to ensure the utmost protection of life and property and to maintain social order and stability. The following urgent notice is hereby issued. Firstly, the current grave situation reveals an unprecedented global ecological anomaly, where terrestrial regions are engulfed by rampant vegetation, creating dense barriers that obstruct visibility and passage. Among the aggressive flora, mutated vines have developed tendrils with diameters reaching several dozen centimeters and heights surpassing 10 stories, exhibiting strong predatory behavior by actively ensnaring living beings for sustenance. Additionally, Mutated insects have significantly increased in size, with mosquitoes swelling to dimensions comparable to fists or even footballs, leading to an explosive population surge and heightened risks of disease transmission. Cockroaches, locusts, and other pests also pose severe destructive capabilities. Animals such as cats, dogs, lizards, and birds have experienced size augmentations ranging from several to hundreds of times their original dimensions, becoming ferocious and having attacked humans on multiple occasions. Secondly, safety precautions are imperative. Citizens are urged to remain indoors, securely closing doors and windows, and reinforcing them with sandbags or wooden boards to prevent the intrusion of mutated flora and fauna. The global water supply is rapidly depleting, and the water supply system is in disarray. Thus, it is crucial to seal and preserve any stored water to prevent contamination and waste. Food spoilage accelerates due to exposure. Therefore, various food items should be vacuum sealed or stored in low-temperature, dry environments. It is essential to remain calm and rational, refraining from spreading rumors, and closely monitoring official information while cooperating with government directives. Thirdly, the maintenance of social order is a priority. Security agencies will impose stringent legal repercussions on those who exploit the chaos for robbery, theft, harm, spreading rumors, or engaging in violent crimes. Government departments are committed to maintaining the operation of essential infrastructure, such as electricity and networks, while monitoring social dynamics in real time to ensure that criminal activities cannot evade justice. Lastly, a message from the leadership states that in this merciless apocalypse, humanity must stand united through adversity. It is imperative that everyone adheres strictly to these guidelines, communicates them to one another, and collectively fortifies our defenses. Subsequent measures and information will be disseminated promptly through various channels such as broadcasts, television, and the internet. On June 4, 2028, the Emergency Management Office of the XX government issued this notice. Upon reading this message, Yi Lang felt a heavy weight in his heart. The government's warnings against leaving home instilled a deep sense of dread. Why has calamity struck? What is the truth behind this apocalypse? Why has the government not initiated rescue? Are the citizens to remain trapped in their homes, left to fend for themselves? This is not in line with the long-standing principles of the Longwa. In this nation, wherever disaster strikes, there are always those who rise to the occasion. This has been validated through countless tribulations. Until the final moment, Longguo would never lightly abandon any of its citizens. This is also why the Western powers have never dared to underestimate us. Why, then, does Longguo appear so powerless in the face of this minor cataclysm? Can mere flesh-and-blood monstrosities truly withstand firearms? Certainly not. Carbon-based life forms are ultimately fragile in the face of guns, missiles, and even nuclear weapons. So, what is the reason behind this? Chapter 10. A struggle for survival in a fractured world. The pinned, official notification quickly ignited a flurry of comments, curiously dominated by expressions of support. Some shared protective experiences, others inquired about resource preservation methods, while many pledged their commitment to strictly follow government directives and collectively confront this crisis. Official accounts promptly responded to these comments, addressing inquiries, instilling confidence, and calling for unity to weather the storm. Simultaneously, comments from relevant departments and scholars on how to maximize food storage, mitigate risks, and introduce various mutated organisms were pinned for visibility. Conversely, messages of skepticism, heartfelt pleas for help, genuine disclosures about the apocalyptic disaster, and calls for self-preservation were swiftly deleted or obscured. The comments section exhibited an eerie harmony. Yi Lang keenly observed a few distinct messages, one of which claimed that an individual had awakened a supernatural ability capable of conjuring strange flames that could incinerate all. Accompanied by an image, this message flashed by quickly, and he did not take much notice. Another comment appeared to be from an entomologist urging everyone to learn about various insects, particularly social insects like mosquitoes, bees, and ants, which posed significant risks of invading homes and could not be countered by human effort. He noted that individual or solitary insects and animals remained relatively safe. as closing doors and staying indoors would prevent these now massive creatures from easily breaching one's dwelling. He also discovered that the smaller the creature, the greater its size increase. Conversely, larger creatures tended to experience relatively lesser growth. However, he added that plants were an exception, as their growth changes were more complex and unpredictable. Despite his swift actions, Yilang failed to capture screenshots of these insights. Meanwhile, comments that were humorous, bizarre, or propagating cult-like ideologies were drowned out in a sea of positivity, garnering no attention. Yilang closed Weibo and opened Doulang, where the content appeared more genuine. Strangely, some videos depicting raw, bloody, and brutal realities lingered longer on Doulang, occasionally remaining uncensored and glaringly visible. The majority were desperate pleas for help, as internet users exhausted all means to survive. Many recorded shaky videos of their devastated homes, tearfully recounting their plight and beseeching kind-hearted souls for material assistance in their dire circumstances. The comments below were rife with dark humor, as if no one truly regarded the life and death of others or their own. Given the context of 2028, the pathways for ordinary individuals had grown exceedingly narrow. Resources were scarce, the environment deteriorated, and advancements in soft technology, intelligent robotics, functional machinery, and AI further complicated survival for the common folk. Yilang, a national martial arts champion, found himself needing a secondary fire safety certification just to apply for a security position. People had grown accustomed to seeking humor in despair, using jest to mask their inner fears. Of course, there were those who were clever. Once fearful of censorship, the young men and women now reveled in their liberated nature. They seemed eager to showcase their provocative graduation photos, leaving viewers astounded. Yilang, however, remained unfazed, merely wishing to immerse himself in the screen. Observing the revealing antics of those around him, Baijin, hesitant to act boldly, turned away, unable to watch. Yilang rubbed his feet and continued to scroll through videos. As he did, he stumbled upon a captivating clip featuring a streamer named by Yun Yao, clad in a modest outfit, disdainfully declaring, "What? I am a serious graduate of a prestigious university and an official League of Legends S7 broadcaster. You expect me to be risque? Not chance. I only dabble in the edges of propriety." To his astonishment, this previously demure individual suddenly transformed into a seductive figure, playfully flirting with the camera. Yilang couldn't help but chuckle, irresistibly drawn into her live stream. There, Bai Yun Yao was clad in a sleeveless, high-neck black dress, boldly cut to reveal her skin at the waist and hips, accentuating her alluring figure. The most outrageous detail was that she had draped a layer of black lace over her eyes. At that moment, she was forming a heart shape with her hands across her chest, swaying her upper body while playfully thanking her admirers for their affection. Yet she implored, "Dear brothers, especially those from the same city, could you please send me some supplies? I haven't eaten or drunk anything in days and lack the strength to move." The comment section was a gathering place for those with risque humor. "Mr. Heng, I have always advised you. You are inherently suited for this line of work. Back then, you scolded me. How does it feel now?" Bai Yunao's eyes glimmered, threatening to ignite with anger. However, upon noticing the several local brothers behind the camera sending her supplies of water and bread via drone, she obediently silenced herself. "Luobwa, Suixiong, Mr. Heng, my dear brother, your discernment is unparalleled. Yet, perhaps the broadcaster is always prepared. Her movements are no less professional than those next door. Mr. Wang from Jiafu Supermarket, truly remarkable, indeed, is the contrast that reigns supreme. Broadcaster, we're not far apart. Could you perform another dance for us?" Upon seeing Jiafu Supermarket, Bai Yunao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Welcome, Brother Wang. I'll give you an even more explosive performance." Suddenly, a rhythmically captivating tune, Kukap Gape, Garlic Dance, filled the air. Bai Yunao began to sway dramatically to the music, her enchanting gaze veiled beneath delicate fabric, her movements bold yet graceful. Finally, as the chorus approached, her expression turned dreamy, her lips slightly bitten, her long, slender hands clenched into fists at her chest, and the live stream exploded with fervor, a torrent of comments flooding the screen. Liang Guang Miao. I can't take it anymore. Who turned me into air? Zilong. I don't understand. Is the broadcaster punishing invisible agents? Dayak. Hang in there, broadcaster. It's almost over. Hashan. Dayak, my brother above. Well done, I've already finished. 8-level Gale. Just 10 more seconds. Bai Yunao evidently knew how to maximize her popularity. Beginning to hum. Chapter 11. When men ignite, women have little to do with it. For a full 10 seconds, a multitude of viewers erupted with enthusiasm. Yi Lang was among them. Indeed, the ID 8-level Gale belonged to him. The atmosphere in the live stream reached a pinnacle as Bai Yunao gasped, rubbing her wrist, and with a seductive smile, said, "Thank you for your support, brothers. However, my wrist is quite sore. Couldn't any kind brother airdrop me some food? I am at XX neighborhood XXXX." Ignoring the flood of gift effects in the live stream, Bai Yunao continued to plead for supplies. She wasn't foolish. Money had little use now. Food and drink were the true saviors. At that moment, Mr. Wong from Jiafu Supermarket sent a comment. "I have plenty of supplies. Our neighborhood isn't far. Why don't you come here directly? I have a small aircraft." In 2028, Longwa's aviation economy flourished. Drones and small aircraft had become irreplaceable transportation tools and vital means for supply delivery. Mr. Wong was not deceiving her. Upon reading this comment, before Bai Yunao could speak, the live stream comments erupted. "Little bro one. Wow, big brother must have a lot of supplies. I'm in a nearby neighborhood. Please save me. I'm really going to starve. Little bear soft candy 3. Big brother, look at my profile. I can dance too, and I can do even more. Big muscle 3. Big brother, let us not be so gender specific. You have supplies. I have muscles. Together we will be invincible. I happen to know a technique for simultaneously sheathing our swords." Ignoring the clamor in the comments, Bai Yunao quickly added Mr. Wong from Jiafu Supermarket as a friend and swiftly ended the stream. This left many netizens lamenting, yet another opportunity given away. At least this girl could live well if Mr. Wong truly had a supermarket. Seeing no excitement left to observe, Yi Lang continued scrolling. Meanwhile, the uncomfortable Bai Jin occasionally glanced at Yi Lang's bare torso and legs, occasionally emitting a suppressed giggle, her heart racing with anxiety. Was this all a scheme to provoke me? What should I do? But there was no alternative. My mother? How could we? But what if he insisted? If he wanted to join? Bai Jin's heart was a tempest of confusion and unease. Meanwhile, Yi Lang, having mistakenly browsed several female-oriented streams, disdainfully closed along. Perhaps due to the increasing number of borderline streamers, the platform's precise recommendation features seemed to falter. But it must be said, when men indulge in such antics, women have little to do with it. Yi Lang felt a shiver run down his spine. Moreover, the lewdness displayed by the male viewers in the comments was no less than that of the more seasoned offenders. This truly was a nationwide struggle for survival through flirtation. In just a short while, Yi Lang encountered numerous comments from previously established streamers now resorting to borderline tactics. Artists who once painted now drew hearts. Those who used to mix noodles now accompanied little maids. Trainers of dogs now turned their focus to training themselves. Those who once poured water on sheep now poured it on abs. As long as one could cast aside their dignity, there would always be an audience with unique tastes willing to pay. Perhaps a benefactor would airdrop supplies or even whisk someone away. Was this not a means to survive? Yi Lang understood and respected this, yet it reeked of absurdity and decay. At that moment, Bai Xiao had already tidied up the coffee table and the floor. Noticing Yi Lang continuously chuckling at his phone, she wisely refrained from speaking and casually changed the bed sheets. Herr Gazettowarts Yi Lang soft in it. Seeing that the coffee table was clean, Yi Lang retracted his foot from Bai Jin's abdomen and sat up. He pointed, and instantly the table was filled with bread, bottled water, and 2 halves of a watermelon. Yi Lang shifted his position, unabashedly embracing Bai Jin. Bai Jin's struggles were stifled by Yi Lang's fierce gaze, rendering her immobile. Though her body stiffened with tension, Yi Lang beckoned for the resigned Bai Xiao to come over. After embracing the beautiful young woman clad in a JK uniform, he opened the camera on his phone and handed it to Bai Jin, calmly stating, "Let us take a group photo. Ensure the items on the coffee table are included." Bai Jin, helpless, shakily opened the camera and aimed it at the 3 of them. "Smile. Don't you dare look glum. Both Bai Jin and Bai Xiao shuddered, forcing a faint smile. Click. Yi Lang took back the phone, scrutinizing the photograph. At the moment Yi Lang released his grip, Bai Jin immediately distanced herself. Yi Lang paid no mind, satisfied with the clarity of the photo, and uploaded it directly to the Meishu Jindao owners group, captioning it, "Only accepting beautiful women. Interested parties may privately message for photos." At that time, the group was still mourning the tragic news of the 10th floor of Building 3 being overrun with heavy casualties. Yet Yi Lang's message crashed into the chat like a stone into a lake, instantly stirring waves. Chairman Jiangfang Zhou of the Owners Committee from Building 1. Unit 1105? Yi Lang, what time is it? Are you still engaging in shameless activities? Are you here to flaunt? If you still have any humanity, you should surrender the food and water for the Owners Committee to distribute uniformly. The party and the state will not forget your contributions. Chairman Fang Mingda of the Owners Committee from Building 2, Unit 1309. Indeed, Yi Lang, Chairman Jiang speaks the truth. The 10th floor of Building 3 has already been occupied by terrifying creatures and plants. The other floors are also unsafe. This is the most urgent moment. We should unite. Anyone with excess supplies should submit them to the Owners Committee for unified distribution, so we can weather this crisis together. Li Wenxuan of the Owners Committee from Building 2. Unit 1415. Yes, Yi Lang, you must consider the bigger picture. Several others from the Owners Committee echoed this sentiment. Yi Lang scoffed and chose not to respond. Li Mingshan from Building 1, Unit 1104. I support the Owners Committee's proposal. Not just Yi Lang. Everyone should surrender their supplies for centralized management, so we can all survive. Responses flooded in, with supportive comments pouring forth. Yet, there were also astute individuals, waiting for the wind from Building 3, Unit 1511. Li Mingshan from Building 1, Unit 1104. Naturally you, who have no supplies, wish for centralized distribution. But why should we give away what we have painstakingly accumulated? Li Mingshan from Building 1. Unit 1104. Waiting for the wind from Building 3. Unit 1511. Since you say that, does your family have plenty of supplies? Why don't you hurry and share them with everyone? Sandong Yao Wu Yao Yao Deng Feng Lai. You foolish individual, cease your baseless claims. My household lacks such provisions, and I suspect you possess an abundance of water and food, feigning poverty to acquire more. Yidong Yao Yao Ling Si Li Mingshan, Sandong Yao Wu Yao Yao Deng Feng Lai. How dare you? The quarrel escalated, saturating the group with accusations and rebuttals. 3-1001 feet. Everyone, please stop arguing. Are you not aware of the seriousness of the situation? Just 2 or 3 hours ago, the entire 10th floor fell into chaos. There are not only moving, eerie vines and mosquitoes the size of footballs, but also a gigantic gecko. Although I have never encountered a gecko measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, it undoubtedly resembles one. Many of our neighbors were devoured after being struck down by that gecko while they were behind closed doors. Sandong Yao Wu Yao Yao Deng Feng Lai, Sandong Yao Ling Ling Yao Fan Yi. Is that true? Do not frighten us. If such a terrifying gecko exists, how did you manage to survive? 3-12-17 Isha. Is there truly a gecko of that size? Can it really break through doors? Does that mean the entire 3-dong is unsafe? 3-11-01 Chao. Indeed, what should we do? Who can save us? A wave of panic swept through many residents of 3-dong. Yi Lang's expression darkened, despite the sturdy password-locked stairwell door on the 17th floor. However, the idea of a 4 or 5 meter creature breaking through the door was not far-fetched. How could safety be ensured? Yi Lang glanced at Bai Jin, harboring immense disdain for the system's favorability feature. Yet, for the sake of his physical condition, he suppressed his feelings. Bai Jin felt flustered under Yi Lang's intermittent gaze, her mind racing. Why does he keep staring? Unbeknownst to Yi Lang, Bai Jin was grappling with her own thoughts. He resolved to employ some unconventional tactics. Chapter 12. What do ethics and morals matter? Yi Lang took a deep breath and continued to peruse the messages in the group. Sandong Yao Ling Ling Yao Fan Yi, Sandong Yao Wu Yao Yao Deng Feng Lai. Everything I said is the truth. I narrowly escaped by climbing to the 11th floor in time. I must sincerely thank Brother Wang Wei and Sister Qin Ling from 3-dong 1102 for opening the stairwell door and providing refuge. Otherwise, I would have been in grave danger. I propose that we reinforce the stairwell door on the 11th floor. A mere lock is insufficient, or we may all face the same peril. 3 Dong 11 0 2 Wong Wai. The password lock on the stairwell door is broken. I merely use a lock I found at home to secure it. After all, we are neighbors. When one is in trouble, we should lend a hand. Inside 3 Dong 11 0 2 Wong Wei, having sent his message, cast a reproachful glance at the cautiously seated Fee. The look conveyed a silent reprimand for expressing gratitude in the group. Observing Wong Wei's barely concealed smile, Fan Yi scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. 3栋121里血3栋1001翻译. Even if we seal the stairwell door to prevent the large gecko from entering, what about those eerie vines? What about the mosquitoes? Are we all just waiting to perish? 3 Dong 1001 feet. Hence, I suggest we unlock the barriers and have those on the lower floors move up to the upper floors. By consolidating our strength, we can collectively confront the danger and await national rescue. This way, our chances of survival will increase. Upon hearing this, the residents of the 11th and 12th floors unanimously agreed, as the spacious apartments of Mei Shu Jindao could certainly accommodate more people. However, responses from the 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th floors were scant. This is no joke. It is an apocalypse. Food and water are already scarce, and the residents below are better off in their own homes. Bringing supplies is one thing, but if they come empty-handed, won't they have to resort to consuming their own provisions? Furthermore, in such desperate times, who would dare open their doors to outsiders? Fan Yi's intentions seemed dubious. Yilang continued to sift through the group messages, finding nothing of value before exiting the chat. A sense of urgency gripped him. The strange vines, swarms of gigantic mosquitoes, and the gecko capable of breaking through doors rendered him unable to enjoy the peace of solitude. He observed Bai Jin's anxious expression, his own demeanor darkening. Desperately, he inquired of the system, is it truly impossible to increase my physical attributes with a negative favorability score, even by a mere point? Ding. System notification. This system is not a mere grind. The host must develop favorability positively. Furthermore, favorability is crucial, so please explore on your own. Yilang cursed under his breath, lamenting the system's ineptitude. As he reviewed Bai Jin's favorability stats, he found himself feeling somewhat better. Being favorability, minus 89. This must have resulted from the time he offered her watermelon, which increased by 3 points. Being favorability, minus 88. This must have been when he asked her to clean up. It inexplicably increased by 1 point. A wicked smile crept across Yilang's face. It appeared that the young girl possessed certain qualities she was unaware of. Moreover, his strategy seemed to be correct. Given the hellish difficulty of increasing favorability with someone like Bai Jin, unorthodox methods were necessary. As for why Bai Jin's favorability was so challenging, it was self-evident. Any normal girl would find it just as difficult to maintain a relationship with her mother. Yet, Yilang did not find it particularly daunting, as he had endured rigorous training from a woman who was akin to a hellish nightmare. Reflecting on that woman sent a chill through Yilang, his expression becoming as cold as ice. Bai Jin had grown accustomed to observing the rapid shifts in his demeanor. At that moment, she felt a mix of embarrassment and urgency as the watermelon she'd consumed had her feeling the need to relieve herself. However, she was desperate to avoid reliving the previous experience. Yilang, hearing the notifications of favorability increase, was puzzled by Bai Jin's flustered demeanor. What is wrong with this girl? Bisiao Kinderstun beginst predicament. She shot Yilang an exasperated glance and whispered a few words in his ear. Absolutely not, Yilang replied, shaking his head in refusal. You can go to the restroom, but you expect me to assist you? That's not appropriate. Please, just let me finish. Bi Xiao, seeing her daughter's face redden, couldn't help but lightly smack the impudent man. Suddenly realizing her fear, she glanced at Yilang, relieved to find that he was not angry, and continued softly, No, I meant I would help her change. You are truly incorrigible. Finally grasping the situation, Yilang scratched his head and laughed heartily. He then nodded. All right, go choose a pair of pants and a new undergarment, and help her change in the restroom. Bai Xiao hurried to the wardrobe and soon returned with 2 pieces of fabric, assisting her daughter into the restroom. Yilang reclined on the sofa, scrolling through Doulang. And after a while, Bai Xiao emerged, leading the bashful Bai Jin. Yilang stood up straight upon seeing her. Bai Jin had replaced her ripped hot pants with a pair of gray-black seamless leggings. Coincidentally, they featured bold cutout designs reminiscent of the streamer by Yun Yao, exposing her fair and hydrated skin, which belied the fact that she had not bathed for 4 days. Bai Jin's hands were still restrained by pink fur-lined handcuffs. Her head lowered, cheeks flushed, and her gaze evasive. In the restroom, she had previously complained to her mother about the choice of pants and undergarments. However, Bai Xiao had insisted that this was the most conservative option available. Bai Jin inwardly cursed the previous owner of the house, lamenting the discomfort of the garments. As Yilang approached, step by step, under Bai Jin's panicked gaze, he suddenly pulled Bai Xiao close. Before them appeared 2 generous plates of steak and glasses of red wine. Bai Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight. She finally believed Yilang's words. This steak and red wine were the exquisite delicacies she had savored years ago at a banquet, lingering in her memory ever since. How astonishing it was that this godlike man could conjure them once more with his magical prowess. It was utterly captivating, observing his own vitality increase to 93. Yilang smiled with satisfaction. The sight of Bai Xiao's affection rating at 86 filled him with even greater pride, a testament to his diligent efforts. Yilang's gaze softened as he encouraged her, "Don't just stare, please indulge. Is it not your favorite flavor?" Bai Xiao hesitated, glancing at her daughter, still reluctant to partake, though her eyes were filled with yearning as they sought Yilang's. "Bai Jin, do join us. Don't be shy. A meal is more enjoyable when shared as a family." Yilang beckoned Bai Jin to sit beside him. Bai Jin rolled her eyes in annoyance. Who did he think he was to assume such a familial role? Yet the steak was undeniably enticing, exuding aroma and flavor, steam wafting up from its surface. She couldn't help but swallow hard. What had she and her mother endured in recent days, with no proper meal? The sight of the steaming steak was simply irresistible. Seeing her daughter obediently take a seat next to Yilang, Bai Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Though her daughter had been resistant to Yilang due to her own feelings, at least she was no longer throwing tantrums. In these dire times, being near such a godlike man was a stroke of fortune. What did mere ethical constraints matter in comparison? At this moment, Yilang and Bai Xiao were enjoying Kobe filet mignon paired with a 2002 Lafite secondary label. The grilled steak was enveloped in a fragrant caramelized crust, yet tender and juicy within. Yilang savored a piece, relishing its melt-in-the-mouth quality. The red wine, however, did not quite suit his palate, possibly due to his inexperience with it. Bai Jin was nearly drooling. After days of subsisting on mere watermelon, this detestable security guard had denied her the bread earlier. And now, gazing at the protein-rich steak, her stomach growled audibly. As if in response to her hunger, Yilang sliced a piece of steak and offered it to her. Bai Jin's eyes sparkled, but before she could open her mouth, Yilang's teasing voice interrupted. "If you wish to eat, the steak and wine are here. But we still lack music. Sing a song, and I will not only feed you, but ensure you have your fill." Bai Jin's anticipation swiftly turned to indignation, and she turned her head away, gritting her teeth in silence. Yilang chuckled, unfazed, for he relished in teasing disobedient girls. Ignoring the system's prompt regarding his affection rating, he encouraged the perplexed Bai Xiao to continue enjoying the steak. The exquisite steak, both delicious and generously portioned, left them with an entire bottle of wine consumed. Yet their plates of steak barely touched. Bai Xiao rubbed her slightly rounded belly, content and humming, although she felt a twinge of concern for her daughter. She recognized that Yilang was engaging in a unique game with Bai Jin. As a mother, her role was to watch quietly, knowing that the worst outcome would be merely that. With this thought, her mindset lightened considerably. She smiled as she observed Yilang playfully teasing her daughter with the steak, while Bai Jin persistently turned away, refusing to sing. Bai Jin was unaware of her mother's thoughts. Otherwise, she would be infuriated. This insufferable security guard denied her food, insisting she sing first. She had already pressed the steak to her lips, the aroma intoxicating. Swallowing hard, She resisted the urge to comply, though her head turned slower with each attempt. Yilang noted her gradual acquiescence as he brought the steak closer to her mouth. It amused him to see the feisty girl's body betray her defiance. Concerned for her daughter, Bai Xiao cleared her throat to break the tension, saying, "Bai Jin, why not sing a song? Mommy would love to hear you." Bai Jin's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at her mother. "Mom, is this really happening? Are you truly my mother?" Bai Xiao chuckled. "If I weren't your mother, Yilang would have devoured you by now. Why would he bother with such effort?" At that moment, Yilang, intrigued, stood up to turn on the home audio system, placing the microphone before Bai Jin. He neatly cut the steak into pieces and placed them in front of her, smiling as he said, "Go ahead, sing any song. Once you finish, all of this is yours." Bai Jin stared at the perfectly cut steak, swallowing hard. Yet, her youthful modesty kept her hesitant. Her cheeks flushed as her gaze flitted between the steak and the microphone. Yilang remained patient, letting the moment unfold. He moved beside Bai Xiao, and in a startled gasp from her, he pulled her onto his lap. Although initially flustered, Bai Xiao soon understood his intentions, and with a roll of her beautiful eyes, she began to feed him steak. Witnessing this, Bai Jin felt a surge of indignation, muttering to herself about her mother and this detestable man. How could a mother indulge like that while her daughter remained hungry? Suddenly, an idea sparked in Bai Jin's mind, and with a mischievous smile, she seized the microphone, declaring, "Since you both want me to sing, I shall oblige with a song. The best in the world is Mom, dedicated to Madame Bai Xiao." Yilang erupted in laughter, embracing the stunned Bai Xiao. As Bai Jin sang loudly about the virtues of motherhood, Bai Xiao's face burned crimson, mortified at her daughter's intentions to embarrass her. What would happen when Yilang claimed her for himself? After the spirited song concluded, heedless of their expressions, Bai Jin began to feast on the tender steak, nearly in tears from its deliciousness. "Oh, it's so good. Mommy, no, grandmother, it's simply divine." Yilang and Bai Xiao exchanged amused glances as they watched Bai Jin eat and hum, laughter spilling forth as they joined her in the feast. Meanwhile, in room 1716 of Building 2, Su Chong, donned in a security uniform, was chopping pieces of sofa leather into a pot. "I must have been blind to have followed such a useless man," he grumbled. "Look at Yilang, always sharing bread in the group chat, while I'm stuck here eating sofa leather." On the sofa, Wang Jinjin, clad in an ill-fitting haute couture evening gown, berated Su Chong. He chuckled awkwardly, trying to placate his girlfriend. "Jean, it's my fault for letting you go hungry. Let us fill our bellies first, and I'll think of something better." Wang Jinjin sprang up, pointing at Su Chong and unleashing a torrent of expletives. "You useless fool. What can you possibly think of? Once we finish the sofa leather, what else will we have to eat? Excrement?" Su Chong furrowed his brow slightly, but continued to whisper assurances. "Jean, I will find a way, I promise. I will borrow from other homeowners shortly." Wang Jinjin, noticing the fleeting frown on Su Chong's face, suddenly appeared distressed. "Chong, I'm not trying to scold you. I'm just unbearably hungry. Who would lend us food at this time? As security guards, how do we end up in a place with so little food? I feel miserable seeing Yilang flaunt his food and water every day, and today he even posted about watermelons. What use are these tattered clothes in this household?" Upon witnessing a Jean tear at her clothing and crouch down in silent sobs, Chong immediately discarded the sofa leather in his hand, rushing over to embrace her. Gently patting her back and softly comforting her, "Jean, do not cry. Endure a little longer. I will think of a solution." He then gritted his teeth and cursed. That Yilang, simply lucky to have found a house with so much food. That idiot even dares to unfriend me for asking him to send over a few bags of bread. Truly despicable. Back when we worked together, he used to pester you. If I ever encounter him, I will break his legs and seize all his food and water. Jean, feeling equally incensed, chimed in, "Yes, he is a selfish little man, a former colleague no less. How could he be so heartless, forgetting even a shred of camaraderie?" Chong paid her little mind, merely nodding in agreement, his teeth clenched. Jean secretly sighed in relief. She had almost revealed her unflattering, unfiltered selfie to Yilang, only to have him mock her and unfriend her. Yet, what was wrong with a girl doing such a thing? The fault lay with that scoundrel Yilang and this useless man before her. Seething with indignation, Jean picked up her phone, Scrolling through the group chat to occupy her time, for sitting in silence only heightened her hunger. As she browsed, she noticed that the homeowner group was filled with pleas for food and water. Suddenly, one message caught her eye. Sitting up straight, she examined it closely, and in the next moment, her eyes lit up. "Achong, come quickly. Look at the photo Yi Lang posted. Doesn't that mother and daughter resemble the pair from Building 3? The beautiful widow with her lovely daughter." Achong leaned in to observe closely, recognizing the duo as well, and murmured, "It must be them. They are quite well known, the beautiful widow and her daughter. It seems Yi Lang is quite fortunate." He continued, "Just think, if he has taken in the mother and daughter from Building 3, it implies he is likely residing there as well, probably on the 17th floor, just like us." Achong's eyes brightened. Indeed, the 18th floor is designated for non-residents, so he must be on the 17th floor. Let us think of which homeowner tends to hide their keys under the doormat or in flower pots. "Wu Dun, 1706. They simultaneously exclaimed, and in the next second, they both grinned wickedly. At that moment, Yi Lang was nestled between the mother and daughter, joyfully singing Borrowing 500 Years from Heaven. As the final note of "I truly wish to live another 500 years" faded, he plopped down on the sofa with them, having eaten and drunk their fill. Bai Jin's resistance diminished. The emotional roller coaster of the day and fluctuating feelings towards Yi Lang left her somewhat numb to the reality. Though she still wished to sink her teeth into that odious security guard, the fact that he had sheltered them, allowing them to survive, coupled with his remarkable abilities, stirred complex feelings within her. "Let us just survive for now," she thought, contemplating her mother's clandestine, embarrassing speculation. If it were true, she would be able to order whatever she desired. Even if she didn't tea, her mother could bear the burden of thinking up her favorite foods. Being silently kilkialgitit, her eyes reflecting a mixture of resignation and compromise. What Bai Jin believed was her private contemplation was subtly understood by both Yi Lang and Bai Xiao, who exchanged knowing glances. Yi Lang was informed by the fluctuating affection level in his mind, decreasing by 1 point, increasing by 3, a cycle that persisted throughout the afternoon, leading to a total of -39. Though still filled with disdain, it was far better than outright hatred. It seemed he would have to continue this back-and-forth approach. Bai Xiao, meanwhile, gently stroked her daughter's lustrous hair, filled with gratitude. She understood her daughter well. Though Bai Jin did not voice it, she was gradually accepting the reality. After being embraced by Xiao Lang and serenaded with several songs, Bai Xiao recognized that her daughter had begun to psychologically depend on this man. Even though Bai Jin's inner demons still lingered, observing Xiao Lang's adeptness with women, she believed those fears would eventually be dispelled. As night fell, the ominous sounds and the piercing hum began to reach the ears of many homeowners on the 11th floor of Building 3. Geckos and mosquitoes belonged to the night, especially the geckos. In utter terror, they once again voiced their fears in the group chat, unanimously supporting the proposals made. However, the disapproval from the higher floor residents was significant. No one trusted the nature of humanity in a doomsday scenario. With no other option, the 11th floor residents began to fortify the stairwell door. Some retrieved hammers and nails, while others brought iron wires and wooden boards. Those without tools moved furniture and heavy objects, collectively sealing the stairwell as securely as possible. Though they felt a slight sense of relief, the overwhelming darkness and terrifying sounds still unsettled them. With no recourse, they could only console each other and remind one another to seal their windows tightly, draw the curtains, and minimize lighting. Upon returning home, Wang Wei sighed, uncertain when this ordeal would end, but resolute in the need to persevere and await official rescue. He then addressed his wife, Qin Ling, saying, "Hurry and prepare dinner. Since Brother Fan Yi is here, let us enjoy something nice. Take out the dumplings from the fridge and boil them." Fan Yi immediately waved his hands in refusal. "Brother Wang, you are truly generous. Although I am younger, I admire your ability to create such a warm atmosphere. But in these circumstances, we can't be picky. Anything to eat will suffice. Sister-in-law, you're also a wonderful person. If it weren't for you and Brother Wang saving my life, I would have perished long ago. Now you still want to feed me. You're like my own siblings. I'm deeply grateful." As he spoke, Fan Yi grasped Qin Ling's hand and fell to his knees, weeping uncontrollably. An awkward Qin Ling had yet to respond when Wang Wei quickly helped Fan Yi to his feet, patting his shoulder with heartfelt warmth. "Brother, don't say such things. We are neighbors. It is only right to help one another. Besides, I have stocked up on plenty of food. It's just a matter of needing a few extra chopsticks." Qin Ling, touched by the young man's heartfelt sincerity, gently patted Fan Yi's shoulder and softly reassured him. "Xiao Yi, don't cry. We are neighbors, and it's only natural to help. Please rise." Fan Yi wiped his tears, standing with difficulty, his eyes still red. Wang Wei patted his back, smiling. "All right, enough tears. Let us eat first. Filling our stomachs will give us the strength to face what lies ahead." Qin Ling smiled gently, turning to head into the kitchen, where she began to busy herself. The atmosphere within the house gradually softened, although the darkness outside persisted. The warmth of the moment enveloped their hearts. Meanwhile, in Building 2, Room 1716, Asian and A Chong, having finished their share of sofa skin, were still left feeling ravenous. "How could the Yilang block me?" A Chong exclaimed in frustration as he slammed his phone down. Asian's face mirrored his anger, her teeth clenched and a flicker of despair flashing in her eyes. "A Chong, what should we do? She has blocked both of us. How can we threaten him now?" Taking a deep breath, A Chong attempted to remain calm. "Don't panic, Asian. I'll mention him in the group chat and see if he replies." With that, he picked up his phone and messaged Yi Lang in the group. "Security guard Su Chong. Yi Lang, from the images you posted. It appears to be a mother and daughter, right? Which building are they from? Is it Building 3? Add me, and let us discuss this in detail." Building 3, Room 1511, waiting for the wind. So it's a mother and daughter? I thought they were sisters. Yi Lang must be living the good life. Building 1, Room 1316. Wang Feier. Oh my goodness, Yi Lang, you beast. How could you commit such a heinous act? This shows a blatant disrespect for women, and you will surely face consequences. Building 1, Room 1602, Lilan. Indeed, such a monster deserves to be physically castrated. It's utterly infuriating. We must unite to make him pay. Building 2, Room 1515. Fan Jingjing. And what about that mother and daughter? As women, how could you resort to trading your bodies for food? It's disgraceful for a mother and daughter to be in this position. At that moment, Yi Lang was oblivious to the chatter, pouring purified water into a large basin in the bathroom. Bai Xiao and Bai Jin, mother and daughter, watched him with concern. They tried to dissuade him, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. Yi Lang, with a teasing remark, made them blush. Bai Xiao, after losing so much water, your skin must be slippery and sticky. How can you not wash? I prefer holding you when you're clean and smooth. Bai Xiao's face turned crimson, feeling both embarrassed and flattered by his words. Bai Jin rolled her eyes at the situation. She was at a loss with this overbearing guard who insisted on being her cheap father. Observing her mother's flustered demeanor, she realized that this was a case of mutual consent. One was willing to play a role and the other to be played. Yi Lang noticed Bai Jin's eye rolling and chuckled, continuing, "Once your mother finishes washing, you can have a turn too. Wasting it would be such a pity." Really? The notification from the system indicating increased affection coincided with Bai Jin's excited voice. She was overjoyed that she could indeed take a bath. Having mentally prepared herself to go without one, she realized that no beautiful girl could resist the allure of cleanliness. Bai Jin jumped with excitement, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yi Lang smiled, producing the key to the handcuffs and freeing Bai Jin. "All right, you two can wash now." He then stepped outside, gently closing the bathroom door behind him. The mother and daughter, filled with excitement, wasted no time in shedding their clothes, forgetting their shyness in the presence of the man just a door away. Chapter 15, Exposure. Rushing into the bathroom, listening to the sounds of movement from inside, Yi Lang's lips curled into a slight smile. Though the bathroom door was frosted, he could still discern the silhouettes of two graceful figures at work. Bai Xiao, voluptuous and full-figured, carefully poured water over her neck, undeterred by the cool temperature as her desire for cleanliness took precedence. Slender and elegant, Bai Jin also splashed water, albeit more slowly than her mother, having been instructed by the guard to let her mother wash first. Bai Xiao, Noticing her daughter's deliberate movements, felt warmth in her heart. She washed her feet first, then stepped into the tub, pulling Bai Jin in with her before she could protest. The bathtub was spacious enough for them both, with water perfectly contained. Yilang waited outside, feeling a bit stiff but not impatient. Good things are worth the wait. The two women washed with care, while he occupied himself by checking his messages. He found dozens of friend requests awaiting his attention, a smirk forming on his lips as he realized many were nearing their limits. It was now the fourth day of the apocalypse. Without cooking or stockpiling food, many would have depleted their supplies. Yilang meticulously filtered through the requests, rejecting those that were obviously for men. For the women, he required a photo first. If they declined or engaged in excessive chatter, he ignored them. Photos that didn't meet the system's criteria of 85 points or above were immediately removed. Yilang efficiently sorted through the requests until none met his standards. In reality, very few could achieve an 85 without makeup. Some photos from social media were indeed beautiful, yet the system only recognized real-time images of him, leaving him uncertain about the true appearances of those women. He believed that as days progressed, these proud girls would eventually relent. At that moment, he noticed a notification in the Meishu Jindao owners group and quickly opened the chat. As he scrolled through, his expression darkened. Su Chong had guessed his address. Although Yilang had no intention of hiding forever, this was rather swift. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself. Su Qiang. Knowing his address, hadn't he immediately chosen to expose him, but rather sought to befriend him. His motives were transparent. He likely aimed to extort food and water from him. But would he comply? Absolutely not. This greedy individual would only push for more. Moreover, he was uncertain if Wang Jinjin was with Su Chong. These two opportunists often took advantage of others. Now, in the apocalypse, they likely believed they had found a weakness to exploit. Yilang sukofu lightly. Even if they were a step ahead, it was hardly terrifying. With the system at his disposal and his martial skills, to be afraid would be laughable. He replied in the group, Su Chong, do whatever you wish. Let us see if I will be intimidated. At that moment, Ajun and A Chong, staring intently at their phones, displayed expressions of disappointment. Su Chong, exasperated, wondered why this man was not afraid. With so much food and water at his disposal, how could he flaunt his wealth so brazenly without fear of exposure and subsequent retaliation? Ajun bit her lip, whispering, have you forgotten? That guy is a martial artist. He handled 3 opponents effortlessly before. Besides, we're not at our breaking point yet. No one would fight over mere food. Even if he provoked the crowd, he could simply hide away, and who could touch him? Su Chong gritted his teeth, feeling frustrated but powerless. He couldn't help but complain. Why are the security doors in Meishu Jindao so sturdy? Doesn't that mean we're utterly helpless against him? At this point, Ajun felt a twinge of fear. Worried she might starve, her voice trembled as she said, A Chong, what if we beg him? I really can't take this hunger any longer. A Chong's expression darkened. He was even hungrier, having given most of the sofa skin to Asian earlier. Yet, he held no resentment. He felt grateful that such a beautiful girl would choose to be with a mere security guard. However, he found it impossible to bring himself to plead with Yilang. This fellow had long harbored feelings for Asian. The two had grown remarkably close. And had it not been for his sincere efforts that moved Asian to agree to be his girlfriend 4 days prior, Yilang would still be blissfully unaware of his own arrogance. If he were to bow down and plead with Yilang, wouldn't that only invite further disdain? A Chong inhaled deeply, a glimmer of resolution flashing in his eyes. Asian, we cannot yield. We shall expose him in the group. We will then rally the owners from the 17th floor of Building 3 to press him into submission. He is but one man. How could he possibly stand against our numbers? Asian hesitated momentarily. How shall we proceed? By aircraft? A Chong nodded. Noticing Asian's lingering uncertainty, he gently reassured her, do not worry. The 2 buildings are so close that we will arrive in mere seconds. The creatures in the sky are not nearly so agile. We shall exercise caution, avoid their gaze, and reach Building 3 without issue. As long as we unite, even Yilang cannot withstand us. Once we seize his food and water, we will have ample supplies until rescue arrives. A spark of hope flickered in Asian's eyes, and she eventually nodded in agreement. A Chong, too, was resolute, crafting a message to send to the group. Security Su Chong. Yilang, this scoundrel, is located in room 1706 of Building 3. Fellow owners, we must unite against this man who brazenly abuses women, believing himself invincible due to his supplies. He cannot possibly stand against us all. If we band together, we can compel him to surrender his resources, allowing us all to survive this ordeal. Those with courage gather at the entrance of 1706, armed and ready. We shall confront him and make him aware of the wrath of the people. After sending the message, an eerie silence enveloped the group chat for a moment, before responses flooded in like pebbles cast into a lake, creating ripples of outrage. Room 1217. Li Shui. This wretched security guard is in our building. Did he not steal someone's home? What a criminal. Room 1711. Wang Dawei. He is on our floor. Room 1309. Owners Committee. Fong Mingda. Wang Dawei from room 1711. Since you are so close to him, you must join the action. We cannot allow such a person to roam free. Room 1711. Wang Dawei. However, I have been ill these past few days and am too weak to assist. Fellow residents of the 17th floor, you should unite against this scoundrel. Room 1701. Chun Dajiang. Wang Dawei from room 1711. Huffed. Are you truly sick or simply afraid? I hold no respect for such cowards. Room 1701. Chun Dajiang. Security Su Chong. Count me in. I have long found Yilang intolerable. Let us act together to seize his supplies and rescue that poor mother and daughter. Room 1705. Lu Fong. Security Su Chong. My husband and I will join as well. Such heinous acts must be stopped. This villain who disrespects women deserves a severe beating, and we must save those two women. Room 1316. Wang Feier. Lu Fong from room 1705. I support you, sister. Room 1602. Li Lan. Lu Fong from room 1705. I support you, sister. Room 1515. Fan Jingjing. Lu Fong from room 1705. I support you, sister. Room 1002. Dawa Youth. But Yilang is merely trading food and water. Why do you all label him a criminal? At this moment, Azhen and A Chong paid no heed to the heated discussions in the group chat, each taking a kitchen knife and heading straight to the rooftop. After carefully surveying the sky for dangers and finding none, they swiftly boarded a small flying craft. Meanwhile, Yilang, observing the outrage within the owner's group, felt his expression grow cold, yet he was not truly afraid. Despite the uproar, few would dare to confront him, and even fewer would be willing to act. Yilang's physique had risen to 93 thanks to Bai Zhao's efforts, a strength equivalent to that of 2 adult men. Having been no stranger to brawls in his youth, he found the notion that a handful of people could intimidate him laughable. After a moment's contemplation, Yilang retrieved a kitchen knife from the kitchen. He then proceeded to the cloakroom, where he found some clothing adorned with metal sequins, from which he removed the metal pieces and stashed them in his pockets. Next, he entered the bathroom, bursting in without hesitation. Chapter 16. May the Star God bless us. The first battlefield after the apocalypse, a piercing scream jolted Yilang, causing his eardrums to ache. He beheld Bai Jin, terrified and bare, clinging to the similarly unclothed Bai Xiao. Although Bai Xiao had anticipated his arrival, she was taken aback by his sudden intrusion. While soothing her daughter with gentle pats on the back, she cast a bewildered look at Yilang. Given his previous behavior, it was clear that he cared for her daughter's feelings. He hardly seemed the type to act impulsively. What had changed? Yilang was momentarily entranced by the exquisite scene before him, momentarily tempted to indulge, but he refrained, mindful of the insidious system that governed his interactions. Yet, recognizing this as an opportunity to garner affection, he swiftly adjusted his expression, adopting a tone that was urgent and resolute. Bai Xiao, Bai Jin, someone is coming to seize our food and water. I must go out to fight. If I do not return, Bai Xiao, please take care of yourself and your daughter. Upon hearing this, panic and confusion flooded Bai Zhao's eyes. She disregarded her daughter and immediately rose from the bathtub, grasping Yilang's hand with urgency. Xiaolang, what is happening? Do not frighten me. Bai Jin, crouching in the bathtub, clutched her arms tightly around her chest, her expression equally anxious as she gazed at Yilang. Struggling to suppress the urge to look at the two beautiful forms, Yilang racked his mind for dramatic techniques he had observed, ultimately deciding to mimic the legendary character Zhizun Bao. A fleeting look of sorrow and reluctance crossed his face as he gazed lovingly at Bai Xiao and Bai Jin. Inhaling deeply before stating with conviction, "There is no time. You will understand once you check your phones for group messages." Once there was a moment forgotten at the beginning, lost in the middle, and absent at the end. I will tell you both 4 words. I love you. As he spoke, he retrieved all the bread and water from his system space, along with 2 halves of a watermelon and a steak. Although Bai Xiao and Bai Jin found humor in Yilang's forgetfulness, their eyes brimmed with emotion at the sight of the food and water nearly covering the bathroom floor. Bai Xiao gripped Yilang's hand tightly, shaking it insistently, her voice trembling. "Xiaolang, can't you stay? Let us hide at home. The security door is sturdy, and as long as we do not open it, they cannot enter." Yilang felt a wave of dizziness, but shook his head. "No, they are prepared. I do not know what tools they possess, but you and Jeaner need not worry." Yilang looked upward, silently invoking the blessings of the star god, and finally squeezed out a single tear, gazing deeply into Bai Zhao's eyes as he continued, "I will fight with all my might for the 2 of you. You are my woman, and Jeaner is my daughter. At least for now, I consider her as such." Bai Xiao was already misty-eyed, throwing herself into Yilang's embrace, unable to contain her tears. Yilang held the smooth Bai Xiao, gently caressing her lovely back, his body nearly bursting with emotion. Yet his gaze lingered tenderly on Bai Jin. In the next moment, he pushed Bai Xiao away, striding purposefully towards the bathroom door. As he grasped the doorknob, Yilang cast one last glance at the smooth mother and daughter, a look that would remain etched in their memories for a long time. Yilang exited the bathroom and closed the door with a heavy thud. He heard the incessant chimes of the affection prompts echoing in his mind. At that moment, his face transformed, and he began to chuckle sinisterly. Life is but a play, and it is all about performance. This act, though somewhat clumsy, still proves effective. By now, several owners had gathered in the corridor, predominantly men, with only one woman among them. They all wielded various weapons, predominantly kitchen knives and hammers. Yilang leaned against the door, his tone icy and resolute as he addressed the visibly stunned homeowners on either side. "Is it just the few of you? I expected more." On the left, Chen Dajiang swallowed hard, gripping his hammer tightly, and stammered, "Yilang, don't think we won't act. You were the one who committed the crime by coercing that mother and daughter. We are merely acting in defense of justice. Even if we were to kill you, it would be justifiable self-defense." Beside him, Lu Fong pressed closely against her husband Fan Siyuan, her complexion pale, yet she gritted her teeth and shouted, "Exactly. Yilang, you deserve this. Moreover, if you surrender your food and water, we might spare your life." At that moment, Yilang chuckled, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Lu Fong, weren't you just saying you would beat me half to death to rescue them? Why the sudden change to food and water? What happened to saving your sisters?" Lu Fong blushed, flustered, and exclaimed, "Of course I'll save them. I forgot to mention that. Besides, why are you so arrogant? We are many, armed as we are. Why don't you just surrender?" Yilang let out a cold laugh, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Surrender?" He glanced at the 5 homeowners positioned further down the corridor, and suddenly drew the kitchen knife, charging towards Lu Fong and the others. A piercing scream erupted, and Lu Fong and Fan Siyuan fled in terror. They were so afraid of not escaping quickly enough that they shoved each other, tried to be the first to flee the scene. Chen Dajiang, beside them, panicked and dropped his hammer, turning to escape, watching their frantic retreat. A cold smile crept across Yilang's lips, and he halted. A rabble, he mused inwardly. He then turned his attention to the 5 homeowners on the right. At that moment, they stood frozen, exchanging glances, evidently intimidated by the previous scene, none daring to take a step forward. Yet emboldened by their numbers, they did not leave. One man swallowed hard and, mustering courage, declared, "Yilang, don't push us. We just want to survive." Another, older homeowner spoke earnestly, "Yilang, we don't wish for conflict. You have so much food and water. Share some with us, and we can all weather this storm peacefully. Why escalate to a point of no return?" Yilang's expression hardened, taking a few steps forward. Enough of this chatter. If you want my food and water, then come and take it. The 5 homeowners exchanged glances, clearly daunted by Yi Lang's unyielding demeanor. This was not how it was supposed to go. They had expected Yi Lang to be intimidated and surrender his supplies. Did he not fear death? The group found themselves in a quandary, but just then, a burly homeowner suddenly shouted, "Everyone charge! Don't let him intimidate you." Before the words had fully left his mouth, he strode directly towards Yi Lang. Seeing this, the others steeled themselves, gripping their tools tightly and following suit. Yi Lang smirked. Indeed, there were bold ones among them, and he had been waiting for them. In the curious gazes of the onlookers, Yi Lang sheathed the kitchen knife at his waist and retrieved a shiny, circular object from his pocket. "Have you heard of Shali Fei Dao?" he declared. Yi Kai prepared to learn. With a flick of his wrist, he exerted force with his reinforced fingers, sending the object soaring as a silver flash towards the foremost burly homeowner. A scream erupted from an older homeowner standing behind the burly man, who collapsed as the silver projectile pierced his shoulder, blood instantly staining his clothing. Did I miss? Yi Lang felt a twinge of embarrassment, quickly readjusting his stance. As the homeowner stood frozen in shock, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, 3 for times. Amidst the flickering silver light, the burly homeowner finally let out a pained cry and fell to the ground. Mother, they're killing. The 3 homeowners standing behind him instantly broke down, abandoning their tools and fleeing frantically towards their homes. Even the homeowner who had just been struck disregarded his injury, rolling and scrambling in a desperate bid for safety. All that remained was the burly man, clutching his thigh in terror as he gazed up at the approaching Yi Lang. Brother, I was wrong. Don't kill me. I only wanted some food. I want to eat there again. Please spare me." Yi Lang looked down coldly, revealing a sinister grin that showcased his white teeth. "Now you realize your mistake?" Too late. The burly man trembled, tears streaming down his face, when suddenly, a flash of white light appeared. Chapter 17. A Jun who said there's only one path to a woman's heart. With a snap, Yi Lang captured the burly man in his most terrified state. The man's cries abruptly ceased, leaving him bewildered. In the next moment, he regained his senses, ignoring the pain in his thigh as he scrambled away towards his home, continuously expressing gratitude to Yi Lang for sparing his life. Yi Lang felt a chill at the sight of the stains on the man's pants. Snap! Snap! He took 2 more pictures, satisfied with the clarity of the images before putting his phone away. It was not yet time for killing. He intended to wait a little longer. He surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one dared to approach before slowly making his way towards the entrance of the 18th floor. At that moment, Su Chong and Wang Jinjin were anxiously swiping their cards at the top floor entrance, but the access control showed no response. "Chong, hurry up. It's dangerous outside." Ajun's voice trembled visibly. She frequently glanced skyward, fearful that some monstrous creature might swoop down. Who could have anticipated that the top floor's access control was malfunctioning, and their flying device had run out of power, leaving them unable to enter or retreat? The situation was maddening. Moreover, that scoundrel Yi Lang had kicked them out of the group chat, leaving them unable to seek help. Chong, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, tried repeatedly while reassuring her, "Don't be afraid. It will be fine soon." Ajun snatched the access card from him, proclaiming, "Let me try." Suddenly, Yi Lang's voice echoed from behind the door, "No need to try." Both Chong and Ajun froze in surprise. "Yi Lang, is this your doing, you scoundrel? Open the door." Upon hearing Yi Lang's voice, Chong's expression soured, and he pounded on the door furiously. "How do you speak to your father? Such foul language. Just stay outside quietly." Ajun quickly pulled Chong behind her, her tone urgent yet pleading. "Yi Lang, please let us in. It's too dangerous outside." Yi Lang scoffed lightly, a playful smirk on his lips. "What's wrong? I'm his father, not yours. Call me Daddy and I'll let you in." Ajun bit her lip, hesitating. Behind her, Chong, consumed by rage, forcefully pushed Ajun aside, shouting, "Yi Lang, don't go too far. There are monsters outside. Not opening the door is murder. You will pay for this." Yi Lang burst into laughter. "Ha, you fool. Do you think this is the end of the world? I want to open the door. It's best if you all die, so I don't have to lift a finger." Chong and Ajun exchanged desperate glances. despair creeping into their eyes. Ajun, tears welling up, trembled as she pleaded, Yilang, I beg you, we truly don't want to die. Achong clenched his fists, yet felt powerless to retort, allowing fear to gnaw at his heart. Yilang stood behind the door, his expression indifferent, with a glint of mockery and cruelty in his gaze. You can come in, but only you. I'll open the door. As for Achong, let him perish. Achong's anger flared, his eyes turning red as he cursed. Yilang, you beast, may you meet a terrible end. I knew you had designs on Ajun before, but she's my girlfriend now, so give up. Yet Ajun's eyes sparkled with an unknown thought. Outside, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the wind howling as if monsters lurked just beyond. Ajun gritted her teeth, pulling Achong away from the entrance, whispering something in his ear. I'm afraid I must decline. You are my wife. How could I allow you to put yourself in danger? Wouldn't that be akin to inviting humiliation upon myself? Achong's expression was one of agitation as he shook his head vehemently. Asian's eyes flickered with a mix of anxiety and resentment. Did this man truly wish to drag her down with him? Taking a deep breath, she spoke with a tone of feigned innocence. This is merely a temporary measure to deceive him into opening the door. Isn't it all for your survival? Besides, I am armed with a knife and have another concealed at my waist. Should he attempt to harm me, I will not hesitate to end his life or my own. My body is meant for our wedding night. It was beyond her comprehension that he did not trust her. Achong, filled with concern, enveloped Ajun in his arms. His voice choked with emotion. I am sorry. I am simply too anxious. Of course, I believe in you. I just fear for your safety. I would rather confront that beast myself than let you take such risks. Furthermore, we could trick him into thinking you are entering alone, and when he opens the door, we can rush in together. Ajun inwardly cursed his foolishness but kept her composure. Achong, that will not work. Yilang is not so naive. If we fail, we truly will face death. We must proceed as I suggest. It is our only glimmer of hope. However, at that moment, Ajun was desperate to push Achong away and plead with Yilang to let her in. The danger outside was too great. Every second spent in the open was a risk to her life. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she gently comforted him. Foolish one, while you wish to protect me, I fear much more for your well-being. If he harbors ill intentions, he will not harm me easily. Once inside, I will plunge the knife into his heart. His death will ensure our safety. Achong appeared visibly shaken by Ajun's fierce words, standing frozen in place, his eyes reflecting a myriad of complicated emotions. Ajun, witnessing his hesitation, felt an even deeper disappointment in his weakness. At such a critical moment, when their lives were at stake, he still hesitated over the morality of taking a life. Ajun, struggling to maintain her composure, coldly declared, Do not hesitate any longer. We either face death together or you follow my lead. Finally, Achong nodded in painful agreement but clung tightly to Ajun's hand, his voice trembling. You must be careful. Do not let that beast take advantage of you. Ajun, somewhat annoyed, interrupted his futile reassurances and resolutely approached the door. She immediately adopted a guise of vulnerability, feigning innocence as she sweetly said, Langa, no. Daddy, you mentioned I could enter alone, correct? If you allow me in, I will comply with whatever you ask. Yilang, observing the surveillance footage on his phone, smirked coldly, tauntingly responding, You will do anything I say, even if I wish to play with you in the cold? Ajun's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After all, her boyfriend was nearby, visibly enraged and ready to defend her. Yet, in the pursuit of survival, she reluctantly replied, I can. Achong, clearly on the brink of madness, was about to unleash a roar of protest when Ajun swiftly covered his mouth with her hand. Ignoring his pain and humiliation, she steeled herself and continued, I have never been in a relationship before. Just let me in, and I will do anything. Yilang was momentarily taken aback. How could she claim to have no experience in love while exhibiting such knowledge? He had little patience for such a manipulative woman. Yet, who said there was only one path to a woman's heart? A glint of cruelty flashed in Yilang's eyes as he commanded Su Chong to step back. At that moment, Achong's heart was tormented, forced to watch as Ajun risked everything to save him. Yilang, satisfied that Su Chong had retreated to a safe distance, nodded in approval, He pressed the door lock and yanked it open, seizing Asian's wrist and swiftly throwing her to the ground with a powerful kick. A cry of anguish escaped her lips as she fell, struggling to rise. Yilang's speed had been too formidable. Before A Chong could react, the door slammed shut violently. Outside, A Chong heard Asian's cries of pain. His hand froze mid-knock, and in the next moment, he shouted, "Asian, what is happening? You beast, do not touch Asian. If you dare harm her, I will haunt you even in death." Asian, trembling, pleaded, "Please, Yilang, do not hurt her. She's a good girl. I have never touched her." Yilang's grip tightened around Asian's neck as he coldly scrutinized her, a mocking smile creeping onto his lips. "A good girl, you say? Is that truly who you are?" Asian felt overwhelming fear as she faced this madman, forcing back tears as she stammered, "I just want to survive. Please, do not harm me. I will do anything you ask. I am not a good girl. That was merely a ruse to deceive A Chong. I possess many talents that can please you. Please do not hurt me." A Chong, listening from outside, was stunned. What had he just heard? Asian's words sliced through his heart like a dagger, leaving him weak and despondent on the ground. But suddenly he stood up. No, this must be a ploy by Asian to survive. She was undoubtedly being coerced. Yilang showed no mercy. Seeing Asian immobilized, he brandished the kitchen knife with a swift motion. Asian felt a chill run through her, yet relief washed over her. Men, after all, were all the same. What did it matter? A girl must do what she must to survive, even if it meant risking it all. Moreover, Yilang was undeniably handsome and possessed a splendid physique. It was not a total loss. A Chong's heart ached. He could not even protect the girl he loved. And now she had to plead for mercy from that beast. Deep down, he clung to a sliver of hope, believing Asian's efforts would not go in vain. Perhaps Yilang would relent and allow him entry. Suddenly, with a loud crack, the door swung open, and Asian was forcefully thrown out, crashing into A Chong. Driven by the instinct to survive, both of them began to curse Yilang in unison. Meanwhile, Yilang tossed aside the water bottle, satisfied as he stepped away from the entrance of the 18th floor. As he departed, he reflected on the prompts in his mind. With a physique rating of 103, he felt a surge of power coursing through him. It was a sensation difficult to articulate, but if one were to summarize it, it would be described as vigorous and robust. Moreover, the system had presented him with an exquisite culinary delight, a steaming hot pot. Yilang's lips curled into a slight smile. Occasionally, the thrill of disregarding humanity was invigorating. As for casting Asian aside after using her, he bore no guilt whatsoever. She was nothing more than a manipulative green tea. Before the apocalypse, she had coveted his beauty, and after, she had entangled herself with Su Chong, all while claiming he was the one pursuing her. Su Chong had become useless, easily dismissed, and he had hidden 2 knives. These were all reasons Yilang had no desire to keep her around. In fact, 3 days prior, he had received explicit photos of Asian, the kind that left nothing to the imagination. Wang Jinjin, a 23-year-old young woman, stands at a height of 165 centimeters and weighs 45 kilograms. Although she possesses an abundance of life experiences, she is undeniably beautiful. However, her impure thoughts render her unlikable. Having had past relationships is trivial. Who among us lacks a history? Yilang himself does not harbor a sense of spiritual purity. Yet, her insistence on presenting herself as an untouched original is rather excessive. It is what it is. If one is not pure, one should not claim to be. This behavior is nothing short of deceiving those who are sincere. Moreover, with her appearance, why is she settling for a security guard position in a high-end community? Surely, the truth is apparent to all. This is also the reason why Wang Jinjin repeatedly sought Yilang's affection, only to be met with indifference. Yet, there were indeed naive individuals who failed to see through her facade, mistaking her for a precious gem. Ajun, you have suffered. That beast shall meet a dreadful end. He has tormented you and then discarded you. I would haunt him as a ghost if need be. Ah Chong held the pale and breathless Ajun tightly, his heart aching for her. She had already expressed the inhumane torment she endured. Despite her desperate pleas and cries, Yilang refused her entry and, in anger, cast her out. Chang felt a mix of admiration for Jun's affection and intense hatred for Yi Lang's shameless cruelty. Unable to contain himself, he began to curse Yi Lang. Jun's body felt weak, her mind tangled in complexities. Yet regrettably, she was on the brink of death. She resigned herself to fate, finding value in experiencing such novelty before her demise. Furthermore, she noticed Chang beside her, his expression filled with concern, his gaze tender. In her final moments, knowing someone cherished her brought warmth to her heart. Although she did not love him, deceived him, and wished to abandon him, did it truly matter? Chapter 19. The honest Chang finally stood up, the green and azure gleams intertwining. Even in death, he felt obliged to accompany her, which sufficed to repay him. As for confessing before dying, that was absurd. The thrill of deceit was too enticing. At least in her last moments, she felt a flicker of emotion. With that thought, she propped herself up and kissed Chang's lips. He was momentarily taken aback, then elated. At last, his genuine feelings had moved Jun, granting him the kiss she had previously denied. Chang greedily savored her lips, feeling as if he could die contently at that moment. After a prolonged silence, he gasped, gazing at her with anticipation. Jun, we are about to perish, just give it to me. Jun, however, was unwilling. She had yet to undergo artificial repair. If she truly surrendered, it would expose her. With a sorrowful expression, she looked at Chang and said, "At this moment, how can you still think of such things? I wish for us to depart cleanly. Once we reach the other side, after we marry, I shall wholly present my untainted self to you." Chang's desires extinguished in an instant, and he embraced this good girl tightly, feeling immensely satisfied. With such a beautiful, pure, and loving girl by his side, what fear was there in death? Yet, due to his overwhelming emotions, Chang held her too tightly. He wasn't naive. He had seen enough of the world. Suddenly, he pushed Jun away. Disbelief etched across his face. "What is going on? You said Yi Lang merely hit you? Jun, I cannot believe you. You wouldn't deceive me." Jun, already overwhelmed with shame and anger, covered her face with her hands. Even the most liberated of women would wish to vanish in such a situation. She yearned for the monstrous entity in the sky to descend and consume her. Along with Chang, those who knew the truth must perish. Ding dong. The faint sound of a friend request notification from Chang's phone echoed. He quickly opened his phone as if fleeing from something. But the next moment, his expression morphed from disbelief to a horrifying grimace. He reluctantly accepted Yi Lang's friend request, which revealed the deceitful nature of his demise. Ding ding ding. Chang beheld the girl he treasured with all his heart, presenting a scandalous nude selfie, alongside unsightly chat records evidently sent to Yi Lang by Jun. He collapsed, finally grasping the entirety of the situation. The girl he valued as pure had, behind his back, been nothing more than a shameless harlot. Even as their lives neared an end, Jun still sought to deceive him. No, even in death, she intended to continue her charade, wanting to disguise her tainted body as a beautifully wrapped, internally filthy cake. Feeding it to him. What have I done to deserve such treatment from this wretched person? Chang stood frozen, biting his teeth until they bled. Meanwhile, Jun, having calmed down after her initial panic, felt her mind racing. But in an instant, she realized they were about to die. What was the point of maintaining appearances? Resolutely, she stood up, her gaze steady upon Chang. Chang, since we are both destined for death, I shall be truthful. Yi Lang forced himself upon me. Yet from a broader perspective, I am still a good girl, untainted. I know you may not accept this, but as death approaches, there is nothing left to hide. Chang glared at the composed Jun, filled with fury. She still sought to deceive herself. Should honest individuals be misled? Should they face death? Kiang spoke, his tone icy. You claim to be a good girl? Jun paused, then retorted indignantly. I have stated that those words were merely to deceive Yi Lang. What is wrong with a defenseless girl uttering a few lies when faced with danger? Chang witnessed her shamelessness as she yelled at him, as if she had suffered a grave injustice. In that moment, he longed to slap himself and wished he could eliminate the wretched being before him. In fact, he took action. For the first time, Chang acted decisively, gripping Jun's neck with both hands. His eyes turned crimson, teeth clenched as he growled. "You deceitful wretch! You have been lying to me all along. Even as death approaches, you do not relent. What have I done to offend you? Speak. What have I done?" Ajun, struggling for breath, rolled her eyes as she gasped for air. She remembered the notification sound moments ago. She knew he had discovered the truth. Was this what it felt like to be on the brink of death? It did not seem so bad. At least she was not devoured by a monster. Ajun resigned herself once more, gazing at the ferocious Ah Chong, thinking that perhaps they were finally even. As Ah Chong tightened his grip, Ajun's complexion grew increasingly flushed. In an instant, a glimmer of green flickered in her eyes. Yet the next moment, she began to cough violently, curiously watching as Ah Chong released his grip, puzzled as to why he had not suffocated her. Did he still harbor feelings for her? How amusing. Men are indeed complex. Reality proved her wrong. Ah Chong, witnessing the calm Ah Jun facing her demise, felt an even greater rage surging within him. With a cold laugh, he declared in a chilling and cruel voice, "I cannot allow you to die so peacefully." With that, he picked up a dilapidated mop handle discarded on a rooftop, its surface long since rotted, adorned with splinters and barbs. He approached Ah Jun with a menacing expression. Ah Jun, who had previously feared nothing, now retreated in terror. She beheld Ah Chong wielding a stick adorned with wooden spikes, scrutinizing her legs with a sinister grin. At last, she began to plead for mercy. "Ah Chong, what do you intend to do? I was wrong. I am sorry. You may strangle me, or I can leap from a building. You need not lift a finger, ah?" Just as Ah Jun attempted to flee, her speed could not match the fury of Ah Chong, who struck her leg with the stick, sending her crashing to the ground. Before she could rise, Ah Chong thrust forward with a powerful jab. A piercing scream, unlike any human sound, resonated through the air. Time passed unmeasured as Ah Chong gazed upon Ah Jun's lifeless body, a smile creeping upon his face. He felt an unexpected lightness, a sense of comfort enveloping him. Unbeknownst to him, a fleeting azure glow flickered deep within his eyes. Chapter 20. The distinction between affection levels of 99 and 39 Ah Chong, drenched in blood, remained oblivious as he approached the railing of the 18th floor, contemplating a leap. Suddenly, a resounding bird call shattered the silence. Blackout Sharif. Yi Lang hummed a tune, his footsteps light as he made his way to room 1706. Not only had he eliminated two detestable individuals, but he had also eradicated the threat posed to the building's residents, filling him with joy. The residents, upon receiving the bloody photographs and his menacing messages, fell into a deathly silence. It was shockingly brutal, 1-8, with 2 injured. No one had anticipated such a conclusion. Moreover, Yi Lang had dared to inflict harm. Did he not fear legal repercussions? Yi Lang, of course, felt no fear. As he neared the door, he smeared some of the dried blood on his face. At that moment, Bai Jin, donned in beige pajamas, held on to Bai Xiao, who was on the verge of tears, anxiously gazing at the door. Were it not for Bai Jin's firm grip, Bai Xiao would have dashed out to find Yi Lang. Yet, as a mother, how could she bear to leave her daughter alone in such perilous times? Thus, she could only look at the door with a sorrowful expression, praying for the safe return of the man who truly held her heart. If he returned, she would acquiesce to any of his desires. Perhaps Bai Xiao's prayers bore fruit. With a click, the door swung open. In the astonished eyes of Bai Xiao and Bai Jin, who had hastily risen, Yi Lang stepped inside, wearied yet resolute, a smile gracing his lips. With a squeal of delight, Bai Xiao leapt into Yi Lang's embrace, tears soaking his garment. Bai Jin's eyes glistened as well, though she was unsure of her own feelings. Yi Lang understood. The incessant chime of affection notifications had echoed in his mind since he left. He embraced Bai Xiao, who was sobbing uncontrollably, but his gaze was fixed intently on Bai Jin, whose heart raced under his penetrating stare. Blushing, she lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Yi Lang's lips curled into a slight smile as he gently stroked Bai Xiao's back, soothingly murmuring, There, Xiao Xiao, have I not returned? How could I bear to abandon you, Ingenieur? Do not cry. I will always protect both of you." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao wept even more fervently. "Xiao Lang, are you injured? Was it dangerous? Did they hurt you?" You must not take risks. We need you. Noticing Bai Zhao's impending tears, Yilang quickly reassured her. Your man is quite formidable. Who could possibly harm me? You see, those ruffians trembled in fear at the sight of me, too frightened to even utter a sound. 2 of them were turned into porcupines by my little flying daggers, and they surrendered without a fight. Rest assured, I am unharmed. Bai Xiao and Bai Jin gazed at Yi Lang with admiration, their eyes brimming with tenderness. Yet, upon witnessing him absent-mindedly wipe away the blood from his face, their hearts ached. Unable to contain herself any longer, Bai Xiao stepped forward, grasping Yi Lang's hand, and coquettishly declared, Tomorrow morning, I desire a more lavish meal. Bai Jin shot an exasperated glance at her mother, who was dragging Yi Lang into the bedroom. You dog of a man, even at this moment. You remain unconcerned for yourself, only glaring at me. Humph. Despite her discontent, she reluctantly acquiesced to the handcuffs binding her wrists. As night deepened, the soft glow of the room's lights illuminated the scene. Yi Lang held the smooth figure of Bai Xiao close, perusing the system notifications. Bixiao. Affection level, 99. Yi Lang smiled gently, reflecting on his performance and the significant impact of his recent efforts. His physical prowess had risen to 113, and he felt capable of battling for another 300 rounds. Yet, gazing at the peacefully slumbering Bai Xiao and the array of breakfast items, baozi noodles, tofu pudding, youtiao, and small steamed buns, within the system's realm, he could not bring himself to awaken her, instead bestowing a soft kiss upon her forehead. System, I sense that my body and the enhanced dexterity of my fingers are somewhat misaligned. What would be the cause? Ding. The host's physical attributes and body parts have significantly increased within a short period, potentially causing temporary coordination imbalance. It is advised to engage in adaptive training and combat. Fighting is the quickest way to master one's body. Yi Lang comprehended that the recent surge in strength necessitated practical training or real combat for acclimatization. He resolved to resume his training regimen the following day. In truth, Yi Lang harbored several unvoiced questions, such as why the system insisted on cultivating affection positively. In this apocalyptic world, why could it not be straightforward and brutal? Furthermore, what did an affection level of 100 signify? What events would unfold, or what would be unlocked? Yi Lang speculated, but knew that the system's responses would likely not align with his conjectures. Yet, could the system be infallible? At that moment, he checked Bai Jin's affection level. Bai Jin, affection level, 39. Favor. Yi Lang beamed with joy, both at Bai Jin's affection and the validation of his assumptions. With this thought, he rose from the bed, exited the bedroom, and approached Bai Jin, who lay on the sofa with her hands still shackled, feigning sleep. Bai Jin was not truly asleep. The noise was too loud, and she was bewildered by the melodious yet prolonged sounds that made her cheeks flush and her heart race. It was nearly 2 in the morning, yet slumber eluded her. Hearing heavy footsteps, she recognized them as belonging to that insufferable man. Panic surged within her. Was he coming for her, deeming her mother inadequate? Yi Lang, having enhanced his physique, could clearly discern Bai Jin's trembling eyelashes and tightly shut eyelids, even in the darkness. This little girl was feigning sleep. Amused, Yi Lang decided to tease her. Leaning closer to her exquisite face, he could feel the warmth of his breath gently caressing her delicate skin. Bai Jin's restless eyes and quivering lashes betrayed her anxiety and tension. Yi Lang observed her intently, attempting to decipher her every subtle reaction. He spoke slowly. Since your mother is of no use, and now that you're asleep then... No. Chapter 21. The Transformation of Bai Jin's Mindset. Fan Yi's Murder. Abilities? Yi Lang watched as Bai Jin sat upright in alarm, her cuffed hands shielding her chest. He chuckled, Do not be so tense. I was merely teasing you. As long as you do not agree, I shall not lay a finger on you. I simply found you so beautiful while you slept that I couldn't resist the urge to play a little joke. If it weren't for the reward, I would never dare to touch you, Yi Lang thought to himself. Bai Jin paused for a moment, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue. This insufferable man had complimented her beauty. How delightful. She had always asserted that no man could resist her charms. With a proud smile, she retorted, It seems you have good taste. But why did you say I resembled a cockroach earlier? The latter comment would have gone unheard by yesterday's Yilang. He smiled knowingly and softly replied, "That is because you were quite fierce at the time, all claws and teeth." Now, however, Bai Jin could not help but ask curiously now, "What? Speak up. Now you resemble a little kitten, making one unable to resist the urge to hold you close." "Oh, come on, if you're going to talk, then why did you really hug me? You rogue." Bai Jin struggled to free herself, her cheeks flushed, casting a disdainful glance at this insufferable man. Yet a peculiar feeling stirred within her heart. Yilang chuckled, released her, and took a step back, his gaze tender. "Jinya, you are stunning, more beautiful than flowers, more enchanting than the night." Bai Jin's heart raced, her face grew warmer, and she lowered her head to avoid Yilang's intense gaze. You just say things that make one blush." Upon seeing the little girl genuinely shy, Yilang ceased to tease her. He produced a bottle of water, opened his mouth, and said, "Ah." Bai Jin obediently opened her mouth, and the water flowed gently down her throat, soothing her parched lips. Yilang carefully wiped the moisture from the corners of her mouth, his movements gentle, his eyes filled with affection. Bai Jin felt this tenderness warm her heart. She lifted her gaze, meeting Yilang's eyes, a complex emotion flickering in her own. Yilang did not pursue further actions. He knew this little girl could be of use to him, as the opportunity to raise Bai Zhao's favorability to 100 likely resided within her. Conversely, Bai Jin's opportunity also lay with Bai Zhao. He understood the dynamics of this mother-daughter pair well. As he prepared to leave, Yilang turned back and said earnestly, "Jiner, if you need to use the restroom and it's inconvenient to remove your pants, just send me a message." "Ah, you shameless man, go away." Ignoring the little girl's furious outburst, Yilang slipped into bed after taking care of the water. The embrace of soft jade surpassed the finest wine, and that night, Yilang slept exceptionnel sonde. However, Bai Jin found herself unable to sleep. She tossed and turned, her mind filled with Yilang's gentle whispers and affectionate gaze. Her heart a tumult of irritation and sweetness, conflicting emotions surging like a tide. Meanwhile, in room 1102 of Building 3, Wang Wei and Qin Ling lay in bed, both panting, clearly having just endured a fierce struggle. Qin Ling lay atop her husband, hesitating as she said, "Old Wang, do you think it was right for us to take in Fan Yi? Although we have stockpiled plenty of food and water, having an extra man may not be sustainable for long. Moreover, what if he has ill intentions?" Wang Wei, somewhat irritated, interrupted, "Men do the work. Women should not interfere. Fan is a fine young man. What's wrong with feeding him? He even helped tidy up the house. Everything is particularly clean, especially the kitchen. Furthermore, with monsters rampant, an extra pair of hands is always welcome. You're being short-sighted." Qin Ling pursed her lips, a hint of grievance flashing in her eyes, but she merely sighed softly. "I know Fan is a good lad and diligent, but there are no buts. Hurry and sleep." Wang Wei snapped, then turned away to sleep. Qin Ling chose not to press further. Since it was her husband's decision, she would abide by it. Moreover, Fan was industrious, honest, and warm-hearted, providing little cause for concern. After a moment of thought, Qin Ling closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. At the door, holding a sharp knife, Fan Yi listened as the conversation within quieted, a sinister smile creeping across his face. The clock quietly struck 3 in the morning. A piercing scream shattered the silence of the room. Wang Wei, eyes wide with terror, clutched at his throat, which had been pierced. He attempted to utter something, but his wounded throat could produce no sound. Blood flowed profusely, staining the sheets, and his eyes widened as blood bubbles spilled from his lips. He struggled to breathe, yet every effort only caused the blood to surge forth more quickly. Meanwhile, Qin Ling lay helplessly beneath Fan Yi's foot, unable to move. She gazed at her obviously dying husband, despair mingling with a flicker of resolve. Qin Ling fought desperately, cursing, "Fan Yi, you beast! We took you in out of kindness, fed you, and you repay us with such inhumanity. Is your heart made of stone? Be quiet." Fan Yi roared, his eyes gleaming with madness. "You have no idea. This is the apocalypse. Do you know what despair feels like? Do you know the monster's jaws are mere centimeters from you? I will survive at any cost. Only by seizing ample food and water can I reach the rooftop and live. I cannot die, but you can. Who told you to be good people? Ha ha. Wang Wei cast one last glance at his wife, his struggles ceasing amidst bitterness and pain. Qin Ling's body trembled as her expression shifted to one of seduction, her tone softening with allure. Good brother, please don't kill me. Haven't you been without a woman's touch for a long time? I take great care of myself. Let me serve you. Fanny paused, his expression momentarily startled, but soon he wore a mischievous grin, not lifting his foot. Instead, he ran the knife's tip along the voluptuous curves of the woman beneath him. Really? Even with your husband's corpse nearby, you truly wish to serve me? The hatred in Qin Ling's eyes flickered briefly before she eagerly nodded, her face adorned with enticing charm. Of course, I adore young, vigorous men. Good brother, come to me. Fanny laughed, a wild and reckless laughter. Qin Ling joined in, having achieved her goal. Yet the next moment, the sharp knife plunged into Qin Ling's left breast. Her laughter ceased abruptly as she struggled in agony, but the weight of his foot kept her pinned. Qin Ling turned to her husband, tears streaming down her face. Husband, I couldn't avenge you, nor even take a bite of flesh. Am I so useless? Husband, wait for me. Ling'er is coming to find you. As Fan released her foot, he crouched down to examine the lifeless form of the once pure woman, her eyes still fixed on her husband's corpse. I told you this is the apocalypse. How can I trust you? Besides, the dead can still be of use. Fan Yi's voice was chilling, and a glimmer of something untraceable flickered in his eyes. Chapter 22. The search for new beauties begins, golden miners. On a bed adorned with a Hello Kitty quilt, a delicate jade hand emerged from beneath the covers. Bai Xiao lifted the blanket and slowly sat up, her fair skin exposed to the cool air. She gazed at Yi Lang, who was still nestled beneath the covers, a charming smile gracing her lips as she looked upon him with affection. He looked so adorable like this, still clutching onto his beloved toy as he slept. Gently, she pulled the blanket higher to cover his exposed shoulder, warmth blossoming in her heart. This tranquil and tender morning felt as if time itself had slowed. She leaned down and placed a soft kiss on his forehead, her smile widening. Yi Lang's brow slightly furrowed, and he slowly opened his eyes. The sight before him momentarily left him dazed. Just moments ago, he was enveloped in lingering slumber, but now he was wide awake. Annie Xiao, I do not appreciate this waking method. Let us try a different one next time. Bai Zhao's hand faltered at the straps behind her back, and she quickly realized, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, she softly replied, all right. Ultimately, she did not fasten them. The two of them, feeling refreshed, made their way to the living room. In the living room, Bai Jin sat gracefully on the sofa, her cheeks tinted with a rosy hue, casting a somewhat resentful glance at Bai Xiao. At that moment, Bai Xiao wished to bury her head in a pillow, until Yi Lang emerged from the system space with generous servings of freshly made breakfast, alleviating their awkwardness. Yi Lang cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Jiner, eat more. Your mother worked hard to prepare this. Ah, little Lang, are you trying to get me killed? You rogue, I would no longer pay you any mind. Amidst the playful teasing and sidelong glances exchanged between the two, Yi Lang chuckled with a peculiar mirth as he began to indulge in a sumptuous breakfast. His favorite delicacies were the warm soy milk and crispy youtiao. He first immersed the youtiao in the soy milk, allowing it to soak thoroughly before slurping down a generous bite. Instantly, the delightful aroma of the fried dough mingled with the rich flavor of the soy milk, filling his mouth with a satisfying essence. Bai Xiao relished her meal with equal delight, feeling utterly content. The breakfast was exquisite, reminiscent of the flavors from bustling markets of her childhood. After finishing his meal, Yi Lang shared the photographs he had taken earlier in the owner's group chat. Once the pictures were sent, he paid no further heed to the reactions, instead donning only a pair of shorts and making his way directly to the gym. The fitness center was modestly equipped, with most of the apparatus being of lighter weights. Yi Lang had no choice but to rely on his own efforts for training. He inhaled deeply, feeling the stretch of his muscles and the surge of strength within him, commencing a series of fundamental exercises, each movement executed with precision. Beads of sweat gradually forming on his back. As his breathing intensified, Yi Lang sensed a growing mastery over his physical form. Bai Xiao observed him from side, watching as he hung from the pull-up bar, engaging in abdominal exercises, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she lightly bit her crimson lip. Bai Jin shyly averted her gaze, stealing glances at Yi Lang's well-defined musculature, a strange sensation stirring within her heart. After an exhaustive 2 hours of exercise, Yi Lang finally felt his energy wane. He wiped the sweat from his brow, standing firm with his feet apart, entering a stance as he began to breathe deeply, drawing in his abdomen and then exhaling to expand it. After 5 minutes of this breathing technique, his breath gradually steadied, his complexion glowing with vitality. This was a method of breath control, the sole technique from Baji Quan that he had never relinquished. Unable to contain her admiration, Bai Xiao softly exclaimed, "Xiao Lang, your breathing technique is quite unique. What is it? You seem revitalized, and your breath has grown much steadier after practicing it." A fleeting shadow of discomfort crossed Yi Lang's expression before he quickly masked it, replying, "Is merely a breathing method from Baji Quan, designed to regulate one's breath. Nothing of great significance." Bai Xiao refrained from probing further, taking Yi Lang's hand and guiding him to the yoga mat, gently saying, "Come, let me give you a massage. Otherwise, you may suffer from muscle soreness tomorrow." Yi Lang nodded with a smile, lying back as Bai Xiao's delicate fingers worked their magic on his taut muscles. After a while, just as Yi Lang was beginning to relax, Bai Xiao found herself breathless and flushed. Realizing she could go no further, she thought it prudent to stop before things escalated. Having just consumed Huaying Dan the previous night, a day's interval was necessary. Yi Lang playfully petite Biao's big sight, signaling her to cease, chuckling softly, "All right, that will suffice." Ignoring Bai Xiao's slight, breathless protests, Yi Lang retreated to the bathroom for a quick rinse. At present, the system's daily basic provisions consisted of 12 loaves of bread and 4 5-liter containers of water, ample for his needs. He settled onto the sofa to check for messages. In the owner's group chat, following the events from the previous night, the vitriol directed at him had diminished significantly, replaced by numerous requests for food and water. Yi Lang chose to overlook them and focused on messages from friends. He first examined the profiles of the women who had sent him messages, deleting several without hesitation, while others remained uncertain, requiring the system's judgment for clarity. Name, Bai Yu, age, 25, height, 166 centimeters, weight, 47 kilograms, inner value, 90, has a current partner, overall value, 84, what a pity, does not meet system requirements. Yi Lang felt a twinge of regret. This woman appeared quite lovely without makeup, her figure commendable, yet she fell short of the 85 mark. Reluctantly, he resolved to delete her. Suddenly, he pondered what current partner meant. Meanwhile, within Unit 1517 of Building 3, Zhang Xiang was anxiously scrutinizing his girlfriend Bai Yu's phone. Bai Yu, unwillingly, gazed at him, her heart sinking as she noticed a friend request had been declined. She breathed a sigh of relief, but remained silent. Zhang Xiang, however, erupted with frustration. "How could you be deleted? Damn it, you stubborn girl. I told you to dress modestly, but you never listened. Now look where we are. Are you trying to starve me?" Bai Yu's eyes welled with tears. "How can you speak to me like this? I have my dignity as well." "You weren't always like this," she continued. "What has changed?" Zhang Xiang slammed his hand on the table in anger. "Dignity doesn't fill our stomachs. Do you not see the state of the world outside? I do this to ensure our survival." Choking back her sobs, Bai Yu lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Yi Lang continued to peruse friend messages. Suddenly his eyes brightened. Name, Xiong Ting, age, 21, height, 167 centimeters, weight, 41 kilograms, inner value, 995, minor, overall value, 93. Quick, within Unit 1318 of Building 1. Xiong Ting anxiously gazed at her phone screen, her heart heavy with unease. She had not eaten for 2 days, truly 2 days, and now she could only hope for the help of the resourceful yet perilous security guard. Clenching her lips, her fingers trembled as she typed, "Langu, may I come to you? As long as you agree, I will do anything you wish." Yet, her finger hesitated over the send button, tears welling in her eyes. Thoughts of her sister's warnings echoed in her mind, recounting how in her sister's building, people had resorted to murder over food. She urged herself to find a powerful protector, With a deep breath, she pressed send, then continued to observe the group chat filled with praise and pleas directed at the security guard, seeking a semblance of comfort. Suddenly, her expression faltered, and she quickly retracted the message sent to Yilang. In a swift change, her countenance transformed from despair to delight as she sent another message. You filthy security guard. You think you can keep your pride? You won't last long. Just wait and see. Yilang, utterly bewildered, read the message Xiong Ting had sent, just as he was about to respond, only to be met with her retraction and subsequent insults. He furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before a realization struck him. He opened the group chat and was met with a flood of flattery directed toward a certain Fong Tian from Unit 1609. The messages flowed in abundance, with one from Fan Jingjing in Unit 1515 exclaiming, "Wow, handsome! You are incredible! You are our savior!" Another from Jiang Fangzhou, the head of the Owners Committee in Unit 1105. "Read, Fong Tian, young brother, you are the warrior our community needs. Please accept your noble responsibility and join our committee." Then, a message from Wang Feier in Unit 1316 popped up. "Fong Tian, you are so amazing. May I come live with you? I would feel so safe with you." Amidst the chatter, Yilang's expression darkened as he scrolled up to find a link to a video posted by Fong Tian. Upon clicking it, his face paled dramatically. The video, shot in a bathroom, featured a young man standing before the camera, eyes closed with one hand covering his left eye, accompanied by stirring music. He gradually opened his right eye, which gleamed with a fiery intensity as he uttered the words, Amaterasu. In the next moment, a fierce blaze suddenly erupted from the man's hand, the flames clearly radiating an intense heat that distorted the surrounding air. Yilang glanced through the comments section and was taken aback to find that many netizens voiced no skepticism. Instead, they showcased their own pictures featuring flames, glimmering frost, or icy crystals emanating from their hands. Yilang's heart, which had been filled with trepidation, finally sank. He returned to the group chat, where Fong Tian's name had risen to the top, inundated with praises and adoration. Within the confines of Building 2, Apartment 1609, Fong Tian was typing with a smug expression. "I have awakened a unique fire that can incinerate all. I hereby declare that I will unconditionally shelter beautiful women. As long as you are willing to submit to me, I shall grant you safety and protection." Ha 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 ha. After sending the message, a haughty smile adorned Fong Tian's face. However, the next second, his expression froze, and he hastily retracted his message. In apartment 1202 of Building 1, Bas Guanyin exclaimed, "I have also awakened a unique ability that allows me to unleash lightning, instantly piercing through anything. Picture, picture, picture." In apartment 1308, Sister Zhao remarked, "My daughter can also emit icy crystals from her hand." Picture. Zhang Yida from apartment 1112 chimed in, "Mine is also fire. It startled me this morning and nearly set the house ablaze." Picture, picture, picture. The youth from apartment 1002 declared, "Has everyone awakened their unique abilities? Mine can unleash razor-sharp wind blades." Zhao Dehai from apartment 1711 threatened, "Yilang, prepare to meet your end. I have awakened a unique ability to shoot water swords. You shot my leg and posted in the group. This time, I will end you. Let me clarify once more. Those photos from last night showed my pants soaked in blood, not urine." Ma Weigua from apartment 1715 added, "Zhao Dehai from apartment 1711, count me in. That beast Yilang actually ambushed me and shot my shoulder. The younger generation lacks martial ethics. I was careless and didn't dodge. This time, I have awakened the ability of fire. I will make that beast Yilang pay dearly." The chairperson of the Homeowners Committee, Jiang Fangzhou from apartment 1105, instructed, "Zhao Dehai and Ma Weigua, make sure to seize all of Yilang's food and water for the Homeowners Committee to distribute. We must save the community from disaster." Yilang's expression darkened, and Bai Jean and her daughter also noted the messages in the group, their eyes shimmering with complex emotions. "System, what is going on? Why have so many awakened their powers? Can I awaken as well?" Ding. As long as a person with a mental strength of 1 meets certain conditions, there is a chance to awaken a unique ability. The host's mental strength is 0. 1. Significantly lower than the normal standard. The possibility of awakening is extremely low. Despair washed over Yelong. He urgently pressed on, if I meet the mental standard, how can I awaken? What are the specific conditions? Ding. System notification. Conditions include intense external stimuli, life and death crises, emotional turbulence, or impactful feelings. There are no specific conditions, but they are mostly related to the individual's emotions and feelings. Yilang understood and felt despondent. The average mental strength of humanity on Earth is 1, meaning that any individual, given a significant emotional or sentimental upheaval, could potentially awaken their powers, except for himself. What was the point of playing this game? Although he possessed a system that could enhance his physicality, how could a mere mortal withstand the onslaught of fire and electricity? Why did fate always conspire against him? Just when he felt a semblance of comfort, a tempest would arise, making even breathing a challenge. Wasn't he already suffering enough? Was this how it was to be played out? Yilang's heart ignited with fury. It felt as if he were being driven to the brink of despair. But was he meant to simply await his demise or hide from the spotlight? To hell with the ability users. Even if he were to be utterly ravaged before the apocalypse, he would still muster the courage to defy everyone beneath the moonlight. What did he do now? Perhaps he could gamble everything, forsake the reward of 100 favorability points, and take down all of them. Yilang contemplated fervently. Firstly, his current physicality was rated at 118, stronger and more agile than 2 adult men combined. Not only that, but a physique of 118 gave him the sensation that he could single-handedly take on 10 opponents. Furthermore, he possessed fingers that had been enhanced tenfold, capable of launching darts or dart-like objects with remarkable speed. Lastly, he was not entirely devoid of the opportunity to awaken unique abilities. Yilang recalled the task target of reaching a favorability of 100, which would yield a reward of free attribute points from the system. Thus, if it were by Xiao, he would receive 1 free attribute point, and with Bai Jin, a favorability of 100 would grant him 10 free attribute points. Even if the system was averse to mental strength, he could no longer afford to be concerned with that. With this thought, Yilang couldn't help but glance at Bai Xiao and Bai Jin, the mother and daughter. But the next second, ding, Bi Xiao, favorability, 8 individicity. Ding, Bin, favorability, 39, favor. Chapter 24. A Course of Action. Bai Xiao exerts her full effort. Yilang's heart sank suddenly. Oh, women. Maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, he approached Bai Xiao and Bai Jin, speaking with a steady voice. Xiao, I need your help. Jiner, your mother and I will not leave the house until tonight. I've placed water and bread on the table. Saying this, Yilang retrieved 2 bottles of water and 2 pieces of bread from the system space, placing them on the table before unlocking Bai Jin's handcuffs. He then took Bai Xiao's hand and led her toward the bedroom to prepare a splendid meal. Before entering, Yilang turned back to Bai Jin and said calmly, Jiner, I love you, just as I love your mother. Your mother and I will protect you with our last drop of blood. Ding, Bi Xiao, favorability, 9 individicity. Ding, Bin, favorability, 8 individicity. Once in the bedroom, Yilang did not rush. Instead, he gazed deeply at Bai Xiao, speaking tenderly and resolutely. Xiao, I know Jiner is your life, and she is also mine. In order for her to live, we may truly have to fight. Bai Xiao blushed, her suspicions aroused by Yilang's eager demeanor. After all, in this apocalyptic world, she would find anything too strange. As Xiaolang said, for Jiner's life and for the sake of this young man's life, it was worth the gamble. At 8 p.m., Yilang emerged, leaning against the wall for support. He first addressed the concerned Bai Jin, saying, Jiner, go inside and take good care of your mother. She is exhausted. Make sure she drinks plenty of water. Bai Jin nodded and hurried into the bedroom. Yilang stepped into the bathroom for a quick wash, then fixed his intense gaze upon his reflection in the mirror. A smile gradually deepened at the corners of his mouth, turning into a wild grin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the task goal of 100 favorability points for the first time. System notification, Absolute Cuisine, West Cold Beef Barn, 5 kilograms West Cold Beef Steak, has been issued. System notification, Absolute Cuisine, Egg Tart, 1 kilogram Egg Tart, has been issued. Congratulations, host, Constitution 05, current Constitution 123. System notification, Absolute Cuisine, semi-cooked bus, 3 kilograms semi-cooked cheese, has been issued. System notification, Absolute Cuisine, West Cold Beef Barn, 5 kilograms West Cold Beef Steak, has been issued. Congratulations, host, Constitution 05, current Constitution 128. System notification, Absolute Cuisine, tenderly pan-fried French foie gras, 3 kilograms goose liver, has been issued. System notification, Absolute Cuisine, Descension, has been issued. Congratulations, host, Constitution 05, current Constitution 133. System notification, Absolute Cuisine, Caramel Cheese Pudding, has been issued. System notification, Absolute Cuisine, Black Truffle Wagyu Fried Rice, has been issued. Congratulations, host, Constitution 05, current Constitution 138. System notification, Absolute Cuisine, Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, 5 kilograms Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, has been issued. Congratulations, host, Constitution 05, current Constitution 143. System notification, Absolute Cuisine, Roast Duck, has been issued. System notification, Absolute Cuisine, Cream Cake, has been issued. System notification, Absolute Cuisine, Large Watermelon, has been issued. System notification, Absolute Cuisine, Large Watermelon, has been issued. System notification, Absolute Cuisine, Large Watermelon, has been issued. Ding! Congratulations, host, Task Target by Xiao. Affection level 100 unwavering. Ding! Congratulations, host, gained 1 point of free attribute points. Ding! With utmost effort. Ding! Congratulations, host, gained 1 enhancement for a body part. Enhanced part is the right arm. Ding! Congratulations, host, the large watermelon has been added to the system's daily distribution basic configuration. Yilang tightly grasped his right hand, feeling the surging power emanating from his right arm, the muscle definition becoming more pronounced. An unprecedented surge of confidence welled up within him. Furthermore, the 2 fingers of his right hand, which had undergone enhancement, also experienced this augmentation. If he were to flick someone's forehead, wouldn't it be akin to cracking open a melon? Yilang noticed 2 affection level prompts for by Jean, affection level 51, fondness, by Jean, affection level 61. Like, both affection levels were recorded in the afternoon. What could have caused this? At that moment, Bai Jin was stunned by the sight before her. Bai Jin's heart tightened. Disregarding her shyness, she hurriedly approached with deep concern. She picked up the quilt from the ground and covered her mother's battered body. Opening a bottle of water, she brought it to her mother's lips, gently calling out, "Mom, drink some water. You must stay hydrated." Bai Xiao struggled to open her eyes. Seeing her daughter looking at her with a heart full of concern, she forced a smile that was more painful than tears, softly reassuring. "Mom is fine. Just a bit tired." As she spoke, she opened her mouth and swallowed the water her daughter offered, the cool liquid sliding down her throat, bringing a slight revival of her spirits. After finishing the entire bottle of water, Bai Zhao's eyes finally regained a hint of moisture, and she hurriedly grasped her daughter's hand, urgently saying, "Quickly check on Xiaolang. He's going to confront that monster on the 10th floor for our family." Bai Jin's heart tightened, and she rushed out. She saw Yilang holding a wooden stick with a kitchen knife tied to its end, preparing to open the door. Unable to contain herself any longer, tears streamed down her face as she rushed forward and tightly embraced Yilang, sobbing, "Language, please don't go. You have no idea how enormous and vicious that monster is. Let's run away, leave this place, and find somewhere else to live." Yilang turned to wrap his arms around Bai Jin's waist, gently stroking her hair, his voice resolute yet tender. "Jiner, don't worry. I will be careful. I haven't eaten you yet. How could I bear to leave you behind?" At that moment, Bai Jin disregarded her shyness, tightly grasping Yilang's hand with tear-filled eyes, saying, "All right, as long as you return safely, I will give you anything you want to eat, however you desire. You must come back safe and whole, bringing my heart with you." Yilang, ignoring the affection-level prompts in his mind, suddenly kissed the beautiful tear-streaked face before him. Bai Jin responded awkwardly, yet fervently, their heartbeats seemingly colliding violently within their chests. Their lips met, breaths intertwined, their foreheads pressed together, and within their gazes shone determination and reluctance, as if they wished to imprint each other's image deep within their hearts. After a long moment, Yilang, gently pushed Bai Jin away, turned, and with a bang, closed the door behind him. Bai Jin collapsed onto the floor, tears blurring her vision, and after a long while, she rose to see a sumptuous dinner and a pile of bread and water on the table. The tears she had managed to hold back surged forth once more as she murmured, "Lang Gij, Jiner is waiting for you, always waiting." Chapter 25. Invisible Female Streamer? The first encounter with the big socks. At this moment, in Building 3, on the 10th floor, a colossal gecko, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, was curled up in the corner of the corridor, its scales shimmering with an eerie blue light, its blood-red eyes glaring menacingly at the stairwell. Surrounding it were bloody bones and tattered clothes, the air thick with a nauseating stench of blood. Occasionally, soccer ball-sized mosquitoes would fly by, and it would suddenly open its massive jaws, extending its long, forked tongue to ensnare the mosquitoes and crush them in its mouth. The crunching sound echoed eerily in the dim, silent corridor, sending chills down the spine. Hidden nearby, Yao Shi, who was live-streaming the giant gecko, was utterly terrified. Yao Shi resided in apartment 1504 of Building 3, and last night, inexplicably awakened her supernatural ability, a special power that granted her invisibility. Not only could she become invisible herself, but any small objects she touched could also vanish from sight. Moreover, judging by the gecko's reaction, it seemed that even its scent could be concealed, and sounds were greatly diminished. This filled Yao Shi with exhilaration. Was she not the fated daughter of destiny? At that moment, in Yao Shi's live-streaming room under the guise of a war correspondent, the viewer count had already surpassed 10,000 and continued to rise. Other streamers had attempted to broadcast such dangerous scenes before, like Zhang Dan, who had met a tragic end. However, Yao Shi's stream was different. It was as though she was filming the monster up close. Even the intricate patterns within the gecko's walnut-sized eyes were visible. The barrage of comments in the live stream flew by like snowflakes. Starfish, Miss Sister, weren't you an outdoor comedy streamer? What happened to this? Ji Kuan, the streamer is amazing. Rascal Clown, is that a gecko? Even a crocodile isn't that big, right? Look at its mouth, wow, those huge teeth. One bite would leave a nasty bruise. User 5975469666. Rascal Clown, isn't that just a piece of the East and a piece of the West? Rascal Clown. User 5975469666. Wow, big brother, you haven't jumped off a building yet? Haven't you woken up in the middle of the night to slap yourself and then jumped off from the top floor? User 5975469666. Wow. Did you see Zhang Dan's live stream? You even remember my ID? Fine, I might as well jump off. Skewer is a skewer. By the way, why hasn't the big gecko discovered the streamer? Could it be invisible? Old Lecture 111. Invisible. Does that mean she's not wearing any clothes? I beg the sister to turn the camera around. Young man shows black pants, begging. Big girl grabs a handful of sunflower seeds, begging. A big bird, LV37. GIF Streamer Carnival X1. PPT Dogs Don't Do, LV52. GIF Streamer Carnival X3. Yao Shi, witnessing the explosive growth of her live stream, was ecstatic. She had finally gained fame, and it was no easy feat. She couldn't help but type. Thank you to all the viewers for your support. I will frequently live stream such monster adventures. Please follow me so you don't get lost. Ignoring the frenzied barrage of comments, Yao Shi focused intently on capturing every detail of the giant gecko. Ding! Suddenly, the sound of the elevator door startled Yao Shi, nearly causing her to lose control. She couldn't help but let out a surprised exclamation. The large gecko beside her instantly turned its head, its walnut-sized eyes fixated on her direction. Yao Shi's heart raced, and she held her breath, quickly shifting a few steps to the side. In the next moment, with a sharp sound, the gecko's tongue shot out like lightning, slapping against the wall. Yao Shi, still in shock, gazed at the barbed and slimy tongue stuck to the wall. That was close. The grotesque tongue nearly struck her face. The livestream chat exploded with activity as comments flooded in. Sherman Dan Chow fan. Wow. That tongue. It's like a tentacle monster. Lisi Bensi. What tentacle? Where's the tentacle? Where's the script? KYZL. Watch out, streamer. Meanwhile, the gecko did not continue its assault, but slowly stood up, gazing towards the direction of the third elevator. Yaoshi also pointed her camera at the elevator entrance, curious about how someone else could access the elevator and descend to the 10th floor besides herself. Yilang stood inside the elevator, one hand gripping a makeshift spear and the other holding a fire axe taken from the corridor, quietly awaiting the doors to open. He had envisioned this scenario yesterday, always preferring to nip danger in the bud. For the past 2 days, he had been observing the gecko's movements through the remaining cameras. Yilang discovered that the gecko had poor eyesight, relying mostly on sound and touch to navigate. Additionally, its large size made maneuvering in the corridor cumbersome, providing Yilang with a strategic advantage. Before entering the elevator, he ultimately allocated his attribute points to physical strength, both for safety and because he felt the system undervalued mental strength while promoting physical prowess. This cautious allocation left him feeling uneasy. Was there a pitfall regarding mental strength? Without dwelling on it, Yilang took a deep breath as the elevator doors slowly opened. After stepping out, Yilang's pupils suddenly constricted and his heart raced. Who could have imagined that a gecko, typically feeding on mosquitoes, would appear so terrifying when magnified hundreds of times? It measured over 4 meters in length, its body covered in grayish-blue warty scales, each the size of an adult's palm. Its abdomen pressed against the ground while its limbs twisted like a spider to support its massive frame. The suction cups on its fingertips emitting a grating sound against the tiles. The most horrifying aspect was its triangular head, with tiny eyes reduced to thin slits. A murky growl rumbling in its throat as its bifurcated tongue licked its serrated fangs. At that moment, this monstrous beast charged towards Yilang at breakneck speed, the air seeming to compress around them, its roar deafening. With a grim expression, Yilang instantly surged forward. As the gaping maw, filled with fangs, loomed closer, he swung his arm like a javelin, thrusting the spear towards the beast's mouth. The spear shot through the air like lightning, striking its head, but ricocheting off the hard scales with a metallic clang. As the spear flew, Yilang almost simultaneously darted into the room on the left of the corridor, narrowly avoiding the incoming, slime-coated, barbed tongue. This thrilling scene was captured by the hidden Yaoshi, who recorded every moment for the livestream. Filled with excitement, she steadied her trembling hands, desperate not to miss any detail. At that moment, the livestream chat erupted again. Wang Zai Zi. Awesome. Xian Xiang Zi Ma Dang. Incredible. A big bird, oh my god. This maneuver is so cool. Though the aim could use some work, the reaction speed is simply otherworldly. Young man in black pants. This guy is so brave. Trying to take on the giant gecko solo. What a joke. It won't break through the defense. Ji Kuan. This security brother is like a modern-day Wu Song. Young man in black pants. Ji Kuan. How do you know he's security? Why not a police officer? Don't be so jealous. What do you say, brother? Ji Kuan. Young man in black pants, because I am a security guard. Unbeknownst to Yilang, the livestream was happening. He hurriedly got back on his feet and dashed out, just in time to see the beast struggling to turn around, its massive tail slamming against the floor and walls with a resounding crash. Yilang wouldn't wait for it to fully turn. He quickly pulled out a shard of metal. With his right arm's muscles bulging, he flicked his wrist, launching the metal piece like a dart, drawing a silver arc towards the soft pink flesh between the beast's scales. The creature let out a piercing scream as the shard embedded deep within its soft tissue, though most were deflected by its hard scales. In the livestream, Pai de Xing. What the heck is this Xiao Li Fei Dao? Sheng Chan Dui de Tai Guai Li. Xiao Li Fei Dao never misses. This guy is showering flowers, but his force is impressive. Buqi Xiang Kai Shui Gao. This young man is so handsome. Why is he just a security guard? How Fu Yudian and I. Sister, are we still doing the end-of-the-world routine? Now resources are king. Strength is paramount. If you don't want me, I'll go for it. Come on, young man. Defeat the monster, then treat me like one. Wang Zai Zi. What's wrong with the livestream? Why are there so many big socks? Did I enter the wrong channel? As Chapter 26 unfolds, Yilang was about to launch another barrage when the beast had finally managed to turn around. It was clearly enraged, its scales flaring out like a carp bursting from the water, instilling dread. Its eyes glinted with a fierce red light as it lunged at Yi Lang. He bolted, retreating into the damaged room once again. However, this time the beast halted its charge, its massive, suction-cupped claws gripping the ground with such force that the tiles cracked under the strain. The creature growled, extending its head towards the room where the annoying giant insect had retreated. But the doorframe was too narrow for it. It struggled to squeeze through, its scales scraping against the frame with a piercing sound, unable to force its way inside. A smirk crept across Yi Lang's face as he pulled out another shard of metal and fired it off. The projectiles struck the beast, sparking against its scales, most of them bouncing off, yet a few managed to pierce into the soft flesh at its neck. The creature writhed in pain, involuntarily retreating until it vanished from view. Yi Lang, seeing the beast retreat, did not immediately pursue. Instead, he checked his phone, observing through the camera that the beast was clinging to the wall outside the door. Its maw agape as its terrifying tongue extended like a venomous snake, dripping with slime. Yi Lang recognized his opportunity. He picked up an empty wine bottle from the room with his left hand and raised the fire axe in his right. With a powerful swing, he smashed the bottle against the doorframe, causing it to shatter and the shards to scatter. The beast instantly shot forth its slime-covered tongue, lunging towards the direction of the flying debris. As its grotesque tongue adhered firmly to the frame, Yi Lang seized the moment, swinging the fire axe down with all his might. The beast let out a heart-wrenching scream as its tongue was severed, blood gushing forth and staining the doorframe. The monstrous creature writhed in agony, its scales constricting from the pain. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Lang charged out, raising the fire axe to strike at the beast's head. But in the next instant, the creature emitted a deafening roar, its tail suddenly whipping around, striking Yi Lang like an iron whip. With a thud, he was flung several meters away, crashing to the ground as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise, a fierce glint in his eyes as he gripped the axe tightly, slowly advancing towards the creature. At this moment, Yaoshi finally recognized Yi Lang, her eyes widening in disbelief. It was this despicable security guard, the one who sought to exchange resources for her body. How was he so strong? The audience in the live broadcast room was utterly astonished, and the barrage of comments flooded the screen. Ji Kun exclaimed, "Whoa, buddy, you're not Wusong. You must be Xiangyu. After being struck by such a thick tail, you can still get up?" A large bird commented, "Has something awakened in terms of extraordinary abilities? Such strength, speed, and defense. Truly a human war god. Wuchi Viank Jai Jugo. What? My husband is so fierce and domineering. Pao Fu Yujian and I. Little flirt. Weren't you dismissing him as a security guard? Why are you trying to steal my man now? Tang Bao. After so many years of divorce, I can't believe I'm seeing you here. By the way, our child is in the 3rd year of middle school now and has consistently ranked first in class for 3 years. He is just like you, always getting into fights. He keeps asking where his father has gone. If you have the chance, please come back and see our child. I often think of you. Ging Bao Du Qian, Dang Bao, Lupstuk Bain, Go Away. No offense, but Qing Bao's man is so strong. Yi Lang's gaze turned even more fierce, his steps resolute, the blade of his fire axe shimmering coldly under the light. At that moment, the giant beast had lost its tail and tongue, its long-range attack capabilities completely obliterated. Yi Lang switched the fire axe to his left hand and swiftly drew a metal shard with his right, launching it forward with great force. With a series of piercing sounds, a horrendous cry echoed as part of the metal shard embedded deeply into the beast's soft flesh. The creature writhed in agony, blood seeping from between its scales. In the next moment, the beast suddenly fled deep into the corridor. Yi Lang calmly followed, wielding the fire axe. There was no escape in the corridor. The beast indeed crashed into the wall, rebounding back, despair and ferocity evident in its eyes. It quickly turned, its loss of the tail making it somewhat more agile. The beast continued to roar, its mouth stained with crimson blood, warning Yi Lang to keep his distance. However, Yi Lang approached fearlessly, his steps unwavering, the glint in his eyes growing colder. The beast finally could no longer contain itself, opening its mouth full of fangs and lunging at Yi Lang. This time, Yi Lang did not evade. He gripped the end of the fire axe's handle with his right hand and raised it above his head. His right arm tensed, muscles instantly powering up, and the fire axe shot forth like thunder, the blade plunging into the beast's skull, blood gushing forth. The beast let out a heartbreaking scream as it lunged towards Yi Lang's body, crashing to the ground with a tremendous inertia, rolling close to Yi Lang. The fire axe's blade was evidently too short to penetrate fully through the skull. Yet, Yi Lang's strength was astonishing. Although the blade had not pierced through, it had severely injured the beast's brain. The creature bled profusely, writhing incessantly, yet it could not rise. Yi Lang tore off the tattered security uniform, picked up the fallen spear, and held it tightly, his eyes glinting with ferocity as he slowly approached the beast. Yaoshi was transfixed, not only by the gruesome battle, but also by Yi Lang's chiseled physique, nearly drooling in admiration. It wasn't he, just her, at that moment. The audience in the live broadcast room went wild. Buqi Xiang Kai Shui Gao. Ah, I can't take anymore. He is so strong. Save me. Shuang Ma Wei. Can't Do Lang have a one-click kissing feature? Oh my heart. Mi Tao Tao Tao. I want a one-click touching feature. Chi Ku AI Duo. Looking like this, I'd accept it in a heartbeat. Pao Fu Yu Jian and I. Chi Ku AI Duo. System Yao is here. Better late than never. Sure Wan Wanya. Looking like this, I'd accept a dislocated jaw. Xiao Hua 123. Sure Wan Wanya. Oh, dislocated sister has arrived. Fan Xiao Xian. Little brother, wait a moment. Your sister-in-law is a bit hard to kill. Xiao Hua 123. Fan Xiao Xian. Hard to kill sister. Xiao Hua 123. Little bear hard candy. Fall down sister. I humbly welcome the four gods to take their positions. The audience in the live broadcast room succumbed to a bizarre frenzy, their desires heightened, forgetting even the apocalyptic survival crisis. Yi Lang, oblivious to the audience's madness, was focused on aiming with his makeshift spear. At that moment, a flash of brilliance crossed Yi Lang's eyes as he thrust downward sharply, with a squelch. The spear pierced through the beast's eye and into its brain. Instantly, the writhing beast fell silent. Yi Lang finally exhaled, sitting on the ground with a radiant smile. This scene, akin to wild chrysanthemums blooming amidst a bloody battlefield, was both resilient and dazzling, captivating Yao Shi's heart, her eyes shimmering with admiration and infatuation. The barrage of comments and gift effects in the live broadcast surged like a tide. Yet, Yi Lang's subsequent actions left them perplexed. Chapter 27. Intimidation. Enjoying by Jin's bath service. Yi Lang slowly rose, first taking a few selfies. Then, he grasped the spear deeply embedded in the giant lizard's eye socket and yanked it out, blood splattering everywhere. Without pausing, he then removed the fire axe lodged in the skull. Following that, amidst Yao Shi's and the audience's bewilderment, he struck viciously at the giant lizard's neck. In the live broadcast room, the production team Tai Guili exclaimed, "Dude, you're impressive. Be brutal, be bloody. Da gonichua yiba, impressive indeed." But is he really trying to decapitate the giant lizard? What is the use of that? Can it be eaten? Is it even poisonous? Wang Zaizi. Is he perhaps leaving a memento? Just like some cannibal tribes in Africa do, keeping the heads of their prey as trophies. By the way, where have all the audience members gone? This is the apocalypse. Can't they handle a bit of blood? Pao Fu Yudian and I. Don't speak. It will be fine soon, mining. User 5975469666. Mining? What does that mean? Pai Chi Xiao Cho. User 5975469666. Haha. I've caught you again. I need when T jump off. User 5975469666. Pai Chi Xiao Cho. Ah, are you a devil? Yi Lang's strength was immense. He soon severed the giant lizard's head. He then held the bloody head and walked into the elevator. Yaoshi couldn't help but swallow hard, wanting to join him in the elevator, but found her legs weak and could only watch as Yi Lang disappeared behind the elevator doors. When the elevator's numbers began to flicker, she finally sighed in relief and checked her live broadcast room. On est 10,000. Whoa. There are actually 100,000 viewers in the live room. Thank you, everyone, for your support. Please help me with some follows. Thank you. Thank you. However, the viewers ignored Yao Shi's excited voice, continuing to barrage with the same sentiment. Catch up. Get in the elevator together. Streamer, hurry up, or I'll unfollow. Yao Shi's expression stiffened. She indeed wanted to, but the elevator was too narrow, and with Yi Lang being so fierce and eyeing her body, wouldn't he going to be akin to delivering herself to the sun? No matter how much she liked him, it couldn't he be given away for free. Unless seeing the barrage threatening to unfollow if she didn't stream Yi Lang, she felt like an ant on a hot pan. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she shouted to the live broadcast room, "Everyone, don't worry. I believe you've all guessed it. I have the ability to become invisible. I will keep a close watch on that man, and won't he miss any of his battles." The live broadcast room quieted down. Yet a few comments made Yao Shi's face flush. Buqi Xiang Kai Shui Gao. Host, since you can become invisible, could you please stream when that man is taking a bath? I want to see his length. Pao Fu Yujin and I. Well said. Also, if possible, could you touch that man's abs for me? I want to see if they're as hard as iron, or any other hard parts would suffice. Well said. Agreed. I beg. Yao Shi hastily ended the live broadcast. She took a deep breath, cursing the audience's impropriety in her heart. Yet her heartbeat quickened due to these bold demands. Her cheeks slightly flushed, her gaze lost in thought, and she found herself smiling foolishly. At this moment, Yi Lang, holding the giant lizard's head, arrived at room 1706. Upon opening the door, Bai Jin was supporting the seemingly recovering Bai Xiao, who stood up excitedly. Yi Lang watched as the mother and daughter, disregarding his blood-stained appearance, rushed toward him. He called out with a smile, "Don't come over, I'm dirty. Wait until I clean up before you hug me." Only then did Bai Jin and her daughter pause, their eyes filled with concern and admiration. Yi Lang first instructed Bai Jin to fetch some plastic wrap, then carefully wrapped the head of the large gecko and placed it in the middle of the corridor. Following that, under the watchful gaze of Bai Jin and her daughter, he slowly stepped into the bathroom. Bai Xiao felt a flicker of inspiration and patted her daughter. Understanding, Bai Jin, though somewhat shy, mustered her courage and followed him into the bathroom. At that moment, Yi Lang was removing his blood-stained pants, revealing his robust physique. Bai Jin's face flushed, her heart raced. Yet she feigned calmness, saying, "My mom sent me here, don't misunderstand." Yi Lang glanced at Bai Jin's affection level, which stood at 78, infatuation, smiled, and remained silent. Bai Jin cautiously held a bucket of water, and at Yi Lang's gesture, she slowly poured it over him. The droplets cascaded down Yi Lang's chiseled muscles, washing away the blood and revealing his normal skin tone. If this scene were to be witnessed by the viewers in the live stream, it would surely provoke a cacophony of exclamations. Bai Jin felt her legs weaken, her breath quickening. She had seen muscular young men online before, yet none had impacted her as strongly as Yi Lang did at that moment. Each of Yi Lang's muscles appeared meticulously sculpted, rendering him exceptionally alluring amidst the blood and scars. She struggled to suppress her inner turmoil, continuing to pour water, her gaze involuntarily lingering on his solid chest, well-defined abs, and robust thighs. Suddenly, her grip faltered and the bucket of water plummeted. Yi Lang greeted swiftly, standing up to catch the bucket while also embracing the unsteady Bai Jin. Their eyes met, the sound of their heartbeats reverberating in the still air. Yi Lang looked at Bai Jin, who resembled a startled doe, her eyelashes trembling. Without hesitation, he released the bucket, causing water to splash, and kissed Bai Jin's lips. Soft and cool, dressed in his square-patterned shorts, Yi Lang took Bai Jin's hand as they exited the bathroom, prompting a look of surprise from Bai Xiao. So soon? Yi Lang glanced at Bai Jin's affection level, now at 89, beloved, and smiled, curious about the rewards of achieving a perfect score of 100 in this initial challenge. Bai Xiao, no longer troubled, thought to herself that it was bound to happen eventually. She had already prepared the meal and urged the two to sit down for a bite to eat. Yi Lang first posted the photos in the homeowner group before enjoying a lavish dinner with the mother and daughter. During the meal, the two women inquired about Yi Lang's health and the details of the earlier battle. Yi Lang similed nonchalantly, offering a brief account of the fight without delving into excessive detail. Bai Jin listened quietly, her eyes sparkling with admiration and reliance on Yi Lang. The dinner unfolded in a warm atmosphere. Meanwhile, in Unit 1505 of Building 3, Yaoshi excitedly uploaded the edited video to the Dolong platform, knowing it would soon garner attention. In the homeowner group, chaos erupted. Unit 1002's Dawa youth exclaimed, "Yi Lang, wow, incredible. Have you awakened your powers too?" Unit 1101's Jiang Qiao remarked, "Wow, that's the big gecko from the 10th floor. Yi Lang killed it? Amazing." Unit 1217's Li Shui added, "Yi Lang, fantastic. Now our Building 3 is safe. Thank you, Langge." Unit 1201's Fei Xiang Lan Tian quipped, "Li Shui from Unit 1217. Weren't you cursing at the security guard? Now you're calling him Langge?" Unit 1217's Li Shui retorted, "Mind your own business, you down there, man." Unit 1402's Zhang Chang challenged. Ma Weiguo from Unit 1715 and Zhao Dehai from Unit 1711. "Weren't you two going to make Yi Lang pay a price? Why the silence now?" In Unit 1102's bedroom, Fan Yi on Wang Wei and Qin Ling's bed. The couple's bodies had long since vanished. The sheets adorned with new patterns of mandarin ducks frolicking in water. Only a few dried bloodstains extended from the bedroom to the kitchen, hinting at the tragic fate of the unfortunate couple. Fanny curiously gazed at his hand, transformed into a monstrous claw covered in scales. With a thought, the sharp nails and dark scales retracted into his flesh, returning to the appearance of a normal human hand. Fanny laughed, albeit with a somewhat sinister edge. He then picked up his phone and sent a message in a newly created group chat. "Emojoie. The F.A. Lang team is officially established. Please respond upon receipt." Huishin Fang Zheng replied, "Received." Shuishin Sao Da, I acknowledged, received. Lei Jian F.A. Wang Ba, sure confirmed, received. Yin Mo Ma Weiguo added, received. Bing Shui Nu Wang, Chun Shuilian responded, received. Tu Shunli Gang replied, received. Ai Sha Gong Zhu Fan Chi stated, received. In Unit 1318, Xiong Ting felt somewhat overwhelmed, tightly hugging her knees while sitting on the floor, her mind haunted by the image the security guard had posted in the group. Moreover, 3 residents from the 17th floor confirmed that the terrifying gecko's head was indeed placed in the middle of the corridor. Everything seemed to mock her foolishness. Tears finally streamed down Xiong Ting's face as she began to cry silently. However, not long after, her stomach growled, the sensation of hunger crashing over her like a tide, reminding her that crying would not fill her belly. Her slender, unadorned fingers reached for her phone, intending to send something to Yi Lang. But she stumbled upon her earlier post, "Stinky security guard, down there man, deserve it. Not even worth your time." Frustrated, Xiong Ting tossed her phone aside, her long fingers rubbing her stomach, as if hoping to alleviate her hunger in that way. As she rubbed, a faint blush crept up her delicate face. This night was destined for unrest. In an apartment, Tang Xiao Wan was sprawled on her bed, scrolling through Dolong. She felt elated that the annoying woman from yesterday had perished, drained dry by mosquitoes. Yet, her father was quite saddened, which cast a shadow over Tang Xiao Wan's mood. Even though her father had taken a younger wife, he was never ambiguous with her and her brother. Suddenly, Tang Xiao Wan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at her phone screen. Dad, come look." She sprang up, rushing out of her bedroom without even putting on her shoes. At that moment, Tang Long was seated on the living room sofa, gently polishing a beautiful woman's photograph, his gaze vacant and his complexion ashen. Hearing his daughter's excited exclamations, he hastily set the photo aside, adopting a serious and resolute expression. Tang Xiao Wan dashed over, pointing at the screen and thrusting the phone into Tang Long's hands. "Dad, quick look. Who's in this video?" Curiosity piqued. Tang Long took the phone and began watching intently. In an instant, his expression soured. As the video played, Tang Long's demeanor grew increasingly grim until he saw Yi Lang in the video, wielding an axe with one hand and launching it with force. With a loud thud, Tang Long slammed the phone down onto the coffee table. "What are you doing, Dad?" Tang Xiao Wan cried, heartbroken as she picked up the phone, inspecting it carefully. Seeing it was unharmed and still playing the video of Yi Lang versus the big gecko, she breathed a sigh of relief. In the next moment, Tang Xiaowan burst into laughter, turning to Tang Long. Dad, you recognize him, right? Shixiang is so incredible. He is not your Shixiao. Tang Long bellowed, clearly infuriated by his daughter's words. Oh, you old man. How dare you shout at me? At your child who lost her mother at a young age. Boo-hoo. A fleeting look of pain crossed Tang Long's face as he observed his daughter's pitiful expression, and he quickly softened, donning a smile. Xiaowan, I didn't mean it. Please don't cry. I apologize. Tang Xiaowan, upon witnessing the efficacy of her tried-and-true technique, instantly transformed her tears into laughter and playfully declared, This time, I shall forgive you, but you must ensure there will not be a next time. Humph. Her expression soon shifted to one of excitement. Old man, that is Heir Shixiao. He has become remarkably strong. He single-handedly killed such a large gecko. Let's go find him. Tang Long, feeling somewhat helpless, awkwardly replied, Xiaowan. He is no longer your Heir Shixiao. He has long since withdrawn from the sect. Have you forgotten? Who agreed to that? He neither submitted a resignation letter nor received any punishment for leaving, and you have not publicly announced his departure. How can he not be my Heir Shixiao? Tang Xiaowan stubbornly refused to acknowledge the old man's words. In her heart, Heir Shixiao would forever remain Heir Shixiao. Tang Long sighed, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes as he gently said, Xiaowan, he has publicly declared it himself. There should still be a video of his resignation on that Dolong platform. Tang Xiaowan shook her head defiantly, her eyes glinting with determination. I do not care. As long as he has not completed the resignation process, he remains my Heir Shixiao. Tang Long, feeling exasperated, realized he could neither strike nor persuade his daughter, so he chose to remain silent. Observing her father's silence, Tang Xiaowan clung to his arm and sweetly pleaded, Dad, please take me to find Heir Shixiao. Our apartment is only 12 stories high. Soon enough, those strange vines will cover it entirely, and we will be done for. Besides, we have so many supplies. We can share some with him. Are you not afraid he might starve? I would rather he go hungry for a couple of days. There is absolutely no chance of finding him, unless I were to perish. Tang Long had only uttered half of his harsh words, ultimately unable to curse his former disciple, even if he had become a wayward pupil, as the older generation believed in such things. Dad, stop being stubborn. Let's go find him. Having an additional person will mean more strength. Moreover, Heir Shixiao is so powerful. With him, we shall be safer. If you refuse to go, I shall go alone. Tang Long's face contorted in frustration, yet he resolutely stated, even if you shout to the heavens, I will not agree. Tang Xiaowan rolled her eyes, pouted, and burst into tears. Mom, why did you leave so early, leaving me to bear the brunt of this old man's temper? Woo. Hearing this, Tang Long's heart twisted painfully. He longed to comfort his beloved daughter, but the thought of that wayward disciple hardened his resolve. He abruptly stood up, his footsteps hurried as he moved towards the balcony, seeking to escape the sound of his daughter's cries, leaving behind only the words, I'm going to smoke. Seeing this, Tang Xiaowan wiped her tears and angrily shook her fist. She continued watching the unfinished video, muttering, Heir Shixiao, are you still my Heir Shixiao? Xiaowan misses you very much. Chapter 29. The Sleep of a Pure Woman. After enjoying a romantic dinner with Bai Xiao and Bai Jin, Yi Lang instructed Bai Jin to choose a bedroom for the night before wrapping his arm around the still somewhat weary Bai Xiao and heading to the bedroom. Bai Jin cast a worried glance at her mother, wanting to say something, but her reserved demeanor as a young lady held her back. After changing clothes, Yi Lang laid down on the bed, gently embracing Bai Xiao, causing her body to shudder, her face paling. She was somewhat frightened and pleaded Xiao Lang. Shall we not take a rest? Yi Lang's eyes lit up at the thought of finally being able to seek revenge, and a smile crept across his face. If it is possible, then so be it. If not, what does taking a rest even mean? Seeing Bai Zhao's expression freeze, Yi Lang felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Ha! At last, revenge has been achieved. Scoundrel, I will not pay you any mind. Meanwhile, Bai Jin's feelings were incredibly complex as she sat on the sofa, cradling her face in her hands, her heart a tumult of emotions. Why had he abandoned her? Should she have offered herself freely? Or should she maintain her dignity? What if he truly did not want her? caught in a swirl of indecision. Bai Jin's gaze frequently darted towards the bedroom door. The void in her experience rendered her particularly helpless when faced with such complicated emotions. She felt both anticipation and fear, her conflicting feelings surging like a tide. Difficult to quell. Shaking her head, she resolved to cease pondering it. The events of the day had left her feeling somewhat exhausted, yet she harbored a faint hope for what tomorrow might bring. Rising, she made her way to another bedroom, but inexplicably found herself clutching her wrist in a panic before rushing into the bedroom. At that moment, Yaoshi was staring crazily at the video she had posted, her eyes devoid of focus, repeatedly murmuring, "It's gone viral, it's gone viral. This time, I am truly famous." On Dolong. Merely 2 hours had passed since Yaoshi posted her video, and it had already surpassed 1 million views, with likes and shares skyrocketing, while comments flooded in like a deluge. Cao Chuan is a skewer. The video is absolutely authentic. I watched the live broadcast. Living for Wang Bingbing. Damn, I was just getting into it, and then it was deleted before I could finish. How are the later editors supposed to survive? Even PPT dogs don't guarantee 100 authenticity. This guy must have awakened some form of extraordinary ability, incredibly powerful. Jingjing Liang Liang, that handsome guy. I truly wish to use his washboard to clean my lingerie. Puff pastry is a bit sticky. Little Flower 123, kneel down, I beg you, for one favor. Delete it and let me speak. Ding ding, wait a moment. I have awakened the fire ability. I can't even kill a mosquito. And this guy took down a giant gecko alone. Makabaka, you're not alone. I have an ice ability that can freeze a cup of water in a minute. Who else is there? Qian Lu Ji Qiong, to the guy in the video. I have no words. You are just impressive. A big girl catching a handful of sunflower seeds is impressive. Young man revealing black underpants is impressive. At that moment, within the Wuyo MCN Media Building, Wang Tianlai's handsome face bore a frost-like demeanor. With a loud bang, the office fell silent, the staff startled. Wang Tianlai, with a somewhat trembling hand, composed himself and bellowed, "Can anyone tell me why someone can single-handedly kill a giant gecko? You all swore that our video would be humanity's first shot against the giant beasts. The shot hasn't even been fired, and they have already taken the fortress." The crowd fell silent, exchanging glances. All right, Tianlai. No one expected that there would be such a formidable person now. But there is no need to worry. We are two-headed. And when it comes to marketing, we are the professionals. Wang Tianlai regarded his planner, Meng Hao, with admiration. Ah, you truly understand my intentions. I will leave the subsequent operations in your capable hands. I have but one request. It must be stylish, it must be domineering, and it must make all the women in the world swoon at my genes. I aim to dominate the entire earth. Ha! Wang Tianlai departed, flanked by 2 female hosts, leaving Meng Hao and the office staff with a 3-bedroom apartment. How utterly ridiculous. That makes 4. Meng Hao exerted great effort to refrain from cursing, beginning to direct the team to take action. Not only Wang Tianlai, but nearly all new media and MCN companies chose to launch their own Be King hosts. The times had changed. The official channels could not hide the truth. With a Be King who could hoard supplies and claim dominance, who would not wish to seize the opportunity. Thus, in a remarkably short period, the comment section beneath Yao Shi's video shifted dramatically. Tian Wang is coming, meow. A lousy security guard manages to kill a gecko, and you are all astonished? Our Tianlai brother has defeated 2 with extraordinary fire. From the heavens, Kiki. Is it simply a lousy security guard you all so revere? Haven't you experienced anything better? Brother Tianlai is much more handsome. He has killed 2. Yundin Tianxiavi. Lin Jun is the strongest. No rebuttals accepted. Our Lin Jun has awakened the lightning ability, with 1 strike of the lightning domain. He has slain a swarm of basketball-sized mosquitoes. Lin Xia Junzi Fei. My brother is the most handsome. Li Yun. Feng Wu Jiutian. All present are rubbish. Wu Feng is the most beautiful, the ice goddess freezing all things. Wu Feng. Feng Wu Wangge. How could such a large cockroach be completely frozen? In a grand edifice, a stunningly beautiful woman named Wu Feng idly tapped her red stilettos, her long ponytail swaying gracefully. Inside the room, Several men were either kneeling with their hands on the ground, gazing adoringly at this ethereal figure, or standing in a line, equally entranced. As if losing interest in toying with these men, she half opened her captivating eyes and casually scrolled through her phone. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, illuminating the world around her. Caught you, my little man. Chapter 30. No more worries. Yao Shisen's the son Yi Lang found himself in a restless slumber, dreaming of countless figures and events. Consequently, by morning, Bai Xiao and her daughter Bai Jin were already awake while he remained asleep. Bai Jin gazed at Yi Lang, curled up under the covers, clutching the edge of the blanket, with a look of tender adoration. When Bai Xiao first told her, she could hardly believe that this immensely valiant man would sleep like a child with a stuffed toy. Bai Jin gently tugged at the blanket, noticing Yi Lang's furrowed brow, feeling a pang of sympathy. What troubles could he possibly have that even his sleep was marred by worry? She reached out to smooth his brow, and upon seeing his resolute and handsome face, tranquility returned to her heart. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her heartbeat quickened. At that moment, Bai Xiao finished brushing her teeth and approached. She patted the lovesick Bai Jin, signaling her to leave. Bai Jin, momentarily perplexed, asked, "Isn't it past 8? Aren't we waking him?" Bai Xiao blushed slightly and retorted, "He doesn't have to work. Let him sleep a bit longer. You can tidy up the place and wash some clothes. You're growing up and can handle some chores." Bai Jin was incapable, but was merely curious. Observing her mother's bashfulness and eagerness, she suddenly understood. Rolling her eyes at her mother and stomping her foot, she exited the room. Bai Xiao's lips curled into a delightful smile. She realized her daughter was feeling a tinge of jealousy over her. This was a good thing, as it relieved Xiao Lang of some worries, allowing her, as the elder, to assist the younger generation. With that thought, Bai Xiao shot a glance at the still sleeping Yi Lang, inwardly complaining about this rogue who had disregarded her feelings when he wanted her. Now that it was her daughter's turn, he was resorting to all sorts of tactics, albeit only over a span of 3 days, which was certainly better than merely rushing into things. Shaking her head resignedly, Bai Xiao swept her hair back into a ponytail and dove back under the covers. Yi Lang, possessing an impressive physique, sat at the table, enjoying his breakfast with a clear mind. Although the wake-up service had been inconsistent, it must be said that Bai Xiao's condition had indeed improved. Such significant injuries had remarkably healed overnight. Bai Xiao was quite pleased as she savored the sandwiches she had prepared. She was utterly satisfied with this life, where she could relish her favorite meals. What woman wouldn't desire such a life? The only drawback was her somewhat lackluster culinary skills. However, judging by Yi Lang's demeanor, he could easily manage preparing a meal or two. Reflecting on this, Bai Xiao oscillated her gaze between Yi Lang and her daughter, who wore a sulky expression. She truly could not comprehend why Yi Lang would neglect such a beautiful girl like Bai Jin. Was it due to their relationship? Should she disclose the truth to him? Or is it simply disdain? Considering that Yi Lang had to physically confront her daughter daily, Bai Xiao began to grasp something. Unbeknownst to Being, who was blissfully munching on her sandwich while scrolling through Doulang, she was oblivious to her mother's thoughts. At 18 or 19, what could trouble a young girl? She quickly forgot her concerns. Watching the dedication of content creators, even in the face of adversity, brought a smile to Bai Jin's face. Suddenly, Beyin paused, leaning in to confirm something on her phone. After verifying, she exclaimed and thrust her phone in front of the two, who were sharing breakfast. Yi Lang focused on the screen, his expression darkening as he took the phone. Seeing his own face on Doulang, he recalled an unpleasant memory. Yet, as he continued to look, confusion washed over him. Wasn't he this during his solo encounter with the giant lizard? How had someone captured and posted it online? Moreover, what was the difference between this and the footage of him confronting the lizard? The detail was alarming, even exposing the fine hairs between his abdominal muscles. Who was lying on his stomach taking the shot? Yi Lang quickly checked the ID of the broadcaster, Yao Huang Wei Ziying Shi Qiao. Instantly, he recognized her, Yao Shi, the outdoor streamer. With a cold chuckle, he refrained from seeking retribution from this audacious woman. She wouldn't escape. He scrolled through the comments, eager to gauge the public's genuine appraisal of his prowess. In his heart, he held a flicker of hope that his physique could rival extraordinary abilities. Even if he couldn't defeat them, He would be content as long as he wasn't instantly vanquished. However, upon reading the pinned comments, his heart sank. Yilang first examined the video by the user Tian Wanglai. In the pinned video, a man, with his head tilted towards the sky, stood defiantly on a balcony, oblivious to the terrified women cowering behind him. Accompanied by a chilling soundtrack, two monstrous lizards suddenly appeared at the balcony's edge, their mouths agape, revealing menacing fangs as they lunged toward the women. Just then, the music shifted to a rapid drumbeat, and the man boldly stepped forward. As the two beasts lunged to devour him, he erupted with power, engulfed in flames like a super saiyan. With a mere gesture, he incinerated the two lizards into charred remains. The brief video, with its stunning visuals, music, and movements, showcased a man's charisma perfectly. Yilang stood in Stundenlängse, bewildered by the sheer strength displayed. How could he, after a laborious struggle to defeat one, have it so effortlessly dispatched by this individual? His expression darkened as he continued scrolling through more comments. Opening Lin Jun's pinned video, he witnessed another effortless display of power, where a mere wave of his hand unleashed a storm of lightning, causing a swarm of mosquitoes to fall lifelessly. Then he looked at Wu Feng's video, where another swift motion signified the end of the fight. Were these movements merely gestures, or were they lethal blades aimed at Yilang's neck? Yilang had once questioned why the lizards in Tian Wanglai's video had not utilized their primary attack method, their tongues. But seeing the comments filled with admiration, scientific explanations, and serious challenges to the peak of Zijing, he could not dismiss them. With a grim countenance, Yilang shut off his phone. Again, it seemed he could not enjoy a few days of respite. Not wanting to dwell on it further, he noticed that Bai Jin's affection rating stood at 90. Beloved, he felt a pang of regret, but now was not the time for such matters. Just as he was about to pull Bai Jin into the bedroom to enhance his physique, his phone suddenly pinged with a friend request. Initially indifferent, he was taken aback upon seeing the name Yao Shi. A sinister smile crept across Yilang's face. After accepting the request, he had yet to make a move when a barrage of notifications flooded in. Yao Shi had sent several full-body photos in quick succession. Yao Shi, age 19, stands a height of 158 centimeters and weighs 46 kilograms. She possesses an inner strength of 995, enjoys playing video games, and boasts a comprehensive score of 91, characterized by her delicate appearance and ease of being toppled. As Yilang pondered, a series of knocks echoed through the door. Chapter 31. The Pan Jinlian and Shimen Qing of the live streaming world. Curiosity piqued. Yilang took out his phone to check the surveillance, only to find the corridor empty. A realization struck him. It was the elusive Yao Shi who had arrived. With a cold smirk, he rose and retrieved a compact powder from the bathroom, applying foundation on his palm before approaching the door. He swung it open forcefully. To his surprise, Yao Shi stood there, astonished as she clutched her abdomen. She was bewildered by the sight of the bottle of purified water in Bai Jin's hand. Was this intended for her cleansing in a world where even a single bottle could be a matter of life and death? Bai Jin, however, dismissed her astonishment, feeling displeased. Though she had anticipated the arrival of other girls in the household, she hadn't expected it to happen so swiftly. Furthermore, Yao Shi exuded a certain lewdness in both stature and demeanor that contrasted sharply with her own. Bai Jin couldn't help but glance at herself, feeling a twinge of regret. Yao Shi was indeed her rival. Seated on the sofa, Yilang observed Yao Shi, now slightly damp from her wash. He reiterated his earlier warning, stating that if she did not clarify her intentions, he could not guarantee that his next punch wouldn't land on her face. Yao Shi thought to herself how domineering he was. With a hint of madness in her voice, she declared that she had come to propose a collaboration. She elaborated on her unique skill of invisibility, which allowed her to remain undetected by both monsters and humans alike. She offered to stream his battles in high definition, creating video clips to showcase his prowess to the world. Yilang, however, expressed his disinterest bluntly, declaring that he had never participated in live streaming and had no desire to do so. Disappointment flickered in Yao Shi's eyes, yet she remained undeterred. Did he not wish for others to witness his strength? Did he not crave the adoration of countless women? Did he not aspire to establish a new force and reign supreme? Yilang furrowed his brow, resolutely stating that he had no such desires. Yaoshi bit her lip, struggling to accept his refusal. She had assumed that a man of his valor would yearn for fame and power, much like others she knew. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to sway him, suggesting that he would need resources, an endless supply that could sustain him for a lifetime. She emphasized the fervor with which women pursued their idols, ready to offer their hearts in devotion. Yilang felt a rising irritation and was about to reject her again when a thought struck him. Women, beauty, heartfelt admiration. He suddenly understood. Despite the tumult of emotions surging within him, Yilang maintained a stoic facade and stated that he lacked for nothing in terms of resources. He gestured towards the table behind Yaoshi, who turned to find it laden with an array of breakfast items, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, sandwiches, and more. Her eyes widened in astonishment. In this apocalypse, he still indulged in such luxuries? Yilang vavit dismissivedi, explaining that he had merely woken up late and opted for a simple meal. Yaoshi's gaze towards him now held a glimmer of admiration and yearning. Her feelings had morphed from initial disdain and aversion to curiosity and appreciation, culminating in admiration and infatuation. This man, with his charm, strength, and abundant resources, embodied the quintessential male protagonist of an apocalyptic tale. However, his refusal to stream was a tragic oversight. As one destined to devote her life to live streaming, she knew that any man would only slow her down, even one as dazzling as he. With a reluctant glance back at Yilang, she sighed, preparing to take her leave when his words halted her in her tracks. The prospect of live streaming, or rather becoming a host, and soliciting gifts, resources, in the current context, held no appeal for him. Yet, if her battles could instill hope and courage in others, empowering them to find motivation in the face of despair, it intrigued him slightly. Yilang mused that indeed, Yaoshi was a woman born for live streaming. He had heard tales of her reckless abandon in broadcasts prior to the apocalypse, tackling outdoor explorations, survival challenges, extreme tests, and haunted house escapades without a hint of hesitation. Strangely, she seldom requested gifts, seemingly content with merely seeking attention. It appeared that the act of streaming itself brought her the greatest fulfillment. Before Yaoshi could speak, Yilang interrupted, questioning how he could trust her. Given her ability to become invisible, what would prevent her from betraying him in battle? He preemptively silenced her assurances, stating that she understood the only way for a man to trust a woman unconditionally. He advised her to reflect on this before responding. Yaoshi paused, her eyes revealing a flicker of inner conflict as two voices battled in her mind. One urged her to pursue her passion for streaming, valuing it above all else, while the other, captivated by Yilang's formidable physique, questioned the relevance of her chastity. Struggling to suppress her excitement, she forced a serious demeanor, claiming that she would agree to become his woman, sharing his bed and even bearing his children, likening them to the legendary figures of Pan Jinlian and Shimin Qing in the realm of live streaming. Yilang's discomfort grew. It seemed he was the one at a disadvantage in this peculiar exchange. The notion that women's desires could surpass men's in intensity rang true. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao remained composed, having prepared herself for such encounters, while Bai Jin's irritation grew. She had not misjudged Yao Shi. The latter's overt sensuality likened her to a lustful feline, utterly shameless. Yilang, however, found himself intrigued by Yao Shi's boldness, as he relished the fusion of theory and practice. He decided to indulge in a bit of theatrics. With a flourish, he extended his hand and declared, "Manifest." Chapter 32. Can you become invisible? Can you see? A deep sisterly bond. Suddenly, a bucket of water appeared before Yao Shi, leaving her in awe, while Bai Xiao and Bai Jin exchanged exasperated glances. What was this extraordinary ability? Yilang gazed at the ceiling nonchalantly and replied, "Manifestation." Yao Shi had yet to utter a word when Bai Jin let out a sudden laugh, evidently recalling something frivolous. Yilang immediately felt the urge to teach the young girl a lesson about true prowess. However, upon noticing Yao Shi's curious gaze fixed upon him, he restrained himself and shot Bai Jin a fierce glare, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Ignoring her, Yilang turned to Yao Shi and said, "Go on. I have a penchant for cleanliness." This time, it was Bai Xiao who chuckled, her cheeks flushed. She shot a disbelieving look at the man who was clearly being hypocritical. "You, with your cleanliness?" Yilang urged Yao Shi to hurry to the bathroom. He then cast a mischievous glance at Bai Xiao and Bai Jin, who dared to laugh at him. Yao Shi, startled by the sounds of slapping and cries, felt a pang of anxiety. There was no need for warm-up exercises to deal with her little pest. As Yilang embraced Yao Shi while entering the bedroom, he stole a glance at Bai Jin and thought, sure enough, this girl has issues. His earlier antics were all aimed at revealing her true self. The results were evidently promising. The woman had not only brought him humiliation and pain, but it also taught him many lessons in various aspects. Ding! The ultimate gourmet KFC village bucket, the family bucket of KFC, has been dispatched to the system space. Ding! Ding! System notification. The ultimate gourmet apple milk green, with coconut jelly, pearls, and taro paste, 5L, has been dispatched to the system space. Ding! Ding! System notification. The ultimate gourmet Wei Long Wong, 1 pound Wei Long, has been dispatched to the system space. Congratulations, host Yao Shi has reached full value. System notification. Wei Long Wong, 1 pound, has been added to the daily basic configuration. It had been quite a journey, but after Yilang's relentless efforts and assurances of unconditional support for her live streaming, an ecstatic Yao Shi had finally reached full value. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 free attribute points, now added to physique, current physique, 263. Ding! Congratulations, host, interaction completion rate, 39, slight improvement, ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a body part enhancement, enhanced part, left arm, ding. The food and water in the system's basic configuration have doubled, currently 12 loaves of bread. For buckets of water, 2 large watermelons, and 1 pack of spicy strips daily. Yilang drank a large cup of water, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He felt an unprecedented sense of novelty. He could turn invisible. He felt as if he could single-handedly fell a bull, warmth radiating throughout his body. With a slight exertion, his flexing pectorals elicited a gasp from Yao Shi. Yilang schmoiled broadened incontrollably. It was a hard-won achievement. Finally, he filled another value, and, thankfully, Yao Shi was anything but ordinary. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy. Moreover, this time, the enhanced part was his left arm. This meant that both his arms possessed 10 times the strength of an average person, restoring some confidence. With newfound confidence came buoyant emotions. And with buoyancy came the potential to startle Yao Shi. Observing her pleading eyes, which seemed to beg for mercy, softened Yilang's heart. He gently kissed her forehead, whispering tenderly, "Do not be afraid. Rest well before we resume. Get up, it's time for lunch, and we have KFC and apple milk green. Yay!" At that moment, Bai Xiao and Bai Jin were seated at the table, and upon seeing Yao Shi, Bai Jin couldn't resist teasing her. "Oh, isn't this the outdoor streamer Yao Shi? The great broadcaster? What a pity your voice isn't suited for singing." Bai Jin's teasing made Yao Shi blush further. Bai Xiao lightly tapped her daughter, then stepped forward to take Yao Shi's hand, smiling warmly. "Yao Shi, you and Xiao Jin are about the same age, so I'll call you Xiao Shi. Please, have a seat. I've prepared a cushion for you. You can sit a bit forward. It's perfectly fine." Yao Shi looked at this caring older sister figure with gratitude and said, "Thank you, sister, you are truly kind." At that moment, Bai Jin felt a bit disgruntled. "No way. You can't call her sister. If you call her sister, then I would be 1 generation younger than you. Mom, look at her." Before Bai Xiao could respond, Yilang stepped over, gently wrapping his arms around Bai Jin and planting a hearty kiss on her pouting lips. "You can just call her sister Yao Shi. After all, Xiao Jin is so adorable. I like you the most." Ding! Bai Jin, affection level, 92. Yilang chuckled silently in his heart. To handle such a spirited girl, a touch of dominance and favoritism was necessary. When it was just her and Bai Xiao, she was naturally the favored one, and that couldn't be displayed. Now, with the presence of Yao Shi, who was the complete opposite in many aspects, this strategy would work effectively. It seemed the opportunity for a physique increase of 40 was tantalizingly close within these few days. Once everyone was seated, Yi Lang snapped his fingers. In the next moment, as the door to the system space closed, a KFC Village bucket, cola, apple milk tea, Wei Long Wong, and more appeared on the table. Wow! The three girls exclaimed in unison, their eyes sparkling at the sight of the junk food. Not only were they excited, but Yi Lang was as well. KFC had a peculiar allure. After a while without it, a craving would surely ensue. Yi Lang would typically visit on the first day after payday, often encountering children who had lost their appetite at home but were cured by a visit to KFC, much to their parents' amusement. The three girls wasted no time and began to indulge. Bai Jin took a bite of the spicy chicken sandwich and sipped an icy cola. Instantly satisfied with a contented hum, she turned to Yao Shi, who was mimicking her actions, and couldn't he help but compliment her. Yao Shi, although your appearance is mildly annoying, your taste aligns perfectly with mine. Yao Shi recognized the younger girl's playful pride and chuckled lightly, pushing the large milk tea toward Bai Jin. Sister, give this a try. Bai Jin eagerly accepted it, unfazed, and quickly took a sip, her eyes turning crescent-shaped with delight. This is so delicious. Even in the apocalypse, I can still enjoy milk tea, especially with extra ingredients like apple milk green. It's pure bliss. Unable to contain her excitement, she grasped Yao Shi's hand and sweetly declared, Sister, you are truly wonderful. I will rely on you to prepare more delicious food in the future. My mom loves steak and watermelon, but we youngsters share the same tastes. Please cook more. Don't hesitate. Yi Lang can manage it. Chapter 33. Xiongting and Xiong Yuan, sisters in pairs, doubling the joy. Yao Shi's face flushed a deep crimson. She glanced shyly at Yi Lang, who was exuberantly enjoying his cola, thinking, this man's abilities are truly extraordinary. It feels so exhilarating. I adore him. Turning to Bai Jin, Yao Shi shyly replied, Sister, no problem, but I can't tonight. I need to rest. Bai Jin understood all too well, having witnessed it herself. She affectionately squeezed Yao Shi's hand and shot a disapproving look at Yi Lang, saying indignantly, he is nothing but a tireless beast, causing my sister so much trouble. Yao Shi's fondness for this younger sister increased, and the two began to share a cup of milk tea. After lunch, Yi Lang typically shared a few photos in the group chat before commencing his workout. His physique surged by 10 points, and he felt slightly unaccustomed to the change. He needed to integrate this newfound strength quickly, as he had a premonition that the next battle was imminent. After exercising, Yi Lang took a quick rinse before lying down on the yoga mat. Bai Jin and Bai Xiao, understanding his needs, approached to massage his muscles. The iron-like contours of his muscles made the two girls' hands tremble slightly. They accidentally locked eyes and promptly averted their gazes, focusing intently on the task at hand. At that moment, Xiongting lay sprawled on the floor, utterly exhausted, not wanting to move even a finger. On the other end of the video call, Xiong Yuan anxiously shouted, Sister? Sister? Xiongting, what's wrong? Can you hear me? Xiong Yuan paced restlessly around her room, clutching her phone tightly, repeatedly calling her sister's name. A look of deep concern marred her stunning face. She wished she could instantly fly to Xiongting's side to care for her troublesome sister, who had only come into the world a minute earlier than her. Though she's my elder sister, her personality is remarkably immature, even less so than that of her younger sister. After the passing of their parents, the two sisters relied on one another, supporting each other through their growth, enduring hardships that only they could comprehend. Particularly as they are strikingly beautiful twin sisters, they must contend with an unending stream of ill-intentioned individuals. After laboring to adulthood, I have become a somewhat renowned streamer, while my sister has been accepted into a prestigious 985 university for her postgraduate studies. Just as it seemed we were on the cusp of a better life, calamity struck unexpectedly. What kind of fate do these sisters endure? Xiong Yuan contemplated the perilous option of traversing via an aircraft, yet the risks loomed large. The MCN building where she currently resided was no longer safe. Other groups would undoubtedly not permit her to leave with supplies unscathed. What was to be done? What had happened to her sister? Hadn't they agreed to seek refuge with someone named Yi Lang? Moreover, judging by Yi Lang's combat videos, if he was not inflated with embellishments like them, he was undoubtedly formidable. What on earth was her sister up to? As Xiong Yuan continued to call out, Xiong Ting, lying on the floor, finally responded. She lifted her phone to the screen, gazing at her sister, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Wu, Xiao Yuan, I am dying. I may never see you again. In this world, you are all I have. What shall you do? Wu, I am sorry, Xiao Yuan. I am so sorry, Wu. Xiong Yuan's heart twisted painfully. She saw her sister's frail form on the floor, her lips pale, though her face retained some color. She forced herself to remain calm and, trembling slightly, spoke, Sister, do not panic. Speak slowly and tell me everything. I refuse to believe that fate can be so cruel as to take you from me. At this point, Xiong Yuan could no longer hold back, tears streaming down her face as she tightly covered her mouth to stifle any sound. Continuing, Sister, I implore you, tell me. Reveal everything to me. Xiong Ting managed a weak smile. Yet upon seeing her sister's profound concern, she couldn't help but pout, her voice choked with emotion. Xiao Yuan, I am useless. I have caused you worry. You must, Wu, you must live well. Xiong Ting, please tell me what is happening. Just tell me. Xiong Yuan nearly broke down, urgently interrupting and raising her voice. Xiong Ting seemed to sense her sister's fury. Even in her famished state, her body trembled in fear. Finally, she spoke, Xiao Yuan, I have messed up. Wu, I have not eaten for 3 days. Yesterday, I resolved to seek out Yi Lang, having sent him my photo and information. But Wu, upon seeing that many in the group had awakened their abilities, I believed Yi Lang was doomed. You know how much I detest that vile security guard. He objectifies women and takes advantage of the vulnerable. So I retracted my information and insulted him instead. Now, there is no one left to save me. I am going to starve. That odious guard even posted a picture of himself feasting on KFC and drinking milk tea today. Wu, Xiao Yuan, I am so sorry. Xiong Yuan felt a sharp pain in her jaw. Even a simple matter could be turned into such a tragedy by her sister. She fixed her gaze on the screen, her eyes filled with determination. Send me the message where you insulted Yi Lang, quickly. Xiong Ting hesitated before forwarding the message, and even shared the photo of Yi Lang boasting. When Xiong Yuan saw the image of that loathsome security guard, her breath hitched. Disparaging others' professions, condemning their character, wishing death upon them, and claiming they're inferior to dogs. This was truly excessive. If she were Yi Lang, she would be tempted to eliminate her sister rather than assist her. What to do? Who could save her now? Those with abilities? Forget it. She herself was an ability wielder. How much power did she truly possess? Moreover, aside from Yi Lang, no one could offer such ample supplies. What should be done? Surely her sister could not be allowed to starve to death. Xiong Yuan began to scrutinize the photo. The first thing that caught her eye was a table laden with KFC burgers, snacks, drinks, and the trendy apple green milk tea before the apocalypse. She could not help but swallow, for although they, as streamers, were not lacking in food and water, they had never tasted such delectable pre-apocalyptic cuisine. Her gaze shifted to the individuals in the photograph. First, there was Yi Lang, clad only in a pair of shorts, undeniably handsome, with a physique that was a rare find even in the streaming world. There were 3 beautiful women in the photo, all radiating happiness as they nestled beside Yi Lang, exuding a sense of comfort. Xiong Yuan began to feel a headache. Her sister held no advantage among these 3 women. They possessed long legs, alluring charm, and delicate voices. Although her sister was indeed beautiful, was she truly worth Yi Lang's efforts? Furthermore, her sister had insulted him quite severely, and not just once. What was to be done? Xiong Yuan examined the photograph once more, and suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. She spoke urgently, Sister, I have a plan. I will send a few photos of us together, and you can send them to Yi Lang, saying which one is the elder sister, and which one is the younger sister. You can tell him that we are a pair of twins and can be together. Silence. Xiong Ting struggled to sit up, her face pale as she interrupted her sister with resolute finality. I would rather starve than. You be quiet, you foolish woman, with your ample bosom and empty head. If you were not my only family, I would not care for you at all. Remember this, I only want you to live. Compared to your survival, your chastity means nothing, whether it is yours or ours. Besides, do you even have any chastity left? You haven't kept your nails trimmed for years. I doubt anyone would want you. If it weren't for your foolish actions, Would I consider using myself as a bargaining chip? Xiong Ting felt embarrassed by her sister's rebuke, but remained steadfast in her refusal. That will not do. If my dignity is to be sacrificed, I would rather die. Xiong Yuan was nearly driven to exasperation by her sister's obstinacy, her chest heaving with frustration as she gritted her teeth. What do you think this is? This is the apocalypse. Our company has countless small streamers selling seafood for a bottle of water and a few pieces of bread, even fighting over it. Yet you're still dreaming. If he can keep you alive, I will give him whatever he asks for. Listen to me, or if you die, I will not survive either. We shall both curse our heartless parents together. Xiong Ting opened her mouth to speak, but upon seeing her sister's serious expression, she felt a chill in her heart, realizing that her sister was capable of such actions. She understood the harsh reality of the apocalypse far exceeded their imagination. Yet she found it difficult to accept sacrificing their dignity together. However, she also recognized that dignity paled in comparison to life. They had grown up scraping by, having long discarded such notions, and now that their lives were improving, they wished to reclaim what they had lost. After a moment of silence, she finally nodded, her voice faint yet resolute. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. A glimmer of relief crossed Xiong Yuan's eyes as she swiftly took her phone and began drafting a message. You will send him a message I provide. The tone must be sincere. Sister, remember, I only have you, and you only have me. No matter the humiliation we endure, as long as we are alive, there's hope to rise again. Just as we did in our childhood, we will clean the lollipops we found on the ground until they are sweet again. Surviving is the only way to reclaim our lost dignity. Death will bring nothing. Xiong Ting's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nodded solemnly. Yi Lang felt an overwhelming sense of comfort at this moment, with two delicate hands kneading his entire body, as if all his fatigue could be effortlessly swept away. He closed his eyes, relishing this fleeting tranquility, yet a subtle urgency stirred within his heart. Earlier, he had come across several highly popular videos showcasing battles of extraordinary abilities. Witnessing the bizarre and formidable powers displayed in those clips, he couldn't shake a feeling of unease. These were extraordinary abilities, tantalizingly close to magic and the art of cultivation. With his mere physique, how could he contend against such elemental assaults? Water-based abilities, fire-based abilities, wind-based abilities, each one potentially lethal. This was not mere hyperbole. Had he not seen enough of the extraordinary? Consider a water manipulator who could drain the moisture from a human body with a single strike. How could Yi Lang defend against that? A wind manipulator could deplete the oxygen from the surrounding air. How could he counter that? A lightning manipulator could extinguish the brainwaves within a person's mind. How could he resist? An ice manipulator could freeze the blood within a body. How could he withstand that? A fire manipulator could elevate a person's temperature to 50 or even 100 degrees. How could he combat that? Taking a deep breath, Yi Lang forced himself to calm down, his mind racing to devise a countermeasure. He found it perplexing why battles involving extraordinary powers in online novels did not feature such straightforward attacks. Yet, the absence of such in novels did not imply their non-existence in reality. As long as he remained unarmed with methods to counter the direct effects of such powers on the human body, peace would elude him. Perhaps, at a certain level of physical enhancement, one could withstand these assaults. Contemplating this, Yi Lang inquired of the system, what level of physique is required to endure the attacks of extraordinary abilities? Ding. System notification. Please have faith in the power of the human body. When your mind is filled with muscle and you can shatter space with a single punch, no extraordinary ability shall pose a threat. Yelang similit wrili. No matter how strong the muscles, how could they combat an invisible force? System, I need to know the specific values. How many points must my physique reach to withstand the direct effects of extraordinary abilities on the human body? Ding. System notification. If the host refers to an attack akin to a water manipulator draining moisture from the body, then the host's physique must not only reach 100 points, but also undergo a complete physical enhancement once. Additionally, the host is reminded to cultivate positive relationships and enhance interaction quality. This is of utmost importance. Yi Lang felt a mixture of helplessness and amusement. His physique was merely at 263, and he had only undergone 2 physical enhancements, leaving the goal still far out of reach. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone vibrated, revealing a message. Xiong Ting. Yilang, I know that no words can atone for my mistakes. Here are photos of my sister and me. If you could shelter us and provide us with food, we will be yours. You can do as you wish with us. My sister is at the WIO MSN Media building in the city. That beautiful anchor, Yuan, is her. Images. Ding. Name, Xiong Yuan. Age, 21. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Inner quality, 995. Sister complex. Overall, 93. Identical. Yilang immediately stood upright. In one photo, Xiong Ting and her sister Xiong Yuan were nestled together, their smiles radiant and full of youthful vigor. One had long hair cascading down, dressed in a white tank top paired with denim shorts, while the other sported a high ponytail, clad in a rainbow tank top and black shorts. Apart from their distinct temperaments, one being serene and intellectual, the other playful and lively, their appearances and figures were nearly indistinguishable, leaving Yilang momentarily confused as to who was the elder sister and who was the younger. The next image was a solo shot of Xiong Yuan. She possessed an exquisite visage, her eyes carrying a hint of heroism, clad in a black off-shoulder sweater that accentuated her graceful shoulder and necklines, paired with high-waisted jeans. Her long, straight legs exuded confidence and allure. Yilang could discern that Xiong Yuan was not only captivating to men, but also to women. He was utterly captivated, while Yao Shi and Bai Jin discreetly turned away, unable to bear the sight. Taking a deep breath, Yilang attempted to quell his excitement as he typed a response. Didn't you say you wouldn't even offer this to a dog? What's changed now? You think I would accept a mere 2 of you after being deemed undesirable? Chapter 35. E-commerce, sharing joys and sorrows upon reading his reply. Xiong Ting's complexion paled instantly, tears welling in her eyes. Xiong Yuan noticed her sister's distress and hurriedly asked, Sister, what did he say? Tell me quickly. Xiong Ting, trembling, sent the message. After reading it, Xiong Yuan's eyes flashed with anger, quickly replaced by determination. Sister, keep sending. This is not the time for pride. Yilang, meanwhile, gazed at his phone screen with a hint of a cold smile. When a car crashes into a wall, one knows to swerve. When stocks plummet, one knows to flee. When mucus flows, one knows to wipe. Now they seek his help? Too late. Their previous insults have been sweet as honey. If he did not play them to a point of utter embarrassment, he would not be Yi. Ding. Xiong Ting, Vuf, Yelong, Em Sori. Please, save me. I am sincere. If you take us in, my sister and I will work tirelessly to repay you. Yelang chaklit, genuinely amuset, and replied, Have you decided to share both joys and sorrows? On the other end, upon seeing Yilang's response, Xiong Ting's face flushed crimson. Without hesitation, she forwarded the message to Xiong Yuan. Xiong Yuan, upon reading the message, felt her face heat up, thinking him to be quite the lecher. Yet, they had no choice but to edit a message detailing how to respond. Xiong Ting, we have decided we will agree to anything. After sending the 2 messages, Xiong Ting glared at her sister, utterly incredulous. Xiong Yuan, face flushed, nonetheless insisted, This is something those female streamers say. I'm not that lewd. Upon reading the messages, Yilang was no longer calm. There was nothing left to discuss. He sent the elevator and rooftop access codes, instructing her to take the flying vehicle and message him upon arrival at the rooftop. After sending the information, he ceased to check his phone, instead turning to the blushing Yao Shi and asking, I forgot to ask, how can you move freely between floors? Can you walk through walls? Yao Shi smiled subtly and explained softly, After awakening my invisibility ability, I wanted to stream from the rooftop and tried the access code for the 16th floor. Can you believe it? It was simply MSJD0316. I don't know who came up with that password. It's as if they wanted everyone to know. Similarly, the 17th floor was MSJD0317. I tried it and it worked. However, when I attempted to access the 18th floor, that trick didn't work. On my way back, I found an elevator card that actually had the control passwords written on the back. What kind of talent are our community's security guards? Honestly, oh boss, I'm not talking about you. That wasn't intentional. Yaoshi looked at Yi Lang, whose expression was darkened, and hurriedly clarified, really. I didn't mean it that way, boss. I was wrong. Yi Lang was not so easily appeased. He pulled her into an embrace and delivered 2 slaps. Yaoshi cried out in distress, and only when tears glistened in her eyes did he relent. Observing her evidently distressed state, Yi Lang's tone turned harsh. Do you understand your mistake? Yaoshi, hands covering her shorts, looked utterly pitiable, her face a mask of remorse. I understand. I won't dare again. Yi Lang chuckled as he pulled Yaoshi into his embrace. That's more like it. Boss will give you a massage. No, please. Upon witnessing Yi Lang's response, the sisters Xiongting and Xiong Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. Sister, do you still have the strength? Hurry and go. Make sure to send me a message when you arrive. With determination gleaming in her eyes, Xiongting affirmed her sister's request. She struggled to rise and made her way to the door. Suddenly recalling something, she returned to wash her hands with the remaining water before stepping out again. After finishing with Yaoshi, Yi Lang finally reached the door to the top floor. Moments later, Xiongting's message arrived. Observing through the surveillance, Yi Lang confirmed that only Xiongting was present and her demeanor appeared normal, allowing him to unlock the door. Ding! Task target detected. Initiating task target affection. Xiongting. Affection level. -36. Disgust thud. Yi Lang unleashed a powerful punch, as usual. Ding! Xiongting. Affection level. -46. Aversion. He thoroughly examined Xiongting, who lay on the ground, gasping for air. Ding! Xiongting. Affection level. -52. Yi Lang then hoisted Xiongting, resembling a lifeless dog, back to his place. He set her down and, watching her retch pitifully without producing anything, felt no compassion. Only when she ceased her heaving and could sit upright did he coldly regard her, his tone icy now. What should you call me? At that moment, a flicker of humiliation crossed Xiongting's eyes. Her voice was faint yet laden with resignation. Master. Yi Lang waved his hand dismissively. No, that's incorrect. A hint of confusion flickered in Xiongting's eyes as she weakly suggested. Hubby? Yi Lang scoffed, are you worthy? Keep thinking. Truly bewildered, tears welled in her eyes, and after a moment's contemplation, her lips trembled as she finally uttered 2 words. Bully. Yi Lang, with a stern expression, interrupted hastily. No need for those unbroadcastable terms. Call me brother-in-law. Ding. Xiongting. Affection level. -53. Ding. Xiongting. Affection level. -54. Ding. Xiongting. Affection level. -55. At this point, Xiongting appeared to have exhausted all her energy. She slumped on the floor, her eyes filled with despair and helplessness, resembling a pitiable figure devoid of hope. How could someone be so shameless as to make her call him brother-in-law? Ugh, at least you recognized your situation quickly. Also, stop putting on that pitiful facade. This is a clear-cut transaction, yet it feels as if I'm the villain here. The 3 women watching the spectacle rolled their eyes in unison, urging her to drop the like part. Xiongting wished to retort, but upon meeting Yi Lang's icy gaze, she cowered, suppressing her pitiable expression and slightly straightening her back, awaiting his next words. Yi Lang, somewhat satisfied, inquired, you mentioned your sister, Xiong Yuan, also agreed, and is currently waiting for me at Wuyo Building. Why isn't she coming herself? Xiongting bit her lip. The situation over there is a bit complicated. It seems she can't make it. Noticing Yi Lang's frown, Xiongting's heart tightened, and she quickly added, but you can go over. We keep our promises and will never go back on our word. Yi Lang sneered. Do you take me for a fool, or do you think I'm easily deceived? She promptly pushed her sister's image forward. Soon, Xiong Yuan accepted Yi Lang's friend request. She typed nervously, wanting to say something on behalf of her sister, but the next message sent her face flushing crimson. Chapter 36. Unrestrained punishment for Xiongting's insolence. Yi Lang. Send a few unbroadcastable photos first. I want to see the differences between the 2 sisters. This filthy security guard, lewd and vile, he infuriates me. Xiong Yuan cursed vehemently, yet trembling. She sent a few unbroadcastable photos from her private album. Yi Lang, leisurely gazing at the screen, revealed a playful smile. Ding! The WeChat notification sounded, prompting Yilang to open it immediately. Wow! As the name suggests, Yilang smacked his lips and replied, "That's acceptable. I'll check your sisters soon." Before waiting for response, he continued typing, briefly described the current situation at Wuyo building, and explained why you can't come over. Otherwise, Xiong Yuan, initially ready to unleash a tirade, halted upon reading the second message. After some thought, she decided to share the real situation with Yilang. Xiong Yuan, during the apocalypse, many staff members and male and female streamers were trapped inside Wuyo building. It was manageable a few days ago, but as food and water dwindled, the situation became dire. People have already started to die in the building over the last couple of days. Faced with no other choice, they resorted to their old profession, live streaming for charity. Surprisingly, it turned out to be quite effective, and now many staff members are relying on their streamers to gather more food. So, I truly can't come over, but you can bring my sister. I guarantee that as long as you come, you can do whatever you wish. Yilang's eyes sparked with interest, and he quickly typed, "Are there many female streamers there? Are they beautiful?" Xiong Yuan cursed inwardly at the lewdness and replied, "Many, probably around 200 to 300, both major and minor streamers. And most of them are quite attractive on camera, though I'm not sure about their bare faces." Yilang, contemplating the towering Wuyo building compared to his current 17-story high-rise, silently made a decision. He typed rapidly, "How many superhumans do you have? What are their abilities? Are they formidable?" Xiong Yuan frowned slightly, biting her lip as she typed. "There are quite a few superhumans, probably about 1/5 of the population. Most possess common elemental abilities like fire, water, and ice, but a few have unique powers. My ability allows me to move objects with my mind. It's quite strong. If you can ensure my sister's safety." Xiong Yuan paused, reconsidered, and rephrased, "If you can bring her over, then you can have both of us." Yilang sneered, "How do you intend to cross over? If you don't dare let your sister take the risk of flying over, how can I bring her safely?" Xiong Yuan was taken aback. How could this guy be so bold as to avoid flying? Modern flying vehicles could easily outpace ordinary birds, equipped with sound wave and infrared devices to deter them. Surrounding her with a few drones for cover would suffice, so if her sister couldn't manage it, surely he could. Yilang, seeing Xiong Yuan's question mark, shook his head slightly. He understood that the danger wasn't significant, but that didn't mean it was absent. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to remain in his room, quietly enhancing his strength. Once his physique reached an extraordinary level, capable of obliterating the earth with a single punch, he could emerge invincible. With 4 women by his side, as long as his body could endure, he could significantly enhance his physique within 2 or 3 days. However, Wuyo building was home to hundreds of unclaimed beauties. If even 1/10 met the system standards, what extent could his physique achieve? Conflicted thoughts swirled in his mind. Meanwhile, Xiong Ting's stomach growled incessantly. Her eyes glazed over as she lost focus. Noticing the moment was ripe, Yilang pointed with his right hand, uttering a single word, "Sizzle." Instantly, a plate of exquisitely prepared French foie gras alongside truffle beef fried rice appeared before Xiong Ting. Ding! Xiong Ting, affection level, -16, dislike at that moment. Xiong Ting was too astonished to think, immediately kneeling down to devour the food voraciously. "It's so delicious. What kind of liver is this? It's so tender and smooth. And this beef fried rice is incredibly fragrant." She lamented, "I've never tasted such delicacies during the apocalypse, and now I get to enjoy it." Ding, Xiong Ting, favorability, 17, faux, ding, Xiong Ting, favorability, 18, ding, Xiong Ting, favorability, 19, ding, Xiong Ting, favorability, 7, Yilang geisterte voraciously devouring Xiong Ting. When he witnessed her nearly choking, he thoughtfully retrieved a packaged milk tea from the system space and handed it to her. Xiong Ting was somewhat astonished by Yilang's ability to conjure milk tea from thin air, but at that moment, she had no time to hesitate and gulped it down. The next instant, was it milk tea? Apple milk green? A variant with added ingredients? Ding, Xiong Ting, favorability, 34, favor beside them, by Jean rolled her eyes. Fully aware that no girl could resist the allure of milk tea, especially at this moment. Yilang observed Xiong Ting's delighted expression and nodded with a smile. Urging her to take her time, as there was plenty of milk tea left. Xiong Ting mumbled in response, her eagerness to drink undeterred. Ding, Xiong Ting. Favorability. 39 ding. Xiong Ting. Favorability. 42. Like, it was only after Xiong Ting let out a long, satisfied sigh, unable to consume another bite, that Yi Lang spoke. Are you full now? Gratefully, Xiong Ting nodded, expressing her appreciation. Thank you, it was truly. Yi Lang interrupted, asking if it was delicious. Xiong Ting vigorously nodded again, declaring it was incredibly delicious, something she had never. Yi Lang interjected again, stating that was good. Do you know what you were going to do next? Ding. Xiong Ting. Favorability. 21. Clearly, she responded, but could I have a small bottle of water? Xiong Ting, feeling both embarrassed and furious, hesitantly made her request. Noticing her pitiful demeanor, Yi Lang smiled mischievously, denying her request, asserting it was unnecessary. Yi Lang felt a surge of anger towards this woman who insulted him and contradicted herself. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to such humiliation and torment. As for how long this would continue, it depended on when he would calm down. Ding, Xiong Ting, favorability minus 3 or 2. Disgust, Yi Lang continued to sit boldly, indifferent to the shy and sympathetic expressions of the three women nearby, coldly commanding her to continue. Xiong Ting shivered, stumbling out of the restroom. Bean, with a look of disdain, turned away from the filthy woman and exited with a face full of disgust. Yi Lang, observing Bai Jin's expression that mingled disdain with fear, pulled her into his embrace and gently kissed her forehead, reassuring her not to be afraid, as he would never treat her that way. You are cherished by both me and your mother, and I will always protect you tenderly. Gink, Bean. Favorability. 97. Chapter 37. A special target. Why can't both be aimed accurately? Bai Jin's tense body relaxed slightly, her fear gradually dissipating as she playfully remarked that he had scared her, thinking he was a pervert. Bai Xiao and Yao Shi exchanged glances, both wondering the same thing. Is he not? Yi Lang chuckled lightly, his gaze deepening, stating that this was merely the beginning. Moreover, do you not find it enjoyable? Bai Jin's cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze, playfully protesting that she disliked him. Gink, Being. Favorability. 98. Yi Lang's lips curled into a wicked smile as he tenderly brushed Bai Jin's hair, secretly thinking that it was almost time. After some playful banter with Bai Jin, Yi Lang proceeded to the gym to commence his daily training. Being, Bi Xiao, and Yao Shi enjoyed snacking on Wei Long snacks and sipping milk tea while watching Yi Lang sweat profusely in the gym, occasionally erupting into peals of laughter, thoroughly relishing the moment. Meanwhile, Xiong Ting sat alone in a desolate corner, her gaze vacant, filled with resentment and helplessness. Upon receiving a concerned message from her sister, Xiong Ting mustered a feeble spirit to respond, but the bitterness within her was hard to conceal. Observing the others enjoying their snacks and milk tea while her stomach growled, she dare not speak up. She felt even hungrier now than when she first arrived, utterly disheveled. Why, despite possessing such remarkable abilities and having already punished her, did he still refuse to provide her with food? Why deny her a semblance of comfort? Yes, he had offered initially, but she had vomited it. Could he not spare a little more? Watching the trio of pristine girls indulging in snacks and milk tea, playing and laughing, an overwhelming sense of injustice surged within her. Nevertheless, she endured her hunger and discomfort, refraining from saying anything. Beyond physical endurance and breath control, Yi Lang began honing his precision with the Xiao Li Fei Dao. It would do to scatter flowers every time. Besides, the clothes in the locker room adorned with iron sequins were nearly depleted. Yi Lang retrieved a wooden cutting board from the kitchen and placed it on a shelf 10 meters away. Taking a deep breath, his gaze sharpened like that of an eagle, and the iron piece in his hand sliced through the air with precision, striking the target. Curse be it! Why was it not accurate? Isn't greater strength supposed to yield better precision with darts? What was the reason? When in doubt, consult the experts. Yi Lang opened Doulang and searched for streamers specializing in darts and throwing knives. After watching several streamers' videos, he gleaned essential points for mastering darts. Firstly, persistent practice was crucial, requiring a strong interest in the sport. Secondly, the force applied and the method of exertion were vital, It was not merely about brute strength. Beginning with lighter darts and practicing with subtle force was advisable. Lastly, concentration was paramount. Adjusting breathing rhythm until achieving a harmonious unity of mind and body could be practiced through methods that mitigate distractions. Yi Lang had an epiphany, retrieving a bottle of water balloons from the bedside table in the bedroom. These soaked water balloons were small and round, pleasantly pliable, yet easily breakable with slight pressure. Holding these delicate water balloons, Yi Lang instructed Bai Jin to fetch a bucket of water to clean Xiong Ting, urging her to hurry as he needed it soon. Lecture. Bai Jin huffed playfully before obediently assisting Xiong Ting to the bathroom. Ding, Xiong Ting, favorability. 13. Xiong Ting felt a spark of excitement. She could no longer endure the unpleasant mixture of sweat and vomit clinging to her. The prospect of a shower was truly delightful, and this odious security guard had shown a glimmer of conscience. Bai Jin quickly cleaned Xiong Ting, who bashfully clutched a slightly small bathrobe, bringing her before Yi Lang. Yi Lang, satisfied, bestowed a kiss on Bai Jin's lips before turning to Xiong Ting with a cold command. Put your hands down. A short gasp escaped her. Indeed, as her name suggested, Yi Lang offered his praise freely. Then, in the face of Xiong Ting's incredulous gaze, he produced a marker. Though Xiong Ting wished to resist, the icy detachment of Yi Lang's eyes instilled an indescribable pressure within her. She could only submit to his will. Hit the bullseye and tell me. Yi Lang coldly instructed Xiong Ting, standing 10 meters away. Ding, Xiong Ting, favorability, -42, Luoting, trembling. Xiong Ting noted the playful expressions of the three women, her heart brimming with humiliation and fury. She desperately wished to retaliate against this beast. Yet the thought of her sister and the potential consequences compelled her to stifle her humiliation and rage. Now that interest had sparked, it also provided an opportunity to refine her control of subtle force, and nothing could be more distracting than this. I am truly a genius, Yi Lang thought, filled with immense pride. Did I hit it? No, I did not. Then why did you shout? Right? I apologize. I will pay attention next time. Did I hit it? I did. Was it left or right? Left. But I aimed for the right. Damn it, continue. Amidst the astonished expressions of the three women and Xiong Ting's escalating humiliation, Yi Lang finally made significant progress. He could now consistently hit the bullseye several times in succession, causing Xiong Ting to exclaim in surprise, and even boosting his favorability slightly. Indeed, a man must be bad for a woman to love him. Ignoring the trio's peculiar glances, Yi Lang grinned widely. A sumptuous dinner was laid out on the dining table. Yi Lang and the three women savored a fusion of Western and Chinese cuisine, a blend of high-end and junk food. Steak paired with the three delicacies. Foie gras accompanied by hamburgers, red wine served with cola, and caramel pudding enjoyed alongside spicy strips. Four individuals were engrossed in their meal, completely oblivious to Xiong Ting, who sat quietly beside them, stifling her grievances. As customary, Yi Lang shared pictures of the family feast in the group chat, and only then did he rise, carrying a plate, to approach Xiong Ting. Open your mouth, he instructed. Xiong Ting hesitated for a moment before, with a spark of joy, she complied. Yi Lang placed a perfectly cut piece of steak in her mouth. Instantly, she was captivated by the tender, juicy morsel, an exquisite flavor she had never tasted before. In that moment, all her resentment seemed to dissipate. She couldn't help but gaze up at Yi Lang, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Yi Lang was momentarily taken aback. Did this act truly elevate his favorability by 100 points? Was she merely a glutton? Observing the contented expression on Xiong Ting's face sparked a playful impulse within Yi Lang. He scooped a spoonful of caramel pudding and gently brought it to her lips. Watching her devour it like a greedy kitten, her eyes transformed into crescent moons of satisfaction. Xiong Ting savored the pudding, her lips now adorned with traces of caramel. Yi Lang chuckled softly and reached out to wipe the caramel from the corner of her mouth. Xiong Ting, understanding his intent, playfully captured his finger with her lips, licking it clean. For her, such an act had become trivial. Yi Lang then presented a cola to her, and she eagerly gulped it down, her eyes sparkling with delight. Bai Jin could no longer bear to watch. This obnoxious man was clearly stealing her moment, and Xiong Ting, with her frivolous name, was even more intolerable. Bai Xiao and Yao Shi, however, paid little mind, recognizing Yi Lang's peculiar penchant for feeding others and his adeptness in dealing with women. Yi Lang felt a wave of satisfaction as he observed Xiong Ting kneeling before him, mouth agape in anticipation of his offerings. Suddenly, a subtle alert chimed. Yi Lang picked up his phone to find his expression darkening. Trouble was brewing once again. A message from the young man in room 1002 of Building 2 read, Yi Lang, a group of ability users is conspiring against you. Is this information sufficient to exchange for a KFC burger and cola? Yi Lang, momentarily setting aside the feeding game, tossed the plate in front of Xiong Ting and quickly accepted the friend request, replying, Is this credible? I swear on Sister Nalwa, my mother, and my own words. Shortly thereafter, he received a reply. You're quite ruthless. You must be Senior Go. I swear on Sister Nalwa, my mother, and my own words. I speak the truth. Yi Lang furrowed his brow and continued typing. Do you know who is involved? Are they all ability users, or are there ordinary people as well? Can you describe how he contacted you? The young man replied, I'm not sure. Someone with an unknown WeChat ID added me. After I accepted, he asked if I wanted to join the Fa Lang team and listed your 5 alleged crimes. When I declined, he blocked me. But I suspect there are quite a few involved. After all, Senior Go, you must realize how unpopular you are. Yelang Gurimajit. Fingers flying over the keyboard. Send me a screenshot of that person's chat. Within moments, the screenshot arrived. Indeed, he was not lying. The individual with the ID stepping on waves vehemently enumerated Yi Lang's so-called transgressions, each laced with hostility. Yi Lang scrutinized the 5 accusations, a sardonic smile escaping his lips. As the content read, 1. Refusing to help those in need. In a time of crisis, you hoard resources instead of sharing to help others. 2. Bullying and degrading women. Objectifying them. Leveraging your resources to demand compliance with total disrespect, even resorting to coercion against a mother and daughter for your own depraved amusement. 3. Oppressing the weak through brute force. Acting tyrannically without a shred of compassion. 4. Committing acts of violence. The residents of the 17th floor merely sought assistance. Yet you mercilessly injured them, employing cruel methods. 5. Suspected murder. Security guard Su Chong and his girlfriend Wang Jinjin are currently missing, likely victims of your brutality. Though the claims were twisted, they contained a grain of truth, at least partially. Nevertheless, this realization did nothing to extinguish Yi Lang's resolve to eliminate the threat once and for all. Taking a deep breath, he messaged the young man. Is it just the burger and cola you seek? Senior Go? Is there a mission from the organization? Be sensible, young man. Room 1618 is unoccupied, with the key in the flower pot nearby. The password for the corridor door is MSJD02, indicating the floor number. Moreover, I will arrange for 2 burgers and 2 cups of cola to be airdropped via drone. After a brief pause, Yi Lang added, the task assigned to you by the organization is loyalty. Conceal your identity and await further instructions. Can you manage that? Rest assured, Senior Go, I understand. I will hide my identity and await orders without fail. Pleased, Yi Lang nodded and continued typing. Young man, can your wind ability deplete the air in a designated area? Yi Lang exhaled in relief and typed. Oh, I forgot to mention, room 1618 is likely the residence of a single female senior. Be cautious with any clothing or toys you might find, and take care of yourself. Inside room 1002, the youth's face flushed crimson in an instant. Moments latte. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes, and a smile crept onto his lips as he murmured, Sister Nalwa, Mother, Yelang Simirkit. He felt a peculiar sense of trust in this young man, knowing that those outside their circle would not comprehend such inside jokes. This group had a defining trait, unity. Even if deceived, they would suffer little loss. As for the corridor door password, even Yao Shi could guess it, making it easy for others to decipher as well. Yi Lang pondered his current predicament, formulating a preliminary plan. The initiative lay within his grasp. As long as he maintained his composure, he felt confident in dealing with a few ability users who lacked control over their powers, though he held a measure of assurance. He deemed it prudent to bolster his own strength. Casting his gaze upon Xiong Ting, who was now rubbing her belly in satisfaction, he playfully inquired, "Are you full?" Xiong Ting instinctively replied, "I am full." Yet upon hearing Yi Lang's subsequent question, "Was it delicious?" her face paled, realizing the exquisite meal had been ingested without due appreciation. Why did that insufferable man not ask her beforehand? Seeing her despondently combing her hair, Yi Lang chuckled and waved his hand. "Not that." "Really?" Yi Lang gazed at Xiong Ting's astonished expression and the rising favorability rating of 63, his heart swelling with joy. "Surprised?" "Allow me to enlighten you on what genuine surprise entails." Yi Lang took a deep breath, checking the system notifications. Favorability with Xiong Ting, 74. Infatuation, system notification, supreme delicacy. Spiced crayfish has been delivered to the system space. Favorability with Xiong Ting, 79. Favorability with Xiong Ting, 81. Deep affection, system notification, supreme delicacy. Tiramisu from Jiangsu, 3 kilograms, has been delivered to the system space. Favorability with Xiong Ting, 84. Favorability with Xiong Ting, 87. System notification, supreme delicacy. Snow Princess, 3 kilograms, has been delivered to the system space. The notification chimed. Xiong Ting, affection level 89. Another alert followed. System notification. Mei Kai Ko Zhu, bowl of braised pork with preserved vegetables, has been delivered to the system space. Yet another chime announced. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 4 points in physical constitution, bringing your current constitution to 303. The system's basic provisions of food and water have doubled, currently providing 24 pieces of bread, 8 barrels of water for large watermelons, and 2 bags of spicy strips. At this moment, the miner had already called it a day. Although the affection level had not reached 100 points, Yi Lang could not afford to take any risks this evening. After donning his boxers, he got out of bed and stretched slightly, feeling the surge of power within him. Taking a deep breath, he gazed resolutely at the darkening sky outside the window. Upon exiting, Yi Lang ignored the resentful glances from the 3 women and spoke to Bai Xiao. "Annie Xiao, please go inside and sleep for a bit, while also keeping an eye on my sister-in-law. You have experience with this, so you're more familiar." Bai Xiao's cheeks flushed as she nodded slightly in agreement. However, she pondered what such a title meant. If she was to be called Annie, what would Xiao Jin be referred to? If Xiong Ting was to be called sister-in-law, what should her twin sister be called? Seeing Bai Xiao acquiesce, Yi Lang turned to Yao Shi and declared, "We will begin the broadcast tonight." Yay! Chapter 39. Soaked? The Revelry of the Big Socks. Yao Shi jumped with excitement, her eyes glimmering with a peculiar light. Yi Lang instructed the 3 women to find him a wearable shirt from the wardrobe, as his security uniform had been torn during his solo battle with the Great Gecko. This was why he was currently at home without a shirt. As for why he was not wearing pants, merely donning his boxers, it was none of their concern. It was certainly not for convenience. The 3 women exchanged smiles and quickly rummaged through the wardrobe. However, as they searched, their expressions shifted to one of confusion. "What on earth is this?" Bai Jin exclaimed, holding up a pair of open-crotch pants with disdain. Oddly enough, the yoga pants she held had a large empty space in the middle. How is this any different from open-crotch pants? Bai Zhao's face turned slightly red as she held up a form-fitting spider suit, an outfit reminiscent of Spider-Man's, albeit in black and with a zipper. Imagining Yi Lang wearing such a suit made her lips curl upwards in anticipation, but she quickly dismissed the thought, knowing he would never wear it. Yao Shi, being a seasoned broadcaster, managed to sift through the embarrassing garments and found a relatively normal white shirt. The size was clearly that of a man, leaving her puzzled as to how it ended up in Wu Dan's wardrobe. Moments later, Yao Shi realized the implications and muttered under her breath, "Wu Dan, you truly are something else." Yi Lang donned the shirt and adjusted the collar, feeling quite satisfied with his appearance. The 4 women shared in his satisfaction, particularly Yao Shi, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she could already envision the thrilling scenes of their broadcast tonight. As per routine, Yi Lang tucked a metal disc into his pocket and took Yao Shi by the hand as they stepped out. Meanwhile, Zhao Dehai sat on the living room sofa, brimming with pride as he addressed his wife, who was bathing in the bathroom. "Hui Wei, wash up well. Your husband is now the water god. Tonight, I will show you what true splashes of water look like. In the bathroom, Su Jiahui rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, all he does is brag. When it comes to abilities, he's still a weakling. My poor life, stuck with this useless man. Too bad those little puppies are gone. No one to scratch my itch now. Despite her musings, she replied, you're the best, darling. Hui will enjoy herself tonight. In the past, she had been the dominant one, and he had to listen to her. Now that he had awakened his powers, their positions had reversed, and she could only acquiesce to his wishes. Once I awaken my powers, let's see if you dare to be so arrogant. A series of knocks interrupted Zhao Dahai, and his expression became serious. He approached the door with caution. Peering through the peephole, he saw no one. However, he noticed a box in the hallway, marked with the words F.A. Lang Team. After hesitating for a moment, he looked again through the peephole, confirming no one was around before cautiously opening the door and retrieving the box. Meanwhile, the live broadcast room of the Battlefield Reporter was gradually gaining traction, with an increase in viewers and comments. One viewer remarked, the broadcaster indeed kept his word. He caught that guy so quickly. Another chimed in, Brother Xiang Yu has arrived. Give the broadcaster a thumbs up. Yet another questioned, did the security brother not notice the broadcaster? This invisibility technique is incredible. And why is he being so sneaky? As the comments flowed, one exclaimed, my husband is here, while another added, my husband looks so handsome in that white shirt. Zhao Dahai, still vigilant and observing his surroundings, picked up the box. Curiosity piqued just as he was about to open it. Suddenly, Yi Lang swiftly launched several sharp metal discs towards Zhao Dahai from around the corner. Perhaps due to an enhancement in his mental acuity, Zhao Dahai, already on guard, managed to dodge just in time. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, he scrambled to retreat into the house. Yet Yi Lang's projectiles pursued him relentlessly. This time, he was unable to evade. With a sickening sound, two metal discs embedded themselves in his abdomen. Blood immediately soaked through his shirt as he collapsed to the ground. Clutching his wound, his eyes filled with terror and rage. The live broadcast room erupted with chaos as one commented, wow, the legendary Xiao Li Fei Dao has reemerged. Looks like his accuracy has improved a little. Another observed, indeed, earlier it was a handful, now it's a few. What exactly are those metal pieces? They look shiny. A viewer quipped, if I'm not mistaken, those should be shiny pieces from a clothing item. The comments continued to flood in, with one urging, hey, isn't anyone concerned? This is getting serious. Shouldn't we be calling the police? Another retorted, where did you find your moral compass? It's the apocalypse. Let's just wipe out a few people. Yi Lang hesitated, realizing he had only a few metal discs left. He was unsure how much injury or damage an ability user could sustain before they were incapacitated. Although he contemplated killing Zhao Dahai outright, he needed to extract information and was wary of scaring off his viewers with excessive brutality. The dilemma of possessing powers was indeed vexing. At that moment, Zhao Dahai grit his teeth, filled with rage as he glared at Yi Lang, shouting, Yi Lang, you beast! How dare you harm me without cause? The law will not spare you. The comments in the live broadcast room began to voice some discontent, seemingly unhappy with Yi Lang's unprovoked assault. However, these murmurs were quickly drowned out by an influx of supporters rallying for Yi Lang, as he proclaimed with righteous indignation, shut your mouths. You were the ones who gathered in numbers to kill me and steal my supplies. Now you formed AFA Lang Team to bring about my demise. Should I not resist? Should I wait for you to come and kill me? In the live chat, one viewer defended, listen, my husband is acting out of desperation. They were going to kill him. Why shouldn't he fight back? Another echoed, exactly. To those who were just complaining, in this apocalypse, we should wipe out people like you. Zhao Dahai struggled to rise, a flicker of despair in his eyes, as he spoke earnestly. Yi Lang, I was wrong. But you've already shot me once. My thigh is still healing. As for the F.A. Lang Team, we haven't even acted yet. Can you grant me a chance? I assure you, I shall no longer be your adversary. Spare me this once, and I am willing to exchange all the intelligence I possess. Yi Lang let out a cold laugh, his gaze revealing a hint of disdain as he approached Zhao Dahai, wielding a fire axe. With a thud, Zhao Dahai fell to his knees, pleading for mercy, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, Yi Lang, I was wrong, I truly regret it. Please do not kill me. However, in an instant, the previously weeping Zhao Dahai suddenly swung his arm, thrusting a transparent water sword directly at Yilang's chest. Yilang si vifti si destipit. The water sword narrowly missing him and striking the wall, sending splashes of water everywhere. Reacting instantaneously, Yilang hurled a shard of metal, which embedded itself like lightning into Zhao Dahai's wrist. Zhao Dahai screamed in agony, blood gushing from his wrist as it hung limply. In a fierce lunge, Yilang seized Zhao Dahai's left arm, and with a sharp crack, he broke his bone. Observing the pallor of Zhao Dahai's face, drenched in sweat and continuously howling in pain, Yilang finally exhaled slightly in relief. He had now comprehended the mechanism of releasing his powers. It indeed required the motion of the wrist to activate. Even in the face of death, Zhao Dahai had resorted to swinging his wrist to launch a sneak attack, clearly confirming Yilang's deduction. Meanwhile, the comments in the live stream veered off course. No one paid attention to the thrilling tension of the ambush and counterattack. Viewers were obsessed with Yilang's white shirt, now soaked through and clinging to his muscular physique. Yilang observed that he had gained control of the situation and discreetly gestured to the air, indicating Yao Shi. He then dragged Zhao Dahai into the room, as if he were a lifeless dog. Yao Shi was ecstatically thrilled by the effect, believing that the damp shirt would drive the audience wild. She licked her lips, feeling a momentary relief from earlier discomfort, her gaze now shimmering with excitement. In a state of impatience, she closed the live stream and followed him inside, leaving behind the wails of the viewers and the shouts of male netizens. Yilang pulled the howling Zhao Dahai into the room, where the sound of running water from the bathroom continued. The battle had been brief, and Su Jiahui had yet to finish her shower. Hurry, Jiahui, run. There's danger. Zhao Dahai, enduring excruciating pain, shouted, though his voice was weakened due to his severed arm. What did you say? Su Jiahui, puzzled, peeked her head out from the bathroom, her wet hair clinging to her face, still covered in soap suds. Yilang swiftly dashed forward, delivering a powerful punch before she could react. With practiced ease, he bound the now helpless Su Jiahui, tossing her into a corner without a second glance, his disinterest palpable. Name, Su Jiahui, age, 48, height, 161 centimeters, weight, 100 gene. Inner quality, 30, one husband, 2 young lovers, comprehensive score, 61 immoral, does not meet system requirements. Yilang regarded Zhao Dahai with a hint of sympathy, lessening the force of his impending slap. With a sharp crack, Zhao Dahai staggered back, losing several teeth. Once he had quieted down, Yilang began now. Tell me about the Fa Lang team. After exiting, Yilang found himself retching slightly. This was his first time killing face-to-face, and he felt a twinge of discomfort. That wretched woman deserved her fate. Her husband was still alive, yet she shamelessly attempted to seduce him. She should take a look in the mirror. Her appearance was hardly appealing. Yao Shi's voice echoed in the air, filled with indignation. Yilang took a deep breath, striving to calm himself as he reassured her. Fear not, for I have not been seduced. I have such a beautiful woman like you by my side. Why would I even glance at that kind of person? I certainly trust my husband. It is just that I disdain such women. Utterly revolting. To entice you, she even insulted and humiliated her own husband, causing him to die from rage, even though Zhao Dahai was not long for this world. Yet he was pitiful. Only at the end did he realize the true nature of his partner. Yao Shi's tone softened somewhat, yet an unnamed anger still simmered within her. Clearly feeling a sense of injustice for Zhao Dahai, Yilang gently patted her head in the air, speaking softly, not all women possess your kindness. Some are exceedingly pragmatic. Their eyes are only fixed on benefits and desires. As for moral boundaries, they are of no concern to them. Yao Shi nuzzled against Yilang's hand, murmuring, You are right, my love. But how can there be such shameless and malicious people in this world? To use her husband's money to support young lovers. And twins at that. Did you not see how Zhao Dahai's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at that wretched woman as he died? In my opinion, my love should not let her die easily. Yilang sighed softly, reflecting on his own inadequacies. How could he be so ineffectual? He had not even dared to carry out a brutal killing. He would need to change that next time. Yilang chose not to seek out Ma Weigua, who had awakened his fire abilities and instead returned home. Rousing suspicion was not wise, and drawing the snake out of its hole was somewhat one-sided. In any case, leaving one alive while slaying another was Yilang's plan. Upon returning home, he disregarded the mixed expressions of joy or concern from the three women. Yilang retrieved Zhao Dahai's phone, locating the Fa Lang team, and composed a message to send. Water God, Zhao Dahai, when shall we take action? I can hardly wait to turn that Yilang into a sieve. Fire God Feng Zheng. Indeed, when shall we act, group leader? Thunder King Ba Shi, I propose we strike tomorrow. With so many of us possessing abilities, there is no need to fear a mere ordinary person. He is just a bit stronger. Under my Zhixiao Divine Thunder, he is insignificant. Flame Demon Ma Weigua, I concur with Brother Ba Shi's opinion. My fire abilities are not to be underestimated. Ice Queen Chun Shuoyan. Yes, that Yilang is merely a lowly man. The sooner we eliminate him, the better to spare more sisters from his oppression. Princess Elsa Fanshi. Group leader, you must expel Zhao Dahai. He is Yilang. There is a video of him killing Zhao Dahai on Dolang. Princess Elsa Fanshi exited the group chat. Flame Demon Ma Weigua, what the? Flame Demon Ma Weigua has exited the group chat. Water God Zhao Dahai was removed from the group chat. Yilang, observing the notification that Zhao Dahai had been expelled from the chat, revealed a faint, cold smile as he mused to himself. The show is about to begin. At that moment, within Building 3, Room 1715, Ma Weigua's expression shifted drastically as he urgently called out to his wife. Wang Huiying, hurry, pack your things. We must leave here immediately. He stumbled towards the kitchen, frantically gathering the remaining food, his heart filled with terror and unease. Wang Huiying froze, her complexion changing as she quickly grasped the situation and began to hastily pack their belongings. Dear, is it that Yilang is coming for us? I told you not to act recklessly at your age, trying to confront the young ones. Now look what has happened. Ma Weigua, distressed, stomped his feet, shouting, Stop the chatter. Move quickly. Simultaneously, in room 1516 of Building 3, Li Gang urgently instructed his wife. Hurry, pack your things. We must evacuate immediately. Li Gang's wife, Zhang Lina, momentarily stunned, quickly inquired, What is happening? Has a monster broken in? Then we should hurry upstairs. Li Gang, moving swiftly, replied, Not going upstairs but downstairs. Similar circumstances were unfolding in room 1603 of Building 3. Yilang was intently observing the surveillance footage, watching as Ma Weigua and others hurriedly exited with their luggage. Making their way to the stairwell, he witnessed them unlock the door, descend floor by floor, until they reached the 14th floor, rushing towards the corridor center. Suddenly, Yilang furrowed his brow as he spotted a mysterious figure wearing a baseball cap and a mask, whose cold and piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the screen and lock onto him. In the next moment, the surveillance feed from the 14th floor abruptly went black. Yilang swiftly switched to other cameras, only to find them all rendered inoperative. His heart stirred as he cycled through the feeds from the 13th, 12th, and 11th floors, only to encounter darkness once again. Taking a deep breath, he set down his phone, and a cold smile crept upon his lips as he murmured, Emo joie. Chapter 41. By Zhao's Chinese style, Yao Shi's Western style, Xiongting's true aroma in room 1102 of Building 3. Fan Yi removed his baseball cap and mask, revealing a youthful face marked by a glint of cruelty in his eyes. He muttered incessantly to himself. Ding! The timer on the oven chimed, prompting Fan Yi to enter the kitchen and emerge with a plate of succulent roasted meat, which he began to devour with delight. After savoring the last tender morsel, about the size of a grape, he licked his lips in satisfaction. He then took out his phone and swiftly crafted a message for a group chat named Hunters. Emo joie. The prey is hooked, be prepared. Sharp Fong. Received. Stinger. Received. Iron Block. Received. Iron Hand. Received. Meanwhile, in room 1410 of Building 3, the women, including Wang Huiying and Zhang Lina, had retreated to the bedroom. In the living room, Ba Shi, Ma Weigua, Li Gang, Chun Shuoyan, and Yang Fong exchanged tense glances. At a certain moment, the youngest among them, Ba Shi, broke the silence with feigned nonchalance. Huh, this is our F.A. Lang team's first assembly, a cause for celebration. His words lightened the atmosphere slightly, prompting Ma Weiwa to chuckle in agreement. Indeed, though that Yi Lang is not to be feared. We are all individuals of status and cannot confront him, a mere security guard, in a head-on clash. Now that we are united, he poses little threat. Chun Shiwilian chimed in softly. Let us unite with a common purpose and take the initiative to eliminate that inferior man. Li Gang joined in the excitement. With the 5 of us, each possessing powers of water, earth, fire, and thunder, capturing Yi Lang should be a breeze. Ha ha ha. The others laughed in response, and the atmosphere in the living room grew increasingly warm. By the way, where is the group leader? Wasn't he who suggested gathering at Bashir's place on the 14th floor if something arose? Yang Fong furrowed his brow and asked, Does anyone have Emo Zhua's WeChat? Ask him. Everyone shook their heads, indicating they did not. Yang Fong pondered for a moment before pulling out his phone and opening the group chat. His expression froze as he quickly beckoned the others to take a look. It appeared that after transferring leadership to Bashir, Emo Zhua had left a message and exited the chat. Dear comrades, I apologize for not being able to fight alongside you. Yesterday, a large bird shattered the glass in my home, resulting in my wife's death and my own severe injuries. By the time you read this, I will have jumped to duel the monsters in the green tide. Haha, to hell with the apocalypse. Silence fell over the group, sorrow etched on their faces. Yet a hint of doubt lingered in their hearts, questioning whether the elusive Emo Zhua had truly taken his life, or if he was merely too frightened to join them. Bashir, however, was too preoccupied with the thrill of becoming the new group leader to dwell on such matters. Clearing his throat, he declared solemnly, Now that Emo Zhua is no longer with us, we must unite even more resolutely. Although Yi Lang is not formidable, he has an invisible ability user by his side, so we must proceed with caution. As night falls, let us take shelter in my home, take turns standing watch, and remain vigilant. Tomorrow, we will devise a detailed action plan to ensure success. Though each harbored their own thoughts, they nodded in agreement. Fortunately, there are ample spacious rooms, and they quickly settled in. Meanwhile, Yi Lang, having arranged for Xiong Ting, Bai Jin, and Bai Xiao to monitor the surveillance on the television, embraced the invisible Yao Shi and entered the bedroom. It was time to enhance their strength. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, Yi Lang found himself restless in sleep, sensing an approaching danger that pressed upon him, making it hard to breathe. It was only when Bai Xiao pulled the blanket away from his head that he felt a bit of relief. Last night, Bai Xiao had not kept watch, and Yao Shi, already burdened with old injuries, could not bear the weight of additional wounds. It was truly Bai Xiao, the caring older sister, gentle, resilient, and quick to recover. As Yi Lang opened his eyes, he saw Bai Xiao and Yao Shi, both with ponytails, busily attending to matters. Ignoring them, Yi Lang began checking the system notifications. System notification, Supreme Delicacy, Jianbing Laozi, 2 kilograms of Jianbing Guizi, has been issued. System notification, Supreme Delicacy, Jiokai Fongzi, 3 kilograms of Jiokai Hizi, has been issued. System notification, Supreme Delicacy, DeLong Bao has been issued. Yao Shi favors Chinese breakfasts. Congratulations, host, Constitution 05, current Constitution 308. System notification, Supreme Delicacy, Niotu Bao, 3 kilograms of croissants, has been issued. System notification, Supreme Delicacy, Zongzong Bao, 2 kilograms of dirty bun, has been issued. Bai Zhao's preferences lean more towards Western cuisine. Congratulations, host, Constitution 05, current Constitution 313. Upon exiting, he noticed Bai Jin lying on Xiong Ting's lap, sound asleep. Though Xiong Ting was also weary, her eyelids heavy, she maintained her focus on the screen. Yi Lang smiled and urged the 2 women to eat breakfast quickly, suggesting they return to the bedroom for some rest afterward. Bai Xiao gently roused her daughter and, with a hint of apology, beckoned to Xiong Ting. This girl was only 2 or 3 years older than her daughter. Yet after sustaining such severe injuries yesterday, she had managed to stay vigilant until now, which was truly heart-wrenching. Xiong Ting felt a wave of gratitude towards the older sister-like Bai Xiao, her eyes reddening, but she held back tears and smiled in response. She was strong and resilient, yet still needed the care of others. This wretched man, whom she had already devoted her heart and soul to, remained so cold towards her. Yilang certainly sensed Xiong Ting's grievances, but feigned ignorance, softly saying, "Hurry and eat, then rest well afterward." With a wave of his hand, a table full of a variety of breakfast foods appeared, emitting delicious aromas. Ding, Xiong Ting, favorability, niti. Xiong Ting bit her lip, and the tears in her eyes finally dissipated. How miraculous, truly miraculous. This ability to order whatever she desired, though slightly inappropriate, was incredibly delightful. Looking at the bountiful spread of breakfast, she felt grateful, even if it lacked her favorite dish. After all, this was the apocalypse, and being able to enjoy such a feast was more than enough, especially considering she had nearly starved the previous day. A warm current surged through her heart, and the corners of her mouth lifted ever so slightly. She picked up a piece of jianbing guozi and took a gentle bite, the savory flavor instantly banishing her fatigue. Yilang observed her settle down with a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. "Hey, tiramisu, brother-in-law, you're the best." Ding, Xiong Ting, favorability, nitifida. Xiong Ting, overwhelmed with excitement, planted a sweet kiss on him. Yilang passively accepted this, finding it effortless to deal with such a little foodie. Xiong Ting's joy was palpable, while Yilang maintained an air of composure, his heart blooming with happiness. Yet she was considerate, promptly slicing the tiramisu into 5 pieces and presenting them to the ladies and Yilang. Her own piece was the smallest, while Yilang's was the largest. The little girl certainly knew how to play her cards right. Yilang accepted the largest slice of tiramisu with a smile in his eyes, secretly admiring Xiong Ting's attentiveness. He merely consumed a morsel, dividing the remaining 2 pieces between her and Baijin. Their affinity had yet to reach 100, such is the harsh reality. Regrettably, the opportunity for Baijin to attain a perfect score in affection likely mirrors that of her mother, rooted in mutual understanding. Correspondingly, the occasion for Xiong Ting to achieve a perfect score lies with Xiong Yuan. It appears a strategy must be devised. Chapter 42. The Two Ladies Together. Special enhanced training after breakfast. The 2 ladies retreated to the bedroom for a nap, while Yilang proceeded to the gym to commence his training. Given his current physical condition, ordinary push-ups, pull-ups, and squats no longer sufficed. Yilang resolved to advance with added weight. "Xiao Lang, are you truly having us both at once?" "Indeed, boss. You might find it overwhelming." "Stop your prattle. The 2 of you may proceed. I can handle it." "Hey, who told you to fumble around? Hold on tight. I am about to begin." The 2 ladies sat cross-legged upon Yilang's back, firmly embracing each other, their expressions tinged with skepticism about whether Yilang could manage their combined weight. Yet, as the training progressed, they found themselves increasingly reassured, sensing an inexplicable safety in this man's remarkable stamina, as he effortlessly bore them through numerous push-ups. After completing 300, the trio paused for hydration. Without a lengthy respite, Yilang urged them to continue. This time, the 2 ladies perched upon his shoulders for squats. Following, there were pull-ups, sit-ups, and planks, each exercise pushing the limits of endurance. After an exhaustive series of movements, Yilang finally felt his strength waning. He settled into a horse stance, focusing on his breathing, inhaling while drawing in his abdomen, then exhaling while expanding it. Once his breath steadied, he slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining within. Subsequently, Yilang embarked on his unique dart training. The water balloons in his hand flew forth like arrows released from a bow. Did I hit? Not quite. Just a little ticklish. Don't create a ruckus. I'm already distracted. Did I hit? Where? Right in the center. How'd I miss so low? I must aim higher. After completing his dart practice, Yilang picked up a fire axe to train further. His movements were expansive and fluid, the axe slicing through the air. Each chop, slash, thrust, and maneuver resonated with the sound of cutting through the void, precise and powerful. Although Yilang aimed to forget, the essence of his skill naturally revealed itself in each technique. If only he possessed a broadsword, he mused, lost in thought. "Old man, there's another one. Hurry and chop," Tang Xiaowan exclaimed dramatically, her tone neither urgent nor anxious, but rather animated. Tang Long chuckled heartily, wielding the broadsword with the grace of the wind, its gleam striking true upon the thrashing vines. "Hey, you old man, how can you still smile in such peril?" Seeing her father's nonchalant demeanor, Tang Xiaowan stomped her foot in frustration. She had hoped to use the ferocity of the vines as an excuse to prompt her father to seek out the second senior brother. Yet, witnessing his relaxed demeanor, it was evident her hopes were dashed. Tang Long sheathed his sword, chuckling lightly. "Xiaowan, how do you find my swordsmanship? Can it protect you? Let us hurry upstairs. We must not squander time." Tang Xiaowan huffed, turning away with her lips pursed high, ascending the stairs. It hurts. What happened, Xiaowan?" Tang Long noticed Tang Xiaowan cradling her ankle, wincing in pain, blood seeping through her fingers and staining her white socks, evidently injured by shards of glass on the floor. Tang Long's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed forward, scooping Tang Xiaowan into his arms and sprinting upstairs. In the next moment, a deafening buzzing sound erupted as a swarm of colossal mosquitoes surged forth like a dark mist. They rushed through the window frames, their menacing mandibles glinting ominously in the sunlight, heading straight for Tang Xiaowan. In a moment of critical urgency, Tang Long swiftly darted into the building, slamming the door shut behind them. The booming thuds of the mosquito swarm against the door resonated, heightening the tension between father and daughter. Tang Long braced himself against the door, the force of the impact causing his arms to tremble slightly, sweat trickling down his forehead. Tang Xiaowan bit her lip, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. As if finally making a momentous decision, Tang Long inhaled deeply, an expression of relief washing over him as though he were shedding a tremendous burden, and suddenly declared, "I agree. Let us seek out Yi Lang." Meanwhile, within the Weo MCN Media building, Xiong Yuan, clad in a refined suit, was surrounded by two makeup artists who were skillfully enhancing her features. Her elegant yet spirited makeup gradually emerged, radiating determination and confidence. Upon learning that her sister was no longer in danger and could eat, drink, and sleep well, her former vivacity returned. As she idly scrolled through her phone, she suddenly stumbled upon a video featuring the Yao something bridge, her body jolting slightly. In the video, Yi Lang moved with the agility of a cheetah, launching darts with lightning speed, his abs beneath a damp shirt looking quite commendable. Xiong Yuan felt a faint blush creeping upon her cheeks as she nervously opened the comment section. The screen was flooded with enthusiastic remarks such as "Brother is so handsome" and "Dad, kill me," a testament to the fervor of his admirers. With a dismissive scoff, Xiong Yuan regarded these flattering sentiments with disdain, believing that same-sex affection was the truest form of love, while opposite-sex attraction served merely for procreation. As the countdown from the live broadcast director reached its conclusion, Xiong Yuan swiftly adjusted her mindset and stepped into the live studio. The lights focused on her striking profile, and before she could utter a word, the barrage of comments flooded in like a tide. "Peace, hubby. Jia. Hubby is so handsome. I adore you. Little octopus. Indeed, when we women are stunning, men are rendered irrelevant. Lucky. Little octopus. Handsomeness is a feeling, unrelated to gender. Kian Yun Si. Sistu. You are so cool. I want to date. Yang me. At this moment, I feel an urge to pursue women. Yet I am powerless as I am a woman." The members of Wang Tianlai's team were evidently exhilarated, their gazes fixated on a massive lizard carcass displayed prominently in the center of the conference room. The creature bore numerous chilling wounds, clearly inflicted by a similarly sized beast. The thick scales still retained deep claw marks, as if narrating a harrowing battle. Wang Tianlai exclaimed with excitement, "No one could have possibly slain such a large monster. Even a multitude working together would likely fail. Ha! I am destined for nationwide fame. How can that wretched security guard compare to me? Ha! Meng Hao paid no heed to Wang Tianlai's exuberance, equally thrilled. "We are truly fortunate, Tianlai. You are indeed a child of destiny. We must capitalize on this opportunity. Perhaps we can ascend to the pinnacle of power. At that point, not only will we have an abundance of resources, but we will also attract an increasing number of followers, rapidly expanding our influence." Wang Tianlai's eyes glimmered with ambition as he nodded in agreement. "I am indeed a child of destiny, And you, Meng Hao, possess great insight. The subsequent operations shall be entrusted to you. I have but one request. I want to appear handsome and imposing, to have all the women of the world fall at my feet. I shall dominate the entire planet. Ha ha ha. Wang Tianlai departed, embracing two beauties who were clearly not the same pair from before, leaving behind the office staff in disbelief. One individual quietly murmured to a nearby colleague. He has repeated that line before. Has he no other words? I am cringing so hard. How are we working for such a fool? Though the colleague shared the sentiment, he quietly advised, perhaps you should refrain from speaking too much. Working for him isn't so bad. We receive countless supplies daily, and many women have even offered themselves. Did you not take one home yesterday? What is there to be dissatisfied about? The individual gave a sheepish smile. I just feel that there are plenty of ability users. Surely there are better options than him. The colleague rolled his eyes. Do you think just anyone can thrive in this live streaming industry? Even if you possess abilities, it doesn't guarantee success. Do you possess the charm of others? Do you have the sweet words to charm resources? Do you embody the regal aura of a true leader? Thus, let us humbly follow along. At least we shall not worry about food and drink, and there are women to enjoy. What joy can be found in this? Ahem. At this moment, Meng Hao interrupted the hushed whispers of those around him, stating, enough idle chatter. The most crucial matter now is how to seize this opportunity and maximize our traffic. Props team, present. In response to Meng Hao's command, 3 robust men in the corner replied in unison. Meng Hao addressed them. Prepare all props within 1 hour. Any issues? None. Meng Hao nodded in satisfaction. Then turned to the special effects team. Present. I require a plan within half an hour. First, we must create a buzz around this large lizard. The effects must be striking and align with the subsequent plot that will unfold. Understood. Makeup team. Here. Quickly tend to the wounds. The security footage has surfaced, and we must swiftly draw the traffic to us. Action team. Almost simultaneously, as Yilang's video was released, other MCN organizations began to mobilize. Chapter Kurkuch, Yibogel. The comfort of 4 women in Qipao. Bai Jin and Xiong Ting did not awaken until noon after their night of revelry. After indulging in a lavish hot pot acquired through unconventional means, Yilang arrived at the front of elevator number 3, only to find it out of order. He attempted other elevators, but they too were inoperative, clearly sabotaged. Yilang furrowed his brow in contemplation, realizing that this adversary possessed some intelligence. Now that the surveillance had been destroyed and the elevators were unusable, he had no choice but to take the stairs. Without a doubt, the stairwell on the 14th floor was laden with traps. After a few moments of thought, Yilang's eyes brightened suddenly. He gripped the elevator door and, with a surge of strength, pried it open. Illuminating his path with a flashlight, he cautiously peered inside, utilizing his enhanced vision to look down, discovering that the elevator car, which should have been on the 17th floor, was suspended far below. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Yilang carefully grasped the steel cable. With his extraordinary strength, he began to descend along the cable. It took him a full minute to reach the top of the elevator car. Once steady, he took a moment to catch his breath and stretch his arms. He had calculated that he had descended nearly 6 floors, indicating that the elevator car was now around the 11th floor. A cold smirk crept across his lips as he thought, adversary? Prepare to be reduced to a mere chicken claw. However, he first needed to deal with the ability users on the 14th floor. At that point, this lurking foe would have nowhere to escape. After 2 additional minutes, he climbed to the 17th floor and forcibly closed the elevator door before leisurely returning home. After inquiring with the women, who confirmed that there were no anomalies in the surveillance on the upper floors, Yilang sank into the sofa, deep in thought. First and foremost, the 5 ability users in room 1410 had to be dealt with. This would render his adversary isolated and easier to confront. To confront this cunning opponent, he must first sever their minions. Yet, he could not dismiss the possibility of other hidden schemes. The 5 ability users in 1410 might even be bait. Nevertheless, this was a straightforward approach. Those 5 ability users had to be eliminated. If Yilang did not act against them, they would undoubtedly come for him. What was the purpose of placing those 6 ability users, including Zhao Dehai, prominently in front of him? Xiaolang, the watermelon is ready. Do give a taste. Just as Yi Lang pondered, Bai Xiao approached with a plate of diced watermelon. Accepting the fruit, he popped a piece into his mouth, the sweet juice providing a slight relaxation. Gazing at the voluptuous beauty before him, Yi Lang felt a surge of desire. If he could not comprehend the situation, then the only path left was to enhance his own strength. Curiously, despite receiving the same kind of punishment, Yao Shi and Xiong Ting did not recover as swiftly as Bai Xiao. Yi Lang attributed this to the fact that mature women could endure much more than young girls. Just as Yi Lang seized Bai Xiao's hand to enhance his physique, Yao Shi abruptly exclaimed, "Boss, look quickly. Someone online has publicly accused you of being a fraud, claiming our live streams and videos are fake." Yi Lang frowned, snatching the phone to quickly scan the content. In the next moment, his expression darkened, his eyes flashing with cold fury. Lu Sheng had been fortunate. Although he faced starvation the previous day, a mysterious individual had approached him today, offering a large supply of food and water in exchange for publicly accusing someone. That individual was none other than Yi Lang, the very person he had once defeated with 3 punches years ago. It is that clown who boasted of being invincible in Baji Quan, only to be thoroughly humiliated by an ordinary instructor from a martial arts school. How had that jester once proclaimed? It came to mind. He had solemnly stated that ancient martial arts were lethal techniques. He also claimed that Tai Chi was a 3-year practice while Baji Quan could kill in a day. It was utterly laughable. When he stepped into the ring, the referee had declared the match to commence, and he had even bowed his hands in respect. Yet, with a single explosive punch, that fool had crumpled like a boiled shrimp, tears streaming down his face. Remarkably, the clown had not fainted after receiving a left hook. He had foolishly attempted to counterattack, swinging to the right while Yi Lang stood to the left. His tiny fists were like raindrops, seemingly trying to suffocate Yi Lang by depleting the air around him. In response, Yi Lang had delivered a right swing, sending the jester flying, landing on the ground like a lifeless dog. As Yi Lang stared at the increasingly triumphant Lu Sheng on the phone, his expression grew darker, the cold light in his eyes nearly materializing. Yet, Lu Sheng in the video continued to mock him without pause. I recall that Dolong app should have a video of that clown's retreat from the school. If you don't believe me, feel free to search. Such a jester still has a school? Does that not mean it is a school of clowns? Ignorant internet users. How could you believe that such a clown could single-handedly defeat monsters? It's the height of absurdity. He concluded, in the face of modern combat and fighting, all ancient martial arts are but trash. With a resounding clap, Yi Lang slammed the phone onto the table, his face set like iron, fists clenched, knuckles turning white. He did not refute the claims, as they bore a semblance of truth. This incident had caused him, once a proud and celebrated national champion of Baji Quan, to plummet into disgrace, becoming an object of ridicule. A small group of internet users affectionately dubbed him Yi Baohua, nailing him to the pillar of shame, as though he had become synonymous with a joke. It was during this time, amidst his daily indulgence in alcohol and nightlife, that he encountered the first woman of his life, who also became his endless nightmare. Yet could he blame anyone? Could he hold his senior brother responsible? He had merely acted in accordance with the school's traditions. Could he fault his junior brother? He had been just a child then. What could he have understood? Though a hint of doubt lingered in his heart, ultimately he blamed himself for being inept in martial arts, for underestimating his opponent. The truth remained that he lost, defeated by an ordinary instructor from a martial arts school, rendering his former beliefs and glory utterly worthless. But why did Lu Sheng's final assertion that ancient martial arts were garbage incite such fury and heartbreak within him? Bai Xiao and the other women observed Yi Lang, their eyes filled with concern and sorrow, having never witnessed him in such a state of distress. Though Bai Jin had seen Yi Lang's face change like a traffic light, it was her first time witnessing him in such pain. Yao Shi and Xiong Ting also set aside their phones, wishing to comfort him, but were halted by Bai Xiao. Let him be for now. Yi Lang remained silent for a full hour, gradually softening in expression, yet the cold light in his eyes did not wane. As he finally lifted his gaze, he found Bai Xiao, Bai Jin, Yao Shi, and Xiong Ting, each adorned in different colored split kipeos, standing silently like 4 blooming flowers. Observing their meticulous attire and the anxious glimmers in their eyes, Yi Lang inhaled deeply, Then a radiant smile blossomed at the corners of his mouth, as if dispelling all shadows. He dedicated a song, Zhonghua Gong Fu by Tu Honggang, to everyone. Chapter 44. To think those big socks were them. The support of the female streamers with the unveiling of Lu Sheng's video and the exposure of Yi Lang's withdrawal video, a tempest erupted across the internet. The comments beneath Yao Shi's video exploded instantaneously, inundated with ridicule and vitriol. Yuzi Ji, stinky security guard. Luo Shui Weiyang, a fraud, nothing but a fraud. Claiming to be a master of Baji Quan. How laughable. Rainbow foam. I said it before, this Yao Something Bridges video is all scripted and staged. You all didn't believe me. Now you're slapped in the face. Half drunk, half awake. A skewer is less of a PPT than a dog. Come out and speak. Passion fruit. And those big socks, open your eyes. How could you have been deceived by such a character for so long? What to eat but... This Yi Lang is truly handsome, and he has a good physique. Just look at those abs. Passion fruit. What to eat, big sock, and good looks fill your stomach? Can a good physique be a meal? Now, resources reign supreme, and strength is paramount. What use is this weakling and fraud? Heavenly King attacks Meow. Exactly. What is there to miss about such a fraud? Unlike my brother, who is not only handsome but also powerful, he single-handedly took down a giant lizard. Wang Tianlai. My brother is the best. Wang Tianlai, what SA lizard? My brother annihilated 7 tiger-sized cockroaches with his lightning abilities. Lin Jun, the ice and snow goddess. Wu Feng is the most beautiful and the strongest. Wu Feng. This time it's a double ponytail. Just look how big and long. Wu Feng. China has divine skills. As the final echoes of cheers subsided, the last remnants of gloom within Yi Lang dissipated entirely, replaced by a fervent exuberance. The eyes of the 4 women sparkled with resolute light, seemingly inspired by Yi Lang's song. Gink being favorability, devit individusit gink xiongting. Favorability, 95. For the 4 women, could they possibly doubt whether Yi Lang was a fraud? Leaving aside his combat prowess, his superhuman physique alone was irrefutable proof. Even amidst a cacophony of insults and derision from the outside world, this man stood unperturbed. His soaring melody seemed to penetrate through the chaotic fog, striking directly at the heart. How could one not adore him? An inexplicable sense of trust and support surged within the 4 women. They understood that true strength lies not in external evaluations, but in unwavering conviction and capability. Yi Lang's composure and resilience were precisely what they admired. Regardless of the surrounding clamor, their resolve remained steadfast. They were not alone in their unwavering choice. In the comments section beneath Yao Shi's video, Buqi Xiang Kai, I genuinely support Yi Lang. The truth cannot be fabricated, nor can lies be validated. Passion fruit. Buqi Xiang Kai, have you been brainwashed? You're claiming support, but who are you? What clout do you possess? Buqi Xiang Kai, I'm a small round one. This is my alternate account. Watch my pin video. Wan, Nai Juan. Is that really you? Wow, you're not gaming, but here chasing stars. Yuan, Bien. Na Yuan's voice navigation is still active. I knew this woman would return sooner or later. Na Yuan, go for it. Yi Lang, go for it. The influence of a small round one was not to be underestimated. Her husband fans, CP fans, voice fans, and zombie fans swiftly dominated the comment section. A deluge of supportive comments for her and Yi Lang flooded in, alongside criticisms of her lack of diligence. Not all were supportive. A portion of her husband fans grew defensive. Na Yuan's night pot. A small round one, you dare call Yi Lang husband? What about me? Na Yuan's toilet. A small round one. Just, how could you want to see Yi Lang bathe? Do you have any regard for us? Damn it, refund. Dang daddy ho. Oh, you 2 deceitful fellows stepping in? No problem, even if Na Yuan truly gave it away. It wouldn't deprive you 2 of a bite to eat. In the Wuyo MCN building, Meng Hao glared angrily at Yao Shi's video comments. Damn it, how did this pesky, a small round one come to stir things up? Wasn't Tishi offline? Control the comments, quickly control the comments, everyone move, hurry. In the comments section beneath Yao Shi's video, Heavenly King attacks Meow. Is a nearly offline female streamer worth your adoration? She's just a foolish man-pleaser. Tian Wai Lai Ku. Exactly, such an obvious fraud, and this female streamer still speaks for him. Simply a disgrace to all women. Meng Hao acted swiftly, but underestimated the influence of a female streamer with 30 million followers. Tuan Tuan, Yuan Yuan, dare to insult us, we all stand united. Align with me. Wong Wong Wong, counterattack. Yuan Yuan Bien Bien, counterattack. Tang Yuan, Kuntatak. Guan Guan Iwan Wang, Kuntaratak. However, Meng Hao is not alone in battle. Meanwhile, in the OSTT building, Lin Jun's team began to engage. Lin Xia Jun Zi Fei. Tuan Tuan Yuan Yuan. Don't think that sheer numbers can overturn right and wrong. The eyes of the masses see clearly. Tuan Tuan Yuan Yuan. Snow Mud Horsepen. Guan Guan Iwan Iwan. Brigd Mutur Sapen. Yun Ling Tian Siavi It Lok. This is the quality of Nai Yuan's fans, foul-mouthed and utterly uncouth. Where are the sisters of the Lin family army? Yun Yunye, Inumenos. Lin Ninja, no manners. As the tide of comments began to shift dramatically, the internet's most abstract enchantress stepped forward. Puff pastry. I am Rabbit Ear Girl. I genuinely support Yilang. Died and still want to eat rabbit. Oh no? Xion Lily, be good. Let us just be teachers. Don't wade into this murky water. Rabbit Girls Xiao Chun in. The sky is falling. Rabbit, not only are you lascivious, but you're also a gold mine. Give me half. Such lewd remarks coming from Rabbit. I'm not surprised at all. Within the Huaxing Media Building, Wu Feng's team requested to engage. Feng Wu, Jiu Tianqian. Indeed. No wonder the enchantress understands men so well. It turns out she is a habitual man-pleaser. Where are Wu Feng's fans? Feng Vu Luan Yi, Abba Abba. Seamless love sister, Abba Abba. At this moment that woman arrived. Tike Idio, Iam Gaozang, and Ni Zen Ni Support Ie Lang. Lao Xiangji, be good. Let us just make noodles. We only have a few 100,000 fans. Do you really want to cross paths with Wu Feng? Bang bang bang, Lao Xiangji, Bodo. Don't forget, we're no longer making noodles. We're now dressing as little maids. Go to. Even if you admit it, you're not picky. There's nothing more to say. Yi Lang is impressive, and that's all that matters. The comments section grew increasingly chaotic, as if the apocalypse had not descended. Netizens eagerly participated in this tumultuous battle, elevating the heat of Yao Shi's video to heights it did not merit. The absurdity and collapse of meaning became even more pronounced. Chapter 45. Little Junior Sister? I am Little Lang's aunt in room 1410. Captain Bosher's presence was formidable. Li Gang, is the trap at the staircase ready? Yes, it's ready. Don't worry, Captain, Li Gang quickly replied. He knew he could not offend Bosher, especially since he lived in his house. After all, he was the captain, he thought to himself. Bosher nodded in satisfaction and turned to Ma Weigua, continuing, Are the protective gear ready? Ma Weigua nodded, assuring him, Everything is prepared. Rest assured, Xiao Ba. Bosher frowned slightly at the term Xiao Ba, which displeased him. But he quickly adjusted his demeanor and replied coldly, Do not be careless. Have we tested it? Can it withstand the fierce thrust of a blade? Ma Weigua's expression grew serious as he promptly responded, It has been tested, and there are absolutely no issues. The blade's fierce thrust leaves it unscathed. Bosher then directed his attention to Yang Fong, asking, Yang Fong, Are the items we need ready? Is the quantity sufficient? Yang Fong subtly clenched his fist, evidently harboring some dissatisfaction towards this young captain, yet he answered steadily, Everything is in order, and the quantity is ample. The cold glint in Bosher's eyes faded swiftly. He had long seen through Yang Fong's thoughts, but this was not the time for internal conflict. For the sake of his enchanting wife, Bosher suppressed his discontent for the moment. How dare he come with so few supplies, consuming my resources while acting high and mighty? Once we resolve Yilang, if he remains oblivious, he shall learn what it truly means to be a captain. He then turned gently to Chun Shuelian, inquiring, Sister Shuelian, is there any abnormality with the surveillance? Furthermore, I shall rely on you for guidance. I have faith in your abilities. Everything is normal. We have rehearsed for so long. You may rest assured, Baga. Observing Chun Shuelian's charming smile, Bosher felt a surge of tenderness. He adored beautiful women. He quickly reined in his emotions and stated solemnly, Remember, success hinges upon this critical moment. Everyone must give their utmost. Victory is imperative. Yao Shi, listening to the unified shouts from within, couldn't help but smirk. She put away her homemade megaphone and texted Yilang. Subsequently, Yao Shi stood, momentarily lost in thought. The recent events were exhilarating. How could a person be so formidable? Yilang had actually held her in his arms and descended the elevator shaft using the steel cable with his bare hands down to the 14th floor. His solid arms and warm embrace accelerated her heartbeat, rendering her legs somewhat weak. However, after assessing her condition, she concluded that it wasn't entirely healed and decided to rest for a day, lest Xiong Ting express her grievances. Shaking her head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, Yao Shi took a deep breath and opened the Battlefield Reporter's live stream. As soon as she did, a wave of comments flooded in, as if these individuals had been waiting at the bottom of her account. Tuan Tuan Yuan Yuan. 3 million troops are watching in real names. Yuan Yuan, Qian Qian, brother-in-law. Go for it. Xiao Chunan #1. Keep it down upstairs. We are still children. Yilang, go all out and defeat everything, including the rabbit-eared girl. Xiao Chunan #2. Brother, I knew you had some Minotaur attributes. Lang Go, can you send me a strand of the rabbit-eared girl as armpit hair later? I want to brew it. Sob sob. Lao Xiang Ji Lang Go, you shouldn't be interested in a woman who's already married, right? Go da lo Yankee. Big brother, I wasn't interested, but now that you mention it. Kung Zeno. Go da. How did I hear there as something related to me? Lang Go, go all out and defeat everything. Let the older woman perform a pole dance for you later. Feng Hao Do Luo V Big Hammer. No one can refuse the big hammer. Lang Go, give it your all. Bow, geez, baby. Oh my baby. The most beautiful dancing girl army of Douyu has arrived, albeit late. At this moment, Yilang was inside the elevator shaft on the 14th floor, clinging to the wall like a gecko, holding his breath and focusing intently. Ding! Upon seeing the message from Yao Shi, a grimace spread across Yilang's face. Old man, can you handle this? Did you buy your flying license? It has completed 2 rotations. Why have we yet to land? Tang Long, with a look of anxiety, piloted the 4th generation New Energy flying vehicle. The speed was alarmingly rapid, akin to flying a fighter jet. The helipad at Meishu Jindao Building 3 was quite small, and a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. He forced himself to maintain a semblance of calm, gripping the control stick tightly, and feigned composure as he said, Haha, I have held a license since the 1st generation. This 4th generation merely switches from gasoline to electric. The control principles remain identical. Hold tight. We are about to land. Tang Xiaowan instantly grew tense, clutching the safety belt as her heart raced. The flying vehicle traced an arc in the air and landed steadily on the helipad, the landing wheels producing a soft screech against the ground. Tang Xiaowan exhaled deeply, her taut nerves finally relaxing. Tang Long discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his expression returning to pride as he remarked, Xiaowan, see, I told you it was nothing difficult. But to be fair, internal combustion engines are eternally supreme. Electric motors still have a long way to go. Tang Xiaowan had no time to listen to the old man's self-praise. She urgently exclaimed, Hey, old man, stop rambling. Let us hurry to find Air Shixiao. Tang Long paused momentarily, then silently picked up his luggage and 2 broad-bladed swords, following closely behind Tang Xiaowan. Just as they were about to move forward, they suddenly noticed a robust figure had arrived at the top floor door ahead of them. The figure hurriedly entered the door after inputting the access code. They thought little of it, assuming it was a resident of the complex, and continued toward the door. Tang Xiaowan nervously entered the access code, and with a click, yes, that person indeed did not deceive us. The code is entirely correct. Old man, hurry up. Tang Xiaowan was elated, her cheeks flushed at the thought of seeing Yilang imminently, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Tang Long, however, remained silent, not only reluctant to face his rebellious disciple, but also contemplating the broad-shouldered figure he had just seen, sensing something was off. As the door slowly opened, Tang Xiaowan eagerly rushed inside, with Tang Long following closely behind. Bai Xiao, Bai Jin, and Xiong Ting were anxiously fixated on Yao Shi's livestream. their minds preoccupied with the unfolding drama, fearful of missing any detail. Bang bang bang. Shi Xiang, Xiaowan is here. Hurry and open the door. The sudden knocking startled the three girls, causing them to exchange worried glances. Bai Xiao seemed to recall something and hurriedly rose to dash toward the door. Peering through the peephole, outside stood a girl about the same age as her daughter, excitedly knocking on the door, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a complex expression, who bore a large bag of luggage and two hefty swords on his back. Bai Xiao's heart tightened, hesitating momentarily before the knocking resumed. Yelang, I know you are inside. Open the door quickly, or I might cry. If you have the ability, don't tease me. Hearing the girl's voice and noticing the middle-aged man's attire, Bai Xiao, though somewhat incredulous, spoke up. Are you Xiaolong's junior sister and master? Upon hearing Bai Xiao's voice, Tang Xiaowan's hand trembled slightly, a flicker of grievance crossing her eyes, yet she bravely replied, Yes, I am Tang Xiaowan. And behind me is Yi Lang's master, Tang Long. Who are you? Is Yi Lang inside? Bai Xiao hesitated before responding, I am Xiaolong's aunt. In a cramped space that had not been cleaned, a breeze swept through. Bai Xiao continued, Xiaolang is not home, perhaps. She hesitated, perhaps, Tang Xiaowan. You can come inside. But addressing Tang Shifu, she added, I apologize. The house is filled with women, and it is not very convenient. Could you please wait outside? When Xiaolang returns, I will invite you in to apologize. Tang Xiaowan was momentarily taken aback, incredulous. All women? There are other women inside? Is your Shixiong in danger? Bai Zhao's face flushed, and she remained silent, signaling Bai Jin and Xiong Yuan to hide the kitchen knives. However, Tang Long interjected, Xiaowan, we must not be rude. I kindly ask this lady to inform us where Yi Lang is at this moment. We urgently need to find him. Bai Zhao's eyes filled with deeper concern. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly replied, Xiaolang has gone to fight. What did you say? What? In the year 1410. After the 5 members of the Fa Lang squad rallied each other with spirited cheers, they donned an array of protective gear and prepared to venture forth. Their hearts brimmed with confidence, not in their own abilities, but in the undeniable prowess of their fellow team members. Though they had not personally experienced each other's powers, the palpable aura of their abilities seemed to permeate the air, striking a chord deep within their souls. When Bashir unleashed his lightning abilities, it was as if the entire world was illuminated. The dazzling brilliance left everyone in awe, and by the time they regained their composure, a teacup 5 meters away lay shattered. Li Gang's earth spikes thrust forth instantaneously from the ground, as hard as iron. Though slender, they were formidable enough to instill fear. Yang Fang's wind blades were extraordinarily sharp, slicing through the air with such swiftness that they left deep gashes in the wall. Ma Wei's fire abilities produced an intensely high temperature, capable not only of cooking but also of melting glass in an instant. Chun Shuel Yin's ice abilities could freeze a bottle of cola into solid ice in a heartbeat, crashing to the ground with a crisp sound. Furthermore, Chun Shuel Yin served as the tactical commander for the League of Legends S7 LDL women's team, excelling in team collaboration. The group exchanged confident smiles, their spirits soaring. Bashir was the first to open the door, and they streamed out in single file. Although a hint of nervousness lingered, resolute smiles adorned the faces of all 5 until suddenly, swish, swish, swish. Ouch. Oh my goodness. I am bleeding. Yi Lang, you scoundrel. Yi Lang leapt from the elevator shaft, his form like lightning, hurling a metal shard like a dart with pinpoint precision into the midst of the 5. Before they could react, Yi Lang charged forward like a bolt of lightning, axe in hand. However, halfway through his charge, he suddenly pivoted, narrowly avoiding a wind blade that grazed his cheek and embedded itself into the wall, leaving behind a curious mark. Just a paint chip? Moreover, what was Yang Fang doing with a fan, cosplaying as Zhuge Liang? It was not just Yi Lang who was baffled. The viewers in the live stream were equally perplexed. Wang Zaizi, what is that guy with the fan doing? Is he showing off? Seeing Please Call Me Drinkwater. If I'm not mistaken, he, like me, is a weak wind ability user. As the name implies, one needs wind to unleash its power. Patrick Star, seeing Please Call Me Drinkwater, don't make me laugh. If there's no wind, how can he operate? Wouldn't that make him useless? Seeing please call me drink water. What the previous commenter said is not entirely accurate. While he cannot unleash wind blades without wind, he can still reduce his body weight. After all, breathing involves air. You. Didn't you say your wind blades could cut through iron as if it were mud? How come you can't even chip paint? Ma Waiguo, standing closest, trembled as he pointed at Yang Fong, his face a picture of disbelief. Yang Fong felt a bit embarrassed, casually waving his fan as he explained. I may have exaggerated a bit. This fan is indeed a little small. But during your demonstration yesterday, it wasn't like this. Yang Fong continued to clarify. There were too many people yesterday, and we had to open the window to let in some wind, you know. I'll be damned. No wonder you insisted on ventilating yesterday and claimed that there was nothing to fear from iron mesh screens. It turns out you were relying on the wind. Ma Waiguo's retort sparked Yang Fong's irritation, and he shot back. Hey, look at your armor. It can't even withstand a metal shard. Did you not see Ba Shi writhing in pain, unable to speak? Ma Waiguo's face flushed, and he hastily attempted to defend himself. All right, enough arguing. Yi Lang is moving. Chun Shuiyan's sharp gaze swiftly interrupted the squabble. Yi Lang, axe in hand and a fierce look in his eyes, slowly advanced despite harboring some uncertainty. Everyone get ready, especially you, Li Gang. When Yi Lang is within range, it's your turn to strike. Li Gang's face paled, his gaze wavering, as he hesitantly nodded towards Chun Shuiyan while feeling the cloth pouch at his waist. Yi Lang's steps were deliberate, each one echoing in the hearts of the group. Closer, now's your chance. Li Gang act. Li Gang's eyes widened as he suddenly drew forth the earth from his pouch, flinging it towards Yi Lang. However, he had overestimated his strength. The powder landed not at Yi Lang's feet, but rather splattered all over Ma Waiguo's face. A bizarre silence fell over the scene for a second. What are you doing? Ma Waiguo exclaimed, astonished, as he turned to Li Gang, his face smeared with dirt. I just wanted to enhance the impact. Chun Shuiyan, deeply focused on her role, had not noticed the commotion and continued to urge, Li Gang, hurry up and unleash the earth spikes. Move it. Li Gang thought he could no longer afford to hesitate. With a swift motion of his right hand, a few earth spikes suddenly erupted beneath Yi Lang's feet, poking at the soles of his shoes. A bit prickly, Yi Lang chuckled, unabated in his advance. I was right. You will all suffer for this. Chun Shuiyan's jaw dropped, her finger trembling as she pointed at Li Gang. Yang Fong was the first to speak, his tone dripping with schadenfreude. You said your earth spikes were as hard as iron. Why can't they even penetrate a shoe sole? What you demonstrated before. I can only say the ground was dirty at Ba Shi's place yesterday. Li Gang felt a mix of embarrassment and anger under the incredulous gazes of his companions. This isn't entirely my fault. Each of you boasted about your powers so much that I was forced into this. The viewers in the live stream were on the verge of laughter. Xiao Chu Nan number 1. Is this what it means for Earth abilities to be short and feeble? Xiao Chu Nan S. Xiao Chu Nan number 1. We may be familiar, but I can still accuse you of defamation. Haven't you heard? It's because the ground was too clean. Throw us onto a construction site, and they impale you. Yuan Quan. To be fair, these ability users are actually quite clever. They just lack common sense. Ha. Go for it, brother-in-law. Chun Shuiyan was reaching her breaking point. Her mouth agape as she struggled for words. However, upon seeing Yi Lang approaching with a sinister grin, she finally embraced her responsibility as a tactical commander. Basi, stop whining and use your lightning abilities. Even if yours are exaggerated, at least they can blind him. Then we will unleash all our weapons. I refuse to believe he can survive that. Ba Shi, enduring the pain, felt a flicker of determination and fervently prayed for the thunder god as protection. He raised his right hand towards Yi Lang, and in an instant, a flash of white light emanated. Yi Lang frowned, blinking as he continued his advance. Before the others could even query Ba Shi, he muttered in astonishment, "This shouldn't be happening. I've tried this many times, and it was very bright." The viewers in the live stream, nearly dying of laughter, already knew the answer. What are you waiting for? Because the corridor is wider. Gao Zainal. 1. You tested it indoors. Ha, you bunch of clowns, you're killing me. Baby about go. I can't stop laughing. I really want to urge Lang Ge to go easy on them. These fools are too funny. At that moment, Chun Shuo-Yin's face flickered between red and pale. Her expression filled with a complex mix of hope directed at Ma Weiguo. Her eyes seemed to convey, if you mess this up too, I will immediately strip and spin upside down while defecating, then throw it all over you before I die. Reality proved that one should not dwell on misfortune. The more one fears something, the more likely it is to occur. Suddenly, Ma Weiguo pulled out a windproof lighter from his pocket. Chapter 47. The socks immersed in flames. Just as Chun Shuo-Yin was about to strip, Ma Weiguo waved his right hand gently in the largest flame setting, and a fist-sized fireball shot forth, hurtling towards Yi Lang. Yi Lang could evade, but upon seeing the dark red flames, he felt a surge of certainty. A fist-sized fireball at over 600 degrees was something he wanted to test. Amidst the gasps of Chun Shuo-Yin and the million viewers in the live stream, the fireball struck Yi Lang's abdomen. The fireball exploded into an even larger flame, but the duration was too brief, lasting only 0.1 seconds. Before Yi Lang could feel the heat, the flames extinguished. The skin, mottled and exposed, bore only a few charred marks, remnants of a scorched shirt. Yaoshi had nearly been petrified with fear, almost gasping out loud. But upon witnessing Yi Lang unscathed and dramatically shedding his shirt, she thought him exceptionally handsome. She was not alone in this admiration. In a live stream, comments flooded in. Tang, 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 Bao exclaimed, "Hubby," while Tingle Sweet Do added, "Hubby loves me." A little round one chimed in, "Hubby, you're all dirty. Come to my place for a shower. The water is a comfortable 37 degrees. Dan Duan Zima. I knew you wouldn't act unless there was meat involved. Hurry back to the stream." Yuan Bien quipped, "Is that really clean water?" Rabbit-eared girl pleaded, "Hubby, can you pause for a few days? My freshly done nails hurt a bit." Xiao Chunan teased, "Rabbit, we know you're lewd, but don't give it away for free. Show us the charm you had when teasing us." Xiao Chunan one added, "Big brother, don't you get it? In front of us, she's a seductress. In front of Lang Gu, she becomes a flirt." Chao Yang confessed, "I thought I was just a face person. Then I became obsessed with abs, and now I realize I'm simply a lecher. Can't be controlled. Hubby, I'm coming." While the live stream audience reveled in their excitement, Chun Shuo-Yin felt an overwhelming urge to end it all. It seemed she recalled something, her heart heavy as she said, "I see, because of the meal you cooked yesterday. There was a fire on the stove. What can Ma Weiguo say?" He could only nod amidst the despairing gazes of the three others. Chun Shuo-Yin wished she could eliminate her 4 incompetent teammates. The 4, however, were audacious, attempting to cling to Chun Shuo-Yin as their lifeline in this life-and-death crisis. Glaring at their university student-like expressions, she yearned to rid herself of them and then take her own life. Destruction seemed the only solution. With great effort, Chun Shuo-Yin stood up and pulled out a water gun, just an ordinary straight water gun that sprayed water when pushed. She was baffled as to why the Badu family possessed such a thing. Aiming at the advancing Yi Lang, she pushed the trigger in despair. The stream of water arched beautifully, splashing onto Yi Lang's sculpted abdomen, droplets sliding down the taut muscle, dampening his pants beneath. Yi Lang did not evade. He had already discerned the answer. Seizing the opportunity, he intended to experience the power of ice-type abilities. Yet this water felt rather cool. Under the gaze of her 4 teammates, Chun Shuo-Yin despaired and waved her hand. With a snap, the droplets remaining on Yi Lang's body instantly crystallized, resembling the glistening exterior of a candied haw. Yi Lang flexed his muscles slightly, and with a crack, the icy shell shattered, scattering countless ice crystals. Chun Shuo-Yin looked on with delight at her 4 teammates, their faces ashen, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. "Let you all experience my despair." She laughed maniacally. "No one gets to enjoy themselves. We all perish together." Not only was Chun Shuo-Yin in a frenzy, but the audience in the live stream was equally captivated. Xiao Hua 123 exclaimed, "Ice candy abs." Xiao Puff gasped, "I can't take it anymore. My fingers are cramping." You all continue. Potato Noodle lamented, "My pants are wet." Wow, how do you hide a beer bottle in there? Emiya Pondut, who can withstand this? Mina mused, "It feels more painful to conceive than to give birth." Bad Control shouted, "Tell me loudly. What do we say in the face of temptation?" Antenna Short Circuit Baby answered, "Not enough." Susu echoed, "Not enough." This girl is not big enough. Not enough. Shuel Yin, didn't you freeze a bottle of cola instantly yesterday? What's happening today? Qin Suelian, observing bashi despondent face, retorted sarcastically, foolishness begets foolishness. That was cola from the refrigerator. Given the circumstances, despair spread among the five, their faces etched with fear and helplessness. Yi Lang continued to advance, the sharp axe glimmering ominously, each step echoing like a heartbeat of dread. The five lost all will to resist, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Yi Lang scoffed, his pace unwavering, mentally counting 1, 2, 3. Chun Shiwulian, equally despairing, echoed the count in her mind. Suddenly, the five who had been trembling with despair unleashed an astonishing surge of power, launching their attacks. First, Li Gang hurled a handful of dust. Almost simultaneously, Yang Feng brandished a fan with a swift motion. A whirlwind filled with dust enveloped Yi Lang, casting everything in a hazy yellow. In the next moment, wind blades, earth spikes, lightning, ice arrows, fireballs, and an array of sharp utensils were all directed at Yi Lang. But would Yi Lang truly be hit? Long before the apocalypse, Yi Lang had memorized the habits of the residences in Meishu Jindao, where keys were often left in flower pots or under welcome mats. Aware that the F.A. Lang team was in room 1410 and that he had descended from elevator number 3, the battleground could only be the corridor between elevator 3 and room 1410. Thus, the invisible Yao, she had quietly opened the doors to 2 adjacent rooms, as per Yi Lang's instructions. One was room 1407, a bit farther away, precisely where Yi Lang's footsteps first paused. Indeed, it was the only place where he evaded the wind blade attack. During his battle with Zhao Dahai, Yi Lang discovered that the attack speed and strength of natural type abilities were somewhat lacking. Not only did they lack the forbidden spells he feared, but even Zhao Dahai's water sword merely left a faint mark on the wall. After confirming his suspicions with Yang Feng's wind blade for the second time, Yi Lang finally felt at ease. Thus, he chose to endure the subsequent earth spikes, lightning, fireballs, and the final ice attack. It proved to be the right decision. His body remained virtually unscathed from the supernatural assault. Yet, this was also due to his extraordinary physique, which still posed a significant threat to ordinary individuals. Yi Lang certainly did not believe in the facade presented by the five. Their ludicrous antics, mutual accusations, and even the slogans Yao she heard could all be feigned. Knowing the inadequacy of their abilities, their performance was easily interpretable as a ploy to feign weakness, enticing him to strike, to deliver a fatal blow. As he traversed the 20 or so meters, he remained vigilant and mentally counted. Each step and every motion was meticulously crafted, designed to mislead his adversaries into believing him foolish while ensuring they remained unaware of his awareness of their folly, all while compelling them to act. This was a delicate and cunning endeavor. Fortunately, Yi Lang had practiced and possessed a modicum of strength. Moreover, Yao Shi stood behind the five. Thinking of this silly girl made Yi Lang feel a twinge of sympathy. Upon close proximity, they discovered a secret about Yao Shi's body. If she bore a wound or bled, her invisibility would reveal flaws. The wound or blood would become visible in the air. During the course of those few dozen meters, the girl had been indicating with her crimson fingers, hiding them in her mouth after each warning. Wind blades, earth spikes, lightning, fireballs, ice, and just moments ago, Yao Shi had bitten her fingers 5 times to draw blood once more. At this moment, Yi Lang, concealed in room 1409, could no longer suppress his violent emotions. Without waiting for the yellow mist to dissipate, he charged out, wielding his axe. The hunt was about to commence. Yi Lang thought. Chapter 48, Kill, Kill, Kill. The demonic claws begin to emerge. Chun Shiwulian and her companions unleashed all their attacks in unison. They gazed into the silent yellow mist, smug smiles gracing their faces as if they could already see Yi Lang's fallen figure. The live stream flooded with question marks, as if they could hardly believe that man could be defeated. Demetia. Suddenly, a bare-chested Yi Lang, wielding the forbidden axe high, burst forth from the yellow mist. In the astonishment of Chun Shiwulian and her companions, Yi Lang swung his axe down. Crack! The swiftest among them, Yang Feng, could only manage to swing the handle of his fan. The axe blade pierced through the fan surface and struck Yang Fang's forehead directly. Instantly, crimson and ivory splattered in all directions. Yang Fang collapsed to the ground, and it was only then that the remaining four regained their senses, retreating in terror. Let's all attack together. Chun Shiwuyan, despite being a woman, was the first to react. She screamed as she brandished a water gun. But this was no longer the moment for hesitation. Yi Lang would not afford them a moment's respite. Before the water gun could even discharge, Yi Lang, wielding his axe, swept it viciously. The toy water gun was shattered in an instant, and the force of the axe remained undiminished, slicing mercilessly across her slender neck. Blood gushed forth, and before Chun Shiwuyan could even touch her throat, she fell like a kite severed from its string. Ba Shi, Li Gang, and Chun Weigua, witnessing this gruesome scene, were paralyzed with fear, crying out as they turned to flee. Yet their movements could never match the speed of Yi Lang, whose physique was akin to that of the legendary 313. With lightning speed, he executed a series of rapid strikes. The axe, as heavy as a boulder, sent Ba Shi, who bore fresh wounds, and Ma Weigua, who had old injuries, flying. Li Gang had barely taken a few steps when Yi Lang was upon him, leaping into the air, the axe blade slicing through the air and cleaving into the back of Li Gang's head. A sound akin to a watermelon splitting echoed, and Li Gang crumpled to the ground, his brain matter splattering. At that moment, Ba Shi and Ma Weigua, having been violently thrown to the ground, were rendered helpless by the horrifying scene before them. Fear and the instinct for survival compelled them to endure their agony, struggling to rise and escape. However, the force of Yi Lang's assault was overwhelming. They felt as if they had been struck by a train, unable to get up, merely leaning weakly against the wall. Yi Lang approached slowly, brandishing his axe, which was stained with red and white. Ba Shi, in a state of despair, screamed, "Don't come any closer. I beg you. I will kill you," while frantically waving his right hand. As he did so, dazzling light flickered like neon, while Ma Weigua, equally despairing, used his last ounce of strength to grab soil powder from a cloth bag, vigorously waving his left arm. Clouds of yellow mist erupted forth. The two coordinated seamlessly, one emitting flashes of light while the other released a fog of yellow. If it were not for the bloody scene and their expressions of utter despair, one might have been tempted to dance. Yi Lang, however, did not linger to admire their bizarre performance. With two swift strikes, the axe blade severed both of their arms. Before they could even scream in agony, the axe came crashing down. Ba Shi and Ma Weigua's necks were almost simultaneously cleaved open, leaving only a thin strip of flesh connecting them, blood gushing forth like a fountain. At that moment, the live stream was engulfed in silence. As Yi Lang retched violently, the comments section exploded. "This is too cruel. Yi Lang has gone mad. How dare he kill? That was 5 people, not 5 chickens. Murderer! Murderer! Murderer!" The barrage of accusations filled the screen, as everyone was merely ordinary individuals who had never even killed a chicken in times of peace. Witnessing such a brutal and bloody spectacle, they were understandably incensed. Even if they understood that in this apocalypse, Yi Lang's survival hinged on eliminating them, they could not condone his actions. It was the internet, where even the slightest offense would be magnified and condemned, let alone murder. The netizens were all moral paragons in their judgments of others. Justice from behind the keyboard came easily, yet not everyone was a moralist. Many loyal supporters continued to back Yi Lang. "I don't understand what kind of bizarre saints you people are, calling him a murderer. If Yi Lang doesn't kill them, should he just wait for them to cut his throat? You always stand on your moral high ground to criticize Yi Lang, who is struggling to survive. This is the apocalypse. Self-preservation is the only imperative. Wake up. I like him even more now. I like him even more. I like him even more. I like him even more." Yi Lang was oblivious to the mixed comments of condemnation and support. He felt as if his insides were about to erupt. It was not merely the act of killing that made him feel nauseous. It was the sheer repulsiveness of the scene. Some of the splattered crimson and ivory had even reached his mouth. Yi Lang lost track of time as he retched, until a gentle, invisible hand patted his back, making him feel slightly better. A warmth spread through him. Although he could not see her, he knew that she must be terrified and disgusted at that moment. Yet she still pressed on, stepping over the blood and shattered bones to comfort him. This made Yi Lang yearn to embrace the girl without hesitation. However, he restrained himself. The battle was not yet over. A sudden round of applause shattered the surrounding silence. A cold voice rang out. Magnificent, simply magnificent, ha. Yi Lang whipped around to face the source, his body subtly shifting to shield the hidden Yao Shi. The figure was muscular, with a fierce gaze, every muscle taut with an aura of menace. A long scar marred his face, extending from the corner of his left eye to the corner of his mouth, rendering him particularly fearsome. His large hands were knotted, rough and powerful, their color reminiscent of rust. He approached slowly, a mocking grin playing at the corners of his mouth. Yi Lang rose, his gaze fierce, locking onto the man with wary determination. He tightened his grip on the already cracked axe, exerting a slight force until the handle snapped with a crack. Yi Lang's eyes remained fixed on the man as he hurled the broken handle at his throat. Yet the man did not flinch from the incoming projectile. His smirk only deepened. In an instant, his right hand transformed, turning as dark as iron, and he punched out, shattering the axe handle into fragments that scattered like confetti. What the hell? You have no honor. In the next moment, the man dove to the side, narrowly avoiding the axe that had been hurled at him like lightning. I thought you were invincible. Stop pretending. Yi Lang's taunts provoked a twitch in the man's eyelids, his murderous intent intensifying. I hope that when I crush every bone in your body, your mouth will be even harder than your bones, you fool. Chapter 49, Blood-Spraying Child. Through the gut, practicing for 2.5 years. At that moment, the live stream was filled with viewers' curiosity and anticipation. Wow, the final boss. Fortunately, I didn't take a dump. I almost missed the final showdown. Look at that man's hands. They look like they've opened walnuts for over a decade. So dark and cool. EW, he's so ugly. My husband is way more handsome. Go, husband, kill him. That word kill is poorly used. Husband, stab him to death. The man was evidently enraged by Yi Lang's taunts, his face turning ashen, fists clenched, fury almost bursting forth from his eyes. What? Are you going to take a dump? Go to the bathroom. I can't wait any longer, die. The man, thoroughly provoked, roared and charged at Yi Lang, raising his iron fist to smash into his face. Yi Lang's eyes glinted with determination. Instead of dodging, he swung his fist in response. With a resounding boom, their fists collided, shaking the very air around them. Yi Lang staggered back a step, steadying himself while flexing his slightly trembling hand. What a hard fist. My physique is 6 times that of an adult. Yet I still feel a tingling sensation. Yi Lang musit. When he looked at the man, he found him struggling to rise, grimacing as he moved his arms. Blood trickling from his lips, clearly in distress. Yi Lang chuckled softly. So you have a hard fist, huh? Why act so tough? You look like Piccolo. Hurry up and come to meet your death. The man glared with wide eyes, ready to charge forward. As if struck by a sudden realization, he began to cackle with a sinister glee. Yi Lang rolled his eyes in exasperation, poised to utter a retort when the man interjected. I shall employ modern combat techniques, while you utilize Bajiquan. Shall we not determine both rank and fate? Yi Lang's complexion darkened. His teeth clenched as he fixed a steely gaze upon the man. The latter sneered coldly, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes as he slowly continued. Or perhaps, deep down, you believe Bajiquan will falter? At that moment, Tang Long had just descended from the steel cable and emerged from the elevator, catching the tail end of this exchange. Yi Lang remained rooted in place, his silence stretching into an uncomfortable pause that enveloped the live stream in a brief stillness. A young man, dressed in black trousers, remarked, "What's going on, Brother Lang? Isn't he the national champion of Bajiquan? Go for it. Does he have some psychological trauma?" Another chimed in, recalling an old friend who had ceased to play basketball. "Come on, Brother Lang. You are a living war god. Don't let us down." Another voice encouraged, "Go for it, darling. Creed me na." At this juncture, Tang Long's brow furrowed deeply, his chest heaving with barely contained fury. "You traitor. Even if you have left the sect, what of the warrior's blood? What of your integrity? You are truly a waste, incapable of believing in your own fists." Ha ha! It's utterly laughable. The man regarded Yi Lang, who appeared to be struggling, his tone dripping with derision. Yet, was Yi Lang truly as the man suggested? Lost in thought, he gazed at his own hands, slowly exhaling a breath laden with resolve. He abruptly raised his head and spoke in a low voice. "Tell me your name." The man paused, then retorted with mockery, "You may call me Ma Zhao. And you, Baji Yilang, shall experience my prowess." Disregarding Moshoesh Benter Yelong, though bare-chested, clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect and interrupted. Ma Zhao, unperturbed, laughed maniacally as he assumed a boxing stance. "Come on. Let me see if you can withstand 3 punches this time." Before the words left his mouth, Ma Zhao's iron-like right fist barreled towards Yi Lang's face with a fierce whoosh. Yi Lang leaned forward and sidestepped, instinctively attempting a hook to Ma Zhao's ribs. However, with a moment's hesitation, Ma Zhao's left fist arrived. Ye Long evaded, shashing Moshoesh wrist, leveraging it to twist and deliver a powerful elbow strike aimed at Ma Zhao's face. Yet, Ma Zhao reacted with lightning speed, ducking just in time. In the next instant, both men simultaneously struck at each other's liver with their opposite hands, resulting in 2 dull thuds. Yi Lang staggered back a step, while Ma Zhao spat a mouthful of blood towards the sky. Strangely unfazed by the pain, Ma Zhao's fighting spirit surged even higher. The fervor in the live stream chat reached a fever pitch after merely 7 or 8 seconds of combat. Wow, incredible! The clash of traditional martial arts and modern combat is exhilarating. Each punch lands with power. This is far more thrilling than any hidden weapon. "Darling, you look so handsome." Behind the scenes, someone exclaimed, "Is that a direct hit?" Ma Zhao's eyes gleamed with a sinister light as he unleashed an even more ferocious barrage aimed at Yi Lang's face. Yi Lang pressed forward, fists like the wind, rapidly shifting tactics, launching a Baji Benquin straight into Ma Zhao's chest. Ma Zhao sidestepped, countering with a hook punch. Ye Lang suited, deftly avoiding the strike, then delivered a swift lateral kick aimed at Ma Zhao's waist. Ma Zhao grunted, crossing his arms to block, then swiftly seized Yi Lang's ankle with a powerful tug. Yi Lang, utilizing the momentum, soared into the air, executing a downward kick. Ma Zhao stepped back, raising his arm to absorb the blow, but the impact sent shockwaves through his arm, causing his legs to tremble as he coughed up more blood. Yi Lang, slightly nauseated, thought to himself, why spray blood everywhere? What is this, some magical attack? It appeared that Ma Zhao had awakened some ability to enhance his hands. Yet his physical constitution remained limited. Yi Lang's eyes sparkled with determination. Seizing the moment while Ma Zhao was off balance, he transformed his punch into a palm strike, ruthlessly targeting Ma Zhao's ribs. Ma Zhao let out a muffled groan, pain radiating from his side, momentarily staggering. But just as he regained composure, blood erupted from his mouth once more. A flicker of fierce resolve crossed Ma Zhao's face as he gritted his teeth, launching a left hook that sliced through the air towards Yi Lang's jaw. Yi Lang tilted his head, but Ma Zhao's dark right fist followed swiftly, aiming directly for Yi Lang's face. With no time to evade, Yi Lang raised his arms in defense, executing a double elbow strike to absorb the thunderous blow. Their figures intertwined, fists and feet collided, the atmosphere thick with an intense tension. The chat exploded with fervor, viewers passionately cheering for this climactic confrontation. Meanwhile, Ma Zhao grinned, bloodied but mocking. "Is this Bajiquan? I see traces of modern combat in your moves." Unfazed, Yi Lang surged forward, dismissing the taunts. "Enough of your chatter." Ma Zhao sneered, his strikes intensifying, relentlessly targeting vital points. After enduring several blows with his strengthened arms, Yi Lang finally saw an opening and delivered a swift kick aimed directly at Ma Zhao's abdomen, eliciting a deep grunt. Ma Zhao gasped with a devastating strike. Yi Lang followed up with an explosive punch to Ma Zhao's core, causing him to cough up blood once more. "How repulsive! Are you a blood-spraying doll?" Yi Lang frowned, seizing Ma Zhao's arm and swiftly advancing. He then prepared to unleash a powerful elbow strike, his right shoulder sinking as he gathered strength for a move he had painstakingly honed over 2.5 years. One that would surely ignite the chat into a frenzy. Tiashan Kao. As the scene unfolded, the chat erupted with excitement. "Brother, living for this moment. Have you heard my story in 2028? Brother." Yi Lang gazed down at Ma Zhao, now sprawled on the ground, bloodied and defeated, his expression cold. Young brother, you sell a $10 water bottle for $9. A discount on the water bottle. Ma Zhao paused, swallowing blood with great effort as he struggled to rise, a smile lingering on his lips. Do you think this is the end? As he spoke, a glimmer ignited in Ma Zhao's eyes, his muscles suddenly bulging, his fists growing to an immense size, resembling giant paddles. Both Yi Lang and the audience were struck by the thought. Fists the size of sandbags? Yi Lang's expression turned grave. He inhaled deeply, his arm muscles tensing as he swiftly adjusted his stance. This is serious now, he mused. Ma Zhao, frenzied, swung his enormous fists toward Yi Lang. Rooted to the spot, Yi Lang slightly angled his body to avoid the frontal assault while delivering a strike to Ma Zhao's ribs. The impact felt akin to hitting iron, indicating that not only had Ma Zhao's hand strengthened, but his overall physique had noticeably improved as well. He staggered, but did not spray as much blood as anticipated and continued to attack with a relentless flurry of punches. A storm of left hooks and rights raining down upon Yi Lang. Yi Lang retreated while lowering his center of gravity, watching for an opening to deliver an elbow strike that grazed Ma Zhao's chin, blood splattering in the aftermath. Seizing the moment while Ma Zhao was bent over, Yi Lang struck with a quick jab, watching as Ma Zhao staggered back, blood flowing freely, his expression one of despair. Yi Lang noticed the pool of blood accumulating on the ground, furrowing his brow in concern. This amount of blood is abnormal. A normal person shouldn't bleed so profusely and remain standing. Even after awakening his abilities, Ma Zhao remained at a significant disadvantage, his massive hands unable to compensate for his overall shortcomings. Ma Zhao's expression twisted with pain as he wiped the blood from his lips and discreetly consumed something, a furtive glint intensifying in his eyes as they turned pitch black. Suddenly, his fist swelled again, launching a chaotic barrage towards Yi Lang. Yi Lang, witnessing the enhanced speed of Ma Zhao, raised his arms, crossing them in a defensive posture. With a resounding thud, Yi Lang's arms quivered violently, causing his body to involuntarily stagger back 3 steps, a trickle of crimson seeping from the corner of his mouth. Witnessing Yi Lang's injury, the viewers in the live stream became restless, flooding the chat with messages of encouragement. Go, Yi Lang. Be careful, my husband. Defeat that scoundrel. Observing the blood at the corner of his disciple's mouth, Tang Long could no longer restrain himself and charged forward, bellowing, "You traitor, step aside and let me handle this." Yi Lang was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Tang Long with incredulity, a myriad of complex emotions flashing in his eyes. Yet, the oversized fist was already upon him, leaving no time for hesitation. Yi Lang ceased to hold back. He deftly sidestepped the left punch of the claw-like hand, blocking the subsequent right punch with a curved arm. Amid the gasps from Tang Long and the viewers, he crouched down, transforming his palm into a fist for a powerful thrust. Crack! A piercing scream shattered the air, reminiscent of an egg shattering. Even though the claw had lost its humanity, the excruciating pain caused it to curl up in an instant. But it was not over yet. Tang Long and the viewers gasped once more, for Yi Lang's fingers shot forth like lightning, targeting the claw's eyes. With a soft pop, the eyes immediately sank, blood trickling down its cheeks as it howled in agony. Yi Lang did not allow the wretched cries to linger. He formed his hands into a hammer shape and struck, delivering a thunderous blow. The claw fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. In the live stream, the comments flowed, "Is that Baji Guan?" exclaimed Tai Guai Li from the production team. A young man in black pants quipped, "If you read it backward, it's almost Ji Ba Quan." A large bird chimed in. "Why do I feel a chill? Mina shiret, iyoi. My husband won. So handsome." Yao Shi abruptly closed the live stream, her gaze fixed on the pair of master and disciple before her. "Master, don't call me master. Uncle, I'm not that old. Old man." "Huh? No, that. Oh, you traitor, I knew you had feelings for Xiaowan. You better watch out." Tang Long's expression darkened, rising abruptly to throw a punch at Yi Lang. With tears in his eyes, Yi Lang stood motionless. Tang Long's fist halted just an inch from Yi Lang's nose, his fury still simmering, yet tinged with resignation. "Your junior sister is waiting for you at home. Don't keep her waiting too long." With that, Tang Long retracted his fist and hurriedly turned to leave, his back slightly hunched. Yilang watched Tang Long's retreating figure, his heart a tumult of emotions as tears silently fell. Taking a deep breath, he wiped away the tears and called out to Yao Shi as they made their way to the elevator. Yao Shi followed closely, her eyes shimmering with curiosity and concern. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yilang felt a bit awkward as he gazed at Tang Xiaowan, who was playfully counting on her fingers. Second senior brother, can you handle this? Are you aiming for the heavens? I never realized you had such skills before. Before Yilang could respond, Bai Xiao, her emotions having settled somewhat, blushed and interjected, Xiaowan, you can't entirely blame Xiaolang. We came to him for refuge. Yes, Bai Jin, Yao Shi, and Xiong Ting chimed in agreement. Tang Xiaowan said no more, casting Yilang a glare filled with annoyance as she turned to leave, declaring, I'll take my leave, so I won TB and eyesore for you all. Stinky second senior brother, I dislike you. Yilang heard the heavy slam of the door, offering a bitter smile. He did not find anything wrong with receiving beautiful women. It was merely the hints in his mind that caught him off guard. Ding. Name, Tang Xiaowan, age, 18, height, 163 centimeters, weight, 87 pounds, inner, 100 blank, overall, 94, Sundara, light and soft physique, easy to topple, speed. DV datafenki sausotang xiaowan, that, jinmui ba, etse, jinmui du. Ding. Task target detected. Initiating character affinity. Ding. Dan xiaowan, finiti, xiaomui jin, in fatut. Yilang shook his head helplessly, though he had some inkling of his junior sister's feelings. Witnessing the 69 affinity left him at a loss. It was not that his junior sister was lacking. It was the master who dared not act recklessly. A misstep could lead to disaster. After Tang Xiaowan exited, her small face fell, tears welling in her eyes. Feeling both wronged and furious, she muttered under her breath, Stinky second senior brother, bad second senior brother, I'll 1T pay you any mind from now on. It wasn't until she reached the door at 17:15 that she managed to calm her emotions. Old man, open the door quickly. I'm hungry. Tang Long had tidied up the house and, upon hearing Tang Xiaowan's voice, immediately opened the door to greet her. The moment she stepped inside and saw her father, her tears burst forth and she leaped into Tang Long's embrace, sobbing, Old man, the second senior brother bullied me. Tang Long gently stroked her head, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes as he softly said, Don't cry. Let us eat first and talk about it later. Tang Xiaowan nodded through her tears, and Tang Long turned to head into the kitchen, his back still slightly hunched. At that moment, Bai Xiao set down a bucket of water, crouching down to tenderly caress the bruises on Yilang's abdominal muscles. The bathroom was shrouded in steam, and Bai Xiao's fingers were gentle yet firm. Suddenly, her expression froze as she gazed in surprise at the visibly faded bruises, murmuring to herself, Xiao Long's constitution is truly abnormal. Not giving it much thought, Bai Xiao lifted her head, her expression serious as she said, Xiaolang, you must never take risks again. You have to remember, we are here, and we all worry about you. Bai Xiao's voice was soft, her eyes filled with concern. Yilang felt a warmth in his heart, disregarding the water still dripping from his hair, and in a moment of impulse, he embraced her tightly amidst her surprised exclamation. Ah, you're wet. With his 318 constitution, Yilang, along with the blushing Bai Xiao, sat down at the dining table with the three girls. The moment they laid eyes on the gigantic durian pizza on the table, their expressions lit up with delight. After resolving the issues with the Fa Lang squad and the Claw, Yilang felt an immense sense of relief and chuckled. How about it? Anybody? Your cooking skills are quite impressive this time. Aren't they? Oh, Xiaolang, are you trying to get yourself killed? You're such a bad boss. The girls playfully scolded him, although one of them, Xiong Ting, hesitated to join the teasing. After some light-hearted banter, the girls began to happily devour the durian pizza, the rich aroma wafting through the air. Yilang refrained from eating, finding the durian's scent too overpowering to bear. Strangely, most of the girls seemed to relish durian, even considering it the best fruit. Instead, Yilang enjoyed the spaghetti that Bai Xiao had just prepared. Watching their joyous expressions, a warmth surged in his heart. Bang, bang, bang. Second senior brother, open the door. Yi Lang recognized Tang Xiaowan's voice and hurried to open the door. Second senior brother, are you eating instant noodles with them? Look what I brought you, she exclaimed. Haha, it's braised pork with rice. Tang Xiaowan began to share a story, but suddenly halted, as if she had caught a whiff of durian. She scrunched her nose, thrusting the tray into Yi Lang's hands. Disbelief etched on her face as she stepped inside. The sight before her rendered her speechless. The four girls, each with their own charm, were gathered around the table, feasting on a steaming, oversized durian pizza. Half-filled cups of cola sat before them. Rubbing her eyes to ensure she was not mistaken, Tang Xiaowan pouted and burst into tears. Wah, stinky second senior brother. I brought you braised pork because I was worried you wouldn't eat well, and you're here secretly enjoying durian pizza with them. Woe is me. I will never speak to you again. Yi Lang hastily set down the tray and embraced the tearful Tang Xiaowan, who was trying to escape. You've misunderstood. No, I didn't eat. I wasn't eat. Oh dear, I don't know how to explain this. He flailed helplessly, patting her back in a frantic attempt to comfort the sobbing Tang Xiaowan. The four young women put down their pizzas and gathered around. Xia Oolong, please head to the bedroom for a moment. Don't worry, we will explain everything. Yi Lang lay on the bed in the bedroom, scrolling through Weibo. Yaoxi's half-hour video meticulously showcased the demise of the 5 members of the Fa Lang squad and the entire ordeal involving Mo Zhao. For some unknown reason, the comment section was not inundated with the comments of various streamers' paid followers this time. The netizens' comments fell into 4 categories. The first consisted of fans praising Yi Lang's prowess, with comments like Brother Lang is so strong. He's amazing. He's fierce. The second category was filled with comments from Big Socks, exclaiming, Hubby, you're so handsome. Hubby loves me. Are your abs cool? I can help warm them up. The drool soaked the data line as they scrolled through Douyin while being electrified. This made Yi Lang's heart swell with joy. If these Big Socks were mission targets, their initial favorability rating would easily reach 50. The third category comprised criticisms of his brutality, expressing a similar sentiment. Those are human lives. No matter what, you cannot kill people. This is too cruel. Once society regains order, Yi Lang will surely face execution. Many share this perspective. However, there were also numerous rational voices rebutting these accusations. They argued that in an apocalyptic environment, survival is paramount. Although Yi Lang's actions were harsh, they were ultimately for self-preservation. There was nothing wrong with that. Yi Lang briefly skimmed through the comments and moved on. It was already the 8th day of the apocalypse, and it was absurd that people were still entangled in moral dilemmas. The fourth category of comments was particularly intriguing as it sparked discussions about abilities. Netizens noted that Yi Lang had battled 2 distinct types of ability users, and their performances were worlds apart. Firstly, there were the elemental ability users, including but not limited to water, fire, earth, ice, lightning, and wind. These users often struggled to showcase their true strength against a formidable opponent like Yi Lang. The comments were more blunt and direct. What do you mean they can't perform? They are utterly useless. Elemental ability users may seem glamorous, but in practice, they are weak. Yet another user responded, come on, you can't say that. While elemental abilities have limitations, they can also yield remarkable results in specific environments. Oh please, another retorted. Are you suggesting cooking and sipping iced cola in a windy, unkempt space? I've told you before, elemental users are just for show. Look at the way you all fawn over Wang Tianlai, Lin Jun, and Wu Feng. It's downright laughable. Systematic ability users are the real deal. Don't dismiss elemental users entirely. They have their advantages, countered another. How do you know there aren't powerful elemental users? One must remain objective, wouldn't you agree? Because I am an elemental user, came a reply. But systematic users are so unattractive compared to elemental ones. Elemental users are much cooler. As Yi Lang observed this debate, he pondered silently. Are elemental ability users truly weak? Perhaps in certain situations, they indeed are, but it is unwise to generalize. Against ordinary individuals, elemental users can pose a significant threat. However, when facing someone as powerful as himself or systematic ability users, they certainly appear outmatched. Yet, this is only the current situation. Yi Lang did not believe that the capabilities of ability users would remain static. Although he was unaware of the evolution mechanism of abilities, should elemental users evolve or enhance, their power could undergo a profound transformation. While he had only encountered Mo Zhao as a systematic ability user, this singular experience offered a glimpse into a broader reality. Mo Zhao's abilities included the transformation of his hands and corresponding enhancement of his physique, which significantly surpassed that of elemental users. Moreover, Mo Zhao could even trigger a surge of power, causing his already resilient iron-like hands to enlarge tremendously, further amplifying his strength. In his final moments, Mo Zhao's demeanor seemed slightly unhinged, his eyes reflecting a wild ferocity. Strangely, this frenzy did not persist for long. He soon regained his composure. Whether this was due to the limited duration of his ability or because he was nearing death, a faint smile appeared on Mo Zhao's face, as if he beheld something immensely beautiful. Chapter 52. How can such an outrageous ability exist? Second brother is doomed. Yi Lang set down his phone, somewhat lost in thought. Suddenly, a chorus of astonished exclamations from the girls broke the silence. What? I can't believe it. How can such a ridiculous ability exist? What? You can all prove it? What? You've proven it countless times? What? You two can prove it together? Yi Lang realized that this was Tang Xiaowan's incredulity regarding the ability to manifest her favorite foods. Yi Lang's lips twitched. His ability, or rather, the system's ability, was indeed a bit outrageous. However, it was exhilarating. Tang Xiaowan's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Bai Xiao, Bai Jin, Yao Shi, and Xiong Ting. Their earnest expressions compelled her to believe them, despite her initial skepticism. Moreover, as they had pointed out, there were no signs of cooking in the kitchen, nor was there any food to be found. So, where did this massive durian pizza come from? If not from Yi Lang's manifestation ability? Taking a deep breath, Tang Xiaowan attempted to steady her astonishment. It was truly incredible, but also exceedingly ludicrous. At this moment, she felt a sliver of understanding toward Yi Lang's inclination to surround himself with so many women. With such a delightful and exhilarating ability, which girl could resist? Even she, Tang Xiaowan, quickly shook her head, trying to dismiss such unrealistic thoughts. Just then, Yi Lang emerged from the bedroom, under Tang Xiaowan's expectant gaze. He cleared his throat and waved his hand. Instantly, a cup of pre-packaged milk tea appeared on the coffee table. Wow! Tang Xiaowan exclaimed in delight, quickly opening her mouth to take a sip. Ding! Tang Xiaowan, favorability, by Mutu Tang Xiaowan, favorability, 75. Second brother, your ability is simply astonishing. It's like magic. Tang Xiaowan's eyes sparkled with excitement, her lips still tinged with the sweetness of the milk tea. Unable to resist, she took another sip, her curiosity and admiration for Yi Lang's abilities growing. Yi Lang chuckled and patted the little girl's head. From now on, if you want to eat something, just tell me, or tell Bai Xiao and the others. No, just tell them three. Whether it's a lavish banquet or not, I can make it happen. Bi Xiao, Yao Si, and Xiong Ting flushed crimson at the mention of a lavish banquet. A lavish banquet? They were bound to be overwhelmed. The young girls today were evidently quite precocious. Tang Xiaowan seemed to grasp the underlying implication and shyly turned away. Just then, she locked eyes with Bai Jin, and both blossomed with a gentle blush. Having comprehended Yi Lang's abilities, Tang Xiaowan returned home, holding a piece of durian pizza and a large plate of sirloin steak. Dad, hurry and open the door. I can barely hold it. Upon hearing his daughter's voice, Tang Long quickly wiped away the tears from his eyes, tucked the photo into his pocket, and opened the door, only to be taken aback. As he received the food, he inquired, where did the steak and pizza come from? Tang Xiaowan gently closed the door, a proud smile gracing her lips. Of course, it's from second brother. As she spoke, she eagerly picked up a slice of durian pizza and stuffed it into her mouth, the rich aroma of durian and the stretch of cheese instantly captivating her taste buds. Displaying a degree of filial piety, she deliberately pushed the steak towards Tang Long, mumbling, "Here, your disciple is being dutiful." It was perplexing how the two of them managed to be so awkward with each other. Tang Long fell silent for a moment. Offering no reply, he took up his knife and fork, cut a piece of steak, and brought it to his mouth. After a few chews, he cast a complex glance at Tang Xiaowan. This was not a frozen steak. The meat was tender and juicy, clearly fresh beef. Xiaowan, tell your father how Yi Lang obtained these abilities. Tang Xiaowan bit her lip, ultimately revealing Yi Lang's extraordinary powers to Tang Long, though she omitted certain intricate details. Upon hearing this, Tang Long's expression shifted from astonishment to contemplation. He set down his utensils, took a deep breath, and asked Xiaowan, "Are you saying that Yi Lang can conjure food out of thin air? And endlessly?" "Indeed, Dad. Second senior brother's ability is truly remarkable." Tang Xiaowan's eyes sparkled with pride. He said that as long as we desire it, he can create any delicious food. Observing his daughter's enthusiasm, Tang Long felt convinced to a considerable extent. He ceased further inquiries, simply nodding quietly, though his heart was stirred with tumultuous waves. Such a notion would be splendid. After dinner, Tang Long sat alone in his study, gazing at the photographs of his two deceased wives, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Time passed, and he eventually picked up his phone, dialing a newly saved number. His tone serious. "Yi Lang, we need to talk." "All right." As Yi Lang stepped outside, he noticed Tang Long gazing out the corridor window, staring into the night where the verdant tide swayed in the wind, its color deepening, as if a colossal beast lurked within, ready to devour everything. Yi Lang approached Tang Long hesitantly. "You can call me anytime." "Master," Yi Lang exclaimed, delight shining in his eyes as he looked at this stubborn old man, a warm current flowing within him. He understood that Tang Long had finally accepted him, his rebellious disciple, once more. Tang Long's eyes crinkled with a smile, yet his tone remained stern. "Yi Lang, I ask you, Xiaowan claims that you can conjure food from nothing, and endlessly so. Is that true?" Yi Lang nodded, extending his hand to reveal a piece of bread materializing in his palm. Witnessing the miracle before him, Tang Long's doubts began to dissipate, replaced by joy for his rebellious disciple and for his daughter. His tone lightened somewhat. "Your ability is indeed extraordinary." Xiaowan was right. This child returns home, incessantly chattering about wanting to indulge with second senior brother, enjoying lavish feasts. Roasted duck paired with milk tea at every meal. Ha ha ha. Yi Lang chuckled in agreement. Little junior sister simply adores those two. Rest assured, as long as Xiaowan is happy, I can provide her with whatever delicacy she desires, and you as well. Tang Long patted Yi Lang's shoulder, a glimmer of reassurance in his eyes. "Very well, Master believes in you." He then handed Yi Lang a wrapped large knife. Instantly, Yi Lang's eyes glistened with tears as he accepted the weapon with trembling hands, uttering, "Thank you, Master." Tang Long sighed softly, his gaze distant from now on. "Never abandon the knife in your hand." Yi Lang tightly gripped the hilt, determination shining in his eyes as he nodded earnestly. "And about your actions today?" Tang Long ultimately refrained from finishing his sentence. Yi Lang did not press for further details. Both master and disciple understood that issues of mindset could not be imparted by others, but needed personal reflection. Their dialogue was brief. After giving Yi Lang a final pat on the shoulder, Tang Long turned and left, leaving Yi Lang standing alone in the corridor, gripping the weighty knife. Upon returning home, Tang Long found Tang Xiaowan munching on spicy strips while scrolling through her phone, occasionally wiping her hands and typing furiously, her expression one of indignation. "Old man, these people are utterly foolish, claiming that second senior brother should not have killed. Should we just wait passively for others to come and harm us?" Tang Long frowned, approaching to gently pat her head. "Xiaowan, don't be too agitated. Dismiss the words on the internet." Tang Xiaowan pouted, continuing to type. What do they understand? In the face of impending doom, survival is of utmost importance. Second senior brother is in no wrong. Those keyboard warriors merely hide behind their screens and complain. Tang Long shook his head helplessly, pulling out his phone to silently watch Yi Lang's video, his expression calm, tinged with a hint of relaxation. Chapter 53. What? Bai Jin is a little sister-in-law? At that moment, the four women were cozied up on the sofa, watching television. The screen displayed the classic sitcom, Love Apartment. They laughed heartily at the comedic moments, the sofa seemingly rippling with waves of joy. Their long, fair legs intertwined, creating a dazzling visual. Upon noticing Yi Lang's return, they quickly stood up, concern etched on their faces as they gazed at him. Yi Lang's excitement was palpable, and he smiled brightly at their caring expressions. The sight of the knife in his hand clarified why he was so thrilled, and they sincerely rejoiced for him. He hurriedly seated himself between Bai Jin and Xiongting, carefully unwrapping the cloth to reveal a pristine, glimmering large knife. The blade, like a mirror, reflected their astonished and excited faces. Yi Lang gently caressed the knife that had been his companion for many years. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he dashed toward the gym. Bai Jin watched his departing figure and the vacant seat beside her, her heart filled with mixed emotions. The sight of her little girl's demeanor did not escape Xiongting's notice, solidifying her resolve. Upon entering the gym, Yi Lang excitedly wielded the knife, each move infused with fierce energy. Chop, slash, thrust, sweep, intercept, cut, crash, slice, smear, bind, entwine. The blade gleamed, and Yi Lang's silhouette spun rapidly under the lights, sweat soaking his clothes, yet failing to mask the fervor in his eyes. This was far more manageable than an axe. Had he wielded this knife earlier, Chun Shulian and her companions would have certainly succumbed within half a minute. Yi Lang continued to brandish the knife, repeating each motion endlessly, an outpouring of boundless confidence and strength surging within him. Only when his arms began to feel sore and weak did he gradually cease his movements. Gazing at his drenched shirt, he intended to head to the bathroom for a shower when a notification chimed. Bai Jin, affection level 100. Congratulations. The host should interact with the task target promptly to receive generous rewards. Yi Lang was taken aback, astonished by this sudden notification, perplexed by what had transpired. What happened? He hadn't done anything. So why did Bai Jin suddenly hold maximum affection for him? A little earlier, Bai Xiao observed Yi Lang bursting into the gym with a knife, her eyes filled with affection. A smile crept upon her lips as she whispered to herself, Xiao Lang, it's so wonderful to see you happy. She then noticed her daughter gazing at Yi Lang's back with a look of deep longing, stirring something within her. After much hesitation, she took Bai Jin's hand, softly saying, Xiao Jin, come with me. I have something to discuss with you. Confused, Bai Jin followed her mother into the inner bedroom. Bai Xiao closed the door, her gaze complex as she looked at Bai Jin, speaking softly, Xiao Jin, you are not my biological daughter. Bai Jin froze, shock and confusion flashing in her eyes. Mom, what are you talking about? Are you making jokes at this hour? Bai Xiao suddenly embraced her daughter, tears welling up in her eyes. Xiao Jin, please let me finish. In my heart, you are my daughter, and I know you acknowledge me as your mother. However, your origins truly need to be revealed to you. Realizing that, Bai Xiao was sincere and not jesting. Bai Jin trembled as she asked, Mom, what does this mean? So, strictly speaking, Bai Jin, you are considered a little sister-in-law? Yi Lang sat in the bathtub, his tone incredulous. Bai Xiao paused her pouring of water for a few moments, her voice complex as she replied, if we must categorize it that way, then yes. Yi Lang wiped the water from his face, his tone tinged with concern. Just because you shared a bed for the first time, your husband became utterly overwhelmed. And now you are burdened with the responsibility of his sister for the next 18 years? Bai Jin continued her movements, a faint bitter smile gracing her lips. Xiao Long, you do not understand. Our families are closely connected, and Bai Yuntao died because of me. Since I have become a daughter-in-law of the Bai family, I am bound to them for life. His mother, overwhelmed by grief and a high-risk postpartum condition, is unable to care for the child. Of course, they feared that as a young widow, I would succumb to loneliness, so they entrusted me with a child to anchor me. After hearing this, Yi Lang expressed his indignation. What kind of reasoning is this? They would allow you to endure widowhood at such a young age, while placing such a heavy burden on you? Bai Xiao continued to rub Yi Lang's back, unperturbed. Xiao Lang, this is my fate. Moreover, I have long regarded Xiao Jin as my own daughter. This bond transcends mere blood relations. Had it not been for my intention to keep it a secret always. Yi Lang, intrigued, intergested. Why the abrupt change in topic? Bai Xiao's cheeks flushed, and she gently patted Yi Lang on the shoulder, playfully chiding, if it weren't for your emotional baggage, you would have fully embraced Xiao Jin by now. Can't you see how deeply she is infatuated with you? She's nearly become a resentful woman these past few days. Yilang stood, facing Bai Xiao, opening his arms for her ease of movement. With a playful grin, he remarked, "This is not entirely your fault. Had you spoken sooner, I would have thoroughly won over Bai Jin by now. Why wait until now?" Bai Xiao smiled helplessly, sighing softly. "Fortunately, it is not too late even now." Suddenly, Bai Zhao's face turned crimson as she moved to rub Yilang's legs, casting him a sidelong glance, exasperatedly saying, "I understand your resolve now. It will eventually be yours. There is no need to rush. Yilang Chaklet Unfazit. By the way, you mentioned you took your child's surname. What was yours originally?" Bai Xiao paused, a flicker of reminiscence in her eyes, and replied softly, "My surname was Zhu, Zhu Ping S. Zhu. Yu Siya. No one would believe you two are not connected if you said so." Bai Jin's face flushed, disregarding the playful gaze of the man. After much effort, Bai Xiao finally finished rubbing Yilang's back. She straightened up, gently massaging her sore shoulders, dressing Yilang, and adjusting his collar, softly advising, "Do not keep Xiao Jin waiting too long." Yilang nodded and strode towards the bathroom door, ready to exit. "Xiao Lang," Bai Xiao suddenly called out, her face filled with hesitation. She wanted to convey that Xiao Jin had just discovered the truth and had cried extensively, and now her emotions were unsettled. "You must be gentle with her." However, she abruptly recalled the scene she had witnessed in Bai Jin's bedroom the night before, along with the words she had spoken in her sleep. Bai Xiao swiftly changed her tone, uttering 4 words, "Stand up and kick." In Chapter 54, Battling Until Dawn. All limbs intact, within the bedroom, Bai Jin felt a tumult of emotions, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her skirt. 18 years had passed, and now she was expected to address him differently. Surely, this man could no longer ignore her. While lost in thought, Yilang suddenly pushed the door open, startling her into exclaiming, "Brother!" A notification from the system chimed, "Ding! System alert! Supreme Cuisine, Guanjiang Bao, oversized soup dumplings, has been issued." Ding! System alert! Supreme Cuisine, caramel pudding, bowl of caramel pudding, has been issued. Ding! System alert! Potato sticks, 3 kilograms of French fries, has been issued. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the first accomplishment of fulfilling the task objectives. Ding! Completion rate, 62, passing. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining 10 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a body part enhancement once, the enhanced part being the legs. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a unique body enhancement trait, resistant to cold and heat. Ding! The food and water provided by the system are doubled. Currently, there are 48 pieces of bread, 16 barrels of water, 8 large watermelons, 4 packets of spicy strips, and 1 roast duck daily. At this moment, Bai Zhao's emotions were intricate, a blend of relief and worry. She understood this day would inevitably come, yet it still bore the bittersweet pangs of giving away a daughter. Meanwhile, the sentiments among the other women were eerily unified. They must form an alliance, they thought through gritted teeth. As Yilang emerged from the bathroom, Bai Xiao hurriedly pushed him into her bedroom as he was pulling up his pants. She then rushed towards Bai Jin's room with water in hand. The sight before her mirrored previous encounters, yet was even more shocking. Bai Xiao sighed gently, her heart aching, as she covered Bai Jin with a blanket. She tenderly caressed Bai Jin's cheek, softly calling, Xiao Jin, drink some water first, then you can sleep." Bai Jin struggled to open her eyes, and upon seeing Bai Xiao, her lips curled into a pout. "Mom, no, sister-in-law, he is not human," she sobbed. In the meantime, Yilang reclined on the plush bed, examining the notifications in his mind. Seeing the interaction completion rate at 61, he smiled with satisfaction. This was indeed a reflection of his true capability. Then, upon noticing the 14 free attribute points, he felt an overwhelming joy. He could enhance his strength once more. However, his expression turned contemplative. Should he invest points into mental strength? If that could awaken his abilities, wouldn't his power increase significantly? Yet, he felt an inexplicable aversion to enhancing his mental strength. Unsure of its origin, perhaps it was the system's subtle disdain for mental power or the cautionary note that accompanied it, laden with exclamation marks. Was there truly a risk in enhancing mental strength? Was his current mental capacity advantageous or detrimental? After much deliberation, Yi Lang took a deep breath, resolved to invest all his free attribute points into physical strength. Ding! Yi Lang, physical strength, 453. Instantly, a surge of power erupted within him, akin to a mighty river in full flow. Yi Lang felt unprecedented strength coursing through him, as every muscle rejoiced and every bone resonated. He was certain that this choice was undoubtedly correct. Such tangible enhancement was the most reliable path. The uncertainties surrounding mental strength made him wary. In that moment, he felt as if a fierce beast had awakened within him, poised to embrace new challenges. Yi Lang then continued to review the enhancements to his physique, astonished to find that both legs had been directly strengthened. He now feels as if his legs are composed of steel and iron, brimming with strength. If he were to deliver a devastating kick with his leg, he could likely sever an arm. Friends who frequently engage in fitness should understand the significance of leg strength. It serves as the cornerstone that supports the entire body, akin to the roots of a mighty tree, which must be deeply anchored in the earth to flourish. This enhancement not only amplifies his power, but also solidifies his foundation. Yi Lang is immensely proud. In this treacherous apocalypse and era of universal abilities, he finally possesses the means for self-preservation. Just as he revels in his triumph, a sudden exclamation pierces the air. Ah! Chapter 55. The Younger Sister-in-Law's Fire Ability. The elder sister-in-law's healing ability, Bai Xiao, was just giving Bai Jin some water. Bai Jin had lost too much fluid and gulped down an entire bottle before regaining her composure. Bai Xiao gazed at her younger sister-in-law with tenderness. Her eyes filled with joy. Her precious one had truly grown up today, becoming a young lady. Observing Bai Jin's still rosy cheeks, she assumed she was merely shy. Unable to restrain herself, she reached out to hold Bai Jin's hand, whispering words of comfort. However, as soon as her fingers brushed against Bai Jin's, she felt an intense heat. Bai Xiao instinctively withdrew her hand, letting out a startled gasp. Bai Jin was somewhat bewildered, unsure of Bai Xiao's reaction. Just as she was about to inquire, she noticed flames erupting from her hand, igniting a corner of the blanket. Bai Jin also cried out, but the flames extinguished almost instantly. At that moment, the bedroom door burst open with a loud bang. Yi Lang rushed in, his sharp gaze scanning the room. Upon confirming that both women were unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, his attention was abruptly drawn to the singed blanket, the acrid scent of charred fabric permeating the air. He quickly yanked the blanket away and fetched a bucket of water from his system space, dousing the blanket to prevent the fire from spreading. Then, Yi Lang hurried to Bai Jin's side, scrutinizing her for any signs of burns. Noticing that Bai Jin's flawless, jade-like skin was unscathed, he finally felt at ease. At that moment, Yao Shi and Xiong Ting also arrived, having heard the commotion. Bai Jin, completely unclothed, felt her face flush crimson at the sight of so many people. She hurriedly embraced Yi Lang, using his body to shield her modesty, indignantly exclaiming, "You scoundrel! Get them out here! Don't let them crowd around!" Yi Lang chuckled and exchanged knowing glances with Yao Shi and Xiong Ting, who discreetly exited, amusement dancing in their eyes. Gently patting Bai Jin's back, he whispered soothingly, There, we are all family. There's no need to be shy." Nestled in Ye Lang's embrace, Bai Jin's heartbeat gradually steadied, yet a hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. "Brother, have I awakened a fire ability? Why did it happen so suddenly?" Ye Lang nodded, explaining, "Everyone has the potential to awaken abilities. It could be that your emotions were too intense last night." Bai Jin's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a playful glare. "It's all your fault. You're not even human, and don't treat me like one. I'll ignore you from now on." Humph. Yi Lang couldn't help but be taken with her charming demeanor, her slender figure appearing even more alluring in the light. At that moment, Bai Xiao cleared her throat and approached with a nightgown, gently handing it to Bai Jin. "Xiao Jin, put this on first." Bai Jin took the sleepwear, but, despite her embarrassment, struggled to rise and put it on. Those who understood could see that she was still in pain. Ultimately, with Bai Zhao's assistance. She managed to slip into the nightgown, though her delicate features were still marred by a frown. Suddenly, Ye Lang seized Bai Zhao's wrist. Noticing the red marks on her palm, and expressed concern, "Sister-in-law, did you burn your hand? Come to the bathroom. I'll get some water for you." Bai Zhao felt her cheeks heat up, thinking, "You certainly have your ways." She replied gently, "It's nothing. It hurt a lot earlier, but it's not so bad now." Yi Lang meticulously examined Bai Zhao's palm, parting her fingers to check carefully, and only relaxed once he confirmed there was no serious injury. With a mixture of excitement and uncertainty, he said, "Sister-in-law, try silently focusing your thoughts and see if you can make the redness fade." Bai Zhao, confused but compliant, closed her eyes and concentrated. Moments later, to her astonishment, the redness gradually diminished. "Wow, have I awakened an ability too?" Bai Zhao opened her eyes, gazing at her palm with disbelief. Bai Jin, momentarily disregarding her pain, leaned in to see, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Ma, I know. This must be a healing ability. It's often described this way in novels, and healing abilities are incredibly rare. This is wonderful." Bai Zhao's face glowed with excitement as she fixated on her palm. Without a second thought, she quickly tugged at Bai Jin's nightgown. Amidst Bai Jin's mortification, she cautiously began to heal her injuries. Yi Lang observed closely, witnessing Bai Zhao's hand gently hovering over Bai Jin's wounds, a soft glow emanating as it flowed steadily. In no time, the injuries were completely healed. Yi Lang, witnessing this, felt a surge of inspiration. Bai Jin, clearly noticing Yi Lang's rapt attention, hurriedly pulled down her nightgown to cover herself and shot him an annoyed glance. Even though her injuries had healed, the lingering feeling of vulnerability gnawed at her. Yi Lang, sheepishly smiling, averted his gaze and shifted his focus back to Bai Zhao. Bai Zhao gently pressed him down onto the bed, then began to knead the bruises on his abdomen with both hands. The gentle glow flowed once more, gradually dissipating the bruises. Yi Lang felt a warm current coursing through him, the pain swiftly alleviating, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "This ability is truly remarkable." In truth, even without Bai Zhao's healing, Yi Lang's injuries were nearly healed, thanks to his extraordinary physique. Bai Zhao, feeling a bit dizzy and somewhat disappointed, told Yi Lang, "Xiaolang, I haven't slept all night and am a bit fatigued. Perhaps we should postpone this until next time when I've rested properly." Yi Lang's eyes flickered with concern as he softly replied, "Sister-in-law, it seems you're not just mentally fatigued. Overusing your ability can also drain your mental energy. You should rest well, and the younger sister too. I'll go find someone else to play with." The two women were both amused and exasperated by his casual address. Bai Jin shot him a reproachful glance, while Bai Zhao could only shake her head helplessly. Yi Lang waved cheerfully and turned to leave the room. After taking a sip of water in the living room, Yi Lang noticed that his affinity with Xiong Ting had increased by 1 point, now totaling 96. Intrigued, he made his way towards Xiong Ting's room. Inside room 1715, Tang Long had also spent the night awake. He glanced at the photograph in his hand. The woman in the picture wore a radiant smile, strikingly similar to his two late wives, filling him with an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Tucking the photograph into his pocket, Tang Long rose to toast 2 slices of bread and fry an egg. He set the breakfast on the table alongside a box of milk, nodding in satisfaction. He imagined that when Xiao Wan woke up, she would undoubtedly complain about the burnt toast and the egg being insufficiently tender. A gentle smile crept onto his lips as he gazed at his daughter's bedroom, filled with warmth and reluctance. With a final glance, Tang Long resolved not to hesitate any longer. He picked up his large knife and stepped out of the house with determination. Chapter 56. The final lesson. Be ruthless. Steady your blade at this moment. Within room 1410, 5 gruesomely injured corpses lay sprawled in the center of the living room. Blood stained the floor, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of blood. 3 women and a young boy knelt beside the bodies, their eyes hollow and devoid of life, as if their souls had been siphoned away. The streaks of tears on their faces had long since dried, leaving only an endless well of sorrow and despair. The 3 women were Wang Huiying, wife of Ma Weigua, Zhang Lina, wife of Li Gang, and Su Fan, wife of Yang Fang. The boy was Chun Shiwelian's younger brother. In that moment, All four mourned their lost loved ones and harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yi Lang, loathing the executioner for his heartlessness in taking their dearest lives. Tears may have dried, yet the scars within the heart remained difficult to heal. Their gazes were filled with boundless resentment and a barely perceptible glimmer, as if they sought to etch Yi Lang's name into their very bones. "I must kill him," the youth choked out, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging deeply into his palms. Wang Huiying gently caressed the boy's head, a hint of resolution shining through her tear-streaked eyes. "Child, we all yearn for vengeance. But at present, we lack the means. Revenge demands composure and strategy. We cannot act impulsively. We must learn to endure and await our moment." Zhang Lina and Su Fan silently nodded, their faces resolute in their desire for retribution. Just as they were about to speak, a resounding crash startled them, and they looked up in terror towards the door. The door had been forcefully flung open, revealing a figure wielding a large blade. Tang Long stood there, expressionless, his gaze as cold as ice. The four of them instinctively recoiled in fear. "I am Tang Long. Do not mistake me for another." His voice was deep and resolute, slicing through the air like a chilling blade. No sooner had he finished speaking than he strode into the room amidst their terrified stares and cries. The four struggled to rise and flee, but Tang Long's swift and sharp blade danced in the air, its cold gleam severing sorrow and resentment in an instant. They cursed him as a butcher, lamenting that he spared neither the young nor the old, their voices filled with despair. A flicker of complex emotions crossed Tang Long's eyes, quickly replaced by a steely indifference. Without a moment's hesitation, his blade fell, claiming each of their lives in turn. Blood sprayed where the blade struck, and the cries within the room gradually faded into silence. Time passed unmeasured, and Tang Long stood amidst the carnage, his body stained with blood. The room was thick with the stench of iron. His blade hung limply at his side, yet his gaze remained unnaturally calm. Without a moment's indecision, Tang Long slowly turned and departed from room 1410. In the corridor, he took out his phone and opened the live stream he had learned to use the previous night. As the screen illuminated, Tang Long gazed steadily into the camera. Not long after, numerous viewers flocked to his stream, drawn by its title, and the barrage of comments surged forth. He began to speak slowly. "Greetings, everyone. I am Tang Long, the master of Yi Lang. I would like to ask for your help in recording this video, documenting my final battle. I am a complete failure, a failed husband, a failed father, a failed master. My life is filled with regrets and remorse. Yet today, I wish to impart one last lesson to my rebellious disciple, my wayward child, and my precious daughter. I hope you can find meaning in survival amidst the apocalypse and continue to live on." Tang Long's voice was deep and unwavering, and even the lively comments began to quiet, as if the audience was struck by his resoluteness and tragic resolve. He first directed the camera towards the horrific scene in room 1410. The gruesome sight rendered the stream silent, as if the viewers were holding their breath in shock. The next moment, he smashed a bottle against the corridor window with a loud crash. Glass shards flew, and the night wind howled in. As Tang Long set his phone down, gripping his blade tightly, his gaze fixed on the darkness outside, the comments erupted anew. "Master Tang, retreat. With so much blood inside. And on Master Tang, too. How many mosquitoes will there be? Run, Master Tang. Hey, don't you see? Master Tang is ready to face death. Is he going to commit suicide? No." A deafening roar echoed from outside the window, startling Tang Long, who tightened his grip on the hilt, preparing for the impending confrontation. In the next instant, a mass of black fog enveloped the window, and a swarm of mosquitoes, the size of soccer balls, surged forth with menacing mandibles. Tang Long shouted in fury, meeting them with his blade, its light slicing through the night like lightning. Each swing was executed with ferocity, meticulously targeting the oncoming swarm, cutting them down mercilessly. He abandoned all defenses, focused solely on offense, pouring his entire strength into every strike. Even as mosquitoes pierced his skin, he showed no sign of retreat. With a technique reminiscent of an ancient tree's roots, he entangled and struck down the mosquitoes that clung to him. Though the swarm was vast, Tang Long's technique was precise, each blow imbued with tremendous force. Gradually, A layer of mosquito corpses littered the ground, and the air grew thick with the scent of blood. The corridor's window was limited in size, yet Tang Long's desperate fighting style effectively halted the swarm's advance. The comments in the live stream exploded once more. Although it was still early, the viewer count soared beyond 100,000. What knife god? Incredible. Master Tang. Keep fighting, survive. Seeing Yi Lang's technique, it's clear he has a renowned master. Tang Long's blade continued its relentless dance, his gaze sharpening with each swing. Sweat mingling with blood as it trickled down his face. Each strike radiated a sense of finality, as if he sought to sever his regrets along with the swarm. Despite their ferocity, the mosquitoes began to retreat under his unmatched onslaught. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner, a stealthy figure approached the door of room 1401. The man stealthily pushed open the door, a glint of cunning in his eyes. He surveyed the surroundings. The door to 1401 had 2 layers, an iron security door outside and a wooden door inside. He whistled towards the interior, and immediately, sounds of scraping and crashing echoed from within. After a final glance at the surveillance camera, a blissful smile spread across his face. He then inserted the key to the security door into the lock, twisting it. With a resounding crash, the wooden door splintered as if struck by a monstrous force, breaking apart in an instant. The iron security door was flung open violently, and the unsuspecting man was thrown backward by the overwhelming power, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet his smile remained intact. In the next moment, a massive jet-black figure with towering twin pigtails emerged from the shattered doorway, engulfing the man entirely. Chapter 57. Master, I will definitely take good care of my junior sister. In an instant, a colossal cockroach, as black as iron and the size of a bull, charged forth, letting out a fearsome roar as it clammed down on the man's skull. With a sickening crunch, the man was instantly slain, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The creature shook its head, casting the corpse aside, its crimson gaze now fixed on Tang Long, releasing a low growl that reverberated through the air. Only then did Tang Long discern the true form of the monster, his heart racing as he grinned. A hefty fellow indeed. Ignoring the onslaught of mosquitoes, he flipped the camera to face the beast, whispering, "Xiaolang, watch closely." He then plunged his blade into the swarm of mosquitoes, battered and bloodied, with several still clinging to him, charging forward like a yak's. Tieshan Kao. At that moment, in the live stream of the 9th-generation heir of the Tang family, Yi Lang's master, viewers felt a surge of admiration and awe as they witnessed Tang Long, risking his body to tackle the dual-tailed monster. Now that's what I call a true Shi-San Kao. Master Tang, you're amazing. May Master Tang have a safe journey. I'm going to be sick. How could that monster devour a person like that? Cockroaches have a chewing mouth part. It's normal for them to splatter juices everywhere. By the way, this giant cockroach looks disgusting, especially with those pigtails. I can never look at pigtails the same way again. To the brother above, you must be from the north. Down south, our cockroaches are that big before the apocalypse. Yinyu Jiangnan, indeed, there are far greater dangers. Before the apocalypse, they could devour humans, albeit not in their entirety at that time. Ni duo ni yima. Quite so, yet we shall not fear before the end of days. Once the twin ponytails have feasted, they shall depart, quite amiable indeed. Wu Lu Chi. Precisely, we merely offer the Fujianese as sustenance. Once satisfied, they shall spare us. Haha, Pai de Xing. Right, this time, Langu is truly in peril. Upon spotting a single cockroach, one must reckon there are at least 100 nearby. Yi Lang, at this moment, lay beside the smooth-skinned Xiong Ting on the bed. This girl, having been disturbed throughout the night, was now sound asleep. Observing the affection level of Xiong Ting at 97 in his mind, as well as receiving 3 hints for exquisite cuisine, Yi Lang smiled with pride. Such carefree and indulgent days were indeed delightful. He kissed Xiong Ting's forehead, slipped on a pair of shorts, and exited the room. Upon stepping out, he beheld Bai Xiao grasping Yao Shi's hand, tending to her injured wrist. Yi Lang hurried over, taking Yao Shi's small hand to examine it closely. Only after confirming her recovery did he breathe a sigh of relief. He then approached Bai Jin, lowering his gaze. Bai Jin, flustered, covered her sleepwear and gritted her teeth, stating, "All is well. No need for your inspection." Yilang chuckled awkwardly, wondering why she could not recognize a kind heart. He led them to the dining table, unveiling a variety of breakfast dishes. The four enjoyed their meal comfortably, exchanging playful banter, fostering a warm atmosphere. Yao Shi, having awakened, washed up briefly and began savoring her beloved rice rolls that she had prepared. Their breakfast concluded amidst laughter and joy. Yilang nestled into the sofa, one arm around Bai Jin while scrolling through his phone with the other. Bai Jin, shedding her earlier shyness, willingly leaned into his embrace. Having transcended that barrier, their bond had grown more intimate. Suddenly, a frantic knock echoed at the door, accompanied by Tang Xiaowan's anxious voice. "Second brother, my father is missing. Is he with you?" Startled, Yilang hastened to open the door. "Second brother, I've called him several times, but there has been no answer. Have you seen him?" Tang Xiaowan asked, her face etched with urgency. Yilang furrowed his brows, quickly contemplating before reassuring her. "I haven't seen Master. Do not panic, Xiaowan. Let us search together. Perhaps he has gone out to practice, so as not to disturb your slumber." Yilang swiftly donned his trousers, preparing to accompany Tang Xiaowan in the search. At that moment, Xiong Ting's urgent voice interrupted their actions. "Brother-in-law, come quickly. There's a video of Master Tang on Dolong." Yilang and Tang Xiaowan exchanged a startled glance before rushing to Xiong Ting's side. Upon viewing the video, Yilang's heart plummeted. Tang Xiaowan's complexion turned pale as tears streamed down her cheeks. The video was brief, but when it froze at the moment Tang Long was crushed, delivering a thunderous blow that felled a colossal cockroach, Tang Xiaowan cried out, "Father," and instantly fainted. "Xiaowan, what is wrong?" Yilang quickly embraced her, filled with anxiety. Bai Xiao and the other girls hurried forward to assist. After they had laid Tang Xiaowan on the sofa, Yilang felt a slight relief. His gaze remained fixed on the video, watching as the giant cockroach's massive forelimbs pierced Tang Long's body, its grotesque mandibles tearing through flesh and bone. Yilang's vision turned crimson, his teeth grinding with fury. He longed to dive into the battlefield of the video, to shred that monstrosity into fragments. Though rage consumed him, reason urged him to remain calm, for the immediate priority was Tang Xiaowan. After an unknown duration of unconsciousness, Tang Xiaowan slowly opened her eyes, meeting Yilang's worried expression. She sat up abruptly, grasping his hand tightly, her voice urgent. "Second brother, I must find the old man. He is not dead. He is in excellent health and must have vanquished that monster. Quickly, we must seek him out." Observing Tang Xiaowan's struggle to find her father, Yilang felt a sharp pain in his heart. He pulled her into his embrace, his tone filled with anguish. "Xiaowan, Master has departed. Even his body has been consumed by that beast." In his arms, Tang Xiaowan stiffened, tears flowing anew as she clutched Yilang tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. "No, it cannot be. He would never abandon me. You must be jesting." Whenever I cried, he would comfort me, for he fears my tears. With that, Tang Xiaowan broke into heart-wrenching sobs. "Mother, mother, the old man has bullied me. Punish him, make him come back to comfort me. Oh, mother, he is all I have left. I beg you, please do not take him away. Why not take me with you?" Yilang watched in agony as she tore at her hair. He held her hands tightly to prevent her from hurting herself further. "Xiaowan, do not act this way. Master would not wish for you to suffer in such a manner. Remember his words. He hoped for us to continue living." Gradually, Tang Xiaowan's cries subsided, her gaze vacant, tears still fresh. Trembling, she murmured, "Continue living? How can I live without him?" Yilang, his heart aching, gently caressed her hair, his voice resolute. "You still have me. I will ensure you thrive, even better than before the apocalypse." Ding. Tang Xiaowan. Affection level 80. Infatuation. Yilang ignored the system notification and continued, "I will undoubtedly find that monster and avenge Master." Ding. Tang Xiaowan. Affection level 89. Beloved, Chapter 58. The authorities have never given up on us. Rebellious disciple. Wayward child. 3410. 9. A silver-haired general stood before the control panel, his eyes fixed intently on a countdown displayed on the screen. Each digit, spoken in a low, resolute tone, resonated like a hammer upon the hearts of all present. In the solemn and austere base, every staff member held their breath, fingers flying across keyboards, fearful of the slightest error. 3, 2, 1, launch. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the general issued the command. A nuclear missile emblazoned with a 5-star red flag soared through the sky, trailing a long plume of smoke, aimed at the colossal beast lurking in the ocean. Roar! A massive, scaly claw erupted from the sea, generating towering waves. The waves reached the height of a 20-story building, resembling a moving wall of water, shimmering with an eerie, bluish glow. The creature's body remained largely submerged, yet each swing of its claw sent titanic waves crashing, obliterating coastal defenses. The soldiers stationed on the shore bore numerous wounds, their clothes tattered, stained with blood and mud. Clutching their weapons, they fired relentlessly at the enormous monsters surging forth from the ocean. Yet, the bullets merely left shallow white marks on the creature's shells, inflicting no real damage. Nonetheless, none retreated. The soldiers' roars, the sounds of gunfire, and the monsters' howls intertwined, saturating the air with the scent of gunpowder and blood. Inside the base, time seemed to freeze. Everyone fixated on the screen, awaiting the outcome. Suddenly, a brilliant flash illuminated the screen, followed by a deafening explosion as a colossal water column erupted from the sea. It worked. We succeeded, the general exclaimed, his voice brimming with exhilaration, prompting jubilation among the personnel on the base as they embraced one another, celebrating this hard-won victory. In an ancient office, secretary he stood beside the elder, his eyes reflecting a flicker of excitement as he gazed at the dazzling light on the screen. At that moment, his phone rang. It was the general from the launch base calling. "Hello, General. What is the situation?" Secretary he quickly answered the call. Secretary he, the nuclear missile launch was a success. The colossal beast has been struck, and all signs of life have completely vanished. General 34's voice bore a hint of exhaustion, yet it was predominantly filled with joy. Secretary he hastily relayed the conversation to the elder, whose taut nerves finally relaxed, revealing a contented smile on his face. He let out a gentle sigh, as if a significant burden had been lifted from his heart. How splendid, how splendid, the elder murmured, a fleeting glimmer of relief flashing in his eyes. Secretary he, summon Director Yuan. Secretary he promptly nodded and exited the office. Moments later, a vigorous elder hurried into the room, his face marked by urgency. The elder gestured for him to take a seat. Director Yuan, we have triumphed. The beast could not withstand the might of the nuclear missile. Observing the exhilaration radiating from Director Yuan, the elder continued, the foremost priority now is your research work. It is imperative to yield results swiftly, to spare our long-wished citizens from the threat of apocalypse. Director Yuan nodded solemnly, his eyes gleaming with determination. Rest assured, we shall exert our utmost efforts. Moreover, preliminary progress has been made. Several critical data sets have been analyzed. We will hasten our endeavors to ensure completion in the shortest possible time. The atmosphere was filled with jubilant cries, celebrating this victory. Unbeknownst to them, a massive octopus lay in wait, stealthily lurking in the depths of the ocean. Upon witnessing the colossal beast perish beneath the devastating nuclear blast, a flicker of human-like terror flashed in the octopus's eyes. The carcass of the beast slowly descended to the ocean floor. Without hesitation, the giant octopus glided silently toward it. With its sharp tentacles, it probed the wound on the beast's head, incessantly searching for something. Suddenly, the tentacle paused, seemingly having found its target. It swiftly withdrew, revealing a crystal that shimmered with an otherworldly light. This crystal emitted an ethereal blue glow in the dark depths. A glint of greed sparkled in the octopus's eyes as it cautiously consumed the crystal. In the next instant, its body expanded dramatically, its power seemingly surging. Not only that, but the brilliance of intelligence in its eyes intensified, as if unlocking some forbidden might. Abruptly, the giant octopus unleashed a deafening roar, sending monstrous waves crashing upon the sea surface. Meanwhile, The creatures on the shore, which had been darting about like headless flies, suddenly ceased their chaotic movements, as if receiving a command, and began to regroup in an orderly fashion, launching a rapid assault in the same direction. In a disheveled camp, soldiers huddled together, their expressions weary yet illuminated by a resolute spark in their eyes. When that radiant light pierced the sky, they cheered in unison, their clenched fists finally relaxing, revealing long-lost smiles. One young soldier excitedly grasped his comrade's shoulder. "Master brother, it's the nuclear missile. We have finally won. We no longer need to fear those monsters." Fang Tianming struggled to calm his exhilaration and turned to the cheerful Tang Xiao. "Indeed, Xiaohu, we have sacrificed so much in this battle, but at last we see hope. From here on, we can diligently reconstruct our homeland and restore order. Before the army, any bizarre flora or fauna shall be eradicated. Soon we will return home. Ha ha ha." The two gazed at the colossal mushroom cloud, an indescribable sense of pride swelling within them, as if all their hardships and sacrifices had been vindicated in that moment. After a while, they retreated to their camp dormitory. They needed to seize the opportunity to rest. Although the most terrifying beast had been vanquished, the remaining creatures posed little threat without their command. Nevertheless, the task of clearing the remnants remained daunting. As they lay in bed, they scrolled through Dolong. Suddenly, Tang Xiaohu bolted upright. "Master brother, that's my dad in the video." Fang Tianming was taken aback and quickly leaned in to examine the phone screen. Upon seeing the title of the video, featuring Tang Long, the ninth-generation heir of the Tang family, Bejiquan, Fang Tianming's expression momentarily faltered. Soon after, he spotted Tang Long's figure in the video, and his complexion grew increasingly grim. "Dad! Master!" Upon witnessing Tang Long collide with the colossal beast, both of them cried out in despair. Chapter 59, A Shift in Mindset. Xiao Zhe goes online. Xiao One had already drifted off to sleep. "Xiaolang, are you all right?" Bai Xiao inquired softly, seated beside Yilang, her eyes filled with concern. Yilang clenched his fists, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the phone screen. He had replayed that video countless times, committing every detail to memory. Taking a deep breath, Yilang slowly spoke it. "Xiao, fine. In the next few days, have Xiao Wan move into your room. Please take care of her and ensure she doesn't lose hope." Bai Xiao nodded, gently stroking Yilang's shoulder, and reassured him, "Don't worry, I will. You must take care of yourself as well. Do not act impulsively." Yilang calmly nodded. "I understand, Xiao. Rest assured, for your sake, I will not act recklessly." Bai Xiao said nothing more, merely holding Yilang's hand tightly, her eyes shimmering with empathy and emotion. At that moment, the owner group of Meishu Jindao erupted in chaos, with everyone discussing the enormous cockroach in the video. Building 3, room 1405, Zhou Yakin. "Oh my goodness, this giant cockroach is right on our floor. Who will come to our rescue? It's all Tang Long's fault. If it weren't for him, the beast wouldn't have been drawn here." Building 3, room 1101, Jiang Qiao. "Zhou Yakin from room 1405. Sister, are you crazy? That Yi Lang master. Quickly retract that." Building 3, room 1405. Zhou Yakin retracted a message. Building 3, room 1101. Jiang Qiao retracted a message. Building 3, room 1511. Dang phone lie. Now this terrifying cockroach is in Building 3. No one is safe. We need to devise a plan. Building 3, room 1507. Zhang Xiang. What plan could there be? Did you not see how large that cockroach is? It's as big as a cow, and there's more than one. Who could possibly deal with that? Building 1, room 1316. Wang Fei. I feel something is off on our floor as well. I just heard strange noises from downstairs, and it could very well be this creature. Building 2, room 1515. Fan Jingjing. I wonder how our community sanitation is managed. We pay so much every year, yet the homeowners committee does nothing. Building 1, room 1105. Homeowners committee chairman Jiang Fangzhou. We cannot be blamed for this. The cleaning of public areas is handled by a hired cleaning company. However, we cannot interfere with the cleanliness of individual residences. These cockroaches must have emerged from homeowners' place. Building 3, room 1711. Wang Dawei. Everyone stop arguing. The most pressing issue now is to find a solution for these monsters. Cockroaches can chew through doors. Yi Lang ignored the uproar in the homeowners group. He went to room 1715 to gather some tools, and then arrived at the entrance of elevator 3, sliding down the traction cable to the top of the elevator car. He pried open the inspection cover. Armed with the fire axe he had found, he struck the steel plate atop the car with force. The plate reverberated with a dull thud as cracks began to spread. Taking a deep breath, Yi Lang exerted himself once more, and the plate finally split open, creating a large opening. Grasping the edge of the crack, he pulled with all his might, and the plate slowly yielded. After kicking out the interior light, he finally revealed a passageway large enough for him to enter. Cautiously, Yi Lang leaned into the elevator car, discovering that the elevator door had been jammed with a wrench. He pried the elevator door open with both hands, removed the wrench from the outside, and at last the door could close smoothly. Satisfied that the elevator was operational, Yi Lang replicated the process to repair the other elevators one by one. Upon returning home via the elevator, Yi Lang sent a message in the Meishu Jindao homeowners group. It is the 9th day since Doomsday has descended. I trust that the food in your homes is running low. Without unnecessary chatter, if there are beautiful women wishing to exchange food and water, please add me with a photo. If you can meet my requirements, come to 1715 to find me. I have unlocked the elevator restrictions. The access codes for each corridor are MSJD followed by the building number and floor number. For example, the access code for the 17th floor of Building 3 is MSJD 0317. However, I must remind everyone that you may only come here with my permission. Any unauthorized intruders will bear the consequences. After sending the message, Yi Lang, with calm eyes, disregarded the heated discussions in the group and proceeded to the gym to practice with his knife. Meanwhile, in room 1507 of Building 3, Zhang Xiang lay on the sofa, listlessly gazing at the messages in the group chat. He turned to his wife, Bai Yuyu, who was peeling the sofa's leather beside him, his face darkening with anger. Stop cutting the sofa. Can the leather fill our stomachs? Can you eat it? Bai Yuyu's eyes flashed with a brief moment of grievance, but she continued her task, her expression somewhat numb. This is all we have to eat now. If we don't use the sofa leather, we'll starve. Zhang Xiang rose abruptly, his tone growing harsher. I told you to wear less and send a picture to Yi Lang, but you refused. Now look, I'm left to star alongside you. Are you even a man? Zhang Xiang, we've been married for just over a month, and we've not had a single good day. You actually want to offer me in exchange for food? You're nothing but a beast. Zhang Xiang's eyes widened in rage. A beast? Better to be a beast than to starve. He was overwhelmingly hungry, feeling a hunger he'd never experienced in his over 20 years of life. Suddenly, his tone softened. Wife, I'm sorry. I'm just so hungry. I can't take it anymore. Please go to 1706 and ask him for food. He will surely help us. Bai Yuyu's tears streamed down her face as the knife slipped from her hand. Do you know what it means for me to go to him? Zhang Xiang slumped back onto the sofa, a flicker of despair in his eyes as he pleaded softly, I know, but I truly have no other choice. Please, Bai Yuyu, with tears in her eyes, looked at her husband, torn within herself. She was also hungry and had never felt such profound torment before. Yet, her values and moral boundaries did not permit her to make such a humiliating choice. He has already rejected me. Let us hold on for a few more days. Perhaps help will arrive from the authorities. Zhang Xiang persisted, urgency in his voice. Wife, if we cannot last 2 more days, I will starve to death. He rejected you last time because you were overdressed and looked miserable. This time, wear something nice, smile, and plead with him. Perhaps he will relent. Bai Yuyu looked at her husband with a heart filled with despair, devoid of the strength to argue back. This must be what they call the greatest sorrow, the death of the heart. She recalled the days when her husband was so considerate and gentle, a senior executive with a respectable social standing. Now, for the sake of a meal, he had become so lowly, even hastily offering her, his new wife, to another, fearing she might be rejected. How laughable, how utterly ridiculous. Bai Yuyu struggled to her feet, coldly stating, Fine, I will go plead with him. I will change into something beautiful to do so. Are you satisfied now? As she slowly walked toward the wardrobe, each step felt like treading on a razor's edge, her heart bleeding. Zhang Xiang's expression was complex, but quickly transformed into a desperate longing for life. He eagerly nodded, "Wonderful. Wife, we're wedding dress. We're wedding dress." Chapter 60. The perverse Yilang, the bride in a superposition state. It was not merely Zhang Xiang and Bai Yuyu's family. On the 9th day of the apocalypse, in the 3 buildings, over 300 households were struggling. Those with surplus food were few and far between. Everyone was desperately holding on, with an air of despair permeating every corner. Many who had previously disregarded Yilang and looked down upon his actions began to entertain different thoughts. After all, what were chastity and dignity compared to starving to death? After finishing his knife practice, Yilang rinsed off briefly and stepped out of his home under the complex gazes of the women. Upon arriving at 1715, he opened his phone and instantly, a flood of 99 messages appeared. Yilang first glanced at the messages from friends he had previously added. In room 1205, Chun Suchi messaged, "Yilang, can I stay with you for a while in exchange for some food to take home? My husband and I are about to give in. Please, I only need 3 pieces of bread." Upon seeing Yilang's response, Chun Suchin and her husband, Sun Yang, stared at their phone screens, their hearts racing. When they saw Yilang's reply, they embraced each other excitedly, cheering. But the next moment, they exchanged awkward glances. Sun Yang forced a smile. "Suchin, we are doing this to survive. Don't overthink it. Just endure for a few minutes." Chun Suchin silently nodded, not saying another word. As her husband said, all men were the same. It would only take 2 or 3 minutes. Just grit her teeth and bear it. "Un bin yuzidi, li fank me sagit, Yilang. Can I exchange 1 use for a barrel of water? I have elders and children at home. We can't hold on much longer." "Yilang, calmly replied. You do not meet my requirements. I will delete you." He then promptly removed her from his friends list. As for her claim about elderly and children at home, he couldn't care less. In room 1306, Lu Min messaged, "Brother Lang, I'm still a virgin. My first time is precious. Can you give me 10 pieces of bread?" "Yilang Sukofut. You think artificially restored counts? I'll give you 3 pieces of bread. If you don't agree, get lost." Inside 1306, Lu Min lay on her bed, continuously rubbing her stomach amidst a sea of snack wrappers on the floor. Upon seeing Yilang's message, she angrily cursed, "You filthy security guard. I used to look down on you, and now you dare treat me this way? Any of the dogs from my past were 1,000 times better than you." She angrily tossed her phone, tears welling in her eyes. However, the gnawing hunger compelled her to pick up her phone and reply, "Okay, I'm on my way." Thus, Yilang continued to sift through messages and friend requests. Cold and efficient, those once proud women, who had previously looked down upon him, now bowed their heads, pleading for him to complete transactions with them. Some messages were particularly pitiful, with claims of children and sick elders at home. Yet, Yilang deleted any woman who did not meet his system's requirements. For those who did, he demanded they hurry to him, as time was of the essence. After a thorough selection, there indeed emerged a few women scoring above 85 points. They were instructed to arrive at 1715 without fail, after which Yilang turned off his phone. Approaching the window, he inhaled deeply and, catching a glimpse of his reflection in the glass, a hint of a bitter smile appeared on his lips. Finally, he found himself, at this juncture, reduced to a heartless machine for driving stakes. A sudden, rapid knocking at the door disrupted Yilang's thoughts. Checking the surveillance on his phone, he was momentarily taken aback. Standing outside was a tall woman clad in a pristine white wedding dress. With her head bowed, her features remained obscured, but the urgency of her knocking conveyed her desperation. Yilang hastily opened the door, and the woman lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded, "Yilang, please, let us make a deal." Initially, Yilang was stunned by her well-tailored, snow-white wedding gown. However, upon recognizing her as Bai Yuyu, disappointment washed over him. The system had previously assessed her photograph and deemed her score a mere 84, which fell short of the requirements. Regrettably, despite her impressive allure, he had to relinquish any hopes of engagement. As for the notion of not wasting time, he reasoned that there were many more beautiful women scheduled to arrive, making it unnecessary to squander energy on a woman who could not enhance his strength. Just as he was about to decline her request, A notification from the system chimed in. Detection target in a special state. Comprehensive score temporarily elevated to 86 points. Name: Bai Yu. Age: 25. Height: 166 centimeters. Weight: 47 kilograms. Inner quality: 90. Comprehensive: 86. Flower bride overlap state. Recently married to first love. Affection: 21. Favor. This was the effect of the live broadcast. Yilang hesitated momentarily before ushering Bai Yu inside. Upon entering, she noticed the hamburgers and cola laid out on the table. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she suppressed the urge to rush over. With a pitiful gaze, she softly asked, "May I have something to eat before we proceed with the transaction?" Yilang nodded, indicating she could help herself. As she lifted the hem of her wedding dress and lunged at the table, she seized a steaming hot hamburger and, trembling, stuffed it into her mouth, chewing voraciously. Tears streamed down her face, mingling with her hastily swallowed food. Observing her gluttonous state and hearing the incessant notifications of rising affection, a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corner of Yilang's mouth. Bai Yu, clutching the warm hamburger, took a moment to sip the chilled cola. She felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This was delicious, the hamburger was exquisite, and the cola was so refreshing. She had never imagined that the junk food she had previously dismissed could taste so heavenly. It was simply the most delightful food in the world. In that moment, her heart brimmed with gratitude towards Yilang for providing her with hamburgers and cola, feeling that even bread and pure water would suffice. "Oh, Yilang, you are truly a good person. How could there be someone so kind in this world?" Yilang, witnessing her contented expression and the occasional glimmer of gratitude in her eyes, felt no stirrings within. He understood that after the transaction concluded, it would be a blessing if Bai Yu did not berate him. Once she had satisfied her hunger and was contentedly humming, Yilang calmly suggested, "Please wash up. We are ready to commence the transaction." Bai Yu flinched, but did not hesitate, taking the bottled water Yilang provided as she headed towards the restroom. Just before entering, she bashfully inquired, "Yilang, do you have any sleepwear?" "No need for sleepwear. What I desire is the flower bride." At that moment, outside the door of room 1715, 3 beautiful women awaited. Although they appeared somewhat disheveled due to lack of food and hygiene over the past few days, their beauty and grace remained evident. The trio consisted of Chun Suchin, Lu Min, and Wang Feier, the very same Wang Feier who had lambasted Yilang in the group chat days prior, calling him a beast who disrespected women and would face retribution. The 3 exchanged awkward glances, feeling the tension in the air. Despite the door being closed, none of them had any intention of leaving. After all, Yilang had affixed a note on the door that read, "Queue up." They felt compelled to comply, reasoning that they had already come this far and could not turn back for a few minutes of waiting. Indeed, the 3 believed it would only take a matter of moments before they could exchange their wait for food. However, as time dragged on, unease began to set in. Chen Suchin voiced her confusion. "Why is it taking so long? It's been 30 minutes, and we haven't heard a thing." Lu Min bit her lip, uncertain. Perhaps the preparations are intricate, or he has some peculiar requirements. Wang Feier frowned, growing impatient. Why is he indulging in such unnecessary theatrics at a time like this? "I feel like I'm starving." Overwhelmed, she plopped down on the floor, disregarding her image as a beauty. The lack of sustenance had left her utterly exhausted, to the point that even standing was a struggle. Chen Suchin and Lu Min exchanged glances, resigned sighs escaping their lips as they too sat down. As seconds turned into minutes, their patience began to wear thin. Chen Suchin could no longer contain herself, muttering, "What is Yilang up to? Does he not realize we are starving?" Just as the other 2 were about to respond, an unearthly wail echoed from within, sending shivers down their spines. The chilling sound struck fear into their hearts, and the 3 exchanged anxious glances filled with trepidation. Could Yilang be a pervert? That sound was terrifying. Chen Suchin's voice trembled, Lu Min's complexion turned pale, and Wang Feier bit down on her lip. Their confusion and fear intertwined, and although they longed to flee, thoughts of the consequences awaiting them upon returning forced them to remain seated. The dreadful wailing continued for nearly half an hour before it gradually subsided. At last, the door creaked open. A pallid, perspiring beauty emerged, clad in a wrinkled wedding dress. One hand braced against the wall while the other held up her dress. She staggered out, murmuring, "You're not human, you're not human." Without even glancing at the three women, she clutched a plastic bag and wobbled away towards the elevator. The three exchanged bewildered looks, their hearts rife with uncertainty. Next, a clear and refreshing voice called from within, startling them. Although Chen Su-chin felt a twinge of fear, she steeled herself and stepped inside. Upon entering, she was captivated by the sight of a Beijing roast duck laid out on the table. The duck was sliced paper thin, glimmering golden and aromatic, accompanied by spring pancakes, sweet sauce, sugar, cucumber shreds, scallions, hawthorn slices, and garlic paste. Just the sight of it nearly made her drool. Yilang, not waiting for her to speak, directly instructed, "Eat up. You'll need your strength for the tasks ahead." Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Su-chin dashed to the table, devouring the food ravenously. She paid no heed to the etiquette of rolling it up, instead grabbing a piece of roast duck, dipping in the sweet sauce, and shoving it into her mouth. With every bite, the flavors burst forth, as if all her hunger and fatigue had evaporated into thin air. Meanwhile, Yilang began to peruse the recent system notifications. Ding! System notification, exquisite cuisine, meat bun pot, the same as Zhongguk Dafan Dienskobao Ro, has been released. Ding! System notification, exquisite cuisine, Gong Bao chicken shed, bowl of Gong Bao chicken, has been released. Ding! System notification, exquisite cuisine, braised lion's head, basketball version of braised lion's head, has been released. Ding! System notification, exquisite cuisine, KFC all village bucket has been released. Ding! By Yu, affection level, 69. Infatuation. Ding! Congratulations, host. Physical condition 4. Current physical condition is 498. Ding! System basic configurations, food and water doubled. Currently 96 loaves of bread, 32 barrels of water, 18 large watermelons, 8 packets of spicy strips, 2 roasted ducks daily. Yilang's gaze flickered, and a subtle smile graced his lips. He continued to flip through the records, rising from -16 to 31, and internally nodded in approval. For a woman who had endured hunger for many days, a hearty meal was sufficient. It was time to digest, after all. Excessive hunger could lead to discomfort. Outside the door, only Wang Fei'er and Lu Min exchanged anxious glances, their hearts filled with trepidation. As noon approached, they wondered why it had not yet concluded. Already deprived of sustenance, both women now felt even more ravenous. Wang Fei'er could no longer contain herself and implored Lu Min, "Sister, I haven't eaten or drunk anything for 2 days. Could you please let me in first? I truly cannot hold on any longer." Lu Min, of course, was reluctant. She was also famished. The enticing aroma wafting from the room only exacerbated her hunger. Biting her lip, she coldly replied, "Why should I? Who isn't hungry? Just wait patiently outside." A flicker of despair crossed Wang Fei'er's eyes as she slumped helplessly to the ground, silently praying for Chen Su-chin to emerge quickly. Another piercing scream echoed, causing the two outside to panic further, solidifying their belief that Yilang was indeed a complete pervert, even sparking a desire to flee. Just then, Chen Su-chin staggered out, one hand clutching her skirt, while the other held a bag of food. Wang Fei'er and Lu Min rushed forward, urgently asking what happened. "Did Yilang hurt you?" Chen Su-chin shook her head, her eyes vacant as she continued walking forward. "Are you very hungry?" "If not," Lu Min suddenly interjected, displaying unexpected generosity towards Wang Fei'er. "No, no, no." Wang Fei'er hastily waved her hands, her voice trembling. "You go first. I suddenly feel not hungry anymore. You're next." Lu Min had no choice but to brace herself and enter the room. "Oh, isn't this the one with the first blood?" Yilang's teasing voice rang out. Chapter 62. Soon to meet, my little man. Lu Min paused, then quickly realized, her cheeks flushed as she shyly remarked, "Lang Ge. I have no experience, and you're making me feel so shy. You're so mischievous." Yilang merely smiled without replying, having no intention of revealing her true nature. "Let us see how it goes." He then lifted his chin, gesturing towards the dining table. Lu Min followed his indication, her eyes widening in astonishment. The table was adorned with an array of desserts, including cream cakes, tiramisu, caramel pudding, and more. Unable to contain herself, Lu Min lunged towards the table, savoring the sweet cream melting in her mouth, momentarily forgetting all her troubles. Indeed, sweets were a balm for the soul. At that moment, Wang Feier, too hungry to stand upright, leaned against the wall, watching the door longingly, praying for it to open soon as her hunger became unbearable. Suddenly, a chilling scream startled her. Wait, why is it so fast? She was bewildered, and Lu Min was even more confused. Time passed, and with a click, the door opened. Lu Min was unceremoniously thrown out by Yi Lang, landing on the ground with a painful groan. Yi Lang showed no mercy, devoid of tenderness or compassion, simply shutting the door behind him. Lu Min struggled to rise, only to find herself utterly drained. The pain she had not felt before now made it nearly impossible to breathe. She slumped to the ground, trying to catch her breath, but the sudden scream jolted her back to life. Indeed, hearing another's cries warmed her heart, as if the pain had lessened considerably. When Yi Lang opened the door again to throw Wang Feier out, Lu Min's figure was already absent. Yi Lang, you're inhuman. I merely criticized you in the group, and you torment me like this? Wang Feier shouted, her face filled with grievance. Yi Lang ignored her, only offering a cold smile as he turned and returned to his room, leaving behind chaos and deep resentment. Wang Feier clinched her teeth, forcing herself to stand and slowly move towards the staircase. After returning home, Yi Lang first took a long shower, scrubbing vigorously. He then sank into the sofa, beginning to review the system notifications. After perusing over 20 notifications, a satisfied smile crept across his lips. His current physical condition was 598. There was no other way. Lu Min and Wang Feier had indeed strayed from the path from the beginning. The increase of 3 points in physical condition could be attributed to the heightened initial affection due to the live stream effect. Exquisite Cuisine also released a plethora of options, including hot pot, barbecue, spicy hot pot, milk tea, and more, providing a delightful change of flavors. The system's basic configuration had also transformed. Ding. System basic configurations, food and water doubled. Currently, 768 loaves of bread, 256 barrels of water, 144 large watermelons, 64 packets of spicy strips, 16 roasted ducks daily. He was now closer to his goal of bursting the universe. Noticing it was nearly mealtime, Yi Lang stood up and exited room 1715, heading home. In a luxuriously decorated room, a stunning woman sat quietly by the window, gazing at the red sun setting in the sky. The screen of her phone displayed the message Yi Lang had posted in the villa's owners group. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a smile as she softly mused. Soon to meet, my little man. She then waved her hand behind her, and several men with fervent admiration responded in unison, yes, before swiftly exiting the room. Upon returning home, Yi Lang found Tang Xiaoan awake, watching television with Bai Xiao and the other 3 women. Although their spirits were still somewhat low, their company and efforts to lighten the mood made it feel less desperate. Upon seeing Yi Lang, Tang Xiaoan quickly stood, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes as she forced a smile. Senior brother, don't be too eager to increase your strength. I believe you will avenge my father. Yi Lang nodded slightly, a comforting smile gracing his face as he softly reassured her. Don't worry, I have it under control. You must be hungry. Come, let us eat. He turned to the table, opening the portal to the system space, and a feast instantly filled the table with a tantalizing aroma. Upon seeing the roasted duck and milk tea, Tang Xiaoan's dulled eyes sparkled momentarily. After posting the delicious spread in the owner-s group, Yi Lang urged everyone to quickly sit down and enjoy. He pulled Tang Xiaoan beside him, skillfully rolling up the roasted duck and handing it to her. Tang Xiaoan took the roasted duck and took a small bite, a glimmer of emotion crossing her eyes. She recalled the times before the apocalypse when her father would occasionally take her to that old, famous roasted duck restaurant. The laughter and warmth of those moments seemed to echo in her ears. Now, seeing tears welling in the corners of Tang Xiaoan's eyes, Yi Lang gently patted her back, softly comforting her. Don't cry. Master fears nothing more than seeing you cry, and so do all of us brothers. Eat well. If you lose weight, Master will be heartbroken looking down from above. Tang Xiaowan nodded earnestly, striving to swallow her tears as she began to eat heartily. After the meal, Yi Lang continued his relentless pursuit of strength. Amidst the complex gazes of the women, he calmly exited the house. Some things were simply unavoidable. Strength is the most crucial element in a post-apocalyptic world. Thus, what is the worth of such a sacrifice? As time shifted forward, Bai Yuyu struggled to return home. Zhang Xianglai showed no concern for his wife's distress and suffering. He snatched the bag from her hands, tore it open, and began to devour the bread voraciously. Observing Zhang Xianglai's ravenous demeanor, akin to a starving ghost, Bai Yuyu felt a chill wash over her as he offered not a single word of comfort. A bitter smile crept upon her face as she sighed softly and silently retreated to the bedroom. Once the door was closed, tears finally cascaded down her cheeks. The helplessness and injustice she felt surged within her like a tidal wave, drowning all her fortitude. She shed the wedding gown that symbolized their love, revealing her body marred by bite marks and bruises. The foul odor that clung to her made her stomach churn. What pained her more was her inability to even bathe, leaving her body and spirit to be eroded by filth and agony, as if being dragged into an endless abyss. Beast. Filth. Yet, as Bai Yuyu pondered something, her gaze grew increasingly unfocused. Meanwhile, Zhang Xianglai, having consumed an entire bag of bread, let out a satisfied belch and lazily reclined on the sofa. At last, he felt alive. At that moment, Zhang Xianglai was overwhelmed with happiness, never having found bread so delightful. Each morsel seemed imbued with the essence of life, filling his empty stomach. That fleeting sense of fulfillment allowed him to temporarily forget the apocalypse and the sacrifices made by his wife. However, the thought of Bai Yuyu darkened his expression. Observing her unsteady gait and the disheveled wedding dress, he initially dismissed his concerns, but now, guilt and dissatisfaction surged within him. Did you just give yourself away so easily? Was there no resistance? Or did you wish to surrender? The flames of anger within Zhang Xianglai blazed hotter. Unable to direct his fury towards Yi Lang, he turned his wrath upon Bai Yuyu. He abruptly stood and strode toward the bedroom, invigorated after his meal. He forcefully flung the door open. Bai Yuyu, numbly raising her head, through tear-filled eyes, caught sight of her husband's face, expecting a word of comfort, only to hear the icy words. Are you really this cheap? Can't you even put up a fight? Get out. Chapter 63. The complete form of Chao Zhe. Slaying a cockroach to soothe hunger. A similar scene unfolded in many households today. These men, engulfed in hunger and despair, transferred their anguish onto their wives, disregarding their tears and pain, as if all suffering were deserved by them. Their own humiliation was undeniably brought forth by their wives. They wielded their anger like a blade, striking at those closest to them, the very ones who saved their lives. These wives bore the dual torment silently, their bodies and minds weary, yet with no outlet for their grievances, only able to curse their cowardly and cruel husbands. The quarrels reached a crescendo, fueled by the colorless gas seeping through the cracks of the door. This gas acted as a catalyst, intensifying every ounce of resentment and escalating the disputes. The intertwining of a wife's tears and her husband's roars painted a picture of despair. Within room 1715, Yi Lang bid farewell to the last traitor and, after locking the door, collapsed onto the sofa in exhaustion. He managed a glance at the system prompt. Host Yi Lang. Physique, 708. The food and water provided by the system has doubled. Currently, 288 pieces of bread, 096 barrels of water, 304 large watermelons, 24 bags of spicy strips, and 256 roasted ducks. He then closed his eyes helplessly and drifted into a deep sleep. In his dreams, Yi Lang seemed to return to that rented room, a place that had brought him boundless happiness and satisfaction, yet was also steeped in humiliation. Upon waking again, he found himself gazing into a pair of worry-laden, beautiful eyes. How long have I slept? Yi Lang asked hoarsely, turning to Bai Xia. Bai Xia first offered him water, watching as he drank slowly before softly replying, You have slept the entire night. It is already noon on the second day. Yi Lang sat up slowly, surveying his surroundings, a sense of disorientation washing over him. This is truly madness. Xiaolang, your condition last night frightened us. Bai Xia spoke gently, her eyes filled with concern. We waited for you anxiously, but when we opened the door and saw you unconscious, our hearts shattered. Bai Xia continued, her voice thick with emotion. My abilities to heal you were ineffective. I could only watch as you lay there, eyes closed and brows furrowed. Seeing Bai Xia's tear-filled eyes stirred a pang of compassion in Yi Lang's heart. He gently embraced her, caressing her back, and whispered, I'm sorry for worrying you. Leaning into his embrace, Bai Xia let her tears flow silently. As long as you are safe, that is enough. But please, do not put yourself through this again. If you wish to grow stronger, come to us. I can see that even during such moments, you are not truly happy. It is this pain that torments you. We would rather endure everything than see you suffer again. Yi Lang held the murmuring Bai Xia tightly, his heart a swirl of emotions. Indeed, such experiences are coveted by every man. Yi Lang is a man, vigorous and full of life. However, continuous battle can also lead to exhaustion. Moreover, this was unlike the day with Bai Xia. Their hearts were intertwined, their souls connected, and they loved each other deeply. That kind of understanding and affection far surpassed mere physical pleasure. Yet last night was purely mechanical, repetition devoid of emotional exchange, leaving him feeling hollow and fatigued. The cries and anguished moans echoing in his ears made him, as a human, feel a slight discomfort. Not overwhelming, but profoundly resonant. Yi Lang took a deep breath, his gaze firm. Do not worry. I can manage for now. I will not resort to this again in the short term. Upon hearing this, Bai Xia's eyes sparkled with relief as she gently stroked his cheek and said softly, That is good. We are all by your side, supporting you at all times. The two exchanged tender words before returning to room 1706, where the four women had been waiting, their faces weary yet brimming with concern. Brother, senior brother, boss, brother-in-law. Yi Lang felt warmth in his heart as he softly reassured. Rest assured, I am fine. You must be hungry. Let us eat. With a wave of his hand, the dining table was instantly laden with an array of delicious dishes. The four women said nothing more, gathering around the table, and the atmosphere turned warm. After finishing their meal, Yi Lang plunged into the gym. His rapidly increasing physique made it difficult for him to control this newfound power. He had even crushed several bowls while eating. Yi Lang swung the large broadsword with all his might, each strike executed with fervor. The blade gleamed like silk, and sweat flew. Gradually, his movements became increasingly fluid. It was only when night fell that Yi Lang emerged from the gym, exhausted yet invigorated. Upon returning to the living room, the four women watched him with concern, worry etched on their faces. Yi Lang smiled and shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Tang Xiaowan's expression was complex, a blend of worry and gratitude. She understood the reason behind her second senior brother's relentless efforts over the past 2 days, as if he were trying to extract every drop of essence. She yearned to dissuade him, but was keenly aware of his determination. With a soft sigh, she gently said, Second senior brother, I understand that you and I share the same pain, but there's no need to rush. Yi Lang, with a mouthful of steak, paused slightly upon hearing her words. Xiaowan, I understand, but I fear that Master may drift too far away. He looked up at Tang Xiaowan, her eyes brimming with tears, his voice low yet resolute. I must retrieve Master's flesh and clothing. On the 3rd day, we must lay him to rest properly. He deserves a dignified farewell. Ding! Tang Xiaowan instantly broke down in tears, throwing herself into Yi Lang's embrace, unable to speak. Yi Lang gently patted her back, his gaze growing ever more resolute. In the event of a family member's unfortunate passing, there exists a custom of placing the deceased body in the home for 3 days. This practice serves 2 purposes. Firstly, to allow distant relatives time to travel for the funeral. Secondly, it is traditionally believed that 3 days is the period during which the soul lingers or confirms the reality of the death. During this period, the family engages in rituals such as vigil keeping, arranging the altar, and notifying others of the death. Relatives are required to wear mourning attire and adhere to strict ceremonial protocols, such as abstaining from meat and refraining from washing. On the evening of the 3rd day after the death, a ceremony known as Jie San or Song San is conducted, signifying the sending of the deceased soul to the afterlife, along with preparing paper offerings such as vehicles and belongings. During this ceremony, relatives express their sorrow through tears, burning paper offerings, clothing, and personal items of the deceased as a parting gesture. Although in these modern times, strict adherence to ancient customs is not obligatory, it remains essential to retrieve the Master's remains and belongings. Otherwise, he may cast blame upon his disciple on the seventh day after his passing. While the junior sister may lack understanding, it is the elder brother's responsibility to shoulder these duties. At this moment, Tang Xiaowan found herself at a loss for words to express the profound emotions swelling within her heart. In her darkest and most despairing hour, Yilang stepped forward to bear the burden for her. He remembered what she had almost forgotten and paid a heavy price, even risking his life for her sake. Tang Xiaowan gazed at the man before her, tears glistening in her eyes, her heart overflowing with gratitude and reliance. After consuming 3 pounds of beef, Yilang finally paused, wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth. Noticing the concerned expressions of Bai Xiao, Bai Jin, Xiong Ting, and Tang Xiaowan, he chuckled lightly, patting his stomach and feigning nonchalance, saying, "Do not worry, I am full. I will hunt a few monsters to work off this meal. It is nothing." The 4 women looked at him, feeling a mix of tenderness and emotion. Tang Xiaowan could no longer hold back her tears. She stepped forward, gently grasping Yilang's hand. Her voice choked with emotion. "You must return safely. We are all waiting for you." Yilang chose not to elaborate further. He merely tousled Tang Xiaowan's hair, his gaze both resolute and gentle. He picked up his formidable blade and, with the already invisible Yao Shi, turned to exit. Upon reaching the 14th floor, the sight before them sent chills down their spines. In the corridor, 2 monstrous cockroaches, the size of bulls, were crawling slowly. Their broad shells gleamed with a metallic brown-black sheen, and 6 robust limbs appeared as if forged from iron, adorned with sharp barbs. As they moved, their claws scraped the ground, sending sparks flying and producing an unsettling screech. 2 thick antennae swayed like black spears, creating a sound as they sliced through the air. Their enormous compound eyes resembled clusters of writhing purple grapes. Most terrifying of all was their massive mandibles, which opened and closed, revealing bloodied scraps of flesh and torn clothing within. The floor and walls bore gruesome stains, remnants of their feasting, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench. Yilang observed that several doors of residence without security measures had been gnawed into fragments, leaving the fate of those inside tragically clear. This horrifying scene startled Yilang, sending a shiver through him. The live-streaming battlefield reporters gasped in disbelief, the chat flooding with reactions. Yilang signaled for Yao Shi to stay hidden while he taunted the 2 giant beasts with a short yet scornful sound. "Oi!" Instantly, the colossal cockroaches halted, their sensory hairs on alert, low growls emanating from their throats. In the next moment, their powerful hind legs propelled them forward like 2 small mountains. As they charged, Yilang's mind flashed with memories of Tang Long's earth-shattering impact. Feeling the surge of power within him, he stomped down hard, shattering the ground beneath him, and surged forward. Amid Yao Shi's terrified gaze and the astonished stares of the live-stream audience, Yilang crashed into the leading cockroach. With a thunderous impact, the shockwave sent dust swirling around them. The first cockroach was sent flying back, colliding with its companion, both of them writhing in pain. Yilang steadied himself, disregarding the blood at the corner of his mouth, tearing off his shirt to reveal a sculpted physique. His muscles bulged and tightened, ready for action. The blade in his hand fell like lightning, slicing through the air with precision as it struck the neck of the cockroach. Crimson blood gushed forth, and the creature's cries ceased abruptly, its massive body collapsing to the ground. In a live stream, the audience erupted with excitement. Yilang's formidable presence resonated through the comments, as viewers marveled at his newfound strength and prowess. The second cockroach, finally regaining its composure, lunged at Yilang with a fierce glint in its eyes. Unfazed by its formidable limbs, Yilang gripped his blade firmly, parrying its attack and expertly maneuvering to slice through its joint. With a sharp crack, one of its legs fell away. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Lang dodged its lethal strike and thrust his blade into its abdomen, eliciting a horrifying shriek from the creature as it staggered backward. Just as he prepared to pursue, a swarm of mosquitoes surged through the window, enveloping the scene like a dark cloud. Yi Lang's expression hardened, yet he did not retreat. The mosquitoes, the size of soccer balls, descended with a deafening buzz, surrounding him and the two bloody cockroaches. Yi Lang felt the sharp proboscis of the mosquitoes against his skin, but his enhanced physique rendered him impervious to their bites. The immense fortification of his body allowed him to harden his skin at will, a transformation that made his combat style direct and ferocious. With such power, stealth akin to an assassin seemed out of place. With a disdainful huff, Yi Lang shook his body, scattering the swarm. The mosquitoes, realizing he offered no blood to feast upon, turned their attention to the cockroaches, attacking them in a frenzy. The cockroach that Yi Lang had slain was soon reduced to a desiccated shell, while the other, overwhelmed by the swarm, screamed in agony. Seizing the moment, Yi Lang swung his blade once more, delivering a fatal blow. The live stream erupted into chaos once again, comments flooding in as viewers expressed their astonishment at Yi Lang's remarkable transformation and capabilities. Jia Xiong gone. Mine is the same, only a small area is hard. Wang Ji's entire body has become too formidable. Nu Renwu, sure, Duo Hua. The two young gentlemen above. Hey, you would like to see just how hard you are. Let us add each other as friends. Sure Dao Lin, Tu Hai Jiang Jiaobian. The ones above. Hurry and help your partner turn over. Don't interrupt. Does that mean our system's ability users can reach Wang Ji's level in the end? Yeah, it's quite possible. The springtime for our system's ability users has come. Haha. Those who previously deemed us ugly, come forth. We are far superior to that group of naturals. Haha. Yi Lang swiftly dispatched the few remaining mosquitoes, observing closely with a rather grim expression. These two are not the giant cockroach that killed Tang Long. Just then, a tremendous roar suddenly erupted, and a scarred giant cockroach squeezed out from a nearby room. Not only that, but behind it followed a horde of slightly smaller cockroaches, each exuding an air of ferocity, their eyes gleaming with cunning and savagery. Upon seeing that scar, Yi Lang smiled, his joy unmistakable. Oi! Chapter 65. What is wrong with me giving you a bath? Fluffy congealment. With that brief, mocking provocation, the cockroach astonishingly unfurled its wings. Not just it, but the slightly smaller ones behind it also spread their wings. The ensuing scene became a nightmare for many southern viewers in the live stream. The horde of cockroaches surged toward Yi Lang like a black storm, silencing the live stream instantly, leaving only the sound of hurried breaths. Yi Lang did not open his mouth. He merely tightened his grip on the hilt of his large knife, charging into the black storm with a fervor akin to madness. Yi Lang's figure flickered within the black tempest, the blade's gleams slicing through the night sky like lightning, each strike landing with unerring precision. Wherever the blade flashed, the smaller cockroaches fell in droves. The cacophony of cockroach screeches intertwined with the sound of blades piercing flesh, a bloody scent pervading the air. Although late, the mosquitoes arrived like dark clouds, rapidly joining the fray. Yi Lang's eyes shone with a chilling light, his blade growing ever more ferocious. Be it the mosquitoes or the cockroaches, he wielded his knife mercilessly, each strike unleashing a storm of blood and carnage. Time passed, and finally, Yi Lang ceased his assault. The large knife was stained with blood, yet miraculously bore no chips or cracks. The ground was littered with the corpses of giant cockroaches and mosquitoes, leaving no space to step. Only the scarred giant cockroach remained, gasping for breath, still despairingly screeching. The mosquito swarm had long since scattered, with only a few lingering in the corners of the ceiling, emitting faint buzzing sounds. After mutating to the size of a soccer ball, the mosquitoes had acquired a modicum of intelligence, learning to avoid danger. Yi Lang fixed his gaze on the scarred giant cockroach, memories flashing through his mind of the moment it had violently ended Tang Long's life, tearing him apart and consuming him. Yi Lang inhaled deeply, slowly lowering his knife. and approached the giant cockroach step by step. Fear glimmered in the giant cockroach's eyes as it struggled to retreat, but it was too weak to escape. Yilang raised his iron fists, striking down with a fervor akin to madness. Each blow, pushing, hammering, smashing, thrusting, cleaving, shaking, hooking, and ramming, was infused with boundless rage. The sounds of bones fracturing echoing clearly. When Yilang finally halted, the giant cockroach's head had been utterly deformed, blood and flesh a grotesque mash. Devoid of any further motion, he panted heavily, his eyes reflecting fatigue and relief. "Master, ha ha ha, master! The wayward disciple, Yilang, has avenged you. Ha ha ha! Yilang, laughed skyward, tears streaming down his cheeks. Though he had shed no tears upon his master's death just days prior, they now surged forth like a broken dam. The grief that had long been pent up within him found its release. Kneeling beside the cockroach's corpse, he allowed his tears and sweat to intermingle. At that moment in the live stream, viewers fell silent, and gradually words began to appear in the comments. "Please accept my condolences. Salute." It was as though through the screen, everyone felt Yilang's sorrow, the profound bond between master and disciple, stirring deep emotions. Once he had regained his composure, Yilang rose slowly, grasping the large knife, and began to dissect the giant cockroach. As the blade sliced through, its abdomen was opened, spilling its insides and white flesh across the ground. Yilang meticulously sieved it, finally discovering some partially digested fragments of flesh and bits of clothing within the stomach, remnants of Tang Long. With trembling hands, Yilang carefully extracted these pieces, placing them into a prepared plastic bag. Just as he was about to rise, he noticed something unusual beneath his feet. Looking down, he found a piece of white, fluffy congealment from the giant cockroach's brain. Slightly larger than a ping-pong ball, it seemed to have faint layers and emitted a soft glow. Yilang's heart stirred as he cautiously picked it up and pocketed it. Yaoshi had already closed the live stream. Yilang found himself curious about this warm, smooth object in his hand. He cast aside all the cockroaches and mosquitoes, but only a few larger cockroaches contained similar fluffy substances. The rest did not. Without further thought, Yilang collected these fluffy materials and quietly left with Yaoshi. Upon returning home, Tang Xiaowan saw the plastic bag in Yilang's hand and burst into tears, disregarding the bloodstains as she threw herself into his embrace. Yilang, along with several women, comforted her for quite a while before she finally ceased her sobbing. Subsequently, Tang Xiaowan, still sniffling, took the plastic bag and placed it in a small wooden box, gently closing the lid and cradling it in her hands, tears blurring her vision once more. Yilang gently stroked her head, whispering words of solace. "It's all right. In less than 3 days, Master won't blame us. We must be strong. Master hopes for our well-being from beyond." Tang Xiaowan nodded heavily, hastily wiping her tears. She then took Yilang's hand and led him toward the bathroom, saying as they walked, "Shi Xiang, let me wash you properly. The smell of blood is too strong." Yilang felt a bit flustered, hurriedly waving his hands. No, I can do it myself." However, Tang Xiaowan insisted. "Shi Xiang, you've done so much for me and my father. What is wrong with giving you a bath? Or do you not wish to fulfill the old man's last wish and let him rest in peace?" Yilang, feeling helpless, had no choice but to let Tang Xiaowan drag him into the bathroom. As he left, his pleading eyes were met with the disdainful glances of the women. They thought to themselves, how shameless, taking advantage and then playing innocent humph man. Ultimately, nothing inappropriate occurred. The 7th day of mourning for the master had not yet passed, and they had not even laid him to rest. A chill crept down Yilang's back, despite Tang Xiaowan's insistence, even resorting to physical persuasion and verbal sparring. Yilang maintained his final shred of rationality and did not acquiesce. She understood that Tang Xiaowan wished to offer herself as a token of gratitude for all he had done, but now was not the time. The spirit of the master was watching over them. Moreover, with a 99 approval rating, it would be too regrettable to accept Tang Xiaowan now. Yilang sat on a coffee table, studying the clean piece of white, fluffy meat. Under the light, it glimmered faintly, seemingly harboring some mysterious energy. At that moment, Bai Jin approached with curiosity, plopping down onto Yilang's lap. "Go, what is this? I've seen you studying it for ages. Yilang tightened his embrace slightly, softly explaining, I extracted it from the cockroach's head. EW good, that's disgusting. Why would you dig that out? Ignoring the little girl's look of disgust, Yilang held it up to tease her, bringing it close to Yaoshi's face, feigning an intent to place it in her mouth, causing her to recoil and giggle. Suddenly, Beyin froze. She stared at the meat, a peculiar glint flashing in her eyes, softly saying, "Good, this thing seems a bit off." Yilang was taken aback, about to inquire further when suddenly a flame flickered to life in Bai Jin's hand, startling her into shaking it off. The flame extinguished instantly, and Bai Jin's face turned pale as she trembled. It seems to slightly enhance my mental strength. In that fleeting moment, the fire-based supernatural ability within me erupted unexpectedly, nearly spiraling out of control. Yilang furrowed his brow tightly, holding onto the piece of meat. He quickly summoned Bai Xiao, whispering, Xiao, i.e., please try to grasp this piece of meat and see if it elicits any reaction. The recent fluctuation of Bai Jin's supernatural power had already drawn the attention of several women. Bai Xiao, Xiong Ting, Yao Shi, and Tang Xiao all gathered around. Bai Xiao cautiously took the meat, her brow furrowing slightly. After a moment, a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. This object seems capable of stimulating supernatural abilities, yet its fluctuations are exceedingly unstable. Moreover, she added with a hint of uncertainty, it appears to resonate with my mental energy, causing a disconcerting confusion in my mind. At this juncture, Yilang felt a heaviness in his heart as he took back the meat and scrutinized it closely, but found no discernible reactions. His meager mental energy, labeled 01, exhibited no response whatsoever. Passing the meat to Yao Shi, she accepted it, her brow knitted in concentration. After a brief pause, she softly remarked, I sense a slight fluctuation in my mental energy, but it is not intense. I also feel a sense of discomfort, as if some lingering thoughts are wandering in my mind, difficult to articulate. At this moment, Yilang harbored some conjectures, yet lacked complete confirmation. Just then, Tang Xiao took hold of the meat and, to everyone's astonishment, suddenly screamed, tossing the meat away with trembling hands. To their collective shock, a pair of fluffy ears began to emerge atop her head. Tang Xiao, in fear, touched her head, her eyes filled with confusion. Yilang swiftly approached it, grasping her hand in an attempt to calm her emotions. The group exchanged anxious glances, an unsettling feeling rising among them. Tang Xiao's voice quivered with tears. How can this be? I feel something emerging from my head. Oh no, second senior brother. Am I turning into a monster? Yilang's response was somewhat peculiar. He fought the urge to reach out and touch the pair of cat ears emerging from Tang Xiao's head, gently reassuring her, fear not. You have merely awakened your supernatural abilities. This is a good thing. Furthermore, your physical transformation is not at all unappealing. Tang Xiao, with tear-filled eyes, gazed uncertainly at Yilang and the four women, softly inquiring, really? Indeed, Yilang and the four women replied in unison, their eyes sparkling, which only served to heighten Tang Xiao's apprehension. When she took out her phone to capture a selfie in the mirror, she discovered the pair of cat ears adorning her head. These fluffy cat ears appeared exceedingly adorable, adding a touch of vivacity to her already beautiful face. As the playful banter ensued, with Tang Xiao bashfully yet excitedly engaging in the merriment, the atmosphere within the Wu Yu Msin building shifted predictably. Inside, Wang Tianlai sat at the head of the conference table, his expression grim as he surveyed the assembly. Are you all trying to pressure me? Have you forgotten the benefits I brought you? Without me, would you be enjoying such comfort? Wang Tianlai's anger escalated as he spoke, culminating in a near shout. Your current success is entirely due to my sacrifices and efforts. Huh, what have you actually contributed? Laboring in bed to produce offspring? A voice muttered from the back. Who spoke? Stand and speak. Wang Tianlai glared around, met with a suffocating silence. Yet, a brother beside him could not hold back, and son Eru stood abruptly. Raising his voice, it was I. Wang Tianlai, aside from posturing and grinning for the cameras, what have you truly contributed? You're constantly switching women, 2 a day, and never the same one. We do all the work while you merely enjoy the fruits of our labor. Wang Tianlai's face turned a deep shade of anger as he slammed his hand on the table. Sun Eru, how dare you defame me? Don't forget, the women you sleep with come through me. And the food you consume, has it all been fed to the dogs? This statement darkened not only Sun Eru's countenance, but also those of the other staff members. At this juncture, Planner Meng Hao stood up calmly, saying, Tianlai, please remain composed. We are all here for the good of the team. There's no need for discord. While Eru's words may be blunt, they carry truth. The team's growth depends on everyone's efforts, and, as a leader, you must understand the importance of respect and unity. In this current climate, integrating supernatural ability users into our shoots is a necessary trend. We must innovate and break through rather than engage in internal strife. Your contributions cannot be overlooked, but a single tree cannot make a forest. Only through collective effort can we achieve greatness. Wang Tianlai inhaled deeply, his gaze sweeping over the group with a complex expression. His eyes lingered on Zhao Lang for several seconds before he slowly sat down. Zhao Lang then stood, speaking in a gentle and agreeable tone. Brother Tianlai, Meng Hao is right. We are a team and should support one another. In time, we will grow stronger together and create brilliance. There is no need to jeopardize our success over momentary anger. Wang Tianlai regarded this young, supernatural user before him. Though he lacked Wang Tianlai's charm and experience in charming women, he possessed formidable arm-altering abilities that were not only as hard as iron, but could easily lift several hundred pounds. Wang Tianlai had jested in the past, and Zhao Lang had effortlessly crushed his fire attack with a single hand. Zhao Lang smiled earnestly. Brother Tianlai, your abilities are unparalleled, and likewise, my strength is well recognized by all. We each have our strengths, and collaboration leads to mutual success. What do you think? Facing the gazes of Zhao Lang, Meng Hao, Sun Eru, and others, Wang Tianlai felt a pang of reluctance, but ultimately nodded in agreement. His tone softened. Very well, I concede. Instantly, the conference room erupted into thunderous applause. However, just then, a female staff member's expression changed abruptly, and she exclaimed, Yi Lang has released a video. This time, he single-handedly slayed over a dozen giant cockroaches and countless mutated mosquitoes. The room fell into stunned silence as everyone hastily pulled out their phones to check. Moments later, Meng Hao suddenly rose, his voice grave. Let us mobilize. Simultaneously, all major MCN organizations sprang into action. This video, featuring Yao, she gained unprecedented popularity, surpassing all previous videos and achieving over 1 billion views almost instantaneously. The content was simply too shocking. Yi Lang's prowess was almost beyond belief for a supernatural user. One person, armed with a single knife, had decimated over a dozen giant cockroaches and innumerable mutated mosquitoes. The most astonishing moment came when he executed a powerful strike that sent a giant cockroach flying. Furthermore, the proboscis of the mutated mosquitoes failed to penetrate Yi Lang's skin. He was not merely a man. He resembled a mechanized instrument of slaughter. Consequently, while the comments beneath the video were manipulated by certain individuals, they dared not belittle Yi Lang. Instead, they opted to elevate their own favorite streamer. Clear skies ahead. Yi Lang's strength is indeed astounding. But our two elder brothers together are not to be underestimated. Just look at their achievements, Wang Tianlai and Zhao Lang. Sunny skies. Both Zhao Lang and Yi Lang are supernatural users, with their strengths virtually indistinguishable. Observe how Zhao Lang's mutated arm can shatter a giant cockroach with a single punch. That scene is equally breathtaking. OSTT's Lin Jun also found a supernatural user named Liang Yin, whose nails could transform into razor-sharp claws. The two quickly garnered support from fans with slogans like Jun Wu Shi Yin and A Gentleman's Word is His Bond, which flooded the screens with great momentum. Meanwhile, Huaxing's Lin Feng collaborated with a user named Wu Dan, whose legs could morph into bladed weapons. The combination of two goddesses has garnered an immense fanbase, with their support slogans soaring like Feng Wu Jiutian and Dan Xianjian dominating the comment sections. Various MCN agencies have eagerly seized the opportunity for promotion. resulting in a continuous rise in the fervor of the commentary. However, it is noteworthy that they all cautiously avoid directly disparaging Yilang. Instead, they emphasize the unique advantages of their respective streamers, striving to carve out a niche in the intense competition. Meanwhile, Yilang is comforting Xiong Ting, who is tearfully distressed. In Chapter 67, as Xiong Ting expresses her frustration over not possessing any special abilities, she laments, "You are biased. I have entrusted everything to you, even my heart. And yet you treat me this way. I will no longer speak to you." With tears streaming down her face, she feels utterly wronged. Yilang quickly embraces her and softly reassures, "Sister-in-law, do not cry. Everyone has the potential to awaken their abilities. It is merely a matter of time. Furthermore, this is not something I can control." Upon hearing this, Xiong Ting cries even harder. "You lied to me. Auntie Bai and Sister Xiao Jin both told me they gained their powers because of you. You are biased, and it is my fault for having criticized you before. I apologized, yet." Yilang, perplexed yet amused, finally comprehends Xiong Ting's misunderstanding. He whispers a few words into her ear, and in an instant, she ceases her tears, gazing at him in disbelief. The next moment, her face flushes crimson, and she murmurs, "Is it truly necessary to go through this many times? Wouldn't that mean instant death?" Yilang shrugs nonchalantly. "That is the answer. I have informed you. Whether you can endure it depends solely on you. Do not blame me for being biased." With a mix of longing and fear in her eyes, Xiong Ting ultimately nods, taking a deep breath as if making a resolution. "Tonight, do not treat me as a person. I promise to complete the task." Xiong Ting is, at heart, a fiercely determined girl. Despite her soft-spoken and somewhat naive demeanor, she possesses a resilient spirit. Having lost their parents at a young age, she and her sister Xiong Yuan have relied on each other for 2 decades. The hardships they endured are known only to them. Xiong Ting constantly strives to embody the role of a strong elder sister, silently bearing all burdens. Yet, it is often Xiong Yuan who stands up to protect her, leaving her feeling both warm and helpless. She yearns for strength, not only for self-protection, but also to safeguard her sister. It is not mere vanity, but a desire for equality, a shared belief between 2 children who have lost their parents. Therefore, last night, Xiong Ting fought alongside Yilang with immense courage and determination. She would not concede defeat, even if it meant enduring pain. Unfortunately, the disparity in their strengths proved too great, and she was gradually overwhelmed, struggling to withstand the onslaught. In the end, she swayed like a delicate flower in a tempest, at the mercy of the storm. Fortunately, her goal was achieved. When Auntie Bai, with a heart full of concern, entered to treat her wounds, Xiong Ting proudly raised her frost-covered right hand before succumbing to unconsciousness. Yilang, somewhat regretful, checked Xiong Ting's affection level. "Xiong Ting, affection level, 99, beloved." After a night of struggle, her affection level did not reach 100. It seems like Tang Xiaowan, she too requires a catalyst. Indeed, after bringing Tang Long back home, Tang Xiaowan's affection level had already reached 99. Yilang remained patient, understanding that good things come to those who wait. He continued to peruse the system notifications in his mind, discovering numerous notifications about exquisite culinary delights, predominantly hot pot, barbecued meat, grilled fish, and skewers. This was understandable, as these dishes are typically enjoyed by sisters together and are reasonably priced. Yilang felt a twinge of emotion from the bond between Xiong Ting and Xiong Yuan, intensifying his desire for that B2B connection. Furthermore, his physical condition improved to 743 due to Xiong Ting's relentless efforts. A smile crept onto Yilang's face, filled with a sense of grandeur. What does the apocalypse matter? In a world where I alone lack abilities, I shall wield my iron hands and a mighty blade to conquer the entire wasteland. However, his moment of exhilaration was short-lived as he found himself encircled by the women, facing their collective reproach. "Xiao Lang, it's not that we are criticizing you, but you have gone too far. Xiao Ting fainted this morning." "Exactly. And you have no idea how swollen her injuries were. It took me a great deal of effort to heal her. We understand your eagerness to grow stronger, but you cannot disregard Xiao Ting's well-being." Even allowing her to catch her breath or find a teammate would suffice. With a swift motion, Yi Lang grabbed by Jin and Yao Shi, effectively silencing their outcry. He then encouraged Bai Xiao to continue, although her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she spoke softly. So, we discussed and decided to form pairs. I will team up with Xiong Ting, and Bai Jin will pair with Yao Shi, offering mutual support. As Bai Xiao's voice dwindled, Yi Lang, though secretly delighted, maintained a serious expression, his tone laden with difficulty and pain. This is quite difficult for me to agree to. My love for you all is wholeheartedly devoted. I wish for each of us to possess one another entirely at that moment. Therefore, Ani Xiao, you need not continue. I do not consent. The trio of Bai Xiao, Bai Jin, and Yao Shi immediately discerned the man's ulterior motives. You do not want us to agree? Why do your eyes gleam like a hungry wolf? Why are you sitting so upright if you don't consent? Bisiao, samvat irritoitit, ritortit. Do you wish for us to perish? Last time I nearly died. So did I. Gazing into the trio's wide, expressive eyes, Yi Lang ceased his teasing. Forming teams is acceptable, but the members cannot be restricted to pairs, nor should there be a limit on the number of participants. In multiplayer competitions, flexibility and teamwork are paramount. Such limitations are unreasonable. The three women finally grasped Yi Lang's intentions, their teeth clenched in dismay, exclaiming in unison, no. Ultimately, they succumbed to Yi Lang's insistence and audacity. He declared that if they did not agree, he would become a man none of them could ever possess. This left them exasperated yet amused, resulting in reluctant acquiescence. What other choice did they have? After all, they needed this dog man for both peak experiences and culinary delights. While the three women negotiated with Yi Lang, Tang Xiaoan quietly observed from the side, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. She wished to voice her thoughts, questioning her own role in a pairing system where everyone else had formed teams. Yet, she ultimately lacked the courage to speak, standing silently by with a heart full of mixed feelings. What was wrong with her second senior brother? Did he truly intend to wait until the seventh day of mourning? This was the apocalypse, and surviving until tomorrow was already a challenge, let alone adhering to such rigid rules. Little did anyone anticipate the sudden turn of events that would ensue. With the release of a notification video from the Elder, the sky of Longhua came crashing down. In Chapter 68, on the 10th day of the apocalypse, as they gathered for lunch, Yi Lang and the others indulged in a sumptuous feast. The aroma of red braised pork filled the air, complemented by a refreshing fruit salad. Last night, Xiong Ting, at the behest of several women, ordered a variety of palate-cleansing vegetables, fruits, and beverages, noting that the constant heavy meals could become monotonous. The sirloin steak was tender and juicy, while the sour and spicy potato shreds whetted the appetite. The rich broth of Buddha jumps over the wall was exquisite, and the caramelized cherry tomatoes melted in the mouth. For the staple dish, the women chose bridge-crossing rice noodles, while Yi Lang opted for Yangzhou fried rice. After their meal, the women enjoyed glasses of rosemary-infused sparkling water, scrolling through Dolong while watching Yi Lang, clad only in shorts, sweat profusely in the gym. The leisurely moments seemed akin to the world on the brink of an apocalypse. No, even if it were the end of days, there was not a single chiseled young man with an 8-pack for them to behold so closely. If their desires became unbearable, they could even touch him. They exchanged glances, their lips curling upwards, silently rejoicing in their luck to be with this man who could provide them with both exquisite pleasures and culinary delights. However, their elation was short-lived. In the next instant, an urgent alert simultaneously erupted from their phones. The screens abruptly engulfed in glaring red. The siren shattered the tranquility, and their expressions turned grave. Yi Lang swiftly halted his actions, leaning closer to the screen. On the phone, a familiar figure from the Longhua appeared in a Dolong video. The elderly man, with graying hair and a kind visage, wore a smile that could not mask the worry in his eyes. His voice was steady yet imbued with an undeniable sense of urgency. Children, today marks the 10th day of the blazing sun. I am acutely aware of your feelings while you have been waiting for rescue at home. As a guardian, I can only apologize into the microphone. Our military, police, and security forces have been entirely focused on the coastline these past 10 days. The creatures that have emerged from the sea are countless times more terrifying than any monster from a science fiction film, and even nuclear weapons are powerless against them. We have suffered a catastrophic defeat. First and foremost, remember this ironclad rule. Stay away from all coastlines, even the estuaries of inland rivers. The sea is teeming with innumerable beasts, and although they were edible before their mutations, there are also unknown, terrifying giants. For days ago, satellites captured images of a moving 34 islands floating in Jiaozhou Bay, and upon closer inspection from reconnaissance aircraft, it was discovered to be the back of a colossal creature. 3 days ago, an even larger giant octopus was detected. The coastal areas within 300 kilometers have now become no-go zones, and countless cities have seen our compatriots go missing. Now, I must share some critical survival information for the impending doom. This is the final gift the government can offer you. Regarding food, insects with hard shells or elytra, such as cockroaches, locusts, longhorn beetles, and ladybugs, contain a piece of pure white meat, rich in fat and protein, which is safe to eat. As for water sources, the seemingly terrifying tumors on vines, when cut, yield a non-toxic juice that can be consumed after simple filtration. There are also aggressive mutated plants, like cacti, that launch sharp blades, and carnivorous Venus flytraps, whose roots or stems store water. These insights were earned with the lives of the children in the courtyard. Next, regarding the abilities. Many children may already know about them, or even awaken their own powers. However, they are not well understood, nor do they know how to awaken, utilize, and enhance these abilities. The children in another courtyard have summarized them. They categorize the ability users into systemic abilities, natural abilities, and a rare few special abilities. These powers may be vital for survival in the apocalypse. To awaken and enhance abilities, apart from intense fluctuations in one's emotions and feelings, one can also consume certain fluorescent, gelatinous clumps found in the brains of mutated creatures. Doing so may increase the chances of awakening and enhancing abilities. But this may have psychological side effects, the specifics of which vary by individual. I apologize, Grandpa. I did not have time to figure out how to resolve these side effects. Basic electricity and network access are no longer under our control, as if some mysterious force is intervening. Regarding the cause of the apocalypse, forgive me, but I cannot elaborate further. In short, we were wrong. I am sorry, Grandpa. Yet, one thing must be said. The blazing sun may soon set. But what follows? Is it the polar night, acid rain, or something even more dreadful? Yesterday, Xiao Zhang in the courtyard suddenly claimed to have heard voices in the night sky, saying, "The new sun's phase is about to end." It felt as if a mysterious force was warning us. The end of the blazing sun is merely the beginning, and the true apocalypse is imminent. This is not superstition. It is a portent we must heed. My heart is filled with regret, remorse, and guilt, watching everyone suffer. My heart bleeds. I am sorry, Grandpa. I am sorry for those elderly who starve in the air raid shelters, and for the children who could not wait for rescue. But please remember, our ancestors survived ancient floods, plagues, and famines, relying not on steel and concrete, but on the resilience etched into their very bones. Also, as I age, I tend to ramble. Please do not trust any shelters or rescue teams that claim to represent the government. They are all false. I can assure you that all our armed forces have moved to the true battlefield. Therefore, children, you must rely on yourselves, unite, and support each other to find a glimmer of life in this desolation. I believe our people possess an indomitable spirit. No matter what, do not abandon hope. Regardless of how bitter the struggle, survive to witness the sun of tomorrow. Cough, cough, cough. Bang. The elderly man's relentless cough gradually weakened. His hands fell limply. And finally, he crashed to the ground. Along with him fell the hopes and faith of countless citizens of Longhua. At this moment, Yilang's expression was as dark as water. Although he had anticipated this moment, when it truly arrived, an overwhelming wave of sorrow and helplessness surged within him. This was the government, the last bastion of hope and reliance for countless citizens. Some were clinging to life in the apocalypse, while others gritted their teeth, seeking survival amidst the ruins. Some silently upheld their beliefs, waiting for dawn's light. They all shared a common hope and faith. to await the government's rescue and reconstruction. Yet now, all of this had become mere illusions. Seeing the apprehension and helplessness in the eyes of the girls, Yilang inhaled deeply, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. He realized that from this day forth, he had become their sole support. He must be strong. No matter how arduous the path ahead, he would lead them to survive in this desolate world. Bixiao, Biyin, Yao Enaist, Xiongtink, and Tang Xiao one huddled closely around him, each gripping his clothing as if it were the last lifeline. But alas, I only have a pair of shorts. Please don't pull so hard. Bai Jin, you mischievous girl, don't tug downwards. Xiongting, I said she wasn't referring to you, right? In contrast to the reliance and final lifeline found here with Yilang, many others in the corners of the ruins had lost their last glimmer of hope. In a live broadcast room, a young man stood at the edge of a balcony, smiling at the camera. Hello, everyone. My name is Li Mingde, learning from the bravest Zhang Dadong. This is my first and last live broadcast. Chapter 69, Despair Spreads and the Crisis of the Sister-in-Law. As Li Mingde turned the camera, viewers were startled to see him precariously positioned at the balcony's edge, with a bottomless green tide beneath him. Behind the scenes, a voice pleaded, "Big brother, don't act impulsively. Ichue, brother, I remember you. Your reaction is too quick. You leave first. I'll come later." User 5975469666. Big brother, please don't do this. How will I survive? The comical jester. User 5975469666. Aha. I knew you weren't your brother. Li Mingde gazed at the rolling comments on the screen, his expression unwavering. My girlfriend was killed by a mutated mosquito. She was bitten while trying to save me. Haha. I lacked the courage to follow her before, always clinging to the hope of government rescue. After all, as a rich second generation, how many women could I have? But now everything is ended. Li Mingde. Choose to bid farewell to this world in this manner. I hope my departure will awaken more people to cherish those around them. Farewell to this world once filled with hope, now steeped in despair. Li Mingde took a deep breath, drew a knife, and carved a deep wound into his palm. Blood trickled through the gaps of his fingers in an instant. The next moment, a swarm of mosquitoes surged forth like a dark fog, plunging the live stream into darkness. Behind the scenes, the cook of excrement exclaimed, "Hua, my brother, please do not be as impulsive as the main package." Hua replied, "Thanks, brother, but there is no time left. This damned apocalypse, I shall strike the mud." The cook of excrement continued, "Hua, brother, are you still there? If you are, please respond." In the live stream of Xiaoxiong Rwando 3, a voluptuous girl with exquisite features gazed at the screen with a face full of despair. "You filthy trash, disgusting creatures. All you do is make me expose myself every day. If you want milk, go find your mother." She laughed. "I've longed to curse at you perverts. It feels so liberating." Though her words were fierce, tears streamed down her face. She tore off her bulging bra without a hint of shyness. "Even though I despise you perverts, I'm not heartless. Thank you, brothers, for accompanying me all this time. After you've seen this, I must take my leave. I hope Mother hasn't gone too far." She removed her hairpin and drew a deep gash across her chest. In the next moment, a resounding buzz filled the air as countless mutated mosquitoes poured in through the open window, heading straight for the girl. In her final moment, she cried out to the screen, "Wishing all of you, my dear brothers, peace and joy." The once pitch-black live stream room fell silent, save for the echoing buzz. Before long, some regular viewers began flooding the screen with messages. "I love eating Xiaoxiong Rwando. Thank you, Tang Tang. Safe travels. Guardian of the Stars. I am sorry. Safe travels. Someone is stealing. I am sorry. Safe travels. Xiaohua 123. Sister, you go ahead. I still have one last self-heating hot pot at home. I want to finish it before I leave." The same scene repeated in various corners. Despair spread like a plague, and the light faded from the eyes of every struggling survivor. It was not merely despair. The moment the official announcement of the absence of governance was made, the people's reverence for the law crumbled in an instant, and moral boundaries collapsed entirely. The darker aspects of humanity were magnified infinitely. Selfishness, madness, and desire reigned supreme. At this time, in a live stream of Nantong Newjiang, The image depicted a beautiful young woman being choked. Ma Gang's dark, plump face appeared on the screen. Laughing arrogantly, haha, dear viewers, now that the government has fallen, I can do as I please. I can do whatever I want whenever I want. This wretched woman has looked down on me before. Today, I shall make her pay before all of you. The following scene was truly heart-wrenching to witness. However, the comments in the live stream were not merely accusations and curses. Rainbow bubbles, beasts, truly devoid of conscience. People like you will face retribution. Half drunk, spare me. With no government left, what retribution is there? This is the apocalypse, a cruel apocalypse. Away, stop it. Expose, expose, expose. Drinking and driving. This is how it should be. In the end times, women are merely playthings for men. Yi Lang and a few women scrolled through Dolong videos, their faces displaying complex emotions. The government's announcement shattered the last remnants of hope, and the final defenses in their hearts crumbled completely. Yet this announcement was necessary. At least it would force people to face reality, relinquishing their fantasies, thus preparing for the worst. Even the most brutal truth held more significance at this moment than illusory hope. Yi Lang understood that from this day forward, the world had changed. The days ahead would only grow more arduous as order disintegrated and survival became the sole objective. Each person would have to confront the darkness within, deciding whether to struggle for survival amidst despair or succumb to chaos. All Yi Lang could do was strive to protect those he cared about. As for everything else, he had neither the time nor the willingness to concern himself with it. Just then, Xiong Ting's anxious voice shattered the silence. Brother-in-law, Xiong Yuan is in danger. What should I do? Can you save her? At this moment, in the Wuyo MCN building, Xiong Yuan was trapped in a bedroom. The door was barricaded with her belongings. Yet the sounds of banging and shouting from outside filled her with dread, her clothes drenched in sweat and tears. The system's enhanced individuals, led by Zhao Lang, had gone mad. They sought to re-establish control over the building, demanding that everyone, especially women, submit to their authority. Xiong Yuan bit her lip, filled with despair. These individuals, once at the bottom, had become frenzied, their eyes only reflecting desire and power. Seeing how they treated Wang Tianlai and other nature-enhanced individuals like dogs, Xiong Yuan understood that if she were captured, her fate would be far worse. She scanned her surroundings, realizing the windows were sealed, and the only ventilation was too small for escape. What should I do? Bang! Zhao Lang's iron arm suddenly burst through the door, and Xiong Yuan screamed, retreating to the corner. Desperately, she sent her sister Xiong Ting a final message. Sister, Zhao Lang and his group are coming in. I will never let those beasts succeed. In my next life, I will be the elder sister, and you must take care of yourself. She then tremblingly hid her phone in her bosom, a glimmer of resolution flashing in her eyes. Zhao Lang continued to tear at the door, splintering wood everywhere. Beside her, two kitchen knives rose, one pointing at the door, the other at her throat. Zhao Lang's arm finally broke through the last barrier, the door crashing down. His ferocious face appeared at the threshold, eyes gleaming with fanaticism. Just as Xiong Yuan was about to unleash her powers, a piercing video call rang out. Glancing at her sister, she realized Zhao Lang would take a few seconds to enter, giving her time to end it. She answered the video call. In the next moment, Yi Lang's face appeared on the screen. He spoke calmly, handed the phone to Zhao Lang. Chapter 70. The clever Zhao Lang, Boss Lang. I'll do whatever you say. Zhao Lang was now agitated, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He had long had his sights set on Xiong Yuan. She was beautiful, with an alluring figure, and moreover, she was a lesbian. For him, she was the perfect prey. Now that the government had fallen, the nature-enhanced individuals were all useless. The system-enhanced individuals could finally act without restraint. Zhao Lang ripped away the final piece of the door, a sinister grin on his lips, looking at Xiong Yuan with a puzzled expression. Who is she on the phone with? Why is she smiling? How disrespectful to beasts. Zhao Lang felt a surge of anger, deciding to make her pay dearly later. However, seeing Xiong Yuan walk toward him with a confident smile, holding her phone, made him uneasy. Zhao Lang, Yi Lang. Let us talk. Zhao Lang froze. The presence of Yi Lang in the video sent a shiver down his spine. How could this terrifying man know Xiong Yuan? Zhao Lang's hand trembled slightly, the ferocity in his eyes fading, replaced by a hint of fear. Yi Lang, do you know Xiong Yuan? Yi Lang gently patted the anxious Xiong Ting and said calmly, she is my sister-in-law. Zhao Lang's face instantly turned pale, his clenched fists slackening. Yi Lang, I had no idea she was related to you. I'll leave right now. Wait. Yi Lang's voice was frigid as he continued. Release all the beautiful women you've captured. Zhao Lang's expression soured immediately. Yi Lang, you're going too far. Xiong Yuan is your sister-in-law. But what do those women have to do with you? You can't. Zhao Lang's voice diminished to a whisper, fading into his throat. He saw the glint in Yi Lang's eyes, a chilling gaze that made his very soul tremble. I have spoken. The choice is yours. Either comply or face the consequences. Remember, I am not threatening you. I am stating a fact. Outside the screen, Xiong Ting uriadli fecha kishen nifa para República Limanang esa instrucciones. Yi Lang took the knife, his eyes cold as ice, fixed on Zhao Lang. I've heard you are Iron Arm. Let us see how you compared me. As Yi Lang, under Zhao Lang's watchful gaze, gripped the blade of the kitchen knife with one hand and exerted a slight force, the blade instantly twisted into a spiral shape. Zhao Lang, dumbfounded, felt cold sweat trickle down his brow as the last vestige of hope dissipated into thin air. Is this still a human being? My iron arm may be a bit hard and possess greater strength, but it is still flesh and blood. How could a human hand contort a knife in such a manner? Trembling, Zhao Lang forced a smile, saying, Brother Yi Lang, I will do as you say. Let her go at once. He turned and hurried away. Xiong Yuan let out a sigh of relief, her tone brimming with excitement as she exclaimed, Yi Lang, thank you for saving me and so many sisters. Wrong. Yi Lang replied coldly, his gaze fixed on her. Xiong Yuan, puzzled, looked at him, but it was Xiong Ting behind Yi Lang, frantically gesturing to her sister. In an instant, Xiong Yuan understood. Her face flushed as she awkwardly corrected herself, saying, Thank you, brother-in-law. I will be obedient in the future. A satisfied smile crept onto Yi Lang's lips as he said, Contact me anytime if there is a situation. Additionally, I have assigned you 2 tasks. First, verify whether Zhao Lang has complied. Second, gather information about the entire building, including floor distribution, personnel structure, and surveillance layout. Xiong Yuan felt a flicker of anxiety. The implication of his words suggested he intended to come over. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Yet she steeled herself and nodded. Understood, brother-in-law, I will handle it promptly. After hanging up, Yi Lang noticed that Xiong Ting had finally reached a goodwill rating of 100 points, and just as he was about to speak, she excitedly leaped into his embrace, saying, Brother-in-law, thank you, truly thank you. Yi Lang gently patted Xiong Ting's back, reassuring her, Do not worry, I will take care of my sister-in-law. Rest assured, we shall not be long in coming. The strange vines have already reached the 13th floor. It will not be long before they arrive here. At that moment, B2B, haha, just as Xiong Ting was overwhelmed with emotion, her face turned crimson, casting an annoyed glance at the man. At this moment, Yao Shi softly interjected, Boss, I believe it would be prudent to release a video at this time, offering a glimmer of hope to those who admire and support you. The platform is rife with despair and individuals contemplating suicide. They need to see a beacon of hope. This is merely my suggestion. The decision lies with you. I simply feel that even in the apocalypse, I do not wish to inhabit a world devoid of vitality. Yi Lang paused, then fell into contemplation. He was no saint. He had merely sought to look after himself. Yet, Yao Shi made a valid point. If everyone perished, especially the women, how could he possibly enhance his strength? With a slight nod, a glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes as he replied, Secretary Yao, you are correct. I shall contemplate how to create this video. Meanwhile, within the Wu Yu MCN building, Zhao Lang and several other ability users were embroiled in a heated argument. We must release them. Zhao Lang insisted earnestly el Ipsilon. Brother, are you mad? What are we doing all this for? The beautiful women we have captured with such effort, and you want to let them go just like that? Yes, brother, these wretches, you know how disdainful they were towards us before, another chimed in. Now that we are powerful and the authorities are gone, why not enjoy ourselves with them? Indeed, What second brother said is right, echoed a third, observing the fervor of the group of ability users. Zhao Lang slammed his hand down on the conference table with a resounding bang. The table shattered under the force, splintering into pieces. Silence. The crowd fell silent, their fear palpable as they gazed at Zhao Lang's terrifying strength. With a cold sweep of his gaze, he declared, "I do not wish to release them. But this is Yi Lang's demand. Who among you dares to oppose?" "What? Yi Lang's demand? How could that monster concern himself with us?" "Shou Long gestured for com. Xiong Yuan on the 19th floor is my sister-in-law. He is not far from us. Moreover, he explicitly stated that all the beauties in the building must be released. Failure to comply will have consequences." As the crowd exchanged glances, Zhao Lang continued, "Or do you believe we can defeat him together?" Observing their silence, even some shaking their heads like a metronome, Zhao Lang, though reluctantly, made his decision: release them all. However, if any of the beauties seek refuge voluntarily, we shall not obstruct them. Turning to the trembling Meng Hao in the corner, Zhao Lang instructed, "Meng Hao." "Yes, Brother Zhao, what can I do for you?" "The live stream must continue, and the format will remain as it was. We are all rough and unable to handle the intricacies of resource acquisition or recruiting beautiful women. We must rely on those useless individuals for that. After releasing these female streamers, you are responsible for calming their emotions and ensuring they begin live streaming promptly. All planning within this building will be under your unified command. Ensure the live streaming remains effective." Meng Hao nodded vigorously, though his expression revealed his unease. "What about the male streamers?" Zhao Lang scoffed. "We will kill a few. The others will sustain only minor injuries. Hurry and have them apply makeup and continue streaming. If they do not comply, we will not hesitate to eliminate a few more." "All right, I will make the arrangements," Meng Hao replied, hastily departing. As Zhao Lang watched Meng Hao's retreating figure, he fell into deep thought. While he feared Yi Lang, he did not see the need to go to such lengths. His goal was to align himself with Yi Lang, to acknowledge him as the leader. Given Yi Lang's recent statements, he anticipated Yi Lang would arrive soon. What then would become of his men? Moreover, he had offended Yi Lang's sister-in-law. Thus, Zhao Lang sought to undertake these actions as a bargaining chip for his allegiance to Yi Lang. Only by following such a powerful individual could he ensure survival in this brutal apocalypse. Women would come and go. The key was to preserve his own life and position. Chapter 71. Jumping off the building with Yao, she to validate the elder's words. "Do you trust me?" "I do." "Are you afraid?" "With you here, I am not." "All right, then let me take you to experience free fall." Yi Lang, cradling the invisible Yao Shi, stood at the edge of the balcony on the 18th floor, his tone casual. Yao Shi tightly closed her eyes, her heart racing, yet she forced herself to appear calm. Nevertheless, her grip on the phone remained steady. At that moment, the live stream chat was inundated with comments. Xiaohua 123. "No, dear. Are you really going to jump? If you can't survive, then what about me?" Ji Kuan. "If you have given up, then I might as well give up too." Chao Yang. "Darling, this cannot be real. You are joking, right?" Tu Yang. "Darling, please do not scare me. If I can hold on, why would you give up?" A Xiao Yuan. "Darling, no." Hai Gong Gong. "Darling, zo not." Mina. "Darling, no." Mir, "Darling, no." Seeing the barrage of comments in the live stream, Yi Lang felt a twitch in his lips, thinking, "Who told you I was going to jump? Although I am indeed going to jump, it is not what you imagine. This height is nothing, and besides, the green tide below is 2 to 3 meters high. I won't be harmed." The viewers collectively exhaled in relief as a Xiao Yuan commented, "You scared me. I thought you wanted to end it all." Tu Nyang. "Now I understand, but do be careful." Tu Nyang Xiao Chunan. "Brother Lang, you are truly mischievous. You frighten us all." Iron Gua Li from the production team. "Wait, Brother Lang just said he still intends to jump." Wang Zaizi. "No way. How could he not get hurt?" "Brother Lang, please don't." Yi Lang ignored the comments as he held Yao Shi and leaped. The wind held past them, and Yao Shi bit her lip, her heartbeat quickening. Yet Yi Lang laughed easily, feeling the wind on his face, enjoying the sensation. The two plummeted swiftly, and within just 35 seconds, Yi Lang pierced through the green tide, crashing onto the soft grass below with a thud. The impact sent shockwaves that left a substantial crater in the ground, scattering grass and debris around them. Yaoshi opened her eyes and discovered she was perfectly unharmed, immediately gazing at Yi Lang with admiration. Yi Lang set Yaoshi down, rubbed his slightly aching legs, and spoke with a relaxed tone. "See? I told you it would be fine. With my physique and a cushion of 2 to 3 meters, I wouldn't get hurt at all." The viewers in the live stream were astonished, thinking, is this really a human? It's a monster in human skin. Yi Lang, however, had no time to concern himself with the opinions of netizens. At that moment, they seemed to be immersed in a verdant ocean, surrounded by a green tide that made them feel as if they had entered another world. Yi Lang surveyed his surroundings, noting that the inconspicuous weeds had grown to the height of small trees. Moreover, they appeared to have a consciousness of their own, slowly converging towards the two, their leaves brushing against each other, creating a rustling sound. Not only that, the flattened weeds quickly stood upright again. Y Lagne, undistracted, chose à direction. With his large blades swirling with vigor, the blade's light gleamed as he severed the obstructing weeds. The weeds fell in response, revealing a narrow path. Before long, Yi Lang found one of his targets, the Venus flytrap. This flytrap, which had previously measured only a few inches to a foot in length, now towered at an astonishing 5 meters. Its giant, jaws-like leaves opened wide, revealing sharp serrations that seemed capable of devouring anything. As Yi Lang approached, sensing the imminent threat, the leaves of the flytrap quivered slightly, the serrations glinting ominously. Yet, Yi Lang remained undaunted, gripping his large blade firmly as he advanced. In the next moment, the flytrap suddenly launched an attack, its massive jaws snapping towards him. Yi Lang's gaze sharpened, and with agile reflexes, he sidestepped, his blade accurately slicing through the gap in the flytrap's leaves. A deep gash was carved into the thick foliage, juices splattering. The wounded leaf immediately closed and retreated, only for 2 more leaves to swiftly take its place, attempting to clamp down on Yi Lang once more. Yi Lang chaklit koldi, his steps nimble as he wielded his blade with great finesse, once again inflicting wounds on the new leaves. The flytrap emitted a low growl, its leaves trembling violently, juices spilling forth. Just as Yi Lang was about to close in, the serrations on the flytrap's leaves suddenly shot towards him. Yi Lang's expression hardened, and he immediately crouched, sweeping his blade horizontally to knock down the incoming serrations. The blade struck the serrations, producing a crisp clang of metal on metal. After this attack, the flytrap clearly weakened, its leaves losing their vibrant green hue, and its attacks becoming sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Lang leaped forward, bringing his blade down directly onto the flytrap's main stem, burying the blade 3 inches deep. The flytrap let out a piercing scream, and Yi Lang followed up with another strike, cleaving through its root, causing the flytrap to crash down, its leaves falling limply. Yi Lang gestured for Yaoshi to come closer. Yaoshi hurried over, staring in shock at the fallen giant plant. Yi Lang held up the severed stem of the flytrap to the screen, for which a clear liquid began to flow. After consulting the system regarding whether his enhanced physique could withstand ordinary toxins, he received a positive response. Under the watchful eyes of the viewers in the live stream, he unhesitatingly drank the transparent liquid. Ignoring the gasps and praises in the chat, Yi Lang continued, "The water source in the mutated flytrap stem is non-toxic and drinkable, with a slightly sweet taste. As for its power, it's not overly strong. With the right tools and protective gear, dealing with 2 magical claws, like the ones I just defeated, would be effortless." As he spoke, Yi Lang paid no mind to the reactions in the chat, resolutely heading towards his next target. Soon, he arrived at a small thicket of tall thorns. The thorns, as hard as iron spikes, intertwined with one another, reflecting a cold light under the bright sun. Sensing Yi Lang's approach, the thicket trembled slightly, and suddenly, countless sharp spikes shot out, raining down like a violent storm. Yi Lang's gaze was steadfast as he swung his blade with the swiftness of the wind, knocking down the spikes one after another. With steady steps, he advanced towards the thicket, yet the spikes continued to shoot forth, albeit with decreasing force. Yi Lang maintained his blade in a seamless dance, felling the dagger-like spikes with precision. After a continuous barrage of 5 attacks, the thicket finally ceased its assault, its branches drooping weakly. Taking a deep breath, Yilang swiftly approached the core of the thicket, accurately severing the main stem, causing the thicket to collapse. Noticing that the severed stem yielded no apparent water source, he struck the roots several times, finally discovering a faint trickle seeping out. He carefully collected it and tasted it, finding it equally sweet. Yilang addressed the camera, saying, "The roots of the thicket also contain drinkable water. Although not as abundant as the flytrap, it is sufficient for a family of 3 for a day." He then picked up a sharp thorn and pressed it against his palm, continuing, "The thicket's offensive power is slightly stronger, but its attack patterns are rather singular. As long as one masters the rhythm, avoids concentrated attacks, and utilizes protective gear, a single ability user can manage." Yilang remained indifferent to the flurries of admiration in the chat, simply rising silently to continue on his journey. This time, they were headed towards the apartment building. They were finally about to confront the most despairing mutated plant, the sinister vines. Chapter 72, Brother Lang, we are determined to end you. As Yilang arrived at the foot of the apartment building and looked up, even though he had prepared himself mentally, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The entire building was ensconced in a dense mass of robust vines, resembling a green fortress. The awe of viewing it from below was vastly different from seeing it through a window. The eerie vines twisted like giant serpents, with shattered glass and distorted steel rebar faintly visible through the gaps. This scene, reminiscent of something from a science fiction novel, was startlingly vivid in reality. Yilang tightened his grip on the knife. However, recalling the favorable impression that Bai Yu and her companions had towards him the previous night, and the opportunity to rapidly enhance his abilities, Yilang took a deep breath, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He stepped forward slowly, taunting the undulating vines with a short, mocking sound. Oi! The eerie vines, clearly incensed by this sudden provocation, convulsed violently, and countless tendrils lashed out towards Yilang, the air thick with the scent of vegetation. Yilang quickly retreated, positioning his large blade defensively across his chest as he calmly observed the trajectory of the tendril attacks. Timing his movements perfectly, he struck with precision, slicing through the vulnerable parts of the tendrils, which shattered instantaneously, juices splattering. Fortunately, the tendrils were not as resilient as he had imagined. With a sense of reassurance, Yilang continued to sever the tendrils, each strike landing flawlessly. However, as he continued to swing his blade, he noticed something was amiss. The vines seemed endless, continuously thrusting at him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the points where the tendrils had been severed were rapidly healing, and, astonishingly, they were regrowing at an alarming rate. Yilang furrowed his brow. Relying solely on brute force would not resolve the issue with the eerie vines. He needed to locate the core to eradicate the problem once and for all. But with so many tendrils intertwined, who could discern which one was the core? Just as he was troubled by this, Yilang suddenly noticed a massive tumor glimmering with a ghostly blue sheen among the vines. This tumor was evidently much larger than the ones on the tendrils. An idea sparked in Yilang's mind. He speculated that this tumor, or perhaps the stem beneath it, was the core of the vines. Taking a deep breath, he rapidly swung his blade and charged towards the luminous blue tumor. The eerie vines seemed to sense the threat, tightening their grip and frantically entangling Yilang. Caught off guard, a tendril swept across his leg, momentarily halting his movement. In the next instant, countless tendrils coiled around him like venomous snakes. Lukuli, Yilang, ritet sivifti, positioning the blade of his large knife outward against his chest. Seeing the tendrils severed by the blade, he seized the chance to break free from their grasp and charged once more towards the tumor, his gaze fierce, the blade glimmering like lightning as it sliced through the air, aiming directly at the ghostly blue light. The vines twisted frantically in an attempt to obstruct him, but Yilang's resolve was unshakable. Finally, the blade made contact, and the blue tumor erupted violently. What was ejected was not venom, but rather a slightly greenish, transparent liquid. As the liquid splattered, the vine seemed to pause momentarily before twisting even more frantically, resembling a furious python lunging at Yilang. Yi Lang continued to wield his large blade, his enhanced physique allowing him to navigate the onslaught of the vines with ease. Each time his blade struck, the vines would sever with a resounding crack. He also noticed that after the massive tumor was breached, the growth rate of the vines significantly slowed, and the healing at the breakpoints was no longer rapid. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Lang quickened his attack rhythm, and the blade's glimmer scattered the vines. Upon seeing a thick, dark green stem exposed where the tumor had been, Yi Lang decisively delivered a downward slash. Dark green liquid gushed forth, causing the vines to wilt instantly. After a few more strikes, the vines completely ceased their movements. Panting, Yi Lang surveyed his surroundings, relieved to see the vines no longer writhing. However, this was merely one plant, and gazing at the endless jungle of vines surrounding the building, he felt a twinge of helplessness. He addressed the live stream, stating, "As you can see, the attacking power of these strange vines is indeed formidable. Even I must proceed with caution. Yet, once the core tumor is destroyed, the vines will gradually lose their vitality. Then, by locating the main stem and severing its life force entirely, we can begin to eliminate these vines." He then scooped up some of the pale green liquid from the ground and took a sip, instantly feeling a significant boost in his stamina. Subsequently, he cut open another tumor on a vine, the liquid within being somewhat milder, and after tasting it, he continued, "The liquid within the core tumor is not only non-toxic, but also possesses some nourishing properties that can rapidly restore stamina. The liquid from the smaller tumors may have minimal effects, yet it can serve as a water source. However, I advise that when dealing with these strange vines, it is best to act in teams, providing mutual support, and to avoid venturing out alone. In fact, if nature-based ability users could enhance their power a bit, it would be much easier to deal with them in conjunction with other ability users." The comments in the live stream surged almost frantically, filled with admiration, emotion, awe, enthusiasm, and an outpouring of love for Yi Lang. Maintaining his composed demeanor, Yi Lang smiled slightly and continued, "Regarding the water source, I have confirmed the government's notification. As for food, let me discuss the mutated cockroaches I dealt with yesterday. To be honest, the mutated cockroaches are quite formidable, particularly their hard shells and unusually tough exoskeletons. Yet their abdomens and connecting joints are relatively weak. Although they have become more ferocious with sharp barbs all over, their habits have not changed much since before the apocalypse. Their vision and hearing are weak, primarily relying on touch and smell for navigation. I believe that if everyone can exploit their weaknesses and coordinate effectively, capturing and hunting them should not be too difficult. As for the meat of the cockroaches, I have not tasted it, but there's indeed a substantial amount of white meat within them, and I can also confirm the presence of fluorescent, fibrous substances in their brains." Observing the nearly frenzied barrage of comments, Yi Lang paused and, with unwavering determination, declared, "With the government gone, we can only rely on ourselves. I do not wish to preach grand ideals, but I hope everyone can survive. Our ancestors faced challenges far greater than what we encounter today. I refuse to believe we are weaker than they were. I hope our generation can become pioneers of a new world, writing our own legends with wisdom and courage. For now, we still have electricity and internet. If you find yourself in despair, just watch my battle streams and videos. I hope that as long as I do not give up, you will not either. Otherwise, the live stream will lack an audience, and I would be quite embarrassed." The comments in the live stream finally lightened a bit, with one girl exclaiming, "No need to say much, Langa. I definitely won't go ahead of you." Another chimed in, "How can you speak like that, Langa? I will definitely follow behind you." Yet another added, "What is the fuss up there, Lang Yi? If you die, I will die too." The comments continued to flow with expressions of loyalty and camaraderie. Suddenly, an unsettling scene made Yi Lang's heart sink. Chapter 73. Dear Socks, I will silently support you from behind. Yi Lang saw a swarm of mutated ants densely surrounding the base of the apartment building. They were massive, comparable to adult cats or dogs, forming a dark mass whose numbers were indeterminate. Some had already climbed to the second-floor window edges, their antennae waving as if probing for something. Yi Lang's expression darkened as he suppressed his inner turmoil, clutching the invisible Yao Shi and leaping upward. following the lifeless vines. He quickly reached the window on the 14th floor. It was only when he arrived home that his heart began to steady. He called the other girls over, his expression grave. We must prepare for evacuation in the coming days. Why the sudden urgency, Xiaolang? I discovered a swarm of mutated ants at the base of Building 3. Their numbers are staggering, and they are quite large. They have begun to climb upward. Noticing Yilang's distressed expression, Tang Xiaoan curiously inquired, "Can't you handle them? You easily dealt with the cockroach swarm. Are these ants tougher?" "It's different. Although the cockroaches were larger, there were only a dozen or so, at most a couple of hundred. However, the mutated ants number in the tens of thousands. And judging by how quickly they're gnawing at the doors and windows, I estimate we won't withstand many bites. So where do we go? How do we get there?" Looking at the eager expression on Xiong Ting's face, Yilang nodded. "We will take a flying vehicle to the Wu Yu MCN building. Once Xiong Yuan assesses the situation in the next couple of days, we will set off." "Yay!" Xiong Ting jumped up excitedly, and the other girls also showed faint smiles. After informing the girls, Yilang headed to the gym to begin training. He felt that he still did not have complete control over his rapidly growing power and needed further enhancement. When Yaoshi sent out the video, she specifically sought Yilang's opinion. After contemplating for a moment, he ultimately decided to add some content at the end of the video. Once it was released, it ignited a spark of hope in the hearts of countless despairing individuals. This spark rapidly spread, transforming into a luminous beacon of hope, encouraging more people to bravely face the apocalypse. Although they were now forced to struggle for survival, at least the information provided by the government regarding food and water was authentic, and Yilang had offered concrete suggestions. As for the concluding content of the video, it moved countless supporters of Yilang. "I am Yilang, and I wish to say a few words to my beloved supporters. No matter what difficulties you encounter, do not lose hope. I will silently support you from behind. To all those who support me, remember, if anyone dares to bully you, message me privately. I also advise those who rely on the absence of government to bully the weak and insult women. You had better not provoke me, Yilang. Otherwise, I guarantee I will stuff your head where the sun doesn't shine." The supporters went completely wild. "Husband, I absolutely adore how you pamper me. It's so handsome. I have such great taste in men. I love you to death, husband. I would endure any pain just to give you 10 children. When my period comes, I will hold it back by standing on my head. Husband." It was not only Yilang's supporters who were stirred. Countless individuals on the brink of despair found their hope rekindled upon seeing this video. Indeed, if our ancestors could survive in far harsher environments, how could we, as modern individuals, ever consider giving up? Currently, solutions for food and water have been found, and the hope for survival has significantly increased. Moreover, there is still the internet in Dolong. The electronic pickled vegetables have not yet given up. We must persist, for the challenges are merely fleeting hardships. However, not all who view this video are filled with joy. Within room 1507 of Building 3, Zhang Xianglai gazes at the screen with a grim expression, a surge of inexplicable jealousy and anger rising within him. He lifts his gaze and sees his wife, Bai Yu, intently focused on her phone. How despicable! You find delight in your lover's glory, do you? I suspect he has ensnared your heart, leaving you reluctant to part with him. Observing the ire and gloom in her husband's eyes, Bai Yu's heart trembles, and she refrains from rebuttal. They have quarreled countless times. She is weary. Especially since Zhang Xianglai awakened his system abilities, his temper has become increasingly volatile, often resorting to verbal and physical abuse. Regrettably, her water-based abilities are too feeble to contend. Moreover, he is not entirely incorrect. Just last night, she pondered the same in her dreams, though she is uncertain if she spoke in her sleep. What a wretched man. Does he truly believe that the beast can maintain its arrogance for long? The community is about to form a patrol team, and I shall be among its ranks. Just wait and see. Indeed, as Zhang Xianglai mentioned, discussions in the community group regarding the formation of the patrol team are fervent. Chairman Jiang Fangzhou of the Owners Committee in Building 1, Unit 1105, states, "Greetings, fellow owners. I trust you have all seen the government notice. There will be no rescue. Yet we must take matters into our own hands. After careful consideration, the owners' committee has resolved to establish a patrol team. This will not only safeguard our security, but also enable us to hunt down mutated creatures to obtain food and water sources. Zhang Xianglai from room 1507 of Building 3 adds, I support this decision. I am a system ability user. I wish to join. Li Mingshan from room 1104 of Building 1 queries, how will the acquired food and water be distributed? Furthermore, what price must we pay to receive your provisions? Chairman Jiang Fangzhou responds, food and water will be allocated based on need. We are not like certain individuals who only consider themselves. Naturally, patrol team members will receive a larger share according to their contributions. I hope each household can contribute and participate in the patrol team. As for the price, accepting assistance entails assuming corresponding responsibilities, which include aiding in patrols, maintaining community order, and cleaning public areas. This is not a transaction, but a necessary collaboration for survival. I hope everyone understands and supports this. Sun Yang from room 1205 of Building 1 declares, I am willing to join the patrol team and contribute my strength. Moreover, I must remind everyone that forming the patrol team is urgent. A severe incident occurred on our floor yesterday. Video. Sun Yang's words instantly heightened the tension in the group, prompting members to click on the video. The footage reveals a man clad in a black jacket and a baseball cap expertly prying open a door lock with a slender wire before swiftly entering the house. Moments later, a bloodied woman stumbles out, desperately calling for help with a piercing cry. The man pursues her, striking her down with a single blow, dragging her back inside. What transpires next is self-evident. The screen abruptly cuts off, leaving a chilling impression. Another video shows two burly men smashing a door open with their bare hands. The room filled with terrified screams and sounds of struggle. Shortly thereafter, a figure is dragged out, leaving a long trail of blood behind. The two videos render the group silent, fear creeping into the hearts of all. Fan Shi from room 1308 of Building 1 exclaims, Heavens! This is terrifying. I agree to form the patrol team. It is not only for the monsters and food, but also to prevent such heinous incidents from recurring. I am an ice ability user. I wish to join the patrol team. Liu Peng from room 1316 of Building 1 states, I am a system ability user. I wish to join the patrol team. A youth from room 1002 of Building 2, Dawa, declares, I am a wind ability user. I wish to join the patrol team. In no time, over a dozen owners express their willingness to join, and the atmosphere in the group shifts to one of resolute unity. Chairman Jiang Fangzhou of the Owners Committee in Building 1 proclaims, Thank you all for your support and courage. Given the urgent situation, we must act immediately. An emergency meeting will be held tonight at 9 p.m. to discuss the details and plans for the formation of the patrol team. We will gather in room 1702 of Building 2. Please ensure your timely attendance. Furthermore, to facilitate effective patrol operations, all flying devices from the three buildings must be uniformly allocated to ensure comprehensive coverage. Should anyone require usage, they must first apply to the patrol team and obtain approval to avoid conflicts. Yilang observes the messages in the group with a cold smile. The curtain is about to rise on a grand performance. The true claws of darkness are set to emerge. Chapter 74. The Patrol Team. A first-time interaction scoring 100 points after dining with several women. Yilang proceeds to the gym for further training. His physical condition has improved rapidly, necessitating constant exercise to master this newfound strength. While performing handstand push-ups with 2 fingers, a sudden knock at the door interrupts him. Yilang furrows his brow and approaches the entrance. Peering through the peephole, he sees an elderly woman with graying hair. Her dark skin is etched with deep lines, and her kind face bears traces of fatigue and anxiety. Yilang opens the door, and the elderly woman, somewhat embarrassed, implores, Mr. Yi, could you spare me some food? My grandson is starving. Please help us. Yilang's frown deepens as he coldly declines. I am sorry. I cannot assist you. Despair flickers in the old woman's eyes as her voice trembles. I beg you, even a bit of leftover food would suffice. Yilang remains resolute in his calm refusal. There is none. The old woman sighs in resignation, slowly turning to leave, her back appearing particularly forlorn. Yilang watches her limping away towards the doors of other residents. hesitating momentarily before closing his own. Yao Shi, who had been silently observing, feels a mix of emotions. She softly sighs. That old woman lives on our floor. She's quite kind. She just came from the countryside to help care for her grandson, only to encounter this apocalypse. Yilang heises an ayabol, kvitli in kviling. Is it just her and her grandson at home? Yao Shi ponders for a moment before shaking her head. There should be a daughter-in-law as well. But she is quite fierce. Yilang contemplates, not wishing to meddle in others' affairs. Yet, the image of the old woman's white hair and frail figure stirs something within him. Additionally, the strong scent of blood emanating from her, coupled with her limping left leg, troubles him. Yao secretary, please place 2 bags of bread at the old woman's doorstep shortly, but do so discreetly. Yao Shi is momentarily taken aback, but then nods, a hint of warmth in her eyes. All right, I will be careful. Yilang turns back to the gym, resuming his workout. Yao Shi silently watches his retreating figure, reflecting, this seemingly cold man harbors a hidden tenderness within. After another hour of training, Yilang checks the time. It is almost 9 p.m. He retrieves his phone and opens a surveillance application. The screen displays real-time footage from room 1702 of Building 2. The clarity of the image prompts Yilang to commend his junior, Hua Shui, for his meticulousness. The video shows several individuals, both men and women, gathered in the living room, passionately engaged in conversation. From this day forth, the Meishu Jindao patrol team is officially established. We welcome all neighbors to join us in safeguarding our home. Applause erupts in the living room following the words of a middle-aged man. With a serious expression, he continues. To make a decisive move, the patrol team will undertake its first mission tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Our target is the mutated cockroaches on the 12th floor of Building 2. After thorough reconnaissance, we have identified 2 mutated cockroaches in room 1203. If we work together to eliminate them, we will acquire a substantial amount of edible meat. What does everyone think? The crowd exchanged glances, and after a brief moment, they all nodded, their eyes glimmering with resolute determination. Very well. I would like each of you to succinctly describe your abilities to facilitate better collaboration. A young woman was the first to stand, her voice clear and melodious. My name is Fan Shi, an ice-type ability user, capable of launching ice arrows. Following her, a robust man introduced himself in a deep tone. I am Zhang Chang, a system ability user. My elbow joints can harden like steel, granting me formidable attack power. I am Fan E, a system ability user. My fingernails are exceedingly sharp. Fan E was the last to rise, his voice slightly trembling yet accompanied by a shy smile. Watching this scene from outside the phone, Yilang couldn't help but smile in delight. Even after shutting off the surveillance screen, the smile lingered on his face, growing even more radiant upon seeing Xiong Ting. Ding. System notification, Supreme Delicacy, gun leg, supersize ham leg, has been issued. Ding. System notification, Supreme Delicacy, towel roll, 3 kilograms towel roll, has been issued. Ding. System notification, Supreme Delicacy, seafood hot pot has been issued. Ding. Congratulations, host, for achieving the first milestone of the 100 affinity task. Ding. Completion, 66, pass. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving 1 free attribute point. Current free attribute points, 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, for enhancing a body part. Enhanced area, torso. Ding. Congratulations, host. Seafood hot pot has been added to the system's daily distribution configuration. Ding. System notification, Supreme Delicacy, Zeus, bowl of sushi, has been issued. Ding. System notification, Supreme Delicacy, Tanai Luo, 3 kilograms tempura, has been issued. Ding. System notification, Supreme Delicacy, Mexican wrap, half-meter long burrito, has been issued. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving 1 free attribute point. Current free attribute points, 2. Bai Xiao. The ever-caring older sister took the initiative to assume the role of support, understanding that Xiong Ting had yet to recover from her injuries. It was truly heartwarming. After breakfast, Yilang commenced his morning exercises as usual. Feeling the vitality of 763 and the strength from his torso enhancement, his movements became lighter and more powerful. Now, Both his limbs and torso had been reinforced, leaving only his head, above the neck, unenhanced. The little wolf had also undergone a transformation, appearing more fearsome than before. This filled Yi Lang with confidence for the battles ahead. The members of the patrol team were equally filled with confidence. After gathering in the morning, they set off in high spirits. Confronted with two mutated cockroaches, they swiftly overwhelmed them with overwhelming force. Yi Lang meticulously observed each member's every action, even saving a recording for repeated review. A faint smile lingered at the corner of his mouth, as if savoring something. In contrast to Yi Lang, the patrol team savored the white meat obtained from the mutated cockroaches. Jiang Fangzhou chewed on a piece of fried white meat, frowning slightly. It's a bit tough, and the taste is rather peculiar. As long as it's edible, Captain Jiang, don't be too picky. I'm starving, and anything tastes good, responded Fang Mingdao enthusiastically, his eyes shining with satisfaction. Deep in his heart, he thought, it hasn't been easy. I haven't eaten in a day, and finally, I can fill my stomach. Watching his teammates devour their food, he couldn't help but hasten his own pace. Despite the unpalatable taste, every morsel felt immensely precious at that moment. Fan Yi was eating the white meat delicately, chewing thoughtfully, his expression still one of bashful sincerity. After the patrol team had their fill, they gazed at the remaining substantial portion of white meat, smiles of contentment spreading across their faces. Captain Jiang, how shall we divide this white meat? Li Wenxuan's question momentarily stunned Jiang Fangzhou, who then pondered for a moment before responding gravely. We shall allocate 10 pounds of this white meat per person. The remainder will be set aside as reserve food, and part of it will be distributed to other residents. What? No way. Why should we? Chapter 75. The Arrival of Scholar Hua. Wuyo Media is coming as soon as Jiang Fangzhou's words fell. A chorus of dissent erupted within the team. Captain, we fought hard for this. Why should we give it to others? Moreover, there are many residents in Building 3. It won't be enough. Exactly. Zhang Chong's words resonated, and the team members echoed, the atmosphere growing tense. Jiang Fangzhou seemed to have anticipated this reaction, calmly gazing at everyone as he spoke. We are not distributing to every household, nor will it be for free. First and foremost, we will prioritize those capable ability users. If they choose to join our patrol team, our strength will significantly increase, making resource acquisition easier. Secondly, for ordinary residents without abilities, if they have women or young girls who can provide logistical support, such as maintaining equipment, cooking meals, washing clothes, and, well, you understand. What do you think? Should we share? As Jiang Fangzhou spoke, the eyes of the crowd brightened, and they nodded in agreement. Zhang Chong was the first to voice his approval. Captain, you are wise. Ha ha ha. In this apocalypse, if they want our food, they must pay a price. Indeed, in this apocalypse, women should only serve as our playthings. Ha ha ha. Soon, we and our little brothers will be well fed. Ha ha ha. Wearing a mask, Su Yanbo furrowed his brows, feeling a growing trust in what Senior Go had said. He discreetly glanced at the 4 individuals in the corner. The 4 remained calm, unlike the others who displayed ecstatic expressions. It seemed they were the ones Senior Go had instructed him to keep a close eye on, the creators of this revelry. Su Yanbo felt a surge of caution, resolving to observe their movements closely to provide more intelligence to Senior Go. As he thought of this, his body trembled with excitement. It was exhilarating to partake in this game alongside Senior Go. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, he continued to observe. Although Senior Go could monitor everything through surveillance, his first-hand perspective could capture more details. Yi Lang was also watching everything unfold through the camera, quietly scheming. He was eager to see how the plan targeting him would unfold and what true face the mysterious figure would reveal. A subtle smile appeared on Yi Lang's lips, his eyes flickering with a cold glint. Lunch remained sumptuous. Thanks to Xiong Ting's efforts, the aroma of the seafood hot pot wafted throughout the room. Tender slices of meat rolled in the bubbling broth, while fresh vegetables soaked up the savory essence, their colors enticing. Everyone sat in a circle, devouring the meal voraciously, sipping cola or milk tea whenever thirst struck. After the meal, Yi Lang thoughtfully prepared large watermelons and tiramisu for everyone. The sweet watermelon burst in their mouths, refreshing and cool. The creamy texture of the tiramisu intertwined with the aroma of coffee, offering a delightful sweetness and satisfaction. After lunch, several women lounged on the sofa, scrolling through their phones, occasionally erupting in melodious laughter. It was more comfortable than ever, even more so than before the apocalypse. In recent days, Bai Xiao had been weighing herself from time to time, fearing weight gain. Unlike Bai Jin and Tang Wan, who were still young, gaining weight would make it difficult to shed later. Although that man often claimed it felt better, no woman could ignore the importance of her figure. Meanwhile, the residence group was filled with praises for the patrol team's heroic performance. Building 2, Room 1107, Li Feng. Wow. The patrol team easily dealt with those 2 mutated cockroaches. They are incredible. Building 2, Room 1210, Zhang Suqin. Thank you so much to the patrol team. I can't believe there were mutated cockroaches on our floor. Thanks to them, we can feel at ease. The members of the patrol team are truly heroes. Building 3, Room 1401, Qin Song. Yes, the brothers of the patrol team are doing great. In Building 1, Apartment 1703, Sun Fula shouted, "Well done." The members of the patrol team beamed with pride at the praises in the group chat. Jiang Fangzhou suppressed a smile and quietly reminded them, "Do not be swayed by superficial accolades. What is there to be heroic about? We must aspire to be formidable leaders." With that, Jiang Fangzhou sent the meticulously crafted message to the owners group. Patrol Team Captain Jiang Fangzhou announced, "Hello everyone. I trust you have witnessed our patrol team's actions. This is merely our duty. Safeguarding your safety is our obligation. However, we are in need of capable and responsible team members, as well as some logistical support personnel. Team members must possess special abilities, while logistical staff should be young and attractive women. In return, we will distribute 2 pounds of the white meat featured in the video. There are limited spots, so it will be first come, first served." As soon as the message was sent, an eerie silence enveloped the group. On the 11th day of the apocalypse, the crowd was not naive. Why must the logistical support be exclusively young and beautiful women? It was evident that there were ulterior motives at play. Everyone understood the implications, yet dared not voice their thoughts. The patrol team, being numerous and empowered by their abilities, inspired no one to question them easily. They were far from being as approachable as Yilang. The members of the patrol team paid no mind to the silence. They believed that beautiful women, or their families, would soon come forward, unable to resist the pressures of hunger and the unknown. They understood this instinct for survival. At that moment, Zhang Xianglai, Sun Yang, and others wore expectant expressions, their eyes glinting with a peculiar light. They understood all too well, for their wives had once made similar choices in despair or had been coerced into them. Now it was their turn to relish this privilege, stirring a twisted sense of pleasure within them. Su Yanba silently observed the expressions of these individuals, recalling the instructions from Senior Brother Go. These men harbored a deep-seated grudge against Senior Brother Go, and thus required careful scrutiny. Yilang was also watching these men, his heart secretly mocking them. How coincidental that they all awakened their abilities. The mysterious meat indeed had remarkable effects. After inhaling the smoke produced by the meat, the women experienced intense emotional fluctuations, as if they had transformed into monstrous, carnivorous cockroaches. Tang Xiaowan's reaction was the most pronounced, her eyes shimmering with a feral light. The responses of Bai Xiao, Bai Jin, Yao Shi, and Xiong Ting were comparatively milder. Whether it was due to their shared natural abilities or other factors remained uncertain. Yilang had also inhaled the smoke from the meat and remained vigilant. He felt his body growing restless, yet his mind was exceptionally clear. Not only was he unaffected by any primal urges, but he also felt more exhilarated and aware. He inquired about the reason from the system, which responded, "This fibrous meat is a unique substance that fuses mind and body. It appears to be a semi-finished product capable of stimulating and amplifying the emotional fluctuations of those with special abilities. The host's mental power is nearly non-existent, thus remaining unaffected. However, the murderous intent within the fibrous meat can activate the host's latent combat instincts and desire for violence. Furthermore, it can also strengthen the host's willpower and enhance certain future abilities." Upon hearing this, Yi Lang felt a surge of determination and quickly asked the system about these future abilities. The system replied, "The specific abilities cannot yet be determined. Please enhance your physical condition as soon as possible." Understanding this, Yi Lang's resolve to head towards the Wuyo MCN building intensified. Chapter 76. Tang Long's funeral and Xiao Wan's gift. It seemed that gathering more of this fibrous meat was indeed necessary. But what did the system mean by calling it a semi-finished product? What would the final product entail? A crystal core, perhaps? An ominous premonition stirred within Yi Lang, as numerous details corroborated the elder's words. The despair that enveloped countless individuals in the crimson day of the apocalypse could very well be merely a novice phase. How terrifying could the true trial or the genuine apocalypse be? Yi Lang felt a sense of urgency. He understood that time was of the essence, and he must enhance his strength swiftly. Once he dealt with the puppet master behind the scenes, he needed to rush to the Wuyo MCN building. It was time to significantly bolster his power. Taking a deep breath, determination flickered in his eyes. Yesterday, Bai Xiao and Xiong Ting had shared bed. Today, however, Bai Jin and Yao Shi, the two girls who often disagreed, were playfully tussling on the same bed, appearing particularly close. The two had played rather wildly the night before, and it was only after Bai Xiao gave them a light smack on their bottoms that they finally got up, rubbing their sleepy eyes. Bai Jin and Yao Shi grumbled in discontent, but obediently climbed out of bed. Yet, upon seeing the array of KFC and McDonald's breakfast laid out on the dining table, their eyes widened in delight, their drowsiness instantly forgotten as they rushed towards the food. The night before, they had debated endlessly over which was better, KFC or McDonald's, and had insisted that Yi Lang settle the dispute. As a result, both culinary delights were presented before them that morning. As they savored their meals, they teased one another about their boldness, their arguments transforming into laughter, creating a light-hearted and joyful atmosphere. With a physique enhanced by the 783 Constitution, Yi Lang felt his body grow even lighter. He was currently drenched in sweat. Working out in the gym, his muscle definition becoming more pronounced. Watching Yi Lang exercise in the nude had become a staple for the girls. They either giggled or teased him, but never forgot to hand him towels and water. Tang Xiaowan, however, found it difficult to look, her cheeks flushed, her gaze darting elsewhere, secretly exclaiming in her heart how much better his physique had become. Yao Shi and Xiong Ting, both seasoned in their own right, exchanged knowing glances and mischievous smirks, deliberately amplifying their teasing voices. "Second brother, your physique is truly impressive. It seems like Junior's sister wants to touch it. Ah, you two little devils, I will take you on. Watch me charge like a kitten. Wow, look at my dance of ice and snow. With my ghostly blade, you cannot see me. Just watch my movements." Laughter erupted. Ah, how delightful. Truly, having someone else's wife is such a joy. Meanwhile, within apartment 1702 of Building 2, Jiang Fangzhou, Zhang Xianglai, Sun Yang, Zhang Chong, and other members of the patrol team emerged from several bedrooms, their faces adorned with satisfaction and pride. Upon seeing one another, they exchanged knowing smiles, reveling in their happiness. Jiang Fangzhou clapped Zhang Chong on the shoulder and chuckled softly. So, wasn't the decision to recruit logistical support the right one? Zhang Chong nodded, a glimmer of lasciviousness flashing in his eyes. Indeed, life has never been this indulgent. With food and drink, not to mention women, this apocalypse is simply delightful. Absolutely. The captain's decision is indeed wise. Today, I truly grasped how pleasurable Yi Lang's previous life must have been. As soon as Zhang Xianglai spoke, the atmosphere abruptly shifted. The expressions on everyone's faces darkened. Silence spread like a tide, and the air grew heavy. Most of the patrol team harbored enmity towards Yi Lang, some even nursing a grudge over women. Yet, they dared not act rashly. Yi Lang's strength was far beyond their reach. Thus, although they seethed with resentment, they could only endure in silence. However, the burden of their animosity felt as heavy as a mountain, suffocating them. Every time they thought of that wretched woman and her entanglements with Yi Lang, flames of fury ignited within them. Yet there was nowhere to vent their frustrations. Fan E and the others observed the situation without urgency. All it would take was a spark to ignite the pent-up rage, and the fuse was already set. Yilang, observing the situation through the surveillance cameras, fell into deep contemplation. What could this trigger be? How could the puppet master be drawn out? Did he truly have to immerse himself in the chaos to uncover the truth? Yilang quietly made a decision. His time was running short. Afternoon, Yilang and Tang Xiaowan held a simple funeral for Tang Long. In these dire times, there was no need for elaborate ceremonies. Yilang and Tang Xiaowan bowed deeply 3 times to the box containing Tang Long's blood, flesh, and clothing. Yilang, in place of the unfilial descendant Tang Xiao, who recited a few words of mourning, essentially expressing sentiments of eternal rest, the return of the soul to its homeland, and wishing peace for the departed. Subsequently, with Bai Jin's fire-based abilities, he reduced the flesh, clothing, and box to ashes. Yilang then took Tang Xiaowan to the rooftop balcony. As the ashes scattered with the wind, Yilang felt a slight moisture at the corners of his eyes, while Tang Xiaowan wept profusely. The pair stood in silence for a moment before turning to leave. In this apocalyptic world, death had become the norm, and survival the most arduous challenge. The deceased were gone, while the living remained. After completing this significant task, a sense of relief finally washed over Yilang and Tang Xiaowan. Tang Xiaowan's affection for him had also reached an impressive 100 points. On the journey home, Tang Xiaowan's gaze towards Yilang shifted, as if to convey that now that the elder had departed, he had entrusted her to Yilang. It would be remiss if he did not take some action. Considering the elder's years of careful guidance, Yilang was certainly aware of Tang Xiaowan's fervent stare, and he gently squeezed her hand. Her hand trembled slightly, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her eyes shimmering with anticipation and nervousness. Upon returning home, Yilang resumed watching the surveillance footage and discovered that the patrol team had begun to set their sights on the mutated vines. Several supernatural beings had indeed managed to sever a few vines in a tumor. Yilang observed meticulously, ensuring that they employed no hidden tactics, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Throughout the afternoon, Tang Xiaowan was engulfed in an inexplicable excitement and anxiety, glancing at Yilang intermittently, while her fingers fidgeted with her clothing. At this moment, the presence of her 4 caring older sisters proved invaluable. One offered gentle reassurances, another shared her own experiences, a third pledged unwavering support, and a last promised to be on standby for assistance. This collective support gradually calmed Tang Xiaowan's emotions. During dinner, she scarcely touched her chopsticks, her gaze frequently darting toward Yilang, her heart racing like a startled deer. It was Bai Xiao who thoughtfully served her some meat dishes and softly urged, "Xiaowan, don't be nervous. Eat more to replenish your strength." Tang Xiaowan obediently took a few bites, but remained unsettled. This feeling persisted until Yilang took her hand and led her toward the bedroom, gently closing the door behind them. Chapter 77. Truly a dear junior sister, immune to all poisons, insightful. With a familiar formula, we are treated once again to a bountiful feast. Some may relish it, while others may not. Those who are disinterested can skip ahead to the ultimate physique segment. May every reader indulge in 3 exquisite meals daily. Ding. System notification. Exquisite cuisine. Purple sweet potato taro cheese brick. Bowl of purple sweet potato taro cheese has been distributed. Ding. System notification. Exquisite cuisine. Yangji Lu Temple. 5-liter Yangji Lu has been distributed. Ding. System notification. Exquisite cuisine. Throat fried cake. 1-pound ear fried cake has been distributed. Ding. System notification. Exquisite cuisine. Wheat whirlwind. Bucket of wheat whirlwind has been distributed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving the first accomplishment of the 100 affection points task. Ding. Completion rate 80. Good. Ding. Congratulations to the host. 10 free attribute points have been added to physique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 body part enhancement. Enhanced area. Head. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a bodily enhancement trait. Immune to all poisons. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The entire body has been enhanced once. Gaining the enhancement talent. Insight. Perceive the emotions and movements of living beings within a certain range. Anticipate enemy attacks, etc. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Wheat Whirlwind has been added to the system's daily distribution base configuration. The food and water in the system's base configuration are doubled. Currently, 24, 576 pieces of bread, 8, 192 buckets of water, 4, 608 large watermelons, 2, 48 bags of spicy strips, 512 roasted ducks, 2 portions of seafood hot pot, and 1 wheat whirlwind. Ding. Detected that the host has achieved a full body enhancement once, now upgrading the power module. Host. Yilang, Physique, 883. The host is encouraged to continue enhancing strength to reach 100 points and unlock new modules. Spirit. 01. The host is advised to allocate points prudently. Enhanced traits. Immune to temperature LV1. Immune to all poisons LV1. Enhanced talent. Insight LV1. Enhanced areas. Full body LV1. Right index and middle fingers LV2. Attribute points. Physique points. 0. Free attribute points. 0. Pain. 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 The agony of this enhancement surpassed all imagination. Yilang could not afford to dwell on any secondary matters. At 2 in the morning, he dashed into the gym, wielding his blade with fervor. Sweat poured down like rain. His muscles trembled at their limits, and each swing of a knife felt as though it were tearing at his very soul. Gradually, the pain began to subside, and the blade in his hand felt increasingly light, as if it had merged with his body. Furthermore, his perception grew sharper, the trajectory of the blade's movement vividly manifesting in his mind, as if he could foresee the outcome of every swing. The commotion he caused roused Bai Xiao, Bai Jin, Yao Shi, and Xiong Ting, who were already struggling to sleep. Upon witnessing Yilang burst into the gym, the four exchanged bewildered glances. Bi Xiao approached. Unable to contain her curiosity, Xiaolang, what is happening? Yilang gasped for breath. I need to vent. Bai Xiao rolled her eyes. Haven't you already vented enough? Yilang was momentarily at a loss for words and retorted, it's the restlessness from the surge of strength. Bai Xiao Ani, how crude of you. Bai Xiao ignored his teasing, scoffing lightly, and brought a bottle of water to Tang Xiaowan. Seeing her resembling a distressed kitten, Bai Xiao felt a pang of sympathy. She gently patted Tang Xiaowan's cat ears and softly inquired, Xiaowan, are you all right? Tang Xiaowan struggled to lift her head, gratitude flickering in her eyes as she weakly replied, I'm fine, thank you, Bai Xiao Jie. Though her voice was soft, it conveyed an underlying resilience. After sipping some water, Tang Xiaowan appeared somewhat revitalized. Eagerly, she asked, Bai Xiao Jie, how is second senior brother? He suddenly ran off earlier, looking quite urgent. Bai Xiao replied with exasperation. What else could it be? He's venting like a madman. Don't mind him. It's a normal reaction to a surge in strength. Don't worry too much. Now's your chance to rest while he is preoccupied. As she spoke, Bai Xiao lifted her fluffy tail and began to treat Tang Xiaowan. Meanwhile, after swinging the blade for a full 2 hours, Yilang finally calmed the tumult and pain within him. He halted his movements, his body drenched in sweat, and took a deep breath before checking the system notifications in his mind. First, his physique had reached 883, which was already 17 times that of an adult. Yilang felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, his muscle definition sharper, as if each muscle were narrating a tale of formidable explosive strength. Next came the system's subsequent notifications. What modules or abilities would be unlocked upon reaching 100 points in physique? The system provided no clear answers, only repeatedly urging him to enhance his strength and explore more possibilities. Then, Yilang noticed the spirit attribute. This time, it directly displayed a specific value, 01. Furthermore, the system reiterated the need for careful point allocation. This further confirmed his suspicion that the system seemed to reject spiritual power. Lastly, regarding the traits, the interaction with Tang Xiaowan at the first 100 affection points yielded unexpected rewards, immunity to all poisons. This meant he could face both toxic plants and treacherous foes with composure. Yet, why did this level, LV1, feel so weak? This was not the case only for the trait of immunity to poisons. The immunity to temperature was also at LV1. Yilang had tested this trait before. It is now June 14th, and although the nights at the higher floors can be somewhat cool, Yilang has not felt the slightest chill while sleeping without a blanket these past few days. Of course, he still instinctively keeps his legs tucked against the edge of the blanket. Moreover, he previously experimented with placing his hand in the refrigerator's fresh food compartment and felt nothing at all. However, when placed in the freezer, he could still sense the cold, indicating that he is not entirely immune to temperature variations. The thought of elevating his level to LV2 or even higher fills Yilang with anticipation. Perhaps with the enhancement of his abilities, these traits will yield even more astonishing results. Next comes the most exhilarating aspect for Yilang, the talent of insight. Not only can he perceive the emotions and movements of the creatures around him, but he can also predict the attacks of his enemies, which is akin to being given wings. Interestingly, this insight bears a striking resemblance to the observation haki in One Piece. Closing his eyes, Yilang attunes himself to everything around him, gradually detecting the faint fluctuations in the breaths and heartbeats of the women present. He can discern the sound of their heartbeats, their breathing, and even the footsteps of Bai Xiao as she returns to her room. As his focus sharpens, he perceives the emotional changes within the women, Bai Xiao's tranquility, Tang Xiaowan's joy, and the more complex emotions of Bai Jin, Yao Shi, and Xiong Ting. These three young women are intertwined with desires, shyness, and a hint of jealousy. It appears that their harmony is merely a facade, temporarily concealing their true feelings for the sake of Yilang. These emotions unfurl in his mind like a vivid tapestry, and an unprecedented sense of security washes over him. While the ability to sense the emotional fluctuations and movements of these women may not seem particularly useful, it could prove invaluable in combat. He can glean information about his adversaries, anticipate their movements, and even identify weaknesses before they strike. This capability will undoubtedly turn the tide in critical moments. Yilang is taken aback by the immense surprise his junior sister has provided him. This is indeed a weapon for battle. If he can master this insight to its fullest potential, he will be equipped to face any adversary with composure and remain invincible. With this thought in mind, Yilang gazes at Building 2 with a fierce and fervent intensity, as if he wishes to incinerate all foes. Chapter 78. The Old Lady's Daughter-in-Law and Precious Grandson. Glancing at the time, it is just past 4 a.m. The night is deep, yet Yilang feels no inclination to sleep. He notices that Tang Xiaowan is soundly asleep, and Bai Jin, holding Yao Shi, is also lost in slumber. Only Xiong Ting continues to curiously inquire about something while holding Bai Zhao's arm. Yilang decides not to disturb the three women's peaceful dreams. In the morning, everyone happily enjoys breakfast prepared by Yao Shi and Bai Xiao, the aroma wafting through the air. Tang Xiaowan has shed her youthful innocence, revealing a touch of mature femininity as she gazes affectionately at Yilang, her eyes filled with warmth and reliance. Yilang's heart stirs, and he quietly employs his insight. Indeed, he observes that the emotions of the other four women have subtly shifted, mingling envy with a profound affection for him. Yilang cannot help but smile. Indeed, women are natural performers. After breakfast, while the women clean up, Yilang turns his attention to the surveillance footage, monitoring the patrols for any suspicious activity. Discovering that they were engaged in games with others' wives early in the morning eases his mind, allowing him to prepare for his workout. Suddenly, a knock at the door resounds. Yilang furrows his brow and stealthily approaches the entrance. His insight reveals that it is the same old lady from yesterday, though her presence feels even more feeble now. Upon opening the door, he sees her once again seeking food, her countenance gaunter, her voice barely above a whisper. Yilang declines her request once more, and the old lady, without uttering a word, turns away slowly, disappointment flickering in her eyes. As he observes her continue to seek assistance from other residents, Yilang gently closes the door. He turns to the invisible Yao Shi and inquires, "I left 2 bags of bread yesterday, did I not?" "Yes, what's the matter, boss?" Yilang merely shakes his head. The old lady now exudes a stronger scent of blood, and this time, she limps on both legs. "Weren't there 2 bags of bread? And she seems so frail. She likely doesn't have even a pound of flesh on her," Yilang muses, sitting on the sofa with a frown of concern. He truly does not wish to meddle in the affairs of others, especially at such a critical juncture before an impending battle. However, the unusual state of the old lady prevents him from turning a blind eye. Taking a deep breath, he resolves to intervene. Those who practice martial arts value clarity of thought, particularly on the eve of battle. Any lingering worries could adversely affect their performance. Yi Lang rises and instructs Yao Shi to follow him as they step outside. Yet upon exiting, he is taken aback to see the frail yet resilient old lady lying at the elevator entrance, her face pale and her breath faint. Yi Lang rushes to support her, gently inquiring, "Madam, what has happened?" The old lady struggles to open her eyes, her voice barely audible. "Mr. Yi, I may not last much longer. Please take me home. My daughter-in-law and Guogua are hungry." Yi Lang's heart tightens, and he quickly urges Yao Shi, "Hurry, call by Xiao." "There's no need." Yi Lang interjects before Yao Shi can act. The old lady's hands, resembling withered bones, have already fallen limp, indicating that her life is waning. Yi Lang stands still for a long moment until Yao Shi softly asks, "Boss, what shall we do next?" Only then does Yi Lang slowly lift his head. He gently rolls up the old lady's pant legs, gasping in shock as he discovers that both her legs are injured. "How could you still walk?" Yao Shi exclaims, her eyes wide with disbelief. Yi Lang's gaze turns frigid. These are not mere injuries, but rather wounds inflicted upon herself, flesh torn away. "What? Why? My heavens!" Ignoring Yao Shi's exclamation, he carefully lifts the old lady and heads toward the elevator, determined to confirm one last matter. Arriving at room 1514, Yi Lang employs his insight to assess the atmosphere within. Instantly, his expression grows even colder. With a powerful kick, he forcefully opens the door. Inside, he finds a rosy-faced woman and a plump young boy ravenously devouring bread, while a bowl beside them contains several chunks of meat, glistening with grease. Upon noticing Yi Lang's intrusion, the woman panics, dropping the bread, and the young boy freezes in shock. The woman's brash nature leads her to scold without seeing clearly. "Who the hell are you? Dare to barge into my home?" But the next moment, her tirade halts abruptly as she recognizes Yi Lang, her face paling as she stutters, Yi Lang." The woman hastily rises, only to see the old lady in Yi Lang's arms, her complexion turning ashen. She feigns a dutiful daughter-in-law facade, rushing forward and wailing, "Mother, what has happened to you?" Yi Lang swiftly kicks the advancing woman away, sending her crashing to the ground. She screams in agony, blood spilling from her mouth as she looks at Yi Lang in terror. The young boy, frightened, retreats to the corner, clutching a piece of bread tightly, as if fearing it would be snatched away. Yi Lang gently places the old lady's body down, his gaze icy as he surveys the room, speaking in a low voice. "The first time I turned a blind eye. The second time, I provided you with bread. Why must you consume her?" The woman's expression shifts, and in a fit of rage, she begins to curse the old lady. "Ah, so does this old hag. All she does is eat and drink, incapable of fighting off monsters or seeking food. She deserves to die, dragging us down and still daring to complain. What can we do? My precious son is hungry." Her voice rises in a desperate howl, as if she has suffered a great injustice. Yi Lang lets out a cold laugh, his murderous intent intensifying. That old lady has not an ounce of flesh on her. Where did her sustenance go? Look at you both, rosy-cheeked and well-nourished, clearly the result of long-term gluttony. Have your consciences been devoured by dogs? You cannot even spare your own kin. The woman falls silent, despair flickering in her eyes. Yi Lang advanced step by step, his voice cold as he inquired, "Why, when there is bread, must you consume a frail old woman? Tell me." The woman, at last gripped by fear, tears mingled with blood cascading down her face, trembled as she replied, "It was she who cut herself, not I. It was her own heartache for her grandson, for the lineage of the old Lin family. It is not my concern." "Ha ha, not your concern?" Yi Lang, in a fit of fury, laughed icily, his voice as frigid as frost. "Did you inform her that you still had food?" As he spoke, Yi Lang forcefully kicked open the locked cabinet beside him, revealing it brimming with food. The woman's face turned ashen, rendered speechless. Yi Lang, gazing down with a cold eye, spoke. "Do you realize she limped upstairs and downstairs seeking sustenance? Did you know she uttered your names with her dying breath? Did you know she pleaded with me to bring her body to you? The woman collapsed to the ground, weeping profusely. The young boy also burst into tears. Yet, Yi Lang's keen perception revealed that these two harbored not a shred of remorse, only fear of the unknown and a voracious desire for survival. Yi Lang slowly approached the woman, his voice deep as the chilling winds of hell. You are unworthy of humanity. Today, I shall act as the hand of justice. Chapter 79. The True Punishment. The spark was a gun. Boss, why did you only sever the limbs of that vile woman and not kill her? And that young boy, he deserves death too, Yao Shi queried, a mixture of anger and confusion in her tone. Yi Lang, cradling the old woman's lifeless form, replied nonchalantly, that would be too merciful for them. I've taken both their food and the old woman. The door is sealed tight. What do you think that little glutton will resort to in his hunger? Yao Shi was taken aback, a flicker of terror crossing her features, soon transformed into a sense of vindication. That wretched woman would first try to coax her precious son, and upon realizing her futility, would descend into despair and curses. Yet, the chubby boy had already tasted the bitter fruit. His instinct for survival would compel him to continue. When she witnessed her beloved son consuming bite after bite, that heart-wrenching agony and endless regret would be her greatest punishment. She would suffer more grievously than the old woman. The old woman had sacrificed herself for love, while that wretched creature would experience the dire consequences of betrayal and greed, ultimately tasting a pain deeper than death in the betrayal of her own flesh and blood. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream were rendered speechless, the comments flooding in like rain. When shit hits the fan, it stirs the pot. This is pure catharsis, absolutely cathartic. Ah, Brother Lang, forgive me for earlier criticizing your compassion. You are a living bodhisattva. Young man, the 50-meter-long dagger is hard to retrieve. Let us speak sooner next time. Behind the scenes, the one stirring the pot, Brother Lang, is incredible. Indeed, under Yi Lang's suggestion, Yao Shi initiated the live stream. He wished to unveil to the viewers the true horrors of an apocalypse devoid of governance. Strangely, Yi Lang felt his heart transforming, becoming more transparent and calm. This sensation intensified as he scattered the old woman's ashes to the winds, as if he had comprehended the duality of humanity's good and evil in the apocalypse. Yi Lang closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, silently wishing, may this wind carry away all hatred and sin. There was something Yi Lang refrained from voicing, primarily fearing the viewers could not bear it. His insight discerned that the chubby boy did not resemble the man in the wedding photo within the room, though it was merely speculation. Linking it to the wickedness and greedy nature of that wretched woman, it was highly probable that the chubby boy was not of the old Lin family's bloodline. The old woman was indeed pitiable. Upon returning home, Yao Shi indignantly recounted the events to Bai Xiao and the others. The girls, filled with righteous indignation, cursed that wretched woman to her demise, exclaiming her utter lack of conscience. Yet, Yi Lang remained unaffected, quietly gazing out the window. At that moment, his heart was serene, as if all disturbances had receded. The spark he anticipated had ignited, albeit this spark brought him some discomfort. The patrol team had eradicated a cockroach that morning. They were currently engaged in games with the women from logistics, while simultaneously observing the support and praise their husbands receive for the patrol team. Xiaoyi, look at what your husband posted. He actually claims to be the great benefactor of your entire family. Ha! Didn't you tell him that the favor has already been repaid? Zhang Chong's words and actions left Su Hui pale, her lips pressed tightly together, a flicker of humiliation crossing her eyes. Su Hui stifled her tears, silently enduring, yet secretly vowed that one day these beasts would pay for their transgressions. Zhang Chong remained oblivious to Su Hui's emotional turmoil, continuing his unrestrained mockery and antics. When Zhang Chong finally emerged, the living room was filled with members of the patrol team, their faces radiant with smug smiles. Zhang Chong, you little rascal, you're the last one to come out. Laughter erupted as Zhang Chong proudly scratched his head. What can I say? The men of our Zhang family are simply capable. There's an old saying, ISNT there. Zhang family long, Li family short. Ha ha ha. Su Yanzhu, beneath his mask, was nearly laughing himself into a fit. 5 minutes, and he was the last man standing. Unlike the readers, who must endure at least half an hour. Due to the agony of suppressing laughter, Su Yinju could not help but cough lightly, trying his best to conceal his embarrassment. Fan Yi, with concern, remarked, "Xiao Su, your cold isn't tea better yet. Don't take your youth for granted. Take care of your health. Have you been staying up late again?" Su Yinju smiled wryly and nodded, secretly relieved that the mask concealed his expression. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. Their exchange went unnoticed by others, as Zhang Chong continued basking in his self-satisfaction. Zhang Xiang, Jiang Fangzhou, and others were still reminiscing about the earlier battle, eager to plunge back in, yet their lack of capability left them lamenting. As time passed, the chatter among the patrol team grew louder. Their arrogance surged, as if the entire world lay within their grasp. Inevitably, Yi Lang was brought up again, but this time, the silence among the crowd did not last long. It was because Jiang Fangzhou produced a gun. What the hell? Is that a real gun? Captain, where did you get this gun? The crowd erupted in excitement, surrounding Jiang Fangzhou, their eyes filled with shock and curiosity. Even Fan Qi rushed out from a bedroom, her face displaying disbelief. Jiang Fangzhou, unable to resist glancing at Fan Qi's disheveled attire and the two seemingly exhausted figures behind her, composed himself, raising the gun high in triumph. "I acquired this from a big brother before the apocalypse. How about it? This should be more than enough to deal with that little Yi Lang, right? This is more than enough. With this, that little Yi Lang will be like a chick ready for slaughter. Dare to resist? One shot, and he has done. Ha ha ha. At that point, all his food and women will belong to us. Ha ha ha." The arrogant laughter of the patrol team echoed through the cramped living room, as if they had already deemed Yi Lang a mere prey. "Captain, can I touch it? I've never handled a real gun." "You can touch it, but don't aim it at anyone. Be careful of accidental discharge." Jiang Fangzhou proudly passed it around, and the crowd eagerly reached out, their eyes glimmering with greed and fervor. When it was Su Yinju's turn, coincidentally, he coughed violently twice, causing his hand holding the gun to shake involuntarily. In the next instant, a deafening bang reverberated through the room, plunging the small living area into an eerie silence. Su Yinju's eyes widened in terror as smoke curled from the gun's muzzle. "I didn't mean to. I just coughed and my hand slipped," as Su Yinju mumbled. The others exchanged glances. However, Jiang Fangzhou glanced at the bullet hole in the floor and suddenly burst into wild laughter. "Huh, it's fine. Xiao Su is young, so it's natural for him to slip. But we need to be cautious. We mustn't truly harm anyone." Though everyone was still somewhat apprehensive, Jiang Fangzhou's boldness rekindled the atmosphere. Su Yanbo, amidst the teasing of those around him, shyly returned the handgun to Jiang Fangzhou. Yet, upon returning to his seat, his heart continued to race uncontrollably. He found himself in a predicament. After all, this was a firearm. What if Senior Go had not reviewed the surveillance footage? Would he not be shot dead in such a case? At that moment, Yi Lang was fixated on the monitoring screen, his expression grim. How could the trigger be a gun? How could it possibly be a gun? Chapter 80. The Miraculous Solution and the Rescue of the Wife. How could Jiang Fangzhou possess a gun? In a nation where firearms are prohibited, how could he have access to one? Longhua officially enacted a comprehensive ban on firearms in 1996, a decision rooted in numerous considerations. The violent conflict between Matian Village and Jinggang Village in 1993 was undoubtedly a significant catalyst. On September 11, 1993, Matian Village fired homemade cannons at Jinggang Village, igniting a shocking large-scale melee that gripped the entire nation. In this confrontation, firearms and various makeshift weapons demonstrated their astonishing power. Both sides deployed 4 artillery vehicles, 95 homemade cannons, 57 handmade guns, 233 kilograms of explosives, over 600 detonators, and 255 homemade grenades. The battle raged for an entire 34 hours, turning the scene into a hellish nightmare. Over 5,000 combatants participated, resulting in 3 fatalities, 40 serious injuries, and more than 100 minor injuries. Matian Village was left in ruins, with banks, warehouses, and shops destroyed, transportation disrupted, schools closed, factories halted, and economic losses amounting to millions. The conflict between Matian and Jinggang villages starkly revealed the immense dangers posed by unregulated firearms. It was in light of such a tragic lesson that Longwa firmly resolved to enforce a total ban on firearms. On October 1st, 1996, the Longwa Firearms Management Law came into effect, completely eliminating the possibility of citizens possessing firearms and ammunition without permission. How could a member of the Homeowners Committee possess a gun? Where did Jiang Fangzhou acquire his firearm? Who is the mastermind behind this? Yilang's expression darkened further. He had contemplated countless scenarios, but had never anticipated the involvement of a gun. Although his physical prowess was several times that of an ordinary person, it seemed utterly inadequate in the face of the threat posed by firearms. Previously, he had faced terrifying monsters and numerous enemies with composure. Yet now, the cold muzzle of a gun filled him with an unprecedented fear. Yes, Yilang was afraid. This valiant man experienced a sense of helplessness for the first time. Sweat trickling down his forehead, his heart pounding like a drum. He retrieved a can of soda from his system space, gulping it down in an attempt to quell his inner turmoil. The coolness of the soda coursed down his throat but failed to dispel the chill enveloping him. Suddenly, Yilang was taken aback, observing the spatial door, visible only to him, slowly closing. His pupils constricted, and a flicker of realization flashed through his mind. Whether it would work or not, one must try to know. With this thought, Yilang shouted to Bai Jin, "Sister-in-law, hurry here." Bai Jin rushed over, a hint of confusion in her beautiful eyes. "Shoot me. Use a fireball to shoot me." Bai Jin was taken aback, shaking her head repeatedly. "Brother, what are you saying? How could I bear to shoot you? You should shoot me instead." Yilang frowned in frustration. "Stop talking nonsense. Just shoot." With reluctance, Bai Jin bit her lip, channeling her fire-based abilities, crimson flames erupting from her palm. She took a deep breath, aimed at Yilang, and the fireball shot forth. Yilang stood his ground, and just as Bai Jin was about to panic and scream, a package of Wei Long appeared in his hand. Miraculously, the fist-sized fireball vanished into thin air. With a burst of laughter, Yilang embraced the bewildered Bai Jin, spinning her around. Meanwhile, within apartment 1702 of Building 2, the patrolling team members were exhilarated. As if they could already envision Yilang kneeling in surrender, a gun pointed at him. Damn it, I want to play with this woman right in front of him. This was the boast of the Green Hat Alliance, led by Zhang Xianglai and Sun Yang. I will take all the supplies from his home, making him taste despair. This was the furious outcry of those, led by Jiang Fangzhou and Zhang Chong, who had been refused supplies. I will beat him to death. This was the roar of those who were terrified of Yilang, led by Chun Dajiang and Fan Siyuan. Everyone was brimming with confidence, as if victory was within their grasp. After all, this was a gun. No matter how strong one was, they could only concede under the threat of a firearm. "Captain, I can't hold back any longer. Let's act now." "Yes, Captain, we have guns. Why should we fear him? Let's kill him." Jiang Fangzhou raised his hand to quiet them, speaking calmly. "Don't rush. Wait until dark to act. We will return home to recuperate and reunite with our families before striking at our best." Although the others were reluctant, they had no choice but to comply, nodding and departing. In apartment 1507 of Building 3, Bai Yu gazed at the lipstick mark on her husband Zhang Xianglai's neck, feeling a surge of bitterness and disgust. There was no attempt to conceal the affair. Unable to contain herself, she questioned sharply, "Whose lipstick is on your neck? Do you even care about this family?" Zhang Xianglai, however, showed not a hint of remorse, sneering dismissively. "What? You're allowed to be promiscuous. But I can't have my fun? Are you even human? I was forced into this. For the sake of a meal, you pushed me to it." Tears streamed down Bai Yu's face as she trembled, pointing at Zhang Xianglai. "You still have the audacity to say that? I sent you to seek food, and you couldn't resist? I see you enjoyed it, didn't you? I remember all those lewd words you spoke in your dreams." Zhang Xianglai laughed coldly, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. "Unfortunately, your lover is about to meet his end. Tonight is his destined hour." His tone was chilling, eyes glinting with malice. Bai Yu's tears flowed uncontrollably as she eventually retreated to the bedroom, curling up in a ball, sobbing mournfully. After an indeterminate time, Her cries subsided. Slowly sitting up, a hint of blush appeared on her face as if a thought had struck her. After much struggle, Bai Yu took out her phone, her fingers trembling as she sent a message. At this moment, Yi Lang was already well prepared. In truth, there was not much to prepare. He remained in his white shirt paired with security pants, a large knife slung at his waist, gazing sternly out the window, with means to confront firearms. That rabble was hardly a challenge for him. Ding, 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 a flurry of notifications sounded. Yi Lang picked up his phone, and moments later, a playful smile graced his face. Apartment 1507, Building 3 by Yu. Yi Lang, the patrol team plans to take action against you tonight. Be cautious. Apartment 1205, Building 1, Chun Su Chin. Bad man, run quickly. My husband and his crew are coming to kill you tonight. Apartment 1316, Building 1, Wang Feier. Darling, my husband Liu Peng is going to kill you, so hide quickly. Apartment 1507, Building 2, Yang Xiaoyan. I'm holding my husband back. You better run. Chapter 81, A Daring Leap. Revelry and Swift Action. Yi Lang observed the collective rescue efforts of these wives, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, warmth blooming in his heart. Indeed, the quickest route to a woman's heart is through such gestures. The second message followed swiftly. Without replying, Yi Lang bid farewell with kisses to Bai Xiao, Bai Jin, Xiong Ting, and Tang Xiaowan before leading the invisible Yao Shi out the door. The night was as dark as ink, the stars sparse. Yi Lang, cradling the invisible Yao Shi, spoke softly. Are you afraid? Not afraid, Yao Shi replied quietly, her eyes glimmering with determination. Yet, the livestream's comments were filled with, I'm scared. Clipped chest biscuit. Brother Lang. Last time it was during the day. Let's not jump off a building at night. Okay. This girl is not too big. Husband, don't jump. It's dangerous at night. Mina. Husband, hurry back. Yi Lang chuckled, addressing the live stream. Rest assured, it's not very high. It's only the 16th floor. The viewers in the live broadcast room finally sighed in relief. As the woman remarked, scared me to death. Husband, it's just 2 floors. It's a piece of cake for you. A user named Tianxian Duanlu Bao exclaimed, You scared me. But husband, why did you jump from the top floor to the 16th? In the next moment, the viewers understood. Yi Lang stood at the edge of the rooftop, took a deep breath, and with a determined gaze, propelled himself forward with a powerful leap, creating a crack in the ground as he shot forth like an arrow. The viewers in the live room went wild. Mina commented, Ugh, while another user exclaimed, Wow, it's the 16th floor of the opposite building. Yi Lang's figure traced an arc across the night sky, effortlessly passing through the window of the opposite building and landing heavily on the floor of room 1601 in Building 2. Dust flew up, and the floor shattered beneath him. Go, senior. Inside the room, Su Yanba stared at Yi Lang in shock, his mouth agape, unable to articulate his disbelief. You jumped over 20 meters just like that, and you were carrying someone? Su Yanba rubbed his eyes in disbelief and awkwardly greeted the invisible Yao Shi. Hello, senior. Yelang chocolate lightly, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Aren't you going to call me mom? Is that permissible? No. Yi Lang and the invisible Yao Shi replied in unison, causing Su Yanba to scratch his head in embarrassment. With a wry smile, Su Yanba shifted the topic. Go, senior, they're gathering at 1702 at 9 o'clock. Shouldn't we ambush them and catch them off guard? Yi Lang smirked coldly. No need. We'll confront them head on. Killing them isn't the goal. Our real aim is to draw out the puppet master behind the scenes. A flicker of doubt crossed Su Yanba's eyes, but was quickly replaced by resolve. Understood. Go, senior. Let us fight side by side. Forget it. I'll handle this alone. You stay at home and continue studying the treasures left by the senior. Stop joking, I didn't. Su Yanba blushed and hurriedly defended himself. I really didn't. I was just looking. Yi Lang patted Su Yanba's shoulder. Remember, the trash bin needs to be cleaned regularly. It stinks. With a grin, Yi Lang took Yao Shi by the hand and walked out of the room, leaving Su Yanba blushing and dumbfounded in place. After a moment, he regained his composure and began packing his belongings, recalling that Yi Lang instructed him to fly to Wuyo Building first. Upon reaching the 17th floor, Yi Lang saw the patrol team preparing to set out. Observing their backs, he let out a brief, yet scornful sound. Oi. The patrol members spun around, their astonishment quickly morphing into rage. Jiang Fangzhou's eyes widened, fists clenched. Yi Lang, we weren't looking for you, yet you've come to us. You, scoundrel, how dare you invade our territory? Ha ha ha, today is your end. The others echoed, their expressions twisted with malicious glee. Yi Lang remained unfazed, a cold smile gracing his lips. And what gives you such confidence? As he slowly drew the large blade from his waist, the atmosphere shifted. The viewers in the live room began to flood the screen with anxious comments. Yi Lang advanced, the blade shimmering ominously in the light, each step radiating a sense of impending pressure. Captain, shoot him, Zhang Xianglai said, turning to Jiang Fangzhou with a smug expression. Yi Lang continued to close in, the blade scraping against the ground with a sharp sound. Captain, you can fire now, Zhang Chong said, his voice tinged with anxiety. Yi Lang persisted, the blade now raised in one hand, his gaze sharp as an eagle, locking onto Jiang Fangzhou. Captain, what are you waiting for? Shoot! Qin Dajiang, in a state of panic, shouted at Jiang Fangzhou. Seeing the surveillance cameras finally move, Jiang Fangzhou inhaled deeply and slowly raised his weapon, aiming at Yi Lang. Ha ha ha! Didn't he expect this, did you? We have guns. Ha ha ha! Yi Lang, you better kneel and beg for mercy. Are you scared? Just wait for your demise. The patrol team members, now confident, wore triumphant grins, as if victory was already theirs. The live room fell silent, caught off guard that someone possessed a firearm in this gun-free nation. The next instant, frantic comments flooded in, urging Yi Lang to flee. Yet, he remained undaunted, a cold smirk on his lips as he continued his advance. Amidst the heartbeat of anxious viewers, his steps were resolute, the blade's glare menacing. Jiang Fangzhou's fingers slowly squeezed the trigger, the air seeming to freeze. Suddenly, a deafening bang shattered the silence, and the comments abruptly halted. All eyes fixated on Yi Lang. To their astonishment, he was eating spicy strips. The viewers were bewildered, and even the patrol team members were left speechless. Even the stunning woman behind the monitor widened her beautiful eyes and smirked softly. This little man is indeed clever. Jiang Fangzhou froze, his finger lingering on the trigger, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He fired again, but this time, Yi Lang was drinking cola. The comments erupted, questioning, what is this operation? The king of pressure is actually Yi Lang. Is this a magic trick? Yi Lang chuckled dismissively, tucking away the spicy strips and cola as he continued to advance. Bang! 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 Jiang Fangzhou's hands trembled as he fired repeatedly, the bullets inexplicably vanishing before the snacking Yi Lang. The live room exploded in chaos. Comments flying as one user exclaimed, "This is impossible." Another remarked, "Is he a master of body contouring?" Someone else questioned, "Is Yi Lang's physique so strong that he feels no effect from the bullets?" Regardless of the uproar in the live room, Yi Lang's steps remained steady, his gaze frigid. Meanwhile, the patrol team members were thrown into disarray. Zhang Chong turned pale, his legs weak beneath him. Qin Dajiang gritted his teeth, trembling as he asked, "What kind of sorcery is this?" Jiang Fangzhou, quick to react, turned to flee. A chain reaction ensued, and the patrol members scattered in terror, creating a scene of utter chaos. Yet, they could not outrun Yi Lang, whose physical prowess surpassed that of any ordinary individual. With a disdainful snort, he surged forward, swiftly catching up to the fleeing members. Then, with swift and decisive strikes, he began to cleave through them. Chapter 82. Severed in Two. For accelerated system ability users? Blood splattered, and cries echoed as each patrol member fell one after another. With each swift strike, the 14 members of the patrol team became 28. Yes, Yi Lang had bisected them. Their upper and lower halves separated, creating a gruesome scene. Yi Lang, expressionless, no longer felt revulsion, as if he had merely completed an insignificant task. The live room was in a state of shock, the audience rendered speechless by the horrifying spectacle. Yi Lang approached Jiang Fangzhou, the blade's tip lightly tapping the ground as he coldly demanded, "Where is Fan Yi and the person behind him? Reveal it, and I shall grant you a swift end." Jiang Fangzhou howled in agony, desperately attempting to shove his spilled entrails back inside. Yet, rather than answering Yilang. A glint of madness crossed his eyes, and he began to laugh, blood trickling from his mouth as he stammered, "I want to tell you." Yilang's gaze hardened, and with a flash of a blade, Jiang Fangzhou's head was severed, blood gushing forth. Yilang moved on to Zhang Xianglai, whose face was already devoid of color. Frozen in disbelief at his own bisected state, Yilang gazed down coldly, lifting Zhang Xianglai's chin with the blade's tip, demanding, "Where is Fan Yi?" Zhang Xianglai's abdominal blood gushed forth as he emitted a muffled groan, his eyes wide with terror. Yilang, growing impatient, furrowed his brow, and with a swift motion, Zhang Xianglai's head tumbled to the ground. Yilang did not bother to question the others, as those who had been bisected could hardly last more than 10 or 20 seconds. With a chilling gaze, Yilang scanned the area, taking in the sight of the bisected patrol team members scattered about. No trace could be found of Mo Zhao Fan Yi, Liao Yizhang Chong, Jian Ci Lu Hui, and Tai Kuai Sun Hao. Additionally, the woman Fan Shi was also missing. Where could they have gone? Were they not supposed to lead me to the ultimate showdown? Where are they? Yilang pondered with a furrowed brow, surveying his surroundings filled with a stench of blood, yet devoid of any clues. Suddenly, a round of applause pierced the silence, accompanied by a chilling voice emanating from the shadows. "Yilang, you are indeed formidable. The master did not misjudge you." Following the sound, Yilang beheld Fan Yi, Zhang Chong, Lu Hui, and Sun Hao emerging from the darkness, their faces adorned with cruel smiles. The livestream, finally returning to reality from the gruesome scene, buzzed with comments. "Another boss. This scene feels so familiar. Do you remember? Last time it was that Mo Zhao. And now there are 4. Go for it, Langu. Oh, those 4 look so ugly. My husband is still handsome. Go, husband, defeat them. Husband, I told you that using defeat is inappropriate. Just finish them off." A cold smile crept onto Yilang's lips, his gaze sharp as a blade. "So you finally dare to show yourselves? Your tricks end here." Fan Yi remained silent, merely raising his claw, which glimmered with an eerie light. At the same moment, 2 menacing fangs protruded from Zhang Chong's mouth. Lu Hui's body erupted with countless sharp spikes, glimmering with a cold light. Meanwhile, Sun Hao's skin hardened to iron, seemingly impervious. Yilang took a deep breath, his muscles taut, the large blade spinning in his hand, its edge gleaming ominously. "I advise you not to use that blade. It would be regrettable if it shatters." Enough of this nonsense. With a cold snort, Yilang swung his blade down fiercely, summoning a gust of wind. Yet Sun Hao swiftly dodged, turning his back towards the blade, the sound of metal clashing resounding deafeningly. Sun Hao sneered as his iron fist retaliated violently, forcing Yilang to retreat rapidly, stones flying from the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Fan Yi closed in, his claw aiming for Yilang's throat. Yilang sidestepped, countering with a slash aimed at Zhang Chong's fangs, sparks flying in all directions. Lu Hui's spikes rained down like arrows, but Yilang deftly blocked them with his blade, the air thick with the scent of scorched metal. Looking down at his dull blade, Yilang felt a pang of pain. This blade had never dulled while slaying cockroaches, yet now it suffered damage in this fierce battle. Gently placing the blade down, he clenched his fists tightly, his eyes glinting with cold light, a gale of power surging towards Fan Yi's face. Surprised by Yilang's unarmed ferocity, Fan Yi hesitated momentarily before swiftly sidestepping. Yilang's fist surged like a tidal wave, closing in rapidly. Realizing he couldn't evade, Fan Yi was met with Sun Hao's iron fist, the collision of forces creating a tempest. A crack resounded as Sun Hao's arm fractured, his iron-like skin developing fissures. The other 3 felt a chill in their hearts and attacked with deadly precision. Yilang moved like lightning, dodging left and right, utilizing both fists and feet to repel Lu Hui's spikes, kicking Zhang Chong's fangs aside, and forcing Fan Yi back with his claw. Like a beast of war, Yilang navigated through their assaults, delivering precise and forceful strikes, his gaze unwavering and fearless. The livestream audience was exhilarated by the visceral combat unfolding, with comments flooding in. "Langu is magnificent. True men must stand firm. This is real combat." The barrage of comments surged, elevating the stream's intensity. Despite his fractured iron fist, Sun Hao's fury only intensified. With a roar, he unleashed his full power, black smoke billowing from the cracks in his skin. His strength surging once more, striking at Yilang with a powerful blow. Fan Yi, Zhang Chong, and Lu Hui also erupted in fury, their assaults becoming even more ferocious. A glint of seriousness flashed in Yilang's eyes as he inhaled deeply, his muscles swelling, tearing his white shirt, revealing chiseled form and bulging veins. His punches becoming even more formidable. The collision of their powers created shockwaves, fracturing the ground beneath them. Yilang's fists moved like dragons, while the four fought with all their might. Each punch he threw echoed with the sound of shattering air, withstanding their combined onslaught. Sun Hao's iron fist broke once more, but he refused to relent. Seizing an opportunity, Yilang absorbed Fan Yi's claw, countering with a punch that sent Zhang Chong staggering backward. He then dodged Lu Hui's spike and delivered a hammering blow to Sun Hao's chest, causing him to spit blood and stumble. Yilang pressed the attack, striking a double ear slap, the sound of cracking bones echoing as Sun Hao collapsed, incapacitated. Seeing this, Fan Yi and the others did not retreat, but instead grew more ferocious, attacking from all sides with lethal intent. Yilang's gaze hardened, his steps steady as he repelled Fan Yi with a left punch, kicked Lu Hui away, and turned to deliver a crushing elbow to Zhang Chong's shoulder. The sound of bone breaking clear and distinct. Zhang Chong screamed and fell, and Yilang, seizing the moment, spun to deliver a kick that struck Zhang Chong's temple. With a muffled thud, Zhang Chong fell silent. Fan Yi and Lu Hui exchanged a glance, a glimmer of determination in their eyes, and unleashed their strongest attacks together. Dark scales erupted from Fan Yi's upper body, his claws extending 2 feet, sharp as daggers. Lu Hui's muscles swelled, his skin turning crimson, spikes becoming denser and sharper. The combined force surged like a storm. Yilang inhaled deeply, his bones cracking as he met their onslaught head-on, his fists rocketing forward like meteors. The shockwave erupted as their figures intertwined. Yilang's fists clashed against their claws and spikes, the sound of bone on bone resonating loudly. Fan Yi and Lu Hui were pushed back several steps, blood trickling from their mouths, eyes wide with shock. Seizing the moment, Yilang attacked with a thrust to Lu Hui's groin. Lu Hui howled in pain, his body contorting. Without hesitation, Yilang's fingers shot like lightning into the gap in Lu Hui's throat. Blood gushed from Lu Hui's throat as he collapsed, convulsing until he fell still. A rush of exhilaration surged within Yilang, almost compelling him to howl at the heavens, his blood boiling. Stifling that urge, he turned to face Fan Yi, his eyes icy. "Where's that damn master who sent you to your deaths?" Fan Yi gritted his teeth, the dark scales glimmering as he frantically lashed out, attempting a desperate last stand. Yilang scoffed, evading like a specter, landing a powerful punch squarely on Fan Yi's chest, the sound of shattering bones ringing clear. Fan Yi spewed blood, his body flying backward like a broken kite, losing all power to resist. "Speak. If you don't, you will miss your chance." Struggling to lift his head, Fan Yi's eyes flickered with a hint of obsession, his lips trembling as he spoke weakly. "Yilang, I truly envy you. We are merely the master's dogs, easily discarded at any moment. Yet you, the master is willing to be your dog. Shut up. Do not insult the master." At that moment, a swift, icy arrow shot toward Fan Yi's throat, piercing flesh and bone, leaving him lifeless. Yilang turned to see Fan Yi standing coldly, her hands still exuding a frosty aura. Such speed in casting spells. Yilang marveled inwardly, though he maintained a composed exterior. Just as he was about to speak, a figure emerged from behind Fan Yi, stunning him into silence, his expression turning grim. "Little man, we meet again." It is beyond words to describe Yilang's current state of mind. His gaze fixated on the woman who had brought him both unparalleled ecstasy and endless humiliation. And Ning, a woman of such beauty that defies description, her hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, her bright eyes shimmering like autumn waters, her brows like distant mountains framing a delicate nose, and her lips, like fiery flames, were striking against her peach-hued complexion. clad in a form-fitting black dress. She accentuated her swan-like neck and curvaceous waist, her long, graceful legs accentuated by red velvet high heels that danced with every movement, exuding a captivating charm. At this moment, not only was the hidden Yao she entranced, but the livestream audience was also in awe, their screens flooded with comments, mesmerized by Ning's unparalleled beauty. Is she a fairy? What a stunning woman. I think I'm in love. My wife. Wife. Mama. And Ning approached gracefully, each step seemingly echoing on Yilang's heart, evoking countless bittersweet memories. Yilang clenched his fist, his nails digging into his flesh, yet he could not quell the turmoil within. Why must it be you? The woman I love to the core, yet also despise to the core. Little man, do you have nothing to say to me? Yilang's eyes burned crimson. His throat tightened, his voice hoarse. And Ning, are you the mastermind behind all this? And Ning chuckled lightly, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes. You guessed correctly. Little man, why? Tell me. Give me a reason not to kill you. The corners of Ning's lips curled into an alluring arc as she beckoned to Fan Shi. Then seriously stated, Little man, you have one final trial. Kill her, and I will reveal everything to you. Instinctively, Yilang was about to refuse. He vowed never to be manipulated by Ning again. However, suddenly a system notification echoed in his mind, jolting him. He cast a complex gaze at Ning. Ding! The system has detected a target that meets the requirements. Name, and Ning. Age 20. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 100 gene. Innate, 100. Only the host is a man. Comprehensive, 100. 100 is merely the upper limit, although it meets the system requirements. Please consider carefully. Ding! The system has detected a target that meets the requirements. Opening the target's favorability rating. And Ning, favorability, 100. 9 deaths, no regrets. Why? Why is it that this woman, with her addictive allure, has only one man? Why is her favorability towards me a perfect score of 100? Why does she go to such lengths to torment herself? Yilang's heart was shrouded in doubts, yet the answers could only be gleaned from Ning's lips. Fine. This is the last time I will heed your words. If the answer is unsatisfactory, I will ensure your demise. He inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute as he focused on Fan Shi, tightening his fists. Fan Shi glanced at Ning with infatuation, then, her eyes shimmering with cold light. She coldly addressed Yilang. Put away your disdain. I am not one of those feeble nature-based ability users. With a flick of her hand, an ice arrow shot forth. Yilang did not attempt to withstand it foolishly, but instead deftly evaded, the ice arrow whizzing past and stirring a chill in the air. As expected, Fan Shi was not to be underestimated. The ice arrows could be fired in succession. Yilang's heart tightened, and he quickly took out a packet of cola and took a sip. Upon witnessing Fan Shi's display, the livestream's comments erupted. Is this really a nature-based ability user? How can she fire ice arrows in succession? Do you know how fast her casting and attack speed are? Damn it, Langu is really playing it cool. Drinking cola at a time like this, but where did the ice arrows go? Fan Shi frowned slightly as she noticed the ice arrows had vanished. She swiftly raised her hand, and several ice spikes shot up from the ground, aimed directly at Yilang. Yilang swiftly stowed the cola back into the space gate. Fan Shi, surprised that her attack had yet to take effect, was caught off guard as Yilang lunged at her like a cannonball. Fan Shi stomped her foot in frustration, causing the ground to instantly freeze into a mirror-like surface. Yilang's weight shifted, and he shattered the icy layer with a forceful stomp, taking advantage of the moment to close in. Fan Shi hastily conjured an ice wall, but he smashed a hole through it with a powerful right punch, the gust from his strike sending half of her long hair flying. Suddenly, Fan Shi's pupils glowed an eerie blue, the temperature around her plummeting within a 3-meter radius, exuding an unbearable chill. Yilang's movements slowed abruptly, as if his muscles were ensnared by an invisible adhesive. With a flash of inspiration, he instinctively activated a reverse abdominal breathing technique, mentally reciting the 8 extremes inner 3 harmonies. The heart aligns with the intent aligns with the energy aligns with the strength. He then held his breath and exerted force. Break for me, Yilang roared, his right fist propelled with a spiraling force. Fan Shi barely managed to cover herself with a layer of ice. The ice shattered instantly, and she was forced back several steps, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Lang pursued, his right fist hurtling towards her chest like a shooting star. A flicker of terror crossed Fan Shi's eyes as she rapidly retreated, forming hand seals as frost rapidly coalesced into a heavy ice shield. Yi Lang's punch was fierce, causing the ice shield to tremble violently, cracks spreading across its surface. Gritting her teeth, Fan Shi's ice shield suddenly exploded, transforming into countless ice shards aimed at Yi Lang. Yi Lang took a bite of a spicy strip. In her moment of distraction, his fist pierced through the ice shield, creating a gaping wound the size of a bowl on her chest. She was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. As Fan Shi watched Yi Lang approach steadily, she felt her consciousness being gradually consumed by the biting cold. She cast one last glance at Ning, murmuring softly, her eyes slowly losing their luster. Yi Lang emerged victorious, yet the triumph was far from effortless. Was this truly a weak nature-based ability user? The casting speed, attack speed, an ability strength surpassed any nature-based ability user he had encountered. Yi Lang's expression darkened. Could it be that the nature-based abilities had evolved to a new stage? Alarm bells rang in his mind. If there were more opponents like her, would he be able to cope? At that moment, Ning's eyes sparkled with satisfaction, and she spoke. "Congratulations, my little man. You have passed the final trial. I will reveal everything you wish to know." Chapter 84. Memories of Happiness and Humiliation. Why do you remember our first encounter? A ripple stirred within Ning's profound gaze, as if traversing time and space, returning to the night they first met. Yi Lang certainly remembered. At that time, he had been thrust into the limelight by the storm of online opinions. The words of his senior and junior brothers piercing his heart like needles. Filled with resentment and confusion, he entered a bar for the first time, the dim lights and boisterous music enveloping him. He drank one glass after another, attempting to numb himself with alcohol. In a daze, he looked up to see Ning standing by the bar, her black dress accentuating her snow-white skin, a beauty that was almost otherworldly. Her lips curled slightly, yet her eyes revealed a trace of imperceptible confusion and helplessness. In that moment, his heartstrings were subtly plucked, and before he knew it, he found himself approaching her. To his surprise, Ning did not reject his invitation to drink. One was a lightweight who flushed after just a few sips, while the other was blissfully unaware of the taste of sorrow, drinking without pause. Before long, both were pleasantly intoxicated, the distance between them narrowing. Eventually, they stumbled out of the bar and into Yi Lang's rental apartment. The subsequent events blurred like a dream, with only memories of heartfelt exchanges under the influence of alcohol, their emotions intertwining. That night, the storm raged outside, the thunder seemingly accompanying their interaction. Yet, it was also that night that Yi Lang's nightmares began. Ning was his first, and he was certain of it, but her subsequent insatiable cravings left him astounded. Her wildness intertwined with fragility ensnared him in a web of contradictions and confusion. During that period, their lives revolved solely around eating and sleeping. Even a vigorous athlete like Yi Lang found it challenging to cope, the dual exhaustion of body and spirit nearly driving him to the brink of collapse. Moreover, Ning gradually grew dissatisfied with their limited intimacy. Her demands became increasingly bizarre, tinged with an inexplicable thirst for knowledge. Initially, Yi Lang attempted to meet her needs. Yet, her requests grew more outrageous and peculiar, that thirst for knowledge sending chills down his spine. She began documenting their encounters meticulously, like a diligent scholar. Yi Lang felt his identity being eroded bit by bit, his dignity ground to dust beneath her insatiable desires. Just as Ning was on the verge of crossing into uncharted territory, Yi Lang finally erupted. He forcefully pushed her away, his eyes filled with determination and anguish. Trembling, he declared enough. In that moment, he realized that their relationship had long since twisted beyond recognition and must come to an end. Yet, Yi Lang had underestimated Ning. Ning, in an astonishingly brief period, transformed from an innocent girl into a captivating enchantress adept at manipulating the hearts of men. Her eyes sparkled with cunning and allure as she parted her crimson lips and whispered, "Do you think you can escape, my little man?" Her fingers glided gently across his cheek, bringing a cool sensation that seared his heart like a branding iron. In the end, Yilang found himself unable to refuse a woman of exquisite beauty who radiated a deadly charm. Moreover, he felt her genuine affection for him. This humiliating interaction persisted for some time, during which Yilang's heart was torn asunder, entwined in an inextricable knot of love and pain. Even more terrifying was his realization that he began to derive a twisted pleasure from this dynamic, as if he were ensnared by an invisible force, unable to extricate himself. He attempted to resist, but each time he was ensnared by Aining's loving and seductive gaze. He could not pinpoint the moment he resolved to escape this vortex. Perhaps it was during a sleepless night when he gazed out at the flickering neon lights. A flicker of clarity surged within him, prompting him to recognize that he could no longer indulge in this descent. More compellingly, as he held the smooth Aining in his arms, he quietly inquired, "If that day you encountered someone else instead of me, would this have happened?" "Yes," she replied succinctly and decisively, as if a sharp blade had pierced Yilang's heart. He finally comprehended that Aining's desires were not solely for him, but were an intrinsic aspect of her nature. In that moment, Yilang's heart shattered utterly. He understood that he must depart, lest he be consumed entirely by this endless abyss. Thus, he fled one fateful night, packing his belongings and quietly vacating the rented room. As he traversed the silent streets, he suddenly awakened to the realization that, in the face of free will, all temptations and pleasures appeared utterly insipid and powerless. He inhaled the crisp night air, as if to expel the gloom residing within his heart. The shadows cast by the streetlights elongated, seemingly mocking his past. With each step, Yilang's resolve strengthened. He knew that only by severing ties completely could he embrace a new beginning. Nearly half a year had passed, and who would have thought that he would encounter her again? Furthermore, she was the very mastermind behind the troubles that had plagued him during this time. How could this not astonish and infuriate him? Even more shocking to Yilang was the revelation that after their separation, this nymphomaniac had not sought solace in another, and her regard for him remained at a perfect score of 100. This revelation significantly tempered his murderous intent. Yet, what could possibly explain this? Aining still wore that familiar mischievous smile as she softly stated, "Long time no see, my little man." Yilang's heart tightened. Before him stood a breathtaking beauty. Yet the allure that once enchanted him now sent chills down his spine. "Why, my little man, you are my only obsession. Only you and no one else." Her beautiful eyes were profound, seemingly drawing him back into that endless whirlpool. Yilang fought against his inner turmoil and coldly replied, "All that has transpired is over. I now have 5 women, and I do not need you." Yet Aining advanced, a playful smile gracing her lips. "5? What if it were 10? Do they understand your body as well as I do? In other words, can they offer you what I can?" Her voice was deep and seductive, as if invisible hands were tugging at his reason. "Do not attempt to use your seductive powers to sway me. I am not afraid." Yilang clenched his teeth, his gaze unwavering as it met hers. Aining's smile faltered, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features before she regained her composure. "It seems you have truly changed. But do not forget that some things are etched into one's very bones." Yilang clenched his fists, silently vowing that this time he must not be manipulated by her again. However, he suddenly felt a wave of softness as Aining's presence enveloped him like a tide. Her lips brushed against his, bearing the familiar warmth that caused his heart to tremble violently. In that moment, Yilang's defenses crumbled. "My little man, you are still so easily deceived. Who said my ability was merely charm?" Aining chuckled lightly, her fingers transforming into a blade that lunged towards Yilang's throat. Without a moment's thought, he retaliated with a punch, only to be met by an unyielding barrier that left his arm numb. "Aning statut her grund, mockingly observing Yilang, her liebsparting." Your invisible little woman is no more. Panic surged within Yilang as he shouted, "Yao Shi, where are you? Do not waste your breath. I have transported her to Building 3, right at the moment you were indulging." Aining replied with a hint of pride, though a trace of sadness flickered in her eyes. Consumed with rage, Yi Lang charged forward, fists raised to strike Aining. Yet she did not flinch, calmly regarding him as his blow approached, devoid of fear of death. Only a hint of reluctance. Just as his strike was about to land, Yi Lang's fist suddenly halted. Something was amiss. Was she seeking death? In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Aining laughed softly. A mere glance has softened your heart. Do not forget, I am Aining, capable of effortlessly manipulating hearts. Immediately, her transparent blade shot towards Yi Lang. He sidestepped just in time, the blade grazing past and carving a deep mark into the wall behind him. With a scoff, Yi Lang launched his counterattack, moving like lightning, his fists raining down. I know many of your secrets, such as your ability to grow stronger through interactions with beautiful women. Furthermore, Yi Lang's expression shifted dramatically, his grip tightening as he pressed toward Aining's vital points. Yet Aining evaded effortlessly, a playful smile gracing her lips. Moreover, it seems there is something within you that rewards you with delicacies. What could it be? Surely it is not a system. A sense of foreboding rang in Yi Lang's mind. Aining had discovered his path to destruction, and there was no room for hesitation. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he channeled all his strength into his fist and struck fiercely. Aining's smile faded as she swiftly retreated, yet she was still caught in the wake of his punch, blood trickling from her lips. With a slight pout, she continued, "What do you think would happen if I revealed your system's abilities to everyone?" Yi Lang's murderous intent intensified, his right fist morphing into a hammer as he struck toward Aining, the air seeming to rupture. Yet Aining stood firm, refusing to dodge or retreat, absorbing the blow directly. Her body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily against the wall, blood spilling from her mouth. As Yi Lang observed the blossoming crimson flowers upon Aining's form, a tightness gripped his heart. He felt no satisfaction. Rather, he was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He sensed Aining's desire for death, yet he was unwilling to comprehend the profound meaning behind it. Knowing his abilities, understanding his system, and even peering into his soul, Aining had to die. Only upon witnessing her imminent demise did Yi Lang's heart soften. After all, during his most helpless moments, Aining had bestowed upon him boundless warmth. He slowly approached her, gazing at her exquisite face, the blood staining her lips like the striking red of plum blossoms, and softly inquired, "Why? Does it not hurt?" Aining smiled faintly, her breath weak yet resolute. "I am departing. Dying by your hand is not painful at all." Yi Lang's clenched fist trembled slightly as pain flickered in his eyes. Utilizing his insight, he confirmed that Aining's life was swiftly fading. He knelt beside her, tenderly caressing her cheek, and quietly asked, "Who are you truly? What purpose lies behind your actions?" Aining nuzzled against his palm, her gaze distant. "I do not even know who I am, only that I do not belong here. Meeting you is my only reality. Alas, I must leave you now." Coughing up blood, she continued, "The red sun is merely the beginning of a novice phase. The real challenges lie ahead. Little man, your strength may suffice, yet your heart lacks the necessary ruthlessness. I am uncertain if this course of action is right, but it is the only thing I can do for you. So, every time I seek enjoyment, do you intentionally create troubles for me? The Fa Lang team, Taisho, and Mo Zhao, the patrol team, Fan Chi, and you yourself are all pieces in your meticulously arranged chess game, guiding me step by step toward greater strength. Do you truly believe I would acquiesce? Little man, I am aware that you harbor doubts, but it matters not. I am willing to do this for you, regardless of your agreement." And Ning gazed adoringly at Yi Lang, the blood at the corner of her mouth growing ever more vivid. Yi Lang could discern the intense affection in her eyes, as glaring as the crimson stain upon her lips. Yet, is it not rather far-fetched, merely to facilitate his ascent in strength, or to expedite the process? Bearing the system, is it not possible to survive in a genuine apocalypse? Yet, there must be a reason. Why is she so resolute? In the past, her fixation was for such matters, fervent to the brink of madness. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, and continued to inquire, "Why me? Did you not say that if it were someone else, all of this would still occur?" And Ning chuckled softly, playfully observing Yi Lang, her eyes shimmering. Jealous little man, I knew you would dwell on that statement. I do not wish to deceive you. I came here, and indeed, any man could have. Yet, I chose you and have committed to you. That is sufficient. And Ning gently pried open Yi Lang's clenched fist, her fingertips brushing against the wound in his palm, her voice growing ever fainter. Did I frighten you before? Acting as if I were unwell? Hee. But I could not control it. It felt as if a force was compelling me, rendering me unable to extricate myself. No, initially, something did drive me. But later was not that, for it felt so delightful, so cherished. That period was the most joyous and authentic time of my life. Yi Lang listened to Ning's feeble breaths, yet she spoke like a riddle, failing to get to the point, his brow furrowing deeper. And Ning, who exactly are you? What do you know about the apocalypse? Answer me directly. And Ning's breaths grew weaker, yet she endeavored to speak. I am not human. Perhaps not even life itself. But what I am, I truly cannot recall. I long to share everything I know with you, yet it seems something hinders my words. The apocalypse is not merely a calamity. It is an imbalance in the cosmic order, a trial all civilizations must confront. Moreover, it is caused by you, or rather, those pioneers. It is a consequence of your own making. Little man, remember, only by becoming strong enough can you unveil the truth of it all. Furthermore, your very essence is the true key. This world is flawed, crumbling, absurd. In this broken and absurd world, the more unusual the occurrences, the more profound the reasons behind them. You must not only become the strongest man, but also act as your heart desires. Whatever you wish to do, whomever you wish to pursue, go forth. This is of utmost importance, though I do not know why. Yi Lang gritted his teeth, observing the flickering flame of Ning's life. Yet he forced himself to respond, a surge of unprecedented resolve swelling within him. He began to believe in Ning's words, not solely due to the sincerity in her voice and the affection in her gaze, but more so because of that 100-point affinity. Additionally, throughout this journey, his mindset and strength had indeed undergone a metamorphosis. He inhaled deeply, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. And Ning, I shall remember your words. Live well, grow stronger, and reveal the truth. And Ning smiled with relief, a tear cascading down her cheek. That is good. I shall await you in another world. Until the day you uncover the answers. Do not rush. Time holds no significance for me. In this shattered world, becoming strong and acting according to one's desires is paramount. Yi Lang gazed at the woman he both loved and loathed, a connection he could not sever, his heart a tumult of emotions. Though many of her words remained unspoken, Yi Lang harbored his own conjectures. He grasped her hand tightly, as if to imprint her warmth deep within his soul. And Ning's breaths grew increasingly faint, and just when Yi Lang thought she would depart entirely, her voice suddenly regained clarity. Little man, take me. I wish to exchange for a different death.